Mill very well expresses the essence of the matter in the form of a concept by characterizing money as the medium of exchange. The essence of money is not, in the first place, that property is alienated in it, but that the mediating activity or movement, the human, social act by which man's products mutually complement one another, is estranged from man and becomes the attribute of money, a material thing outside man. Since man alienates this mediating activity itself, he is active here only as a man who has lost himself and is dehumanist. The relation itself between things, man's operation with them, becomes the operation of an entity outside man and above man. Owing to this alien mediator instead of man himself being the mediator for man, man regards his will, his activity, and his relation to other men as a power independent of him and them. His slavery, therefore, reaches its peak. It is clear that this mediator now becomes a real God, for the mediator is the real power over what it mediates to me. Its cult becomes an end in itself. Objects separated from this mediator have lost their value. Hence the objects only have value insofar as they represent the mediator, whereas originally it seemed that the mediator had value only insofar as it represented them. This reversal of the original relationship is inevitable. This mediator is therefore the lost, estranged essence of private property which has become alienated, external to itself, just as it is the alienated species activity of man, the externalist mediation between man's production and man's production. All the qualities which arise in the course of this activity are, therefore, transferred to this mediator. Hence man becomes the poorer as man, i.e., separated from this mediator, the richer this mediator becomes. Christ represents originally, 1. Men before God, 2. God for men, 3. Men to man. Similarly, money represents originally, in accordance with the idea of money, 1. Private property for private property, 2. Society for private property, 3. Private property for society. But Christ is alienated God and alienated man. God has value only insofar as he represents Christ, and man has value only insofar as he represents Christ. It is the same with money. Why must private property develop into the money system? Because man as a social being must proceed to exchange IXXVIA, and because exchange private property being presupposed must evolve value. The mediating process between men. 2 consecutive pages are numbered XXV ed. Comments on James Mill, Elements d'Economie Politique 213. Engaged in exchange is not a social or human process, not human relationship, it is the abstract relationship of private property to private property, and the expression of this abstract relationship is value, whose actual existence as value constitutes money. Since men engaged in exchange do not relate to each other as men, tilings lose the significance of human, personal property. The social relationship of private property to private property is already a relationship in which private property is estranged from itself. The form of existence for itself of this relationship, money, is therefore the alienation of private property, the abstraction from its specific, personal nature. Hence the opposition of modern political economy to the monetary system, the système monétaire, cannot achieve any decisive victory in spite of all its cleverness. For if the crude economic superstition of the people and governments clings to the sensuous, tangible, conspicuous money bag, and therefore believes both in the absolute value of the precious metals and possession of them as the sole reality of wealth, and if then the enlightened, worldly-wise economist comes forward and proves to them that money is a commodity like any other, the value of which, like that of any other commodity, depends therefore on the relation of the cost of production to demand, competition, and supply, to the quantity or competition of the other commodities, this economist is given the correct reply that nevertheless the real value of things is their exchange value, and this in the last instance exists in money, as the latter does in the precious metals, and that consequently money represents the true value of things, and for that reason money is the most desirable thing. Indeed, in the last instance the economist's theory itself amounts to this wisdom, the only difference being that he possesses the capacity of abstraction, the capacity to recognize the existence of money under all forms of commodities and therefore not to believe in the exclusive value of its official metallic mode of existence. The metallic existence of money is only the official palpable expression of the soul of money, which is present in all branches of production and in all activities of bourgeois society. The opposition of modern economists to the monetary system is merely that they have conceived the essence of money in its abstract universality and are therefore enlightened about the sensuous superstition which believes in the exclusive existence of this essence in precious metal. They substitute refined superstition for crude superstition. Since, however, in essence both have the same root, the enlightened form of the superstition cannot succeed in 214 Karl Marx. Supplanting completely the crude sensuous form, because the former does not attack the essence of the latter but only the particular form of this essence. The personal mode of existence of money as money and not only as the inner, implicit, hidden social relationship or class relationship between commodities. This mode of existence corresponds the more to the essence of money, the more abstract it is, the less it has a natural relationship to the other commodities, the more it appears as the product and yet as the non-product of man, the less primitive its sphere of existence, the more it is created by man or, in economic terms, the greater the inverse relationship of its value as money to the exchange value or money value of the material in which it exists. Hence paper money and the whole number of paper representatives of money, such as bills of exchange, mandates, promissory notes, etc., are the more perfect mode of existence of money as money and a necessary factor in the progressive development of the money system. In the credit system, of which banking is the perfect expression, it appears as if the power of the alien, material force were broken, the relationship of self-estrangement abolished and man had once more human relations to man. The Saint Simonists, deceived by this appearance, regarded the development of money, bills of exchange, paper money, paper representatives of money, credit, banking, as a gradual abolition of the separation of man from things, of capital from labor, of private property from money and of money from man, and of the separation of man from man. An organized banking system is therefore their ideal. But this abolition of XXVI estrangement, this return of man to himself and therefore to other men is only an appearance, the self-estrangement, the dehumanization, is all the more infamous and extreme because its element is no longer commodity, metal, paper, but man's moral existence, man's social existence, the inmost depths of his heart, and because under the appearance of man's trust in man it is the height of distrust and complete estrangement. What constitutes the essence of credit? We leave entirely out of account here the content of credit, which is again money. We leave out of account, therefore, the content of this trust in accordance with which a man recognizes another man by advancing him a certain quantity of value and at best, namely, when he does not demand payment for the credit, i.e., he is not a usurer showing his trust in his fellow man not being a swindler, but a good man. By a good man, the one who bestows his trust understands, like Shylock, a man who is able to pay. Comments on James Mill, Humans d'Economie Politique 215. Credit is conceivable in two relationships and under two different conditions. The two relationships are, first, a rich man gives credit to a poor man whom he considers industrious and decent. This kind of credit belongs to the romantic, sentimental part of political economy, to its aberrations, excesses, exceptions, not to the rule. But even assuming this exception and granting this romantic possibility, the life of the poor man and his talents and activity serve the rich man as a guarantee of the repayment of the money lent. That means, therefore, that all the social virtues of the poor man, the content of his vital activity, his existence itself, represent for the rich man the reimbursement of his capital with the customary interest. Hence the death of the poor man is the worst eventuality for the creditor. It is the death of his capital together with the interest. One ought to consider how vile it is to estimate the value of a man in money, as happens in the credit relationship. As a matter of course, the creditor possesses, besides moral guarantees, also the guarantee of legal compulsion and still other more or less real guarantees for his man. If the man to whom credit is given is himself a man of means, credit becomes merely a medium facilitating exchange, that is to say, money itself is raised to a completely ideal form. Credit is the economic judgment on the morality of a man. In credit, the man himself, instead of metal or paper, has become the mediator of exchange, not however as a man, but as the mode of existence of capital and interest. The medium of exchange, therefore, has certainly returned out of its material form and been put back in man, but only because the man himself has been put outside himself and has himself assumed a material form. Within the credit relationship, it is not the case that money is transcended in man, but that man himself is turned into money, or money is incorporated in him. Human individuality, human morality itself, has become both an object of commerce and the material in which money exists. Instead of money, or paper, it is my own personal existence, my flesh and blood, my social virtue and importance, which constitutes the material, corporeal form of the spirit of money. Credit no longer resolves the value of money into money but into human flesh and the human heart. Such is the extent to which all progress and all inconsistencies within a false system are extreme retrogression and the extreme consequence of vileness. Within the credit system, its nature, estranged from man, under the appearance of an extreme economic appreciation of man, operates in a double way: 1. The antithesis between capitalist and worker, between big and 216 Karl Marx. Small capitalists become still greater since credit is given only to him who already has, and is a new opportunity of accumulation for the rich man, or since the poor man finds that the arbitrary discretion of the rich man and the latter's judgment over him confirm or deny his entire existence and that his existence is wholly dependent on this contingency. 2. Mutual dissimulation, hypocrisy, and sanctimoniousness are carried to extreme lengths, so that on the man without credit is pronounced not only the simple judgment that he is poor, but in addition a pejorative moral judgment that he possesses no trust, no recognition, and therefore is a social pariah, a bad man, and in addition to his privation. The poor man undergoes this humiliation and the humiliating necessity of having to ask the rich man for credit. Exeat 3, since, owing to this completely nominal existence of money, counterfeiting cannot be undertaken by man in any other material than his own person, he has to make himself into counterfeit coin, obtain credit by stealth, by lying, etc., and this credit relationship both on the part of the man who trusts and of the man who needs trust becomes an object of commerce, an object of mutual deception and misuse. Here it is also glaringly evident that distrust is the basis of economic trust, distrustful calculation whether credit ought to be given or not, spying into the secrets of the private life, etc., of the one seeking credit, the disclosure of temporary straits in order to overthrow a rival by a sudden shattering of his credit, etc. The whole system of bankruptcy, spurious enterprises, etc. As regards government loans, the state occupies exactly the same place as the man does in the earlier example. In the game with government securities it is seen how the state has become the plaything of businessmen, etc. For, the credit system finally has its completion in the banking system. The creation of bankers, the political domination of the bank, the concentration of wealth in these hands, this economic areopagus of the nation, is the worthy completion of the money system. Owing to the fact that in the credit system the moral recognition of a man, as also trust in the state, etc., take the form of credit, the secret contained in the lie of moral recognition, the immoral vileness of this morality, as also the sanctimoniousness and egoism of that trust in the state, become evident and show themselves for what they really are. Exchange, both of human activity within production itself and of human products against one another, is equivalent to species activity. 217. And species spirit, the real, conscious, and true mode of existence of which is social activity and social enjoyment. Since human nature is the true community of men, by manifesting their nature men create, produce, the human community, the social entity, which is no abstract universal power opposed to the single individual, but is the essential nature of each individual, his own activity, his own life, his own spirit, his own wealth. Hence this true community does not come into being through reflection, it appears owing to the need and egoism of individuals, i.e., it is produced directly by their life activity itself. It does not depend on man whether this community exists or not, but as long as man does not recognize himself as man, and therefore has not organized the world in a human way, this community appears in the form of estrangement, because its subject, man, is a being estranged from himself. Men, not as an abstraction, but as real, living, particular individuals, are this entity. Hence, as they are, so is this entity itself. To say that man is estranged from himself, therefore, is the same thing as saying that the society of this estranged man is a caricature of his real community, of his true species life, that his activity therefore appears to him as a torment, his own creation as an alien power, his wealth as poverty, the essential bond linking him with other men as an unessential bond, and separation from his fellow men, on the other hand, as his true mode of existence, his life as a sacrifice of his life, the realization of his nature as making his life unreal, his production as the production of his nullity, his power over an object as the power of the object over him, and he himself, the Lord of his creation, as the servant of this creation. The community of men, or the manifestation of the nature of men, their mutual complementing, the result of which is species life, truly human life. This community is conceived by political economy in the form of exchange and trade. Society, says Destutt de Tracy, is a series of mutual exchanges. It is precisely this process of mutual integration. Society, says Adam Smith, is a commercial society. Each of its members is a merchant. 6. It is seen that political economy defines the estranged form of social intercourse as the essential and original form corresponding to man's nature. In political economy, like the real process, starts out from the relation of man to man as that of property owner to property owner. If man is presupposed as property owner, i.e., therefore as an exclusive owner, who proves his personality and both distinguishes himself from, and enters into relations with, other men through this exclusive ownership, private property is his personal, distinctive, and therefore essential mode of existence, then the loss or surrender of private property is an alienation of man, as it is of private property itself. Here we shall only be concerned with the latter definition. If I give up my private property to someone else, it ceases to be mine, it becomes something independent of me, lying outside my sphere, a thing external to me. Hence I alienate my private property. With regard to me, therefore, I turn it into alienated private property. But I only turn it into an alienated thing in general, I abolish only my personal relation to it, I give it back to the elementary powers of nature if I alienate it only with regard to myself. It becomes alienated private property only if, while ceasing to be my private property, it on that account does not cease to be private property as such, that is to say, if it enters into the same relation to another man, apart from me, as that which it had to myself, in short, if it becomes the private property of another man. The case of violence excepted, what causes me to alienate my private property to another man? Political economy replies correctly, necessity, need. The other man is also a property owner, but he is the owner of another thing, which I lack and cannot and will not do without, which seems to me a necessity for the completion of my existence and the realization of my nature. The bond which connects the two property owners with each other is the specific kind of object that constitutes the substance of their private property. The desire for these two objects, i.e., the need for them, shows each of the property owners, and makes him conscious of it, that he has yet another essential relation to objects besides that of private ownership, that he is not the particular being that he considers himself to be, but a total being whose needs stand in the relationship of inner ownership to all products, including those of another's labor. For the need of a thing is the most evident, irrefutable proof that the thing belongs to my essence, that its being is for me, that its property is the property, the peculiarity, of my essence. Thus both property owners are impelled to give up their private property, but to do so in such a way that at the same time they confirm private ownership, or to give up the private property within the relationship of private ownership. Each therefore alienates a part of his private property to the other. The social connection or social relationship between the two property owners is therefore that of reciprocity in alienation, positing. 219. The relationship of alienation on both sides, or alienation as the relationship of both property owners, whereas in simple private property, alienation occurs only in relation to oneself, one-sidedly. Exchange or barter is therefore the social act, the species act, the community, the social intercourse and integration of men within private ownership, and therefore the external, alienated species act. It is just for this reason that it appears as barter. For this reason, likewise, it is the opposite of the social relationship. Through the reciprocal alienation or estrangement of private property itself falls into the category of alienated private property. 5. In the first place, it has ceased to be the product of the labor of its owner, his exclusive, distinctive personality. For he has alienated it, it has moved away from the owner whose product it was and has acquired a personal significance for someone whose product it is not. It has lost its personal significance for the owner. Secondly, it has been brought into relation with another private property, and placed on a par with the latter. Its place has been taken by a private property of a different kind, just as it itself takes the place of a private property of a different kind. On both sides, therefore, private property appears as the representative of a different kind of private property, as the equivalent of a different natural product, and both sides are related to each other in such a way that each represents the mode of existence of the other, and both relate to each other as substitutes for themselves and the other. Hence the mode of existence of private property as such has become that of a substitute, of an equivalent. Instead of its immediate unity with itself, it exists now only as a relation to something else. Its mode of existence as an equivalent is no longer its specific mode of existence. It has thus become a value, and immediately an exchange value. Its mode of existence as value is an alienated designation exixi of itself, different from its immediate existence, external to its specific nature, a merely relative mode of existence of this. How this value is more precisely determined must be described elsewhere, as also how it becomes price. The relationship of exchange being presupposed, labor becomes directly labor to earn a living. This relationship of alienated labor reaches its highest point only when on one side labor to earn a living and the product of the worker have no direct relation to his need or his function as worker, but both aspects are determined by social combinations alien to the worker. 2. He who buys the product is not himself a producer, but gives in exchange what? 220 Karl Marx. Someone else has produced. In the crude form of alienated private property, barter, each of the property owners has produced what his immediate need, his talents, and the available raw material have impelled him to make. Each, therefore, exchanges with the other only the surplus of his production. It is true that labor was his immediate source of subsistence, but it was at the same time also the manifestation of his individual existence. Through exchange his labor has become partly a source of income. Its purpose differs now from its mode of existence. The product is produced as value, as exchange value, as an equivalent, and no longer because of its direct, personal relation to the producer. The more diverse production becomes, and therefore the more diverse the needs become, on the one hand, and the more one-sided the activities of the producer become, on the other hand, the more does his labor fall into the category of labor to earn a living, until finally it has only the significance and it becomes quite accidental and inessential whether the relation of the producer to his product is that of immediate enjoyment and personal need, and also whether his activity, the act of labor itself, is for him the enjoyment of his personality and the realization of his natural abilities and spiritual aims. Labor to earn a living involves, 1. Estrangement and fortuitous connection between labor and the subject who labors. 2. Estrangement and fortuitous connection between labor and the object of labor. 3. That the worker's role is determined by social needs which, however, are alien to him and a compulsion to which he submits out of egoistic need and necessity, and which have for him only the significance of a means of satisfying his dire need, just as for them he exists only as a slave of their needs. 4. That to the worker the maintenance of his individual existence appears to be the purpose of his activity, and what he actually does is regarded by him only as a means, that he carries on his life's activity in order to earn means of subsistence. Hence the greater and the more developed the social power appears to be within the private property relationship, the more egoistic, asocial, and estranged from his own nature does man become. Just as the mutual exchange of the products of human activity appears as barter, as trade, so the mutual completion and exchange of the activity itself appears as division of labor, which turns man as far as possible into an abstract being, a machine tool, etc., and transforms him into a spiritual and physical monster. It is precisely the unity of human labor that is regarded merely. Comments on James Mill, Element d'Economie Politique 221. As division of labor, because social nature only comes into existence as its opposite, in the form of estrangement. Division of labor increases with civilization. Within the presupposition of division of labor, the product, the material of private property, acquires for the individual more and more the significance of an equivalent, and as he no longer exchanges only his surplus, and the object of his production can be simply a matter of indifference to him, so too he no longer exchanges his product for something directly needed by him. The equivalent comes into existence as an equivalent in money, which is now the immediate result of labor to gain a living and the medium of exchange, see above. The complete domination of the estranged thing over man has become evident in money, which is completely indifferent both to the nature of the material, i.e., to the specific nature of the private property, and to the personality of the property owner. What was the domination of person over person is now the general domination of the thing over the person, of the product over the producer. Just as the concept of the equivalent, the value, already implied the alienation of private property, so money is the sensuous, even objective existence of this alienation. 11xxx. Needless to say that political economy is only able to grasp this whole development as a fact, as the outcome of fortuitous necessity. The separation of work from itself, separation of the worker from the capitalist, separation of labor and capital, the original form of which is made up of landed property and movable property. The original determining feature of private property is monopoly, hence when it creates a political constitution, it is that of monopoly. The perfect monopoly is competition. To the economist, production, consumption and, as the mediator of both, exchange or distribution, are separate activities. 52. The separation of production and consumption, of action and spirit, in different individuals and in the same individual, is the separation of labor from its object and from itself as something spiritual. Distribution is the power of private property manifesting itself. The separation of labor, capital, and landed property from one another, like that of labor from labor, of capital from capital, and landed property from landed property, and finally the separation of labor from wages, of capital from profit, and profit from interest, and, last of all, of landed property from land rent, see this volume, pages 212-14 pound d. Movable is not underlined in the manuscript ed. 222. Karl Marx. Demonstrate self-estrangement both in the form of self-estrangement and in that of mutual estrangement. We have next to examine the effects which take place by the attempts of government to control the increase or diminution of money. When it endeavors to keep the quantity of money less than it would be, if things were left in freedom, it raises the value of the metal in the coin, and renders it the interest of everybody, who can to convert his bullion into money. People have recourse to private coming. This the government must prevent by punishment. On the other hand, were it the object of government to keep the quantity of money greater than it would be, if left in freedom, it would reduce the value of the metal in money, below its value in bullion, and make it the interest of everybody to melt the coins. This, also, the government would have only one expedient for preventing, namely, punishment. But the prospect of punishment will prevail over the prospect of profit only if the profit is small. A. pp. 101, 102, pages 137, 138. Section 9. If there were two individuals, one of whom owed to the other £100, and the other owed to him £100, instead of paying each other the sum, all they had to do was to exchange their mutual obligations. The case is the same between two nations. Hence bills of exchange. The use of them was recommended by a still stronger necessity, because the coarse policy of those times prohibited the exportation of the precious metals, and punished with the greatest severity any infringement. pp. 104-05, 106, p. 142 etseq. Section X. Saving of unproductive consumption by paper money. p. 108 et sec. p. 146 etseq. Section 11. The inconveniencies of paper money are: first, the failure of the parties, by whom the notes are issued, to fulfill their engagements. Second, forgery. Third, the alteration of the value of the currency. p. 110, p. 149. Section 12. The precious metals are that commodity which is the most generally bought and sold. Those commodities alone can be exported, which are cheaper in the country from which they go, than in the country to which they are sent, and that those commodities alone can be imported, which are dearer in the country to which they come, than in the country from which they are sent. Accordingly, it depends on the value of the precious metals in a country whether they are imported or exported. pp. 128, 129, p. 175 etseq. Section 13. When we speak of the value of the precious metal, we mean the quantity of other things for which it will exchange. This relation is different in different countries and even in different parts of the country. We say that living is more cheap, in other words, commodities may be purchased with a smaller quantity of money. p. 131, p. 177. Section 16. The relation between nations is like that between merchants. The merchants will always buy in the cheapest market, and sell in the dearest. p. 159, p. 215. For consumption, production, distribution, exchange, are means. No man produces for the sake of producing. Distribution and exchange are only the intermediate operations for bringing the things which have been produced into the hands of those who are to consume them. p. 177, p. 237. The extracts quoted by Marx from Parasat's French translation of 1823 are reproduced here from the original English text of James Mill's book. The page references are to the English edition of 1821, Marx's page references to the French translation being given in brackets. In this and the following extracts, Marx has summarized or paraphrased some passages ed. 223. Section I. Of consumption, there are two species. 1. Productive. It includes everything expended for the sake of something to be produced and comprises the necessaries of the laborer. The second class then, machinery, including tools, the buildings necessary for the productive operations, and even the cattle. The third is, the material of which the commodity to be produced must be formed, or from which it must be derived. pp. 178, 179, pages 238, 239. Of these three classes of things it is only the second, the consumption of which is not completed in the course of the productive operations. p. 179, LOCCIT. 2. Unproductive consumption. The wages given to a footman and all consumption, which does not take place to the end that something, which may be an equivalent for it, may be produced by means of it, is unproductive consumption. pp 179, 180, p. 240. Productive consumption is itself a means, it is a means to production. Unproductive consumption is not a means. It is the end. This, or the enjoyment which is involved in it, is the good which constituted the motive to all the operations by which it was preceded. p. 180, p. 241. By productive consumption, nothing is lost. Whatever is unproductively consumed, is lost. p. 180, LOCCIT. That which is productively consumed is always capital. This is a property of productive consumption which deserves to be particularly remarked. Whatever is consumed productively is capital and becomes capital. p. 181, p. 241-242. The whole of what the productive powers of the country have brought into existence in the course of a year, is called the gross annual produce. Of this the greater part is required to replace the capital which has been consumed. What remains of the gross produce, after replacing the capital which has been consumed, is called the net produce, and is always distributed either as profits of stock, or as rent. pp 181, 182, pages 242, 243. This net produce is the fund from which all addition to the national capital is commonly made. LOCCIT. The two species of consumption are matched by the two species of labor, productive and unproductive. p. 182, p. 244. Section 2. The whole of what is annually produced, is annually consumed, or, what is produced in one year, is consumed in the next. Either productively or unproductively. p. 184, p. 246. Section 3. Consumption is coextensive with production. A man produces, only because he wishes to have. If the commodity which he produces is the commodity which he wishes to have, he stops when he has produced as much as he wishes to have. When a man produces a greater quantity than he desires for himself, it can only be on one account, namely, that he desires some other commodity, which he can obtain in exchange for the surplus of what he himself has produced. If a man desires one thing, and produces another, it can only be because the thing which he desires can be obtained by means of the thing which he produces, and better obtained than if he had endeavored to produce it himself. After labor has been divided, each producer confines himself to some one commodity or part of a commodity, a small portion only of what he produces is used for his own consumption. The remainder he destines for the purpose of supplying him with all the other commodities which he desires, and when each man confines himself to one commodity, and exchanges what he produces for what is produced by other people, it is found that each obtains more of the several things which he desires, than he would have obtained had he endeavored to produce them all for himself. XXXI. In the case of the man who produces for himself, there is no exchange. He neither offers to buy anything, nor to sell anything. He has the property, he has produced it, and does not mean to part with it. If we apply, by a sort of metaphor, the terms demand and supply to this case, it is implied, that the demand and supply are exactly proportioned to one another. 224. Karl Marx. As far then as regards the demand and supply of the market, we may leave that portion of the annual produce, which each of the owners consumes in the shape in which he produces or receives it, altogether out of the question. pp 186, 187, p. 251. In speaking here of demand and supply, it is evident that we speak of aggregates. When we say of any particular nation, at any particular time, that its supply is equal to its demand, we do not mean in any one commodity, or any two commodities. We mean, that the amount of its demand in all commodities taken together, is equal to the amount of its supply in all commodities taken together. It may very well happen, notwithstanding this equality in the general sum of demands and supplies, that some one commodity or commodities may have been produced in a quantity either above or below the demand for those particular commodities. P 188, pages 251, 252. Two things are necessary to constitute a demand. These are a wish for the commodity, and an equivalent to give for it. A demand means the will to purchase, and the means of purchasing. If either is wanting, the purchase does not take place. An equivalent is the necessary foundation of all demand. It is in vain that a man wishes for commodities, if he has nothing to give for them. The equivalent which a man brings is the instrument of demand. The extent of his demand is measured by the extent of his equivalent. The demand and the equivalent are convertible terms, and the one may be substituted for the other. We have already seen that every man, who produces, has a wish for other commodities than those which he has produced, to the extent of all that he has produced beyond what he wishes to keep for his own consumption. And it is evident, that whatever a man has produced and does not wish to keep for his own consumption, is a stock which he may give in exchange for other commodities. His will, therefore, to purchase, and his means of purchasing, in other words, his demand, is exactly equal to the amount of what he has produced and does not mean to consume. pp 188-89, pages 252, 253. With his customary cynical acumen and clarity, Mill here analyzes exchange on the basis of private property. Man produces only in order to have. This is the basic presupposition of private property. The aim of production is having. And not only does production have this kind of useful aim, it has also a selfish aim. Man produces only in order to possess for himself. The object he produces is the objectification of his immediate, selfish need. For man himself in a savage, barbaric condition, therefore, the amount of his production is determined by the extent of his immediate need, the content of which is directly the object produced. Under these conditions, therefore, man produces no more than he immediately requires. The limit of his need forms the limit of his production. Thus demand and supply exactly coincide. The extent of his production is measured by his need. In this case no exchange takes place, or exchange is reduced to the exchange of his labor for the product of his labor, and this exchange is the latent form, the germ, of real exchange. 225. As soon as exchange takes place, a surplus is produced beyond the immediate limit of possession. But this surplus production does not mean rising above selfish need. On the contrary, it is only an indirect way of satisfying a need which finds its objectification not in this production but in the production of someone else. Production has become a means of gaining a living, labor to gain a living. Whereas under the first state of affairs, therefore, need is the measure of production, under the second state of affairs production, or rather ownership of the product, is the measure of how far needs can be satisfied. I have produced for myself and not for you, just as you have produced for yourself and not for me. In itself, the result of my production has as little connection with you as the result of your production has directly with me. That is to say, our production is not man's production for man as a man, i.e., it is not social production. Neither of us, therefore, as a man stands in a relation of enjoyment to the other's product. As men, we do not exist as far as our respective products are concerned. Hence our exchange, too, cannot be the mediating process by which it is confirmed that my product exists is for you, because it is an objectification of your own nature, your need. For it is not man's nature that forms the link between the products we make for one another. Exchange can only set in motion, only confirm, the character of the relation which each of us has in regard to his own product, and therefore to the product of the other. Each of us sees in his product only the objectification of his own selfish need, and therefore in the product of the other the objectification of a different selfish need, independent of him and alien to him. As a man you have, of course, a human relation to my product, you have need of my product. Hence it exists for you as an object of your desire and your will. But your need, your desire, your will, are powerless as regards my product. That means, therefore, that your human nature, which accordingly is bound to stand in intimate relation to my human production, is not your power over this production, your possession of it, for it is not the specific character, not the power, of man's nature that is recognized in my production. They your need, your desire, etc. constitute rather the tie which makes you dependent on me, because they put you in a position of dependence on my product. Far from being the means which would give you power over my production, they are instead the means for giving me power over you. When I produce more of an object than I myself can directly use, my surplus production is cunningly calculated for your need. It 226 Karl Marx is only in appearance that I produce a surplus of this object. In reality I produce a different object, the object of your production, which I intend to exchange against this surplus, an exchange which in my mind I have already completed. The social relation in which I stand to you, my labor for your need, is therefore also a mere semblance, and our complementing each other is likewise a mere semblance, the basis of which is mutual plundering. The intention of plundering, of deception, is necessarily present in the background, for since our exchange is a selfish one, on your side as on mine, and since the selfishness of each seeks to get the better of that of the other, we necessarily seek to deceive each other. It is true though, that the power which I attribute to my object over yours requires your recognition in order to become a real power. Our mutual recognition of the respective powers of our objects, however, is a struggle, and in a struggle the victor is the one who has more energy, force, insight, or adroitness. If I have sufficient physical force, I plunder you directly. If physical force cannot be used, we try to impose on each other by bluff, and the more adroit overreaches the other. For the totality of the relationship, it is a matter of chance who overreaches whom. The ideal, intended overreaching takes place on both sides, i.e., each in his own judgment has overreached the other. On both sides, therefore, exchange is necessarily mediated by the object which each side produces and possesses. The ideal relationship to the respective objects of our production is, of course, our mutual need. But the real, true relationship, which actually occurs and takes effect, is only the mutually exclusive possession of our respective products. What gives your need of my article its value, worth, and effect for me is solely your object, the equivalent of my object. Our respective products, therefore, are the means, the mediator, the instrument, the acknowledged power of our mutual needs. Your demand and the equivalent of your possession, therefore, are for me terms that are equal in significance and validity, and your demand only acquires a meaning, owing to having an effect, when it has meaning and effect in relation to me. As a mere human being without this instrument, your demand is an unsatisfied aspiration on your part and an idea that does not exist for me. As a human being, therefore, you stand in no relationship to my object, because I myself have no human relationship to it. But the means is the true power over an object, and therefore we mutually regard our products as the power of each of us over the other and over himself. That is to say, our own product has risen up against us, it seemed to be our property. 227. But in fact we are its property. We ourselves are excluded from true property because our property excludes other men. The only intelligible language in which we converse with one another consists of our objects in their relation to each other. We would not understand a human language and it would remain without effect. By one side it would be recognized and felt as being a request, an entreaty, and therefore a humiliation, and consequently uttered with a feeling of shame, of degradation. By the other side it would be regarded as impudence or lunacy and rejected as such. We are to such an extent estranged from man's essential nature that the direct language of this essential nature seems to us a violation of human dignity, whereas the estranged language of material value seems to be the well-justified assertion of human dignity that is self-confident and conscious of itself. Although in your eyes your product is an instrument, a means, for taking possession of my product and thus for satisfying your need, yet in my eyes it is the purpose of our exchange. For me, you are rather the means and instrument for producing this object that is my aim, just as conversely you stand in the same relationship to my object. But each of us actually behaves in the way he is regarded by the other. You have actually made yourself the means, the instrument, the producer of your own object in order to gain possession of mine. 2. Your own object is for you only the sensuously perceptible covering, the hidden shape, of my object, for its production signifies and seeks to express the acquisition of my object. In fact, therefore, you have become for yourself a means, an instrument of your object, of which your desire is the servant, and you have performed menial services in order that the object shall never again do a favor to your desire. If then our mutual thraldom to the object at the beginning of the process is now seen to be in reality the relationship between master and slave, that is merely the crude and frank expression of our essential relationship. Our mutual value is for us the value of our mutual objects. Hence for us man himself is mutually of no value. Let us suppose that we had carried out production as human beings. Each of us would have in two ways affirmed himself and the other person. 1. In my production I would have objectified my individuality, its specific character, and therefore enjoyed not only an individual manifestation of my life during the activity, but also when looking at the object I would have the individual pleasure of knowing my personality to be objective, visible to the senses and hence a power beyond all doubt. 2. In your enjoyment or use of my product I. 228 Karl Marx. Would have the direct enjoyment both of being conscious of having satisfied a human need by my work, that is, of having objectified man's essential nature, and of having thus created an object corresponding to the need of another man's essential nature. 3. I would have been for you the mediator between you and the species, and therefore would become recognized and felt by you yourself as a completion of your own essential nature and as a necessary part of yourself. And consequently would know myself to be confirmed both in your thought and your love. 4. In the individual expression of my life I would have directly created your expression of your life, and therefore in my individual activity I would have directly confirmed and realized my true nature, my human nature, my communal nature. Our products would be so many mirrors in which we saw reflected our essential nature. This relationship would moreover be reciprocal. What occurs on my side has also to occur on yours. Let us review the various factors as seen in our supposition. My work would be a free manifestation of life, hence an enjoyment of life. Presupposing private property, my work is an alienation of life, for I work in order to live, in order to obtain for myself the means of life. My work is not my life. Secondly, the specific nature of my individuality, therefore, would be affirmed in my labor, since the latter would be an affirmation of my individual life. Labor therefore would be true, active property. Presupposing private property, my individuality is alienated to such a degree that this activity is instead hateful to me, a torment, and rather the semblance of an activity. Hence, 2, it is only a forced activity and one imposed on me only through an external fortuitous need, not through an inner, essential one. My labor can appear in my object only as what it is. It cannot appear as something which by its nature it is not. Hence it appears only as the expression of my loss of self and of my powerlessness that is objective, sensuously perceptible, obvious and therefore put beyond all doubt. XXXIII 53. Written in the first half of 1844, printed according to the Manu, first published in Marx/Engels, Script Gesamtausgabe, ABTL, BD3, 1932. Economic and Philosophic Manuscripts of 1844-54. Written between April and August 1844, printed according to the Manu, first published in full in Marx/Engels, Script Gesamtausgabe, ABT. I, BD3, 1932. Exixi I have already announced in the Deutsche Französische Jahrbucher the critique of jurisprudence and political science in the form of a critique of the Hegelian philosophy of law. While preparing it for publication, the intermingling of criticism directed only against speculation with criticism of the various subjects themselves proved utterly unsuitable, hampering the development of the argument and rendering comprehension difficult. Moreover, the wealth and diversity of the subjects to be treated could have been compressed into one work only in a purely aphoristic style, whilst an aphoristic presentation of this kind, for its part, would have given the impression of arbitrary systematism. I shall therefore publish the critique of law, ethics, politics, etc., in a series of distinct, independent pamphlets, and afterwards try in a special work to present them again as a connected whole showing the interrelationship of the separate parts, and lastly attempt a critique of the speculative elaboration of that material. For this reason it will be found that the interconnection between political economy and the state, law, ethics, civil life, etc., is touched upon in the present work only to the extent to which political economy itself expressly touches upon these subjects. It is hardly necessary to assure the reader conversant with political economy that my results have been attained by means of a wholly empirical analysis based on a conscientious critical study of political economy. Whereas the uninformed reviewer who tries to hide his complete ignorance and intellectual poverty by hurling the Uto. See this volume, pages 175-87 ed. B. Bruno Bauer ed. 232 Karl Marx. P. phrase at the positive critic's head, or again such phrases as quite pure, quite resolute, quite critical criticism, the not merely legal but social utterly social society, the compact, massy mass, the outspoken spokesman of the massy mass. 55 This reviewer has yet to furnish the first proof that besides his theological family affairs he has anything to contribute to a discussion of worldly matters. It goes without saying that besides the French and English socialists I have also used German socialist works. The only original German works of substance in this science, however other than Weitling's writings, are the essays by Hess published in 21 Bogen 56 and Umrisse zu einer Kritik der Nationalökonomie by Engels 3 in the Deutsch-Französische Jahrbucher, where also the basic elements of this work economic and philosophic manuscripts of 1844 have been indicated by me in a very general way. Besides being indebted to these authors who have given critical attention to political economy, positive criticism as a whole and therefore also German positive criticism of political economy owes its true foundation to the discoveries of Feuerbach, against whose Philosophie der Zukunft and Thesen zur Reform der Philosophie in the Anekdote, despite the tacit use that is made of them, the petty envy of some and the veritable wrath of others seem to have instigated a regular conspiracy of silence. It is only with Feuerbach that positive, humanistic, and naturalistic criticism begins. The less noise they make, the more certain, profound, extensive, and enduring is the effect of Feuerbach's writings, the only writings since Hegel's Phenomenology and Logic to contain a real theoretical revolution. In contrast to the critical theologian of our day, I have deemed the concluding chapter of this work a critical discussion of Hegelian dialectic and philosophy as a whole to be absolutely necessary, IIXLL a task not yet performed. This lack of thoroughness is not accidental, since even the critical theologian remains a theologian. Hence, either he has to start from certain presuppositions of philosophy accepted as authoritative, or, if in the process of criticism and as a result of other people's discoveries doubts about these philosophical presuppositions have arisen in him, he abandons them in a cowardly and unwarrantable fashion, abstracts from them, thus showing his servile dependence on these presupposi. This volume, pages 418-43 ed. B. Anekdote zur neuesten deutschen Philosophie und Publizistik ed. C. Marx has in mind Bruno Bauer ed. 233. Positions and his resentment at this servility merely in a negative, unconscious, and sophistical manner. He does this either by constantly repeating assurances concerning the purity of his own criticism, or by trying to make it seem as though all that was left for criticism to deal with now was some other limited form of criticism outside itself, say 18th century criticism, and also the limitations of the masses, in order to divert the observer's attention as well as his own from the necessary task of settling accounts between criticism and its point of origin, Hegelian dialectic and German philosophy as a whole, that is, from this necessary raising of modern criticism above its own limitation and crudity. Eventually, however, whenever discoveries, such as Feuerbach's, are made regarding the nature of his own philosophic presuppositions, the critical theologian partly makes it appear as if he were the one who had accomplished this, producing that appearance by taking the results of these discoveries and, without being able to develop them, hurling them in the form of catchphrases at writers still caught in the confines of philosophy. He partly even manages to acquire a sense of his own superiority to such discoveries by asserting in a mysterious way and in a veiled, malicious and sceptical fashion elements of the Hegelian dialectic which he still finds lacking in the criticism of that dialectic, which have not yet been critically served up to him for his use, against such criticism not having tried to bring such elements into their proper relation or having been capable of doing so, asserting, say, the category of mediating proof against the category of positive, self-originating truth, in a way peculiar to Hegelian dialectic. For to the theological critic it seems quite natural that everything has to be done by philosophy, so that he can chatter away about purity, resoluteness, and quite critical criticism, and he fancies himself the true conqueror of philosophy whenever he happens to feel some element 57 in Hegel to be lacking in Feuerbach, for however much he practices the spiritual idolatry of self-consciousness and mind, the theological critic does not get beyond feeling to consciousness. On close inspection, theological criticism, genuinely progressive though it was at the inception of the movement, is seen in the final analysis to be nothing but the culmination and consequence of the old philosophical, and especially the Hegelian, transcendentalism, twisted into a theological caricature. This interesting example of historical justice, which now assigns to theology, ever philosophies. 3 words in the manuscript cannot be deciphered, ed. 9482. 234 Karl Marx. Spot of infection, the further role of portraying in itself the negative dissolution of philosophy, i.e., the process of its decay. This historical nemesis I shall demonstrate on another occasion. 58 How far, on the other hand, Feuerbach's discoveries about the nature of philosophy still, for their proof at least, called for a critical discussion of philosophical dialectic will be seen from my exposition itself. IXL 11. First manuscript. Wages of labor. 111,11 Wages are determined through the antagonistic struggle between capitalist and worker. Victory goes necessarily to the capitalist. The capitalist can live longer without the worker than can the worker without the capitalist. Combination among the capitalists is customary and effective, workers' combination is prohibited and painful in its consequences for them. Besides, the landowner and the capitalist can make use of industrial advantages to augment their revenues. The worker has neither rent nor interest on capital to supplement his industrial income. Hence the intensity of the competition among the workers. Thus only for the workers is the separation of capital, landed property, and labor an inevitable, essential and detrimental separation. Capital and landed property need not remain fixed in this abstraction, as must the labor of the workers. The separation of capital, rent, and labor is thus fatal for the worker. The lowest and the only necessary wage rate is that providing for the subsistence of the worker for the duration of his work and as much more as is necessary for him to support a family and for the race of laborers not to die out. The ordinary wage, according to Smith, is the lowest compatible with common humanity, 59 that is, with cattle-like existence. The demand for men necessarily governs the production of men, as of every other commodity. Should supply greatly exceed demand, a section of the workers sinks into beggary or starvation. The worker's existence is thus brought under the same condition as the existence of every other commodity. The worker has become a commodity, and it is a bit of luck for him if he can find a buyer. And the demand on which the life of the worker depends on the whim of the 236 Karl Marx. Rich and the capitalists. Should supply exceed a demand, then one of the constituent parts of the price, profit, rent, or wages is paid below its rate. A part of these factors is therefore withdrawn from this application, and thus the market price gravitates towards the natural price as the center point. But, 1. where there is considerable division of labor it is most difficult for the worker to direct his labor into other channels. 2. Because of his subordinate relation to the capitalist, he is the first to suffer. Thus in the gravitation of market price to natural price it is the worker who loses most of all and necessarily. And it is just the capacity of the capitalist to direct his capital into another channel which either renders the worker, b. who is restricted to some particular branch of labor, destitute, or forces him to submit to every demand of this capitalist. 2,1 The accidental and sudden fluctuations in market price hit rent less than they do that part of the price which is resolved into profit and wages, but they hit profit less than they do wages. In most cases, for every wage that rises, one remains stationary and one falls. The worker need not necessarily gain when the capitalist does, but he necessarily loses when the latter loses. Thus, the worker does not gain if the capitalist keeps the market price above the natural price by virtue of some manufacturing or trading secret, or by virtue of monopoly or the favorable situation of his land. Furthermore, the prices of labor are much more constant than the prices of provisions. Often they stand in inverse proportion. In a dear year wages fall on account of the decrease in demand, but rise on account of the increase in the prices of provisions and thus balance. In any case, a number of workers are left without bread. In cheap years wages rise on account of the rise in demand, but decrease on account of the fall in the prices of provisions and thus balance. Another respect in which the worker is at a disadvantage, the labor prices of the various kinds of workers show much wider differences than the profits in the various branches in which capital is applied. In labor all the natural, spiritual, and social variety of individual activity is manifested and is variously rewarded, whilst dead capital always keeps the same pace and is indifferent to real individual activity. The letters and words enclosed in square brackets in this sentence are indecipherable as they are covered by an inkspot ed. Here and occasionally later Marx uses the French word ouvrier ed. 237. In general we should observe that in those cases where worker and capitalist equally suffer, the worker suffers in his very existence, the capitalist in the profit on his dead mammon. The worker has to struggle not only for his physical means of subsistence, he has to struggle to get work, i.e., the possibility, the means, to perform his activity. Let us take the three chief conditions in which society can find itself and consider the situation of the worker in them. 1. If the wealth of society declines the worker suffers most of all, and for the following reason: although the working class cannot gain so much as can the class of property owners in a prosperous state of society, no one suffers so cruelly from its decline as the working class. 1. 2. Let us now take a society in which wealth is increasing. This condition is the only one favorable to the worker. Here competition between the capitalists sets in. The demand for workers exceeds their supply. But, in the first place, the raising of wages gives rise to overwork among the workers. The more they wish to earn, the more must they sacrifice their time and carry out slave labor, completely losing all their freedom, in the service of greed. Thereby they shorten their lives. This shortening of their lifespan is a favorable circumstance for the working class as a whole, for as a result of it an ever-fresh supply of labor becomes necessary. This class has always to sacrifice a part of itself in order not to be wholly destroyed. Furthermore, when does a society find itself in a condition of advancing wealth? When the capitals and the revenues of a country are growing. But this is only possible, a. as the result of the accumulation of much labor, capital being accumulated labor, as the result, therefore, of the fact that more and more of his products are being taken away from the worker, that to an increasing extent his own labor confronts him as another man's property and that the means of his existence and his activity are increasingly concentrated in the hands of the capitalist. The accumulation of capital increases the division of labor, and the division of labor increases the number of workers. Conversely, the number of workers increases the division of labor, just as the division of labor increases the accumulation of capital. With this division of labor on the one hand and the accumulation of capital on the other, the worker becomes ever more exclusively dependent on labor, and on a particular, very one-sided, machine-like labor at that. Just as he is thus depressed spiritually and a cf. Adam Smith, Wealth of Nations, Volume I, p. 230, Gamier, T2, p. 162, ed. 238 Karl Marx. Physically to the condition of a machine and from being a man becomes an abstract activity and a belly, so he also becomes ever more dependent on every fluctuation in market price, on the application of capital, and on the whim of the rich. Equally, the increase in the HIV-2 class of people wholly dependent on work intensifies competition among the workers, thus lowering their price. In the factory system the situation of the worker reaches its climax. Why, in an increasingly prosperous society only the richest of the rich can continue to live on money interest. Everyone else has to carry on a business with his capital, or venture it in trade. As a result, the competition between the capitalists becomes more intense. The concentration of capital increases, the big capitalists ruin the small, and a section of the erstwhile capitalists sinks into the working class, which as a result of this supply again suffers to some extent a depression of wages and passes into a still greater dependence on the few big capitalists. The number of capitalists having been diminished, their competition with respect to the workers scarcely exists any longer, and the number of workers having been increased, their competition among themselves has become all the more intense, unnatural, and violent. Consequently, a section of the working class falls into beggary or starvation just as necessarily as a section of the middle capitalists falls into the working class. Hence even in the condition of society most favorable to the worker, the inevitable result for the worker is overwork and premature death, decline to a mere machine, a bond-servant of capital, which piles up dangerously over and against him, more competition, and starvation or beggary for a section of the workers. IV, 2. The raising of wages excites in the worker the capitalist's mania to get rich, which he, however, can only satisfy by the sacrifice of his mind and body. The raising of wages presupposes and entails the accumulation of capital, and thus sets the product of labor against the worker as something ever more alien to him. Similarly, the division of labor renders him ever more one-sided and dependent, bringing with it the competition not only of men but also of machines. Since the worker has sunk to the level of a machine, he can be confronted by the machine as a competitor. Finally, as the amassing of capital increases the amount of industry and therefore the number of workers, it causes the same amount of industry to manufacture a larger amount of products, which leads to overproduction and thus either ends by throwing a large 239 section of workers out of work or by reducing their wages to the most miserable minimum. Such are the consequences of a state of society most favorable to the worker, namely, of a state of growing, advancing wealth. Eventually, however, this state of growth must sooner or later reach its peak. What is the worker's position now? 3. In a country which had acquired that full complement of riches, both the wages of labor and the profits of stock would probably be very low, the competition for employment would necessarily be so great as to reduce the wages of labor to what was barely sufficient to keep up the number of laborers, and, the country being already fully peopled, that number could never be augmented. The surplus would have to die. Thus in a declining state of society increasing misery of the worker, in an advancing state misery with complications, and in a fully developed state of society static misery. IIVI.LL Since, however, according to Smith, a society is not happy, of which the greater part suffers, yet even the wealthiest state of society leads to the suffering of the majority, and since the economic system 60, and in general a society based on private interest, leads to this wealthiest condition, it follows that the goal of the economic system is the unhappiness of society. Concerning the relationship between worker and capitalist, we should add that the capitalist is more than compensated for rising wages by the reduction in the amount of labor time, and that rising wages and rising interest on capital operate on the price of commodities like simple and compound interest respectively. Let us put ourselves now wholly at the standpoint of the political economist, and follow him in comparing the theoretical and practical claims of the workers. He tells us that originally and in theory the whole product of labor belongs to the worker. But at the same time he tells us that in actual fact what the worker gets is the smallest and utterly indispensable part of the product, as much, only, as is necessary for his existence, not as a human being, but as a worker, and for the propagation, not of humanity, but of the slave class of workers. The political economist tells us that everything is bought with labor and that capital is nothing but accumulated labor, but at the same time he tells us that the worker, far from being able to buy everything, must sell himself and his humanity. Adam Smith, Wealth of Nations, Volume I, p. 84, Gamier, T. I, p. 193, Jed. BCF. Adam Smith, Wealth of Nations, Volume I, p. 70, Gamier, T. I, pages 159 to 60, ed. 240 Karl Marx. Whilst the rent of the idle landowner usually amounts to a third of the product of the soil, and the profit of the busy capitalist to as much as twice the interest on money, the something more which the worker himself earns at the best of times amounts to so little that of 4 children of his, 2 must starve and die. Eorii, 1-31. Whilst according to the political economists it is solely through labor that man enhances the value of the products of nature, whilst labor is man's active possession, according to this same political economy the landowner and the capitalist, who qua landowner and capitalist are merely privileged and idle gods, are everywhere superior to the worker and lay down the law to him. Whilst according to the political economists labor is the sole unchanging price of things, there is nothing more fortuitous than the price of labor, nothing exposed to greater fluctuations. Whilst the division of labor raises the productive power of labor and increases the wealth and refinement of society, it impoverishes the worker and reduces him to a machine. Whilst labor brings about the accumulation of capital and with this the increasing prosperity of society, it renders the worker ever more dependent on the capitalist, leads him into competition of a new intensity, and drives him into the headlong rush of overproduction, with its subsequent corresponding slump. Whilst the interest of the worker, according to the political economists, never stands opposed to the interest of society, society always and necessarily stands opposed to the interest of the worker. According to the political economists, the interest of the worker is never opposed to that of society. 1. Because the rising wages are more than compensated by the reduction in the amount of labor time, together with the other consequences set forth above, and 2. Because in relation to society the whole gross product is the net product, and only in relation to the private individual has the net product any significance. But that labor itself, not merely in present conditions but insofar as its purpose in general is the mere increase of wealth, that labor itself, I say, is harmful and pernicious follows from the political economist's line of argument, without his being aware of it. In theory, rent of land and profit on capital are deductions suffered by wages. In actual fact, however, wages are a deduction. 241. Which land and capital allow to go to the worker, a concession from the product of labor to the workers, to labor. When society is in a state of decline, the worker suffers most severely. The specific severity of his burden he owes to his position as a worker, but the burden as such to the position of society. But when society is in a state of progress, the ruin and impoverishment of the worker is the product of his labor and of the wealth produced by him. The misery results, therefore, from the essence of present-day labor itself. Society in a state of maximum wealth, an ideal, but one which is approximately attained, and which at least is the aim of political economy as of civil society, means for the worker's static misery. It goes without saying that the proletarian, i.e., the man who, being without capital and rent, lives purely by labor, and by a one-sided, abstract labor, is considered by political economy only as a worker. Political economy can therefore advance the proposition that the proletarian, the same as any horse, must get as much as will enable him to work. It does not consider him when he is not working, as a human being, but leaves such consideration to criminal law, to doctors, to religion, to the statistical tables, to politics, and to the poorhouse overseer. Let us now rise above the level of political economy and try to answer two questions on the basis of the above exposition, which has been presented almost in the words of the political economists. 1. What in the evolution of mankind is the meaning of this reduction of the greater part of mankind to abstract labor? 2. What are the mistakes committed by the piecemeal reformers, who either want to raise wages and in this way to improve the situation of the working class, or regard equality of wages, as Proudhon does, as the goal of social revolution? In political economy, labor occurs only in the form of activity as a source of livelihood. 11.8. It can be asserted that those occupations which presuppose specific talents or longer training have become on the whole more lucrative, whilst the proportionate reward for mechanically monotonous activity in which one person can be trained as easily and quickly as another has fallen with growing competition, and was inevitably bound to fall. And it is just t-fit sort of work which in the present state of the organization of labor is still by far the commonest. If therefore a worker in the first category now earns 7 times as much as he did, say, 50 years ago, whilst the earnings of another in the second category have remained unchanged, then of course both are earning on the average 4 times as much. But if the first category comprises only 1,000 workers in a particular country, and the second 1,000,000, then 999,000 are no better off than 50 years ago, and they are worse off if at the same time the prices of the necessaries of life have risen. With such superficial calculations of averages, people try to deceive themselves about the most numerous class of the population. Moreover, the size of the wage is only one factor in the estimation of the worker's income, because it is essential for the measurement of the latter to take into account the certainty of its duration, which is obviously out of the question in the anarchy of so-called free competition, with its ever-recurring fluctuations and periods of stagnation. Finally, the hours of work customary formerly and now have to be considered. And for the English cotton workers these have been increased, as a result of the entrepreneur's mania for profit, 9,1 to between 12 and 16 hours a day during the past 25 years or so, that is to say, precisely during the period of the introduction of labor-saving machines, and this increase in one country and in one branch of industry inevitably asserted itself elsewhere to a greater or lesser degree, for the right of the unlimited exploitation of the poor by the rich is still universally recognized. Wilhelm Schultz, Die Bewegung der Produktion, p. 65. But even if it were as true as it is false that the average income of every class of society has increased, the income differences and relative income distances may nevertheless have become greater, and the contrasts between wealth and poverty accordingly stand out more sharply. For just because total production rises and in the same measure as it rises needs, desires and claims also multiply, and thus relative poverty can increase whilst absolute poverty diminishes. The Samoyed living on fish oil and rancid fish is not poor because in his secluded society all have the same needs. But in a state that is forging ahead, which in the course of a decade, say, increased by a third its total production in proportion to the population, the worker who is getting as much at the end of 10 years as at the beginning has not remained as well off, but has become poorer by a third. OPCIT, pages 65-66. But political economy knows the worker only as a working animal, as a beast reduced to the strictest bodily needs. To develop in greater spiritual freedom, a people must break their bondage to their bodily needs. They must cease to be the slaves of the body. They must, above all, have time at their disposal for spiritual creative activity and spiritual enjoyment. The developments in the labor organism gain this time. Indeed, with new motive forces and improved machinery, a single worker in the cotton mills now often performs the work formerly requiring 100, or even 250 to 350 workers. Similar results can be observed in all branches of production, because external natural forces are being compelled to participate 1 to an ever greater degree in human labor. If the satisfaction of a given amount of material needs formerly required a certain expenditure of time and human effort which has later been reduced by half, then without any loss of material comfort the scope for spiritual activity and enjoyment has been simultaneously extended by as much. But again the way in which the booty, that we win from old Cronus himself in his most private domain, is shared out is still decided by the dice throw of blind, unjust chance. In France it has been calculated that at the present stage in the development of production an average working period of 5 hours a day by every person capable of work could suffice for the satisfaction of all the material interests of society. Notwithstanding the time saved by the perfecting of machinery, the duration of the slave labor performed by a large population in the factories has only increased. Schultz, OPCIT, pages 67, 68. 243. The transition from compound manual labor rests on a breakdown of the latter into its simple operations. At first, however, only some of the uniformly recurring operations will devolve on machines, while some will devolve on men. From the nature of things, and from confirmatory experience, it is clear that unendingly monotonous activity of this kind is as harmful to the mind as to the body. Thus this combination of machinery with mere division of labor among a greater number of hands must inevitably show all the disadvantages of the latter. These disadvantages appear, among other things, in the greater mortality of factory 11,1 workers. Consideration has not been given to this big distinction as to how far men work through machines or how far as machines. OPCIT, p. 69. In the future life of the peoples, however, the inanimate forces of nature working in machines will be our slaves and serfs. OPCIT, p. 74. The English spinning mills employ 196,818 women and only 158,818 men. For every 100 male workers in the cotton mills of Lancashire there are 103 female workers, and in Scotland as many as 209. In the English flax mills of Leeds, for every 100 male workers there were found to be 147 female workers. In Drudena and on the east coast of Scotland as many as 280. In the English silk mills, many female workers, male workers predominate in the woolen mills where the work requires greater physical strength. In 1833, no fewer than 38,927 women were employed alongside 18,593 men in the North American cotton mills. As a result of the changes in the labor organism, a wider sphere of gainful employment has thus fallen to the share of the female sex. Women now occupying an economically more independent position, the two sexes are drawn closer together in their social conditions. OPCIT, pages 71-72. Working in the English steam and water-driven spinning mills in 1835 were 20,558 children between the ages of 8 and 12, 35,867 between the ages of 12 and 13, and, lastly, 108,208 children between the ages of 13 and 18. Admittedly, further advances in mechanization, by more and more removing all monotonous work from human hands, are operating in the direction of a gradual 12,1 elimination of this evil. But standing in the way of these more rapid advances is the very circumstance that the capitalists can, in the easiest and cheapest fashion, appropriate the energies of the lower classes down to the children, to be used instead of mechanical devices. OPCIT, pages 70-71. Lord Brougham's call to the workers become capitalists. This is the evil that millions are able to earn a bare subsistence for themselves only by strenuous labor which shatters the body and cripples them morally and intellectually, that they are even obliged to consider the misfortune of finding such work a piece of good fortune. OPCIT, p. 60. In order to live, then, the non-owners are obliged to place themselves, directly or indirectly, at the service of the owners to put themselves, that is to say, into a position of dependence upon them. Pecker, Théorie Nouvelle d'Économie SOC, etc., p. 409. Servants pay, workers' wages, employees' salary or emoluments. 0. LOCCIT, pages 409, 410. To hire out one's labor, to lend one's labor at interest, to work in another's place. D. This is probably a misspelling of Dundee et B pour vivre dans, les non-propriétaires sont obligés de se mettre directement au indirectement au service de propriétaires, c-a.d. Sous leur dépendance. Ed. C. Domestics gages, ouvriers salariés, employees traitement au emoluments. Ed de leur son travail, prêter son travail à l'intérêt, travailler à la place. 244 Karl Marx. To hire out the materials of labor, to lend the materials of labor at interest, to make others work in one's place. Asterisk, OPCIT, p. 411. 11x1 11,11 Such an economic order condemns men to occupations so mean, to a degradation so devastating and bitter, that by comparison savagery seems like a kingly condition. B. OPCIT, pages 417, 418. Prostitution of the non-owning class in all its forms. 0. OPCIT, p. 421f. Ragman. Charles Loudon, in the book Solution du problème de la population, etc., Paris, 1842, 61 declares the number of prostitutes in England to be between 60 and 70,000. The number of women of doubtful virtue is said to be equally large, p. 228. The average life of these unfortunate creatures on the streets, after they have embarked on their career of vice, is about 6 or 7 years. To maintain the number of 60 to 70,000 prostitutes, there must be in the three kingdoms at least 8 to 9,000 women who commit themselves to this abject profession each year, or about 24 new victims each day, an average of 1 per hour, and it follows that if the same proportion holds good over the whole surface of the globe, there must constantly be in existence 1.5 million unfortunate women of this kind. D. OPCIT, p. 229. The numbers of the poverty-stricken grow with their poverty, and at the extreme limit of destitution human beings are crowded together in the greatest numbers, contending with each other for the right to suffer. In 1821 the population of Ireland was 6,801,827. In 1831 it had risen to 7,764,010, an increase of 14% in 10 years. In Leinster, the wealthiest province, the population increased by only 8%, whilst in Connaught, the most poverty-stricken province, the increase reached 21%. Extract from the inquiries published in England on Ireland, Vienna, 1840, E. Buret, de la Mesure, etc., t. I. pages 36, 37. Political economy considers labor in the abstract as a thing. Labor is a commodity. If the price is high, then the commodity is. Allure la matière du travail, prêter la matière du travail à l'intérêt, faire. Travailler autrui à sa place. Ed. Cette constitution économique condamne les hommes à de métiers tellement abjects, à une dégradation tellement désolante et amère, que la sauvagerie apparaît, en comparaison, comme une royale condition. Ed. See la prostitution de la chair non propriétaire sous toutes les formes. Ed. La moyenne vie de ces infortunés creatures sur l'épave, après qu'elles sont entrées dans la carrière du vice, est d'environ 6 ou 7 ans. De manière que pour maintenir le nombre de 60 à 70,000 prostituées, il doit y avoir, dans les three royaumes, au moins 8 à 9,000 femmes qui s'évouent à cet infâme métier chaque année, ou environ 24 nouvelles victimes par jour, ce qui est la moyenne d'une par, et consequemment, si la même proportion à sur toute la surface du globe, il doit y avoir constamment 1,5 million de ces malheureuses. Ed. Et la population de misérables croît avec leur mesure, et c'est à la limite extrême. Du dénouement que les êtres humains se présentent en plus grand nombre pour se disputer le droit de souffrir. En 1821, la population de l'Irlande était de 680,1827. En 1831, LS était élevé à 776,4010, say 14p. Percent d'augmentation en dix ans. Dans le Leinster, province Ouilyale plus d'Isance, la population en a augmenté de 8p. Percent, tandis que, dans le Connaught, province la plus miserable, l'augmentation est élevée à 21p. Percent. Extraits d'inquiétudes publiés en Angleterre sur l'Irlande, Vienne, 1840. Ed. 245. In great demand, if the price is low, then the commodity is in great supply, the price of labor as a commodity must fall lower and lower. Buret, OPCIT, p. 43. This is made inevitable partly by the competition between capitalist and worker, partly by the competition amongst the workers. The working population, the seller of labor, is necessarily reduced to accepting the most meager part of the product. Is the theory of labor as a commodity anything other than a theory of disguised bondage? 3. OPCIT, p. 43. Why then has nothing but an exchange value been seen in labor? OPCIT, p. 44. The large workshops prefer to buy the labor of women and children, because this costs less than that of men. OPCIT. The worker is not at all in the position of a free seller vis-a-vis the one who employs him. The capitalist is always free to employ labor, and the worker is always forced to sell it. The value of labor is completely destroyed if it is not sold every instant. Labor can neither be accumulated nor even be saved, unlike true commodities. Ixov, 11 Labor is life, and if life is not each day exchanged for food, it suffers and soon perishes. To claim that human life is a commodity, one must, therefore, admit slavery. 0. OPCIT, pages 49, 50. If then labor is a commodity, it is a commodity with the most unfortunate attributes. But even by the principles of political economy it is no commodity, for it is not the free result of a free transaction. OPCIT, p. 50. The present economic regime simultaneously lowers the price and the remuneration of labor, it perfects the worker and degrades the man. D. OPCIT, pages 52-53. Industry has become a war, and commerce a gamble. OPCIT, p. 62. The cotton working machines F, in England, alone represent 84 million manual workers, OPCIT, p. 193, note. Up to the present, industry has been in a state of war, a war of conquest. A. La population ouvrière, marquant de travail, est forcément réduite à la plus faible part du produit, la théorie du travail marchandise est l'autre chose qu'une théorie de servitude déguisée. Ed. Pourquoi don en avoir vu dans le travail qu'une valeur d'échange? Ed. Si le travailleur en est point vis-à-vis de celui qui l'employé dans l'opposition. D'un libre vendeur, le capitaliste est toujours libre d'employer le travail, et l'ouvrier est toujours forcé de le vendre. La valeur du travail est complètement détruite, s'il n'est pas vendu à chaque instant. Le travail est susceptible en d'accumulation, en même d'épargne, à la différence de véritables marchandises. Le travail c'est la vie, et la vie ne s'échange pas chaque jour contre des aliments, elle souffre et perd bientôt. Pour que la vie de l'homme soit un marchandise, il faut don admettre l'esclavage. Ed. Obéisse à la foi et le prix et la rémunération du travail, il perfection l'ouvrier. It has squandered the lives of the men who made up its army with the same indifference as the great conquerors. Its aim was the possession of wealth, not the happiness of men. A. Buret, OPCIT, p. 20. These interests, that is, economic interests, freely left to themselves, must necessarily come into conflict. They have no other arbiter but war, and the decisions of war assign defeat and death to some, in order to give victory to the others. It is in the conflict of opposed forces that science seeks order and equilibrium. Perpetual war, according to it, is the sole means of obtaining peace. That war is called competition. OPCIT, p. 23. The industrial war, to be conducted with success, demands large armies which it can amass on one spot and profusely decimate. And it is neither from devotion nor from duty that the soldiers of this army bear the exertions imposed on them, but only to escape the hard necessity of hunger. They feel neither attachment nor gratitude towards their bosses, nor are these bound to their subordinates by any feeling of benevolence. They do not know them as men, but only as instruments of production which have to yield as much as possible with as little cost as possible. These populations of workers, ever more crowded together, have not even the assurance of always being employed. Industry, which has called them together, only lets them live while it needs them, and as soon as it can get rid of them it abandons them without the slightest scruple, and the workers are compelled to offer their persons and their powers for whatever price they can get. The longer, more painful and more disgusting the work they are given, the less they are paid. There are those who, with 16 hours work a day and unremitting exertion, scarcely buy the right not to die. OPCIT, pages 68-69. IIXV.LL. We are convinced, as are the commissioners charged with the inquiry into the condition of the handloom weavers, that the large industrial towns would in a short time lose their population of workers if they were not all the time receiving from the neighboring rural areas constant recruitments of healthy men, a constant flow of fresh blood. See OPCIT, p. 362. IXVLL. Profit of capital. 1. Capital I. 2. What is the basis of capital, that is, of private property in the products of other men's labor? La prodiglavi de hommes qui composent une son armée avec autant d'indifference que les grands concurrents. Son but était la possession de la richesse, et non le bonheur de hommes. Ed. Ces intérêts, se économiques, librement abandonnés à eux mêmes, doivent nécessairement entrer en conflit, ilsnont d'autres arbitres que la guerre, et les décisions de la guerre donnant auxiliary uns la défaite et la mort, pour donner auxiliary autres la victoire. C'est dans le conflit de forces opposées que la science cherche l'ordre et l'équilibre, la guerre perpétuelle est selon le seul moyen d'obtenir la paix, cette guerre s'appelle la concurrence. Ed. Si nous avons la conviction, partage par les commissaires charges de l'enquête sur la condition de tisserands à la main, que les grandes villes industrielles perdraient, en peu de temps, leur population de travailleurs, sils n'y recevaient, à chaque instant de campagnes voisines, de recrues continuelles de hommes sains, de sang nouveau. Ed. 247. Even if capital itself does not merely amount to theft or fraud, it still requires the cooperation of legislation to sanify inheritance. Say, Trait d'économie politique t. I. p. 136, note 62. How does one become a proprietor of productive stock? How does one become owner of the products created by means of this stock? By virtue of positive law. Say, T2, p. 4. What does one acquire with capital, with the inheritance of a large fortune, for instance? The person who either acquires, or succeeds to a great fortune, does not necessarily acquire or succeed to any political power. The power which that possession immediately and directly conveys to him, is the power of purchasing, a certain command over all the labor, or over all the produce of labor, which is then in the market. Wealth of Nations, by Adam Smith, Volume I, pages 26-27. Gamier, T. I. p. 61. Sixs. Capital is thus the governing power over labor and its products. The capitalist possesses this power, not on account of his personal or human qualities, but inasmuch as he is an owner of capital. His power is the purchasing power of his capital, which nothing can withstand. Later we shall see first how the capitalist, by means of capital, exercises his governing power over labor, then, however, we shall see the governing power of capital over the capitalist himself. What is capital? A certain quantity of labor stocked and stored up to be employed. Adam Smith, OPCIT, Volume I, p. 295 Gamier, T2, p. 312. Capital is stored up labor. 2. Funds, or stock. 3 is any accumulation of products of the soil or of manufacture. Stock is called capital only when it yields to its owner a revenue or profit. Adam Smith, OPCIT, p. 243 Gamier, T2, p. 191. 2. The profit of capital. The profit or gain of capital is altogether different from the wages of labor. This difference is manifested in two ways. In the first place, the profits of capital are regulated altogether by the value of the capital employed, although the labor of inspection and direction associated with different capitals may be the same. Moreover, in large works the whole of this labor is committed to some principal clerk, whose salary bears no regular proportion to the 2,2j capital of which he oversees the management. And although the labor of the proprietor is here reduced almost to nothing, he still demands profits in proportion to his capital. Adam Smith, OPCIT, Volume I, p. 43 Gamier, T. I, pages 97 to 99. 64. 248 Karl Marx. Why does the capitalist demand this proportion between profit and capital? He would have no interest in employing the workers, unless he expected from the sale of their work something more than is necessary to replace the stock advanced by him as wages, and he would have no interest to employ a great stock rather than a small one, unless his profits were to bear some proportion to the extent of his stock. Adam Smith, OPCIT, Volume I, p. 42 Gamier, T. I, pages 96 to 97. The capitalist thus makes a profit, first, on the wages, and secondly on the raw materials advanced by him. What proportion, then, does profit bear to capital? If it is already difficult to determine the usual average level of wages at a particular place and at a particular time, it is even more difficult to determine the profit on capitals. A change in the price of the commodities in which the capitalist deals, the good or bad fortune of his rivals and customers, 1,000 other accidents to which commodities are exposed both in transit and in the warehouses, all produce a daily, almost hourly variation in profit. Adam Smith, OPCIT, Volume I, pages 78 to 79 Garney, T. I, pages 179 to 180. But though it is impossible to determine with precision what are the profits on capitals, some notion may be formed of them from the interest of money. Wherever a great deal can be made by the use of money, a great deal will be given for the use of it; wherever little can be made by it, little will be given. Adam Smith, OPCIT, Volume I, p. 79 Garney, T. I, p. 181. The proportion which the usual market rate of interest ought to bear to the rate of clear profit, necessarily varies as profit rises or falls. Double interest is in Great Britain reckoned what the merchants call a good, moderate, reasonable profit, terms which mean no more than a common and usual profit. Adam Smith, OPCIT, Volume I, p. 87 Garney T. I, p. 198. What is the lowest rate of profit? And what the highest? The lowest rate of ordinary profit on capital must always be something more than what is sufficient to compensate the occasional losses to which every employment of stock is exposed. It is this surplus only which is neat or clear profit. The same holds for the lowest rate of interest. Adam Smith, OPCIT, Volume I, p. 86 Garney, T. I, p. 196. 3,2 The highest rate to which ordinary profits can rise is that which in the price of the greater part of commodities eats up the whole of the rent of the land, and reduces the wages of labor contained in the commodity supply to the lowest rate, the bare subsistence of the laborer during his work. The worker must always be fed in some way or other while he is required to work. Rent can disappear entirely. For example, the servants of the East India Company in Bengal. Adam Smith, OPCIT, Volume I, pages 86 to 87. Garney, T. I, pages 197 to 98. Besides all the advantages of limited competition which the capitalist may exploit in this case, he can keep the market price above the natural price by quite decorous means. For one thing, by keeping secrets in trade if the market is at a great distance from those who supply it, that is, by concealing a price change, its rise above the natural. 249. Level. This concealment has the effect that other capitalists do not follow him in investing their capital in this branch of industry or trade. Then again, by keeping secrets in manufacture, which enable the capitalist to reduce the costs of production and supply his commodity at the same or even at lower prices than his competitors while obtaining a higher profit. Deceiving by keeping secrets is not immoral. Dealings on the stock exchange. Furthermore, where production is restricted to a particular locality, as in the case of a rare wine, and where the effective demand can never be satisfied. Finally, through monopolies exercised by individuals or companies. Monopoly price is the highest possible. Adam Smith, OPCIT, Volume I, pages 53 to 54. Gamier, T. I, pages 120 to 24. Other fortuitous causes which can raise the profit on capital, the acquisition of new territories, or of new branches of trade, often increases the profit on capital even in a wealthy country, because they withdraw some capital from the old branches of trade, reduce competition, and cause the market to be supplied with fewer commodities, the prices of which then rise. Those who deal in these commodities can then afford to borrow at a higher rate of interest. Adam Smith, OPCIT, Volume I, p. 83. Gamier, T. I, p. 190. The more a commodity comes to be manufactured, the more it becomes an object of manufacture, the greater becomes that part of the price which resolves itself into wages and profit in proportion to that which resolves itself into rent. In the progress of the manufacture of a commodity, not only the number of profits increases, but every subsequent profit is greater than the foregoing, because the capital from which 4,2 it is derived must always be greater. The capital which employs the weavers, for example, must always be greater than that which employs the spinners, because it not only replaces that capital with its profits, but pays, besides, the wages of weavers, and the profits must always bear some proportion to the capital. OPCIT, Volume I, p. 45. Gamier, T. I, pages 102-03. Thus the advance made by human labor in converting the product of nature into the manufactured product of nature increases, not the wages of labor, but in part the number of profitable capital investments, and in part the size of every subsequent capital in comparison with the foregoing. More about the advantages which the capitalist derives from the division of labor, later. He profits doubly: first, by the division of labor, and secondly, in general, by the advance which human labor makes on the natural product. The greater the human share in a commodity, the greater the profit of dead capital. In one and the same society the average rates of profit on capital are much more nearly on the same level than the wages of the different sorts of labor. OPCIT, Volume I, p. 100. Gamier, T. I, p. 228. In the different employments of capital, the ordinary rate of profit varies with the certainty or uncertainty of the returns. The ordinary profit of stock, though it rises with the risk, does not always seem to rise in proportion to it. OPCIT, Volume I, pages 99 to 100. Gamier, T. I, pages 226 to 27. It goes without saying that profits also rise if the means of circulation become less expensive or easier available, example paper money. 250 Karl Marx. 3. The rule of capital over labor and the motives of the capitalist. The consideration of his own private profit is the sole motive which determines the owner of any capital to employ it either in agriculture, in manufactures, or in some particular branch of the wholesale or retail trade. The different quantities of productive labor which it may put into motion, v2, and the different values which it may add to the annual produce of the land and labor of his country, according as it is employed in one or other of those different ways, never enter into his thoughts. Adam Smith, OPCIT, Volume I, p. 335 Gamier, T2, pages 400-01. The most useful employment of capital for the capitalist is that which, risks being equal, yields him the greatest profit. This employment is not always the most useful for society. The most useful employment is that which utilizes the productive powers of nature. Say, T2, pages 130-31. The plans and speculations of the employers of capitals regulate and direct all the most important operations of labor, and profit is the end proposed by all those plans and projects. But the rate of profit does not, like rent and wages, rise with the prosperity and fall with the decline of the society. On the contrary, it is naturally low in rich and high in poor countries, and it is always highest in the countries which are going fastest to ruin. The interest of this class, therefore, has not the same connection with the general interest of the society as that of the other two. The particular interest of the dealers in any particular branch of trade or manufactures is always in some respects different from, and frequently even in sharp opposition to, that of the public. To widen the market and to narrow the seller's competition is always the interest of the dealer. This is a class of people whose interest is never exactly the same as that of society, a class of people who have generally an interest to deceive and to oppress the public. Adam Smith, OPCIT, Volume I, pages 231-32 Gamier, T. 2, pages 163-65. 4. The accumulation of capitals and the competition among the capitalists. The increase of stock, which raises wages, tends to lower the capitalist's profit, because of the competition amongst the capitalists. Adam Smith, OPCIT, Volume I, p. 78 Gamier, T. I, p. 179. If, for example, the capital which is necessary for the grocery trade of a particular town is divided between two different grocers, their competition will tend to make both of them sell cheaper than if it were in the hands of one only, and if it were divided among 20, 6,2 their competition would be just so much the greater, and the chance of their combining together, in order to raise the price, just so much the less. Adam Smith, OPCIT, Volume I, p. 322 Gamier, T2, pages 372-73. Since we already know that monopoly prices are as high as possible, since the interest of the capitalists, even from the point of view commonly held by political economists, stands in hostile opposition to society, and since a rise of profit operates like compound interest on the price of the commodity, Adam Smith, OPCIT, Volume I, pages 87-88 Gamier, T. I, pages 199-201, it follows that the sole defense against the capitalists is competition, which according to the evidence of political economy acts beneficently by 251. Both raising wages and lowering the prices of commodities to the advantage of the consuming public. But competition is only possible if capital multiplies, and is held in many hands. The formation of many capital investments is only possible as a result of multilateral accumulation, since capital comes into being only by accumulation, and multilateral accumulation necessarily turns into unilateral accumulation. Competition among capitalists increases the accumulation of capital. Accumulation, where private property prevails, is the concentration of capital in the hands of a few, It is in general an inevitable consequence if capital is left to follow its natural course, and it is precisely through competition that the way is cleared for this natural disposition of capital. We have been told that the profit on capital is in proportion to the size of the capital. A large capital therefore accumulates more quickly than a small capital in proportion to its size, even if we disregard for the time being deliberate competition. TVIE or IEN, 265. Accordingly, the accumulation of large capital proceeds much more rapidly than that of smaller capital, quite irrespective of competition. But let us follow this process further. With the increase of capital, the profit on capital diminishes, because of competition. The first to suffer, therefore, is the small capitalist. The increase of capitals and a large number of capital investments presuppose, further, 3. A condition of advancing wealth in the country. In a country which had acquired its full complement of riches, the ordinary rate of clear profit would be very small, so the usual market rate of interest which could be afforded out of it would be so low as to render it impossible for any but the very wealthiest people to live upon the interest of their money. All people of middling fortunes would be obliged to superintend themselves the employment of their own stocks. It would be necessary that almost every man should be a man of business, or engage in some sort of trade. Adam Smith, OPCIT, Volume I, p. 86 Garney, T. I, pages 196 to 97. B. This is the situation most dear to the heart of political economy. The proportion between capital and revenue, therefore, seems everywhere to regulate the proportion between industry and idleness. Wherever capital predominates, industry prevails; wherever revenue, idleness. Adam Smith, OPCIT, Volume I, p. 301 Gamier, T2, p. 325. What about the employment of capital, then, in this condition of increased competition? A further is not clearly decipherable in the manuscript ed. After this paragraph Marx crossed out the sentence, the less capitals are loaned at interest and the more they are thrown into manufacturing business or commerce, the stronger grows the competition between the capitalists. Ed. 252 Karl Marx. As stock increases, the quantity of stock to be lent at interest grows gradually greater and greater. As the quantity of stock to be lent at interest increases, the interest diminishes. Because the market price of things commonly diminishes as their quantity increases. And, 2, because with the increase of capitals in any country, it becomes gradually more and more difficult to find within the country a profitable method of employing any new capital. There arises in consequence a competition between different capitals, the owner of one endeavoring to get possession of that employment which is occupied by another. But upon most occasions he can hope to jostle that other out of this employment by no other means but by dealing upon more reasonable terms. He must not only sell what he deals in somewhat cheaper, but in order to get it to sell, he must sometimes, too, buy it dearer. The demand for productive labor, by the increase of the funds which are destined for maintaining it, grows every day greater and greater. Laborers easily find employment, 9.2j, but the owners of capitals find it difficult to get laborers to employ. Their competition raises the wages of labor and sinks the profits of stock. Adam Smith, OPCIT, Volume I, p. 316 Gamier, T2, pages 358 to 59. Thus the small capitalist has the choice, 1, either to consume his capital, since he can no longer live on the interest and thus cease to be a capitalist, or, 2, to set up a business himself, sell his commodity cheaper, buy dearer than the wealthier capitalist, and pay higher wages, thus ruining himself, the market price being already very low as a result of the intense competition presupposed. If, however, the big capitalist wants to squeeze out the smaller capitalist, he has all the advantages over him which the capitalist has as a capitalist over the worker. The larger size of his capital compensates him for the smaller profits, and he can even bear temporary losses until the smaller capitalist is ruined and he finds himself freed from this competition. In this way, he accumulates the small capitalist's profits. Furthermore, the big capitalist always buys cheaper than the small one, because he buys bigger quantities. He can therefore well afford to sell cheaper. But if a fall in the rate of interest turns the middle capitalists from rentiers into businessmen, the increase in business capital and the resulting smaller profit produce conversely a fall in the rate of interest. When the profits which can be made by the use of a capital are diminished, the price which can be paid for the use of it must necessarily be diminished with them. Adam Smith, LOCCIT, Volume I, p. 316 Gamier, T2, p. 359. As riches, improvement, and population have increased, interest has declined, and consequently the profits of capitalists. After these profits are diminished, stock may not only continue to increase, but to increase much faster than before. A great stock, though with small profits, generally increases faster than a small stock with great profits. Money, says the proverb, makes money. OPCIT, Volume IP 83 Gamier, T. I, p. 189. When, therefore, this large capital is opposed by small capitals. 253. With small profits, as it is under the presupposed condition of intense competition, it crushes them completely. The necessary result of this competition is a general deterioration of commodities, adulteration, fake production, and universal poisoning, evident in large towns. An important circumstance in the competition of large and small capital is, furthermore, the relation between fixed capital and circulating capital. Circulating capital is a capital which is employed in raising provisions, manufacturing or purchasing goods, and selling them again. The capital employed in this manner yields no revenue or profit to its employer, while it either remains in his possession, or continues in the same shape. His capital is continually going from him in one shape, and returning to him in another, and it is only by means of such circulation, or successive exchanges and transformations that it can yield him any profit. Fixed capital consists of capital invested in the improvement of land, in the purchase of useful machines and instruments of trade, or in such like things. Adam Smith, OPCIT, Volume I pages 243 to 44 Gamier, T. 2, pages 197 to 98. Every saving in the expense of supporting the fixed capital is an improvement of the net revenue of the society. The whole capital of the undertaker of every work is necessarily divided between his fixed and his circulating capital. While his whole capital remains the same, the smaller the one part, the greater must necessarily be the other. It is the circulating capital which furnishes the materials and wages of labor, and puts industry into motion. Every saving, therefore, in the expense of maintaining the fixed capital, which does not diminish the productive powers of labor, must increase the fund which puts industry into motion. Adam Smith, OPCIT, Volume I, p. 257 Gamier, T2, p. 226. It is clear from the outset that the relation of fixed capital and circulating capital is much more favorable to the big capitalist than to the smaller capitalist. The extra fixed capital required by a very big banker as against a very small one is insignificant. Their fixed capital amounts to nothing more than the office. The equipment of the bigger landowner does not increase in proportion to the size of his estate. Similarly, the credit which a big capitalist enjoys compared with a smaller one means for him all the greater saving in fixed capital, that is, in the amount of ready money he must always have at hand. Finally, it is obvious that where industrial labor has reached a high level, and where therefore almost all manual labor has become factory labor, the entire capital of a small capitalist does not suffice to provide him even with the necessary fixed capital. Q'incite que les travaux de la grande culture en occupent habituellement un petit nombre de bras. B. It is generally true that the accumulation of large capital is also. Marx uses the French terms capital fixe and capital circulant ed. As is well known, Large-scale cultivation usually provides employment only for a small number of hands. Ed. 254 Karl Marx. Accompanied by a proportional concentration and simplification of fixed capital, as compared to the smaller capitalists. The big capitalist introduces for himself some kind too of organization of the instruments of labor. Similarly, in the sphere of industry, every manufactory and mill is already a comprehensive combination of a large material fortune with numerous and varied intellectual capacities and technical skills serving the common purpose of production. Where legislation preserves landed property in large units, the surplus of a growing population flocks into trades, and it is therefore as in Great Britain in the field of industry, principally, that proletarians aggregate in great numbers. Where, however, the law permits the continuous division of the land, the number of small, debt-encumbered proprietors increases, as in France, and the continuing process of fragmentation throws them into the class of the needy and the discontented. When eventually this fragmentation and indebtedness reaches a higher degree still, big landed property once more swallows up small property, just as large-scale industry destroys small industry. And as larger estates are formed again, large numbers of propertyless workers not required for the cultivation of the soil are again driven into industry. Schultz, Bewegung der Produktion, pages 58, 59. Commodities of the same kind change in character as a result of changes in the method of production, and especially as a result of the use of machinery. Only by the exclusion of human power has it become possible to spin from a pound of cotton worth 3 shillings and 8 pence 350 hanks of a total length of 167 English miles, i.e., 36 German miles, and of a commercial value of 25 guineas. OPCIT, p. 62. On the average, the prices of cotton goods have decreased in England during the past 45 years by 11/12ths, and according to Marshall's calculations the same amount of manufactured goods for which 16 shillings was still paid in 1814 is now supplied at 1 shilling and 10 pence. The greater cheapness of industrial products expands both consumption at home and the market abroad, and because of this the number of workers in cotton has not only not fallen in Great Britain after the introduction of machines but has risen from 40,000 to 1.5 million. 12. 2. As to the earnings of industrial entrepreneurs and workers, the growing competition between the factory owners has resulted in their profits necessarily falling relative to the amount of products supplied by them. In the years 1820 to 33 the Manchester manufacturers' gross profit on a piece of calico fell from 4 shillings 1/j pence to 1 shilling 9 pence. But to make up for this loss, the volume of manufacture has been correspondingly increased. The consequence of this is that separate branches of industry experience overproduction to some extent, that frequent bankruptcies occur causing property to fluctuate and vacillate unstably within the class of capitalists and masters of labor, thus throwing into the proletariat some of those who have been ruined economically, and that, frequently and suddenly, close downs or cuts in employment become necessary, the painful effects of which are always bitterly felt by the class of wage laborers. OPCIT, p. 63. To hire out one's labor is to begin one's enslavement. To hire out the materials of labor is to establish one's freedom. Labor is man, the materials, on the other hand, contain nothing human. A. Pecker, Theorie sociale, etc., pages 411-12. Allure son travail, c'est commencer son esclavage, l'heure la métier du travail. C'est constituer sa liberté. Le travail est l'homme, la métier au contraire en est rendre l'homme. Ed. 255. The material element, which is quite incapable of creating wealth without the other element, labor, acquires the magical virtue of being fertile for them who own this material element as if by their own action they had placed there this indispensable element. Asterisk. OPCIT. Supposing that the daily labor of a worker brings him on the average 400 francs a year and that this sum suffices for every adult to live some sort of crude life, then any proprietor receiving 2,000 francs in interest or rent, from a farm, a house, etc., compels indirectly 5 men to work for him. An income of 100,000 francs represents the labor of 250 men, and that of 1 million francs the labor of 2,500 individuals, hence, 300 million Louis Philippe therefore the labor of 750,000 workers. OPCIT, pages 412-13. The human law has given owners the right to use and to abuse, that is to say, the right to do what they will with the materials of labor. They are in no way obliged by law to provide work for the propertyless when required and at all times, or to pay them always an adequate wage, etc. See LOCCIT, p. 413. Complete freedom concerning the nature, the quantity, the quality, and the expediency of production, concerning the use and the disposal of wealth, and full command over the materials of all labor. Everyone is free to exchange what belongs to him as he thinks fit, without considering anything other than his own interest as an individual one. OPCIT, p. 413. Competition is merely the expression of the freedom to exchange, which itself is the immediate and logical consequence of the individual's right to use and abuse all the instruments of production. The right to use and abuse, freedom of exchange, and arbitrary competition, these 3 economic moments, which form one unit, entail the following consequences: each produces what he wishes, as he wishes, when he wishes, where he wishes, produces well or produces badly, produces too much or not enough, too soon or too late, at too high a price or too low a price. None knows whether he will sell, to whom he will sell, how he will sell, when he will sell, where he will sell. And it is the same with regard to purchases. Ixth, 2l The producer is ignorant of needs and resources, of demand and supply. He sells when he wishes, when he can, where he wishes, to whom he wishes, at the price he wishes. And he buys in the same way. In all this he is ever the plaything of chance, the slave of the law of the strongest, of the least harassed, of the richest. Whilst at one place there is scarcity, at another there is glut and waste. Whilst one producer sells a lot or at a very high price, and at an enormous element médière, qui n'est put rien pour la création de la richesse sans l'autre element travail, recueille la vertu magique d'être fécond pour yeux comme s'ilsy avaient mis de leur propre fate cet indispensable élément. Ed. Bien supposant que le travail quotidien d'un ouvrier lui rapporte en moyenne 400 frpar, et que cette somme suffise à chaque adulte pour vivre d'une vie grossière, tout propriétaire de 2000 fr de rente, de fermage, de lawyer, etc., force don indirectement 5 hommes à travailler pour lui, 100,000 fr de rente représentant le travail de 250 hommes, et 1 million le travail de 2,500 individus. Ed. Si les propriétaires ont recoup de la loi de hommes le droit de user et de abuser. Cad de faire ce qu'ils voulent de la médière de tout travail, ils sont nullement obligés par la loi de fournir à propos et toujours du travail auxiliary non propriétaires, ni de leur payer un salaire toujours suffisant etc. Ed. De liberté entière quant à la nature, à la quantité, à la qualité, à l'opportunité. De la production, à l'usage, à la consommation de richesses, à la disposition de la médière de tout travail. Chacun est libre d'échanger ses choses comme il l'entend, sans autre consideration que son propre intérêt d'individu. Ed. 256 Karl Marx. Profit, the other sells nothing or sells at a loss. The supply does not know the demand, and the demand does not know the supply. You produce, trusting to a taste, a fashion, which prevails amongst the consuming public. But by the time you are ready to deliver the commodity, the whim has already passed and has settled on some other kind of product. The inevitable consequences, bankruptcies occurring constantly and universally, miscalculations, sudden ruin and unexpected fortunes, commercial crises, stoppages, periodic gluts or shortages, instability and depreciation of wages and profits, the loss or enormous waste of wealth, time and effort in the arena of fierce competition. A. OPCIT, pages 414-16. Ricardo in his book, Rent of Land. Nations are merely production shops, man is a machine for consuming and producing, human life is a kind of capital, economic laws blindly rule the world. For Ricardo, men are nothing, the product everything. In the 26th chapter of the French translation it says, to an individual with a capital of £20,000 whose profits were £2,000 per annum, it would be a matter quite indifferent whether his capital would employ 100 or 1,000 men. Is not the real interest of the nation similar? Provided its net real income, its rent, and profits be the same, it is of no importance whether the nation consists of 10 or 12 millions of inhabitants. 1t. 2. A la concurrence nx prime pas autre chose que l'échange facultatif, qu'il oui. Même est la conséquence prochaine et logique du droit individual de user et d'abuser de instruments de toute production. Ces trois moments économiques, lesquels en font un, le droit de user et d'abuser, la liberté d'échanges et la concurrence arbitraire, entraînant les conséquences suivantes, chacun produit ce qu'il veut, comme il veut, quand il veut, où il veut, produit bien ou produit mal, trop ou pas assez, trop tôt ou trop tard, trop cher ou à trop bas prix, chacun ignore s'il vendra, à qui il vendra, comment il vendra, quand il vendra, où il vendra, etilns de même quant auxiliary accots. Le producteur ignore les besoins et les ressources, les demandes et les offers. Il vend quand il veut, quand il peut, où il veut, à qui il veut, au prix où il veut. Et il acquitte de même. En tout cela, il est toujours le jouet du hasard, l'esclave de la loi du plus fort, du moins pressé, du plus riche. Tandis que sur un point il y a 17 d'une richesse, sur l'autre il y a trop plein et gaspillage. Tandis que un producteur vend beaucoup ou très cher, et à bénéfice énorme, l'autre ne vend rien ou vend à perte. L'offre ignore la demande, et la demande ignore l'offre. Vous produisez sur la FOID un goût, d'un mode qui se manifeste dans le public de consommateurs, mais déjà, lorsque vous êtes prêts à livrer la marchandise, la fantasia passée est fixe sur un autre genre de produit, consequences infaillibles la permanence et l'universalisation de banqueroutes, les mécaniques, les ruines subites et les fortunes improvisées, les crises commerciales, les commages, les encombrements ou les décès périodiques, l'instabilité et l'avilissement de salaires et de profits, la déperdition ou le gaspillage énorme de richesses, de temps et d'efforts dans l'arène d'une concurrence acharnée. Ed. On the Principles of Political Economy, and Taxation. Ed. See, these words are in English in the manuscript. Ed. Dil right tout à fait indifferent pour un personne qui sur un capital Delaware 20000. Fr. Ferrite 2000 FRPAR and de profit, que son capital employa cent homs ou mil. L'intérêt réel d'une nation n'est pas le même. Pourvu que son revenu net et réel, et que ses fermages et ses profits soient les mêmes, tu importe tu lse composed de dix ou de douze millions d'individus. Ed. Economy and Philosophic Manuscripts of 1844-257. Pages 194, 195. In fact, says M. Sismondi, Nouveaux Principes d'économie politique T2, p. 331, nothing remains to be desired but that the king, living quite alone on the island, should by continuously turning a crank cause automatons to do all the work of England. 366. The master who buys the workers' labor at such a low price that it scarcely suffices for the workers' most pressing needs is responsible neither for the inadequacy of the wage nor for the excessive duration of the labor, he himself has to submit to the law which he imposes. Poverty is not so much caused by men as by the power of things. Buret, OPCIT, p. 82. The inhabitants of many different parts of Great Britain have not capital sufficient to improve and cultivate all their lands. The wool of the southern counties of Scotland is, a great part of it, after a long land carriage through very bad roads, manufactured in Yorkshire, for want of capital to manufacture it at home. There are many little manufacturing towns in Great Britain, of which the inhabitants have not capital sufficient to transport the produce of their own industry to those distant markets where there is demand and consumption for it. If there are any merchants among them, 14,2 they are properly only the agents of wealthier merchants who reside in some of the greater commercial cities. Adam Smith, Wealth of Nations, Volume I, pages 326-27 Gamier, T. 2, p. 382. The annual produce of the land and labor of any nation can be increased in its value by no other means but by increasing either the number of its productive laborers, or the productive powers of those laborers who had before been employed. In either case an additional capital is almost always required. Adam Smith, OPCIT, Volume I, pages 306-07 Gamier, T. 2, p. 338. As the accumulation of stock must, in the nature of things, be previous to the division of labor, so labor can be more and more subdivided in proportion only as stock is previously more and more accumulated. The quantity of materials which the same number of people can work up, increases in a great proportion as labor comes to be more and more subdivided, and as the operations of each workman are gradually reduced to a greater degree of simplicity, a variety of new machines come to be invented for facilitating and abridging those operations. As the division of labor advances, therefore, in order to give constant employment to an equal number of workmen, an equal stock of provisions, and a greater stock of materials and tools than what would have been necessary in a ruder state of things, must be accumulated beforehand. But the number of workmen in every branch of business generally increases with the division of labor in that branch, or rather it is the increase of their number which enables them to class and subdivide themselves in this manner. Adam Smith, OPCIT, Volume I, pages 241-42 Gamier, T. 2, pages 193-94. As the accumulation of stock is previously necessary for carrying on this great en vérité, dit m de Sismondi, ilne rest plus tu desire kleroi, demer. Tout sol dans l'île, en tournant constamment un manovelli, face accomplir, par de automates, tout l'ouvrage de l'Angleterre. Ed. Le maître, qui acquitte le travail de l'ouvrier à un prix si bas, tu il suffit à peine auxiliary besoins les plus pressants, en est responsable ni de l'insuffisance de salaires, ni de la trop longue durée du travail, il subit lui-même la loi tu il impose, cen est patent de hommes qui vint la mesure, que de la puissance de choses. Ed. See in the manuscript, Eastern.ed. Pour augmenter la valeur du produit annuel de la terre et du travail, il n'y a pas d'autre moyens que d'augmenter, quant au nombre, les ouvriers productifs, au d'augmenter, quant à la puissance, la faculté productive d'ouvriers précédemment employés. Dans l'un et dans l'autre cas il faut presque toujours un surcroît de capital. Ed. 258 Karl Marx. Improvement in the productive powers of labor, so that accumulation naturally leads to this improvement. The person who employs his stock in maintaining labor, necessarily wishes to employ it in such a manner as to produce as great a quantity of work as possible. He endeavors, therefore, both to make among his workmen the most proper distribution of employment, and to furnish them with the best machines. His abilities in both these respects JPCV, too, are generally in proportion to the extent of his stock, or to the number of people whom it can employ. The quantity of industry, therefore, not only increases in every country with the increase of the stock which employs it, but, in consequence of that increase, the same quantity of industry produces a much greater quantity of work. Adam Smith, OPCIT, Volume I, p. 242 Gamier, T2, pages 194-95. Hence overproduction. More comprehensive combinations of productive forces, in industry and trade by uniting more numerous and more diverse human and natural powers in larger-scale enterprises. Already here and there, closer association of the chief branches of production. Thus, big manufacturers will try to acquire also large estates in order to become independent of others for at least a part of the raw materials required for their industry, or they will go into trade in conjunction with their industrial enterprises, not only to sell their own manufactures, but also to purchase other kinds of products and to sell these to their workers. In England, where a single factory owner sometimes employs 10 to 12,000 workers, it is already not uncommon to find such combinations of various branches of production controlled by one brain, such smaller states or provinces within the state. Thus, the mine owners in the Birmingham area have recently taken over the whole process of iron production, which was previously distributed among various entrepreneurs and owners. See der Bergmanisk District bei Birmingham, Deutsche Weiertelgerschrie/T No. 3, 1838. Finally, in the large joint stock enterprises which have become so numerous, we see far-reaching combinations of the financial resources of many participants with the scientific and technical knowledge and skills of others to whom the carrying out of the work is handed over. The capitalists are thereby enabled to apply their savings in more diverse ways and perhaps even to employ them simultaneously in agriculture, industry, and commerce. As a consequence, their interest becomes more comprehensive. 16,2 and the contradictions between agricultural, industrial, and commercial interests are reduced and disappear. But this increased possibility of applying capital profitably in the most diverse ways cannot but intensify the antagonism between the propertied and the non-propertied classes. Schultz, OPCIT, pages 40-41. The enormous profit which the landlords of houses make out of poverty. House rent stands in inverse proportion to industrial poverty. So does the interest obtained from the vices of the ruined proletarians. Prostitution, drunkenness, pawnbroking. The accumulation of capital increases and the competition between capitalists decreases when capital and landed property are united in the same hand, also when capital is enabled by its size to combine different branches of production. Indifference towards men. Smith's 20 lottery tickets. 67 says net and gross revenue. LXVLLL. 259. RENTOF land. 111, 31 landlord's right has its origin in robbery. Say, T. I, p. 136, note. The landlords, like all other men, love to reap where they never sowed, and demand a rent even for the natural produce of the earth. Adam Smith, OPCIT, Volume I, p. 44 Gamier, T. I, p. 99. The rent of land, it may be thought, is frequently no more than a reasonable profit or interest for the stock laid out by the landlord upon its improvement. This, no doubt, may be partly the case upon some occasions. The landlord demands, 1. A rent even for unimproved land, and the supposed interest or profit upon the expense of improvement is generally an addition to this original rent. 2. Those improvements, besides, are not always made by the stock of the landlord, but sometimes by that of the tenant. When the lease comes to be renewed, however, the landlord commonly demands the same augmentation of rent as if they had been all made by his own. 3. He sometimes demands rent for what is altogether incapable of human improvement. Adam Smith, OPCIT, Volume I, p. 131 Gamier, T. I, pages 300-01. Smith cites as an instance of the last case kelp, 3, a species of seaweed, which, when burnt, yields an alkaline salt, useful for making glass, soap, etc. It grows in several parts of Great Britain, particularly in Scotland, upon such rocks only as lie within the high water mark, which are twice every day covered with the sea, and of which the produce, therefore, was never augmented by human industry. The landlord, however, whose estate is bounded by a kelp shore of this kind, demands a rent for it as much as for his corn fields. The sea in the neighborhood of the islands of Shetland is more than commonly abundant in fish, which make a great part of the subsistence of their inhabitants. 3. But in order to profit by the produce of the water they must have a habitation upon the neighboring land. The rent of the landlord is in proportion, not to what the farmer can make by the land, but to what he can make both by the land and by the water. Adam Smith, OPCIT, Volume I, p. 131 Gamier, t. I, pages 301-02. This rent may be considered as the produce of those powers of nature, the use of which the landlord lends to the farmer. It is greater or smaller according to the supposed extent of those powers, or in other words, according to the supposed natural or improved fertility of the land. It is the work of nature which remains after deducting or compensating everything which can be regarded as the work of man. Adam Smith, OPCIT, Volume I, pages 324-25 Gamier, t. 2, pages 377-78. The rent of land, therefore, considered as the price paid for the use of the land, is naturally a monopoly price. It is not at all proportioned to what the landlord may have laid out upon the improvement of the land, or to what he can afford to take, but to what the farmer can afford to give. Adam Smith, OPCIT, p. 131 Gamier, t. I, p. 302. Of the three original classes, that of the landlords is the one whose revenue costs them neither labor nor care, but comes to them, as it were, of its own accord, and independent of any plan or project zero of their own. Adam Smith, OPCIT, Volume I, p. 230 Gamier, t2, p. 161. Adam Smith uses the general term kelp. Marx writes Salzkraut, Seekrap. Salicorn, which indicates species of saltwort, salsola, or glasswort, salicornia, ed. In the manuscript, Scotland. Ed. See in the manuscript Ansicht, understanding, instead of absicht, purpose. Intention, project, ed. 260 Karl Marx. We have already learnt that the size of the rent depends on the degree of fertility of the land. Another factor in its determination is situation. The rent of land not only varies with its fertility, whatever be its produce, but with its situation, whatever be its fertility. Adam Smith, OPCIT, Volume I, p. 133 Gamier, t. I, p. 306. The produce of land, mines, and fisheries, when their natural fertility is equal, is in proportion to the extent and proper 3,3 application of the capitals employed about them. When the capitals are equal and equally well applied, it is in proportion to their natural fertility. OPCIT, Volume I, p. 249 Gamier, t2, p. 210. These propositions of Smith are important, because, given equal costs of production and capital of equal size, they reduce the rent of land to the greater or lesser fertility of the soil, thereby showing clearly the perversion of concepts in political economy, which turns the fertility of the land into an attribute of the landlord. Now, however, let us consider the rent of land as it is formed in real life. The rent of land is established as a result of the struggle between tenant and landlord. We find that the hostile antagonism of interests, the struggle, the war is recognized throughout political economy as the basis of social organization. Let us see now what the relations are between landlord and tenant. In adjusting the terms of the lease, the landlord endeavors to leave him no greater share of the produce than what is sufficient to keep up the stock from which he furnishes the seed, pays the labor and purchases and maintains the cattle and other instruments of husbandry, together with the ordinary profits of farming stock in the neighborhood. This is evidently the smallest share with which the tenant can content himself without being a loser, and the landlord seldom means to leave him any more. Whatever part of the produce, or, what is the same thing, whatever part of its price is over and above this share, he naturally endeavors to reserve to himself as the rent of his land, which is evidently the highest the tenant can afford to pay in the actual circumstances of the land. 4,3j, this portion, however, may still be considered as the natural rent of land, or the rent for which it is naturally meant that land should for the most part be let. Adam Smith, OPCIT, Volume I, pages 130-31 Gamier, T. I, pages 29930. The landlords, says Say, operate a certain kind of monopoly against the tenants. The demand for their commodity, site, and soil, can go on expanding indefinitely, but there is only a given, limited amount of their commodity. The bargain struck between landlord and tenant is always advantageous to the former in the greatest possible degree. Besides the advantage he derives from the nature of the case, he derives a further advantage from his position, his larger fortune and greater credit and standing. But the first by itself suffices to enable him and him alone to profit from the favorable circumstances of the land. The opening of a canal, or a road, the increase of population and of the prosperity of a district, always raises the rent. Indeed, the tenant himself may improve the ground at his own expense, but he only derives the profit from this capital for the duration of 261. His lease, with the expiry of which it remains with the proprietor of the land, henceforth it is the latter who reaps the interest thereon, without having made the outlay, for there is now a proportionate increase in the rent. Say, T2, pages 142-43. Rent, considered as the price paid for the use of land, is naturally the highest which the tenant can afford to pay in the actual circumstances of the land. Adam Smith, OPCIT, Volume I, p. 130 Gamier, T. I, p. 299. The rent of an estate above ground commonly amounts to what is supposed to be a third of the gross produce, and it is generally a rent certain and independent of the occasional variations v3 in the crop. Adam Smith, OPCIT, Volume I, p. 153 Gamier, T. I, p. 351. This rent is seldom less than a fourth, of the whole produce, OPCIT, Volume I, p. 325 Garney, TIL, p. 378. Rent cannot be paid on all commodities. For instance, in many districts no rent is paid for stones. Such parts only of the produce of land can commonly be brought to market of which the ordinary price is sufficient to replace the stock which must be employed in bringing them thither, together with its ordinary profits. If the ordinary price is more than this, the surplus part of it will naturally go to the rent of the land. If it is not more, though the commodity may be brought to market, it can afford no rent to the landlord. Whether the price is or is not more depends upon the demand. Adam Smith, OPCIT, Volume I, p. 132 Gamier, T. I, pages 302-03. Rent, it is to be observed, therefore, enters into the composition of the price of commodities in a different way from wages and profit. High or low wages and profit are the causes of high or low price, high or low rent is the effect of it. Adam Smith, LOCCIT, Volume I, p. 132 Gamier, T. I, pages 303-04. Food belongs to the products which always yield a rent. As men, like all other animals, naturally multiply in proportion to the means of their subsistence, food is always, more or less, in demand. It can always purchase or command a greater or smaller 6,3 L quantity of labor, and somebody can always be found who is willing to do something in order to obtain it. The quantity of labor, indeed, which it can purchase is not always equal to what it could maintain, if managed in the most economical manner, on account of the high wages which are sometimes given to labor. but it can always purchase such a quantity of labor as it can maintain, according to the rate at which the sort of labor is commonly maintained in the neighborhood. But land, in almost any situation, produces a greater quantity of food than what is sufficient to maintain all the labor necessary for bringing it to market. The surplus, too, is always more than sufficient to replace the stock which employed that labor, together with its profits. Something, therefore, always remains for a rent to the landlord. Adam Smith, OPCIT, Volume I, pages 132 to 33. Gamier, T. I, pages 305-06. Food is in this manner not only the original source of rent, but every other part of the produce of land which afterwards affords rent derives that part of its value from the improvement of the powers of labor in producing food by means of the improvement and cultivation of land. Adam Smith, OPCIT, Volume I, p. 150. Gamier, T. I, p. 345. Human food seems to be the only produce of land which always end. In the manuscript Gegenstanden, objects, instead of Gegen, districts, ed. It refers to food. The manuscript however has Arbeit, labor, ed. 262. Karl Marx necessarily affords some rent to the landlord. OPCIT, Volume I, p. 147. Gamier, 1.1, p. 337. Countries are populous not in proportion to the number of people whom their produce can clothe and lodge, but in proportion to that of those whom it can feed. Adam Smith, OPCIT, Volume I, p. 149. Gamier, T. I, p. 342. After food, clothing, and lodging are the two great wants of mankind. They usually yield a rent, but not inevitably. OPCIT, Volume I, p. 147. Gamier, T. I, pages 337 to 38. I6 Lee Orien 368. Let us now see how the landlord exploits everything from which society benefits. 1. The rent of land increases with population. Adam Smith, OPCIT, Volume I, p. 146. Gamier, T. I, p. 335. 2. We have already learned from say how the rent of land increases with railways, etc., with the improvement, safety, and multiplication of the means of communication. 3. Every improvement in the circumstances of the society tends either directly or indirectly to raise the real rent of land, to increase the real wealth of the landlord, his power of purchasing the labor, or the produce of the labor of other people. The extension of improvement and cultivation tends to raise it directly. The landlord's share of the produce necessarily increases with the increase of the produce. That rise in the real price of those parts of the rude produce of land, the rise in the price of cattle, for example, tends to raise the rent of land directly, and in a still greater proportion. The real value of the landlord's share, his real command of the labor of other people, not only rises with the real value of the produce, but the proportion of his share to the whole produce rises with it. That produce, after the rise in its real price, requires no more labor to collect it than before. A smaller proportion of it will, therefore, be sufficient to replace, with the ordinary profit, the stock which employs that labor. A greater proportion of it must, consequently, belong to the landlord. Adam Smith, OPCIT, Volume I, pages 228 to 29. Gamier, T. 2, pages 157 to 59. IIIX3L. The greater demand for raw produce, and therefore the rise in value, may in part result from the increase of population and from the increase of their needs. But every new invention, every new application in manufacture of a previously unused or little used raw material, augments rent. Thus, for example, there was a tremendous rise in the rent of coal mines with the advent of the railways, steamships, etc. Besides this advantage which the landlord derives from manufacture, discoveries, and labor, there is yet another, as we shall presently see. For, all those improvements in the productive powers of labor, which tend directly to reduce the real price of manufactures, tend indirectly to raise the real rent of land. The landlord exchanges that part of his rude produce, which is over and above his own consumption, or what comes to the same thing, the price of that part of it, for manufactured produce. Whatever reduces the real price of the latter. 263. Raises that of the former. An equal quantity of the former becomes thereby equivalent to a greater quantity of the latter, and the landlord is enabled to purchase a greater quantity of the conveniencies, ornaments, or luxuries, which he has occasion for. Adam Smith, OPCIT, Volume I, p. 229 Gamier, T2, p. 159. But it is silly to conclude, as Smith does, that since the landlord exploits every benefit which comes to society LX3 the interest of the landlord is always identical with that of society, OPCIT, Volume I, p. 230 Gamier, T2, p. 161. In the economic system, under the rule of private property, the interest which an individual has in society is in precisely inverse proportion to the interest society has in him, just as the interest of the usurer in the spendthrift is by no means identical with the interest of the spendthrift. We shall mention only in passing the landlord's obsession with monopoly directed against the landed property of foreign countries, from which the Corn Laws, 69 for instance, originate. Likewise, we shall here pass over medieval serfdom, the slavery in the colonies, and the miserable condition of the country folk, the delabourers, in Great Britain. Let us confine ourselves to the propositions of political economy itself. 1. The landlord being interested in the welfare of society means, according to the principles of political economy, that he is interested in the growth of its population and manufacture, in the expansion of its needs, in short, in the increase of wealth, and this increase of wealth is, as we have already seen, identical with the increase of poverty and slavery. The relation between increasing house rent and increasing poverty is an example of the landlord's interest in society, for the ground rent, the interest obtained from the land on which the house stands, goes up with the rent of the house. 2. According to the political economists themselves, the landlord's interest is inimically opposed to the interest of the tenant farmer and thus already to a significant section of society. III 3, as the landlord can demand all the more rent from the tenant farmer the less wages the farmer pays, and as the farmer forces down wages all the lower the more rent the landlord demands, it follows that the interest of the landlord is just as hostile to that of the farm workers as is that of the manufacturers to their workers. He likewise forces down wages to the minimum. 4. Since a real reduction in the price of manufactured products raises the rent of land, the landowner has a direct interest in lowering the wages of industrial workers, in competition amongst the capitalists, in overproduction, in all the misery associated with industrial production. 264 Karl Marx. 5. While, thus, the landlord's interest, far from being identical with the interest of society, stands inimically opposed to the interest of tenant farmers, farm laborers, factory workers, and capitalists. On the other hand, the interest of one landlord is not even identical with that of another, on account of the competition which we will now consider. In general, the relationship of large and small landed property is like that of big and small capital. But in addition, there are special circumstances which lead inevitably to the accumulation of large landed property and to the absorption of small property by it. 12,3 1. Nowhere does the relative number of workers and implements decrease more with increases in the size of the stock than in landed property. Likewise, the possibility of all-round exploitation, of economizing production costs, and of effective division of labor, increases nowhere more with the size of the stock than in landed property. However small a field may be, it requires for its working a certain irreducible minimum of implements, plow, saw, etc., whilst the size of a piece of landed property can be reduced far below this minimum. 2. Big landed property accumulates to itself the interest on the capital which the tenant farmer has employed to improve the land. Small landed property has to employ its own capital, and therefore does not get this profit at all. 3. While every social improvement benefits the big estate, it harms small property, because it increases its need for ready cash. 4. Two important laws concerning this competition remain to be considered, c.e., the rent of the cultivated land, of which the produce is human food, regulates the rent of the greater part of other cultivated land. Adam Smith, OPCIT, Volume I, p. 144 Gamier, t. I, p. 331. Ultimately, only the big estate can produce such food as cattle, etc. Therefore it regulates the rent of other land and can force it down to a minimum. The small landed proprietor working on his own land stands then to the big landowner in the same relation as an artisan possessing his own tool to the factory owner. Small property in land has become a mere instrument of labor. HXVI.LL70 rent entirely disappears for the small proprietor, there remains to him at the most the interest on his capital, and his wages. For rent can be driven down by competition till it is nothing more than the interest on capital not invested by the proprietor. In addition, we have already learnt that with equal fertility the manuscript has produced instead of cultivated. Ed. 265. An equally efficient exploitation of lands, mines, and fisheries, the produce is proportionate to the size of the capital. Hence the victory of the big landowner. Similarly, where equal capitals are employed the product is proportionate to the fertility. Hence, where capitals are equal, victory goes to the proprietor of the more fertile soil. Why, a mine of any kind may be said to be either fertile or barren, according as the quantity of mineral which can be brought from it by a certain quantity of labor is greater or less than what can be brought by an equal quantity from the greater part of other mines of the same kind. Adam Smith, OPCIT, Volume I, p. 151 Gamier, t. I, pages 345 to 46. The most fertile coal mine, too, regulates the price of coals at all the other mines in its neighborhood. Both the proprietor and the undertaker of the work find, the one that he can get a greater rent, the other that he can get a greater profit, by somewhat underselling all their neighbors. Their neighbors are soon obliged to sell at the same price, though they cannot so well afford it, and though it always diminishes, and sometimes takes away altogether both their rent and their profit. Some works are abandoned altogether, others can afford no rent, and can be wrought only by the proprietor. Adam Smith, OPCIT, Volume I, pages 152 to 53 Gamier, t. I, p. 350. After the discovery of the mines of Peru, the silver mines of Europe were, the greater part of them, abandoned. This was the case, too, with the mines of Cuba and Saint Domingo, and even with the ancient mines of Peru, after the discovery of those of Potosi. OPCIT, Volume I, p. 154 Gamier, t. I, p. 353. What Smith here says of mines applies more or less to landed property generally. 8. The ordinary market price of land, it is to be observed, depends everywhere upon the ordinary market rate of interest. If the rent of land should fall short of the interest of money by a greater difference, nobody would buy land, which would soon reduce its ordinary price. On the contrary, if the advantages should much more than compensate the difference, everybody would buy land, which again would soon raise its ordinary price. OPCIT, Volume I, p. 320 Gamier, t2, pages 367 to 68. From this relation of rent of land to interest on money it follows that rent must fall more and more, so that eventually only the wealthiest people can live on rent. Hence the ever greater competition between landowners who do not lease their land to tenants. Ruin of some of these, further accumulation of large landed property. Xi2I This competition has the further consequence that a large part of landed property falls into the hands of the capitalists and that capitalists thus become simultaneously landowners, just as the smaller landowners are on the whole already nothing more than capitalists. Similarly, a section of large landowners become at the same time industrialists. The manuscript has mine instead of Cole's. Ed. 10482. 266 Karl Marx. The final consequence is thus the abolition of the distinction between capitalist and landowner, so that there remain altogether only two classes of the population, the working class and the class of capitalists. This huckstering with landed property, the transformation of landed property into a commodity, constitutes the final overthrow of the old and the final establishment of the money aristocracy. c. 1. We will not join in the sentimental tears wept over this by Romanticism. Romanticism always confuses the shamefulness of huckstering the land with the perfectly rational consequence, inevitable and desirable within the realm of private property, of the huckstering of private property in land. In the first place, feudal landed property is already by its very nature huckstered land, the earth which is estranged from man and hence confronts him in the shape of a few great lords. The domination of the land as an alien power over men is already inherent in feudal landed property. The serf is the adjunct of the land. Likewise, the lord of an entailed estate, the firstborn son, belongs to the land. It inherits him. Indeed, the dominion of private property begins with property in land, that is its basis. But in feudal landed property the lord at least appears as the king of the estate. Similarly, there still exists the semblance of a more intimate connection between the proprietor and the land than that of mere material wealth. The estate is individualized with its lord, it has his rank, is baronial or ducal with him, has his privileges, his jurisdiction, his political position, etc. It appears as the inorganic body of its lord. Hence the proverb nul terra sans maitre, which expresses the fusion of nobility and landed property. Similarly, the rule of landed property does not appear directly as the rule of mere capital. For those belonging to it, the estate is more like their fatherland. It is a constricted sort of nationality. Xi 21 In the same way, feudal landed property gives its name to its lord, as does a kingdom to its king. His family history, the history of his house, etc. All this individualizes the estate for him and makes it literally his house, personifies it. Similarly, those working on the estate have not the position of day laborers, but they are in part themselves his property, as are serfs, and in part they are bound to him by ties of respect, allegiance, and duty. His relation to them is therefore directly political, and has likewise a human, intimate side. Customs, character, etc., vary from one estate to another and seem to be one with the land to which they belong, whereas later, it is only his purse and not his character, his individuality, which connects a man with an estate. Finally, the 267. Feudal lord does not try to extract the utmost advantage from his land. Rather, he consumes what is there and calmly leaves the worry of producing to the serfs and the tenants. Such is nobility's relationship to landed property, which casts a romantic glory on its lords. It is necessary that this appearance be abolished, that landed property, the root of private property, be dragged completely into the movement of private property, and that it become a commodity, that the rule of the proprietor appear as the undisguised rule of private property, of capital, freed of all political tincture, that the relationship between proprietor and worker be reduced to the economic relationship of exploiter and exploited, that all ... personal relationship between the proprietor and his property cease, property becoming merely objective, material wealth, that the marriage of convenience should take the place of the marriage of honor with the land, and that the land should likewise sink to the status of a commercial value, like man. It is essential that that which is the root of landed property, filthy self-interest, make its appearance, too, in its cynical form. it is essential that the immovable monopoly turn into the mobile and restless monopoly, into competition, and that the idle enjoyment of the products of other people's blood and sweat turn into a bustling commerce in the same commodity. Lastly, it is essential that in this competition landed property, in the form of capital, manifest its dominion over both the working class and the proprietors themselves, who are either being ruined or raised by the laws governing the movement of capital. The medieval proverb nul terras sans seigneur is thereby replaced by that other proverb, l'argent n'est pas de maître, wherein is expressed the complete domination of dead matter over man. 19,2. Concerning the argument of division or non-division of landed property, the following is to be observed. The division of landed property negates the large-scale monopoly of property in land, abolishes it, but only by generalizing this monopoly. It does not abolish the source of monopoly, private property. It attacks the existing form, but not the essence, of monopoly. The consequence is that it falls victim to the laws of private property. For the division of landed property corresponds to the movement of competition in the sphere of industry. In addition to the economic disadvantages of such a dividing up of the instruments of labor, and the dispersal of labor, to be clearly distinguished from the division of labor, in separated. A word in the manuscript cannot be deciphered. Ed. 10 *. 268 Karl Marx. Labor, the work, is not shared out amongst many, but each carries on the same work by himself. It is a multiplication of the same work. This division of land, like that competition in industry, necessarily turns again into accumulation. Therefore, where the division of landed property takes place, there remains nothing for it but to return to monopoly in a still more malignant form, or to negate, to abolish the division of landed property itself. To do that, however, is not to return to feudal ownership, but to abolish private property in the soil altogether. The first abolition of monopoly is always its generalization, the broadening of its existence. The abolition of monopoly, once it has come to exist in its utmost breadth and inclusiveness, is its total annihilation. Association, applied to land, shares the economic advantage of large-scale landed property, and first brings to realization the original tendency inherent in land division, namely, equality. In the same way, association also re-establishes, now on a rational basis, no longer mediated by serfdom, overlordship, and the silly mysticism of property, the intimate ties of man with the earth, since the earth ceases to be an object of huckstering, and through free labor and free enjoyment becomes once more, a true personal property of man. A great advantage of the division of landed property is that the masses, which can no longer resign themselves to servitude, perish through property in a different way than in industry. As for large landed property, its defenders have always, sophistically, identified the economic advantages offered by large-scale agriculture with large-scale landed property, as if it were not precisely as a result of the abolition of property that this advantage, for one thing, would receive its IIXX to greatest possible extension, and, for another, only then would be of social benefit. In the same way, they have attacked the huckstering spirit of small landed property, as if large landed property did not contain huckstering latent within it, even in its feudal form, not to speak of the modern English form, which combines the landlord's feudalism with the tenant farmer's huckstering and industry. Just as large landed property can return the reproach of monopoly levelled against it by partitioned land, since partitioned land is also based on the monopoly of private property, so can partitioned landed property likewise return to large landed property the reproach of partition, since partition also prevails there, though in a rigid and frozen form. Indeed, private property rests. In the manuscript the word first, erst, cannot be clearly deciphered. Ed. 269. Altogether on partitioning. Moreover, just as division of the land leads back to large landed property as a form of capital wealth, so must feudal landed property necessarily lead to partitioning, or at least fall into the hands of the capitalists, turn and twist as it may. For large landed property, as in England, drives the overwhelming majority of the population into the arms of industry and reduces its own workers to utter wretchedness. Thus, it engenders and enlarges the power of its enemy, capital, industry, by throwing poor people and an entire activity of the country onto the other side. It makes the majority of the people of the country industrial and thus opponents of large landed property. Where industry has attained to great power, as in England at the present time, it progressively forces from large landed property its monopoly against foreign countries and throws it into competition with landed property abroad. For under the sway of industry, landed property could keep its feudal grandeur secure only by means of monopolies against foreign countries, thereby protecting itself against the general laws of trade, which are incompatible with its feudal character. Once thrown into competition, landed property obeys the laws of competition, like every other commodity subjected to competition. It begins thus to fluctuate, to decrease, and to increase, to fly from one hand to another, and no law can keep it any longer in a few predestined hands. XXI2 The immediate consequence is the splitting up of the land amongst many hands, and in any case subjection to the power of industrial capitals. Finally, large landed property which has been forcibly preserved in this way and which has begotten by its side a tremendous industry leads to crisis even more quickly than the partitioning of land, in comparison with which the power of industry remains constantly of second rank. Large landed property, as we see in England, has already cast off its feudal character and adopted an industrial character insofar as it is aiming to make as much money as possible. To the owner it yields the utmost possible rent, to the tenant farmer the utmost possible profit on his capital. The workers on the land, in consequence, have already been reduced to the minimum, and the class of tenant farmers already represents within landed property the power of industry and capital. As a result of foreign competition, rent in most cases can no longer form an independent income. A large number of landowners are forced to displace. Originally it was against the monopoly of foreign countries, then Marx crossed out the monopoly of ed. 270 Karl Marx. Tenant farmers, some of whom in this way, sink into the proletariat. On the other hand, many tenant farmers will take over landed property, for the big proprietors, who with their comfortable incomes have mostly given themselves over to extravagance and for the most part are not competent to conduct large-scale agriculture, often possess neither the capital nor the ability for the exploitation of the land. Hence a section of this class, too, is completely ruined. Eventually wages, which have already been reduced to a minimum, must be reduced yet further, to meet the new competition. This then necessarily leads to revolution. Landed property had to develop in each of these two ways so as to experience in both its necessary downfall, just as industry both in the form of monopoly and in that of competition had to ruin itself so as to learn to believe in man. IXXI 11. Estranged labor. Exeith we have proceeded from the premises of political economy. We have accepted its language and its laws. We presupposed private property, the separation of labor, capital, and land, and of wages, profit of capital and rent of land, likewise division of labor, competition, the concept of exchange value, etc. On the basis of political economy itself, in its own words, we have shown that the worker sinks to the level of a commodity and becomes indeed the most wretched of commodities, that the wretchedness of the worker is in inverse proportion to the power and magnitude of his production, that the necessary result of competition is the accumulation of capital in a few hands, and thus the restoration of monopoly in a more terrible form, and that finally the distinction between capitalist and land rentier, like that between the tiller of the soil and the factory worker, disappears, and that the whole of society must fall apart into the two classes, the property owners and the propertyless workers. Political economy starts with the fact of private property, it does not explain it to us. It expresses in general, abstract formulas the material process through which private property actually passes, and these formulas it then takes for laws. It does not comprehend these. Here one word in the manuscript cannot be deciphered. Ed. Economy and Philosophic Manuscripts of 1844-271. Laws, i.e., it does not demonstrate how they arise from the very nature of private property. Political economy throws no light on the cause of the division between labor and capital, and between capital and land. When, for example, it defines the relationship of wages to profit, it takes the interest of the capitalists to be the ultimate cause, i.e., it takes for granted what it is supposed to explain. Similarly, competition comes in everywhere. It is explained from external circumstances. As to how far these external and apparently accidental circumstances are but the expression of a necessary course of development, political economy teaches us nothing. We have seen how exchange itself appears to it as an accidental fact. The only wheels which political economy sets in motion are greed and the war amongst the greedy competition *, precisely because political economy does not grasp the way the movement is connected. It was possible to oppose, for instance, the doctrine of competition to the doctrine of monopoly, the doctrine of the freedom of the crafts to the doctrine of the guild, the doctrine of the division of landed property to the doctrine of the big estate. For competition, freedom of the crafts and the division of landed property were explained and comprehended only as accidental, premeditated and violent consequences of monopoly, of the guild system, and of feudal property, not as their necessary, inevitable, and natural consequences. Now, therefore, we have to grasp the intrinsic connection between private property, avarice, the separation of labor, capital, and landed property, the connection of exchange and competition, of value and the devaluation of men, of monopoly and competition, etc. We have to grasp this whole estrangement connected with the money system. Do not let us go back to a fictitious primordial condition as the political economist does, when he tries to explain. Such a primordial condition explains nothing, it merely pushes the question away into a grey nebulous distance. The economist assumes in the form of a fact, of an event, what he is supposed to deduce, namely, the necessary relationship between two things, between, for example, division of labor and exchange. Thus the theologian explains the origin of evil by the fall of man, that is, he assumes as a fact, in historical form, what has to be explained. We proceed from an actual economic fact. The worker becomes all the poorer the more wealth he produces. After the paragraph the following sentence is crossed out in the manuscript. We now have to examine the nature of this material movement of property. Ed. 272 Karl Marx. The more his production increases in power and size, the worker becomes an ever cheaper commodity the more commodities he creates. The devaluation of the world of men is in direct proportion to the increasing value of the world of things. Labor produces not only commodities, it produces itself and the worker as a commodity, and this at the same rate at which it produces commodities in general. This fact expresses merely that the object which labor produces, labor's product, confronts it as something alien, as a power independent of the producer. The product of labor is labor which has been embodied in an object, which has become material. It is the objectification of labor. Labor's realization is its objectification. Under these economic conditions this realization of labor appears as loss of realization for the workers. 71, objectification as loss of the object and bondage to it, appropriation as estrangement, as alienation too. So much does labor's realization appear as loss of realization that the worker loses realization to the point of starving to death. So much does objectification appear as loss of the object that the worker is robbed of the objects most necessary not only for his life but for his work. Indeed, labor itself becomes an object which he can obtain only with the greatest effort and with the most irregular interruptions. So much does the appropriation of the object appear as estrangement that the more objects the worker produces the less he can possess and the more he falls under the sway of his product, capital. All these consequences are implied in the statement that the worker is related to the product of his labor as to an alien object. For on this premise it is clear that the more the worker spends himself, the more powerful becomes the alien world of objects which he creates over and against himself, the poorer he himself his inner world becomes, the less belongs to him as his own. It is the same in religion. The more man puts into God, the less he retains in himself. The worker puts his life into the object, but now his life no longer belongs to him but to the object. Hence, the greater this activity, the more the worker lacks objects. Whatever the product of his labor is, he is not. Therefore the greater this product, the less is he himself. The alienation of the worker in his product means not only that his labor becomes an object, an external existence, but that it exists outside him, independently, as something alien to him, and that it becomes a power on its own confronting him. It means that the life which he has conferred on the object confronts him as something hostile and alien. 273. Let us now look more closely at the objectification, at the production of the worker, and in it at tree estrangement, the loss of the object, of his product. The worker can create nothing without nature, without the sensuous external world. It is the material on which his labor is realized, in which it is active, from which and by means of which it produces. But just as nature provides labor with the means of life in the sense that labor cannot live without objects on which to operate, on the other hand, it also provides the means of life in the more restricted sense, i.e., the means for the physical subsistence of the worker himself. Thus the more the worker by his labor appropriates the external world, sensuous nature, the more he deprives himself of means of life in two respects: first, in that the sensuous external world more and more ceases to be an object belonging to his labor to be his labor's means of life, and secondly, in that it more and more ceases to be means of life in the immediate sense, means for the physical subsistence of the worker. In both respects, therefore, the worker becomes a servant of his object, first, in that he receives an object of labor, i.e., in that he receives work, and secondly, in that he receives means of subsistence. This enables him to exist, first, as a worker, and, second, as a physical subject. The height of this servitude is that it is only as a worker that he can maintain himself as a physical subject, and that it is only as a physical subject that he is a worker. According to the economic laws, the estrangement of the worker in his object is expressed thus: the more the worker produces, the less he has to consume, the more values he creates, the more valueless, the more unworthy he becomes, the better formed his product, the more deformed becomes the worker, the more civilized his object, the more barbarous becomes the worker, the more powerful labor becomes, the more powerless becomes the worker, the more ingenious labor becomes, the less ingenious becomes the worker, and the more he becomes nature's servant. Political economy conceals the estrangement inherent in the nature of labor by not considering the direct relationship between the worker, labor, and production. It is true that labor produces wonderful things for the rich, but for the worker it produces privation. It produces palaces, but for the worker, hovels. It produces beauty, but for the worker, deformity. It replaces labor by machines, but it throws one section of the workers back to a barbarous type of labor, and it turns the other section into a machine. It produces intelligence, but for the worker, stupidity, cretinism. 274 Karl Marx. The direct relationship of labor to its products is the relationship of the worker to the objects of his production. The relationship of the man of means to the objects of production and to production itself is only a consequence of this first relationship and confirms it. We shall consider this other aspect later. When we ask, then, what is the essential relationship of labor, we are asking about the relationship of the worker to production. Till now we have been considering the estrangement, the alienation of the worker only in one of its aspects, i.e., the worker's relationship to the products of his labor. But the estrangement is manifested not only in the result but in the act of production, within the producing activity itself. How could the worker come to face the product of his activity as a stranger, were it not that in the very act of production he was estranging himself from himself? The product is after all but the summary of the activity, of production. If then the product of labor is alienation, production itself must be active alienation, the alienation of activity, the activity of alienation. In the estrangement of the object of labor is merely summarized the estrangement, the alienation, in the activity of labor itself. What, then, constitutes the alienation of labor? First, the fact that labor is external to the worker, i.e., it does not belong to his intrinsic nature, that in his work, therefore, he does not affirm himself but denies himself, does not feel content but unhappy, does not develop freely his physical and mental energy but mortifies his body and ruins his mind. The worker therefore only feels himself outside his work, and in his work feels outside himself. He feels at home when he is not working, and when he is working he does not feel at home. His labor is therefore not voluntary, but coerced, it is forced labor. It is therefore not the satisfaction of a need, it is merely a means to satisfy needs external to it. Its alien character emerges clearly in the fact that as soon as no physical or other compulsion exists, labor is shunned like the plague. External labor, labor in which man alienates himself, is a labor of self-sacrifice, of mortification. Lastly, the external character of labor for the worker appears in the fact that it is not his own, but someone else's, that it does not belong to him, that in it he belongs, not to himself, but to another. Just as in religion the spontaneous activity of the human imagination, of the human brain and the human heart, operates on the individual independently of him, that is, operates as an alien, divine, or diabolical activity, so is the worker's activity not his spontaneous activity. It belongs to another, it is the loss of his self. As a result, therefore, man, the worker, only feels himself freely. 275. Active in his animal functions, eating, drinking, procreating, or at most in his dwelling and in dressing up, etc., and in his human functions he no longer feels himself to be anything but an animal. What is animal becomes human, and what is human becomes animal. Certainly eating, drinking, procreating, etc., are also genuinely human functions. But taken abstractly, separated from the sphere of all other human activity and turned into sole and ultimate ends, they are animal functions. We have considered the act of estranging practical human activity, labor, in two of its aspects. 1. The relation of the worker to the product of labor as an alien object exercising power over him. This relation is at the same time the relation to the sensuous external world, to the objects of nature, as an alien world inimically opposed to him. 2. The relation of labor to the act of production within the labor process. This relation is the relation of the worker to his own activity as an alien activity not belonging to him, it is activity as suffering, strength as weakness, begetting as emasculating, the worker's own physical and mental energy, his personal life, for what is life but activity, as an activity which is turned against him, independent of him and not belonging to him. Here we have self-estrangement, as previously we had the estrangement of the thing. Exhibi we have still a third aspect of estranged labor to deduce from the two already considered. Man is a species being, 73, not only because in practice and in theory he adopts the species, his own as well as those of other things, as his object, but and this is only another way of expressing it, also because he treats himself as the actual, living species, because he treats himself as a universal and therefore a free being. The life of the species, both in man and in animals, consists physically in the fact that man, like the animal, lives on inorganic nature, and the more universal man, or the animal, is, the more universal is the sphere of inorganic nature on which he lives. Just as plants, animals, stones, air, light, etc., constitute theoretically a part of human consciousness, partly as objects of natural science, partly as objects of art, his spiritual inorganic nature, spiritual nourishment which he must first prepare to make palatable and digestible, so also in the realm of practice they constitute a part of human life and human activity. Physically man lives only on these products of nature, whether they appear in the form of food, heating, clothes, a dwelling, etc. The universality of man appears in practice precisely in the universality which makes all nature his inorganic body, both inasmuch as nature is, 1. His direct means of life, and, 2. The 276 Karl Marx. Material, the object and the instrument of his life activity. Nature is man's inorganic body. Nature, that is, insofar as it is not itself human body. Man lives on nature means that nature is his body, with which he must remain in continuous interchange if he is not to die. That man's physical and spiritual life is linked to nature means simply that nature is linked to itself, for man is a part of nature. In estranging from man, 1. Nature, and, 2. Himself, his own active functions, his life activity, estranged labor estranges the species from man. It changes for him the life of the species into a means of individual life. First, it estranges the life of the species and individual life, and secondly, it makes individual life in its abstract form the purpose of the life of the species, likewise in its abstract and estranged form. For labor, life activity, productive life itself, appears to man in the first place merely as a means of satisfying a need, the need to maintain physical existence. Yet the productive life is the life of the species. It is life engendering life. The whole character of a species, its species character, is contained in the character of its life activity, and free, conscious activity is man's species character. Life itself appears only as a means to life. The animal is immediately one with its life activity. It does not distinguish itself from it. It is its life activity. Man makes his life activity itself the object of his will and of his consciousness. He has conscious life activity. It is not a determination with which he directly merges. Conscious life activity distinguishes man immediately from animal life activity. It is just because of this that he is a species being. Or it is only because he is a species being that he is a conscious being, i.e., that his own life is an object for him. Only because of that is his activity free activity. Estranged labor reverses this relationship, so that it is just because man is a conscious being that he makes his life activity, his essential being, a mere means to his existence. In creating a world of objects by his practical activity, in his work upon inorganic nature, man proves himself a conscious species being, i.e., as a being that treats the species as its own essential being, or that treats itself as a species being. Admittedly, animals also produce. They build themselves nests, dwellings, like the bees, beavers, ants, etc. But an animal only produces what it immediately needs for itself or its young. It produces one-sidedly, whilst man produces universally. It produces only under the dominion of immediate physical need, whilst man produces even when he is free from physical need and only truly produces in freedom therefrom. An animal produces only itself, whilst man reproduces the whole of nature. An animal's product belongs immediately to its physical. 277. Body, whilst man freely confronts his product. An animal forms objects only in accordance with the standard and the need of the species to which it belongs, whilst man knows how to produce in accordance with the standard of every species, and knows how to apply everywhere the inherent standard to the object. Man therefore also forms objects in accordance with the laws of beauty. It is just in his work upon the objective world, therefore, that man really proves himself to be a species being. This production is his active species life. Through this production, nature appears as his work and his reality. The object of labor is, therefore, the objectification of man's species life, for he duplicates himself not only, as in consciousness, intellectually, but also actively, in reality, and therefore he sees himself in a world that he has created. In tearing away from man the object of his production, therefore, estranged labor tears from him his species life, his real objectivity as a member of the species, and transforms his advantage over animals into the disadvantage that his inorganic body, nature, is taken away from him. Similarly, in degrading spontaneous, free activity to a means, estranged labor makes man's species life a means to his physical existence. The consciousness which man has of his species is thus transformed by estrangement in such a way that species life becomes for him a means. Estranged labor turns thus, 3. Man's species being, both nature and his spiritual species property, into a being alien to him, into a means for his individual existence. It estranges from man his own body, as well as external nature and his spiritual aspect, his human aspect. 4. An immediate consequence of the fact that man is estranged from the product of his labor, from his life activity, from his species being is the estrangement of man from man. When man confronts himself, he confronts the other man. What applies to a man's relation to his work, to the product of his labor and to himself, also holds of a man's relation to the other man, and to the other man's labor and object of labor. In fact, the proposition that man's species nature is estranged from him means that one man is estranged from the other, as each of them is from man's essential nature. The estrangement of man, and in fact every relationship in which man stands to himself, is realized and expressed only in the relationship in which a man stands to other men. 278 Karl Marx. Hence within the relationship of estranged labor each man views the other in accordance with the standard and the relationship in which he finds himself as a worker. 11xxvi We took our departure from a fact of political economy, the estrangement of the worker and his product. We have formulated this fact in conceptual terms as estranged, alienated labor. We have analyzed this concept, hence analyzing merely a fact of political economy. Let us now see, further, how the concept of estranged, alienated labor must express and present itself in real life. If the product of labor is alien to me, if it confronts me as an alien power, to whom, then, does it belong? If my own activity does not belong to me, if it is an alien, a coerced activity, to whom, then, does it belong? To a being other than myself. Who is this being? The gods. To be sure, in the earliest times the principal production, for example, the building of temples, etc., in Egypt, India, and Mexico, appears to be in the service of the gods, and the product belongs to the gods. However, the gods on their own were never the lords of labor. No more was nature. And what a contradiction it would be if, the more man subjugated nature by his labor and the more the miracles of the gods were rendered superfluous by the miracles of industry, the more man were to renounce the joy of production and the enjoyment of the product to please these powers. The alien being, to whom labor and the product of labor belongs, in whose service labor is done and for whose benefit the product of labor is provided, can only be man himself. If the product of labor does not belong to the worker, if it confronts him as an alien power, then this can only be because it belongs to some other man than the worker. If the worker's activity is a torment to him, to another it must give satisfaction and pleasure. Not the gods, not nature, but only man himself can be this alien power over man. We must bear in mind the previous proposition that man's relation to himself only becomes for him objective and actual through his relation to the other man. Thus, if the product of his labor objectified, is for him an alien, hostile, powerful object independent of him, then his position towards it is such that someone else is master of this object, someone who is alien, hostile, powerful, and independent of him. If he treats his own activity as an unfree activity, then he treats it as an activity. 279. Performed in the service, under the dominion, the coercion, and the yoke of another man. Every self-estrangement of man, from himself and from nature, appears in the relation in which he places himself and nature to men other than and differentiated from himself. For this reason religious self-estrangement necessarily appears in the relationship of the layman to the priest, or again to a mediator, etc., since we are here dealing with the intellectual world. In the real practical world self-estrangement can only become manifest through the real practical relationship to other men. The medium through which estrangement takes place is itself practical. Thus through estranged labor man not only creates his relationship to the object and to the act of production as to powers that are alien and hostile to him, he also creates the relationship in which other men stand to his production and to his product, and the relationship in which he stands to these other men. Just as he creates his own production as the loss of his reality, as his punishment, his own product as a loss, as a product not belonging to him, so he creates the domination of the person who does not produce over production and over the product. Just as he estranges his own activity from himself, so he confers upon the stranger an activity which is not his own. We have until now considered this relationship only from the standpoint of the worker, and later we shall be considering it also from the standpoint of the non-worker. Through estranged, alienated labor, then, the worker produces the relationship to this labor of a man alien to labor and standing outside it. The relationship of the worker to labor creates the relation to it of the capitalist, or whatever one chooses to call the master of labor. Private property is thus the product, the result, the necessary consequence, of alienated labor, of the external relation of the worker to nature and to himself. Private property thus results by analysis from the concept of alienated labor, i.e., of alienated man, of estranged labor, of estranged life, of estranged man. True, it is as a result of the movement of private property that we have obtained the concept of alienated labor, of alienated life, in political economy. But analysis of this concept shows that though private property appears to be the reason, the cause of alienated labor, it is rather its consequence, just as the gods are originally not in the manuscript mens chen, men, instead of mocked, powers. Ed. 280 Karl Marx. The cause but the effect of man's intellectual confusion. Later this relationship becomes reciprocal. Only at the culmination of the development of private property does this, its secret, appear again, namely, that on the one hand it is the product of alienated labor, and that on the other it is the means by which labor alienates itself, the realization of this alienation. This exposition immediately sheds light on various hitherto unsolved conflicts. 1. Political economy starts from labor as the real soul of production, yet to labor it gives nothing, and to private property everything. Confronting this contradiction, Proudhon has decided in favor of labor against private property. 74 We understand, however, that this apparent contradiction is the contradiction of estranged labor with itself, and that political economy has merely formulated the laws of estranged labor. We also understand, therefore, that wages and private property are identical. Indeed, where the product, as the object of labor, pays for labor itself, there the wage is but a necessary consequence of labor's estrangement. Likewise, in the wage of labor, labor does not appear as an end in itself but as the servant of the wage. We shall develop this point later, and meanwhile will only draw some con illusions. 75 An enforced increase of wages, disregarding all other difficulties, including the fact that it would only be by force. 2. That such an increase, being an anomaly, could be maintained, would therefore be nothing but better payment for the slave, and would not win either for the worker or for labor their human status and dignity. Indeed, even the equality of wages, as demanded by Proudhon, only transforms the relationship of the present-day worker to his labor into the relationship of all men to labor. Society is then conceived as an abstract capitalist. Wages are a direct consequence of estranged labor, and estranged labor is the direct cause of private property. The downfall of the one must therefore involve the downfall of the other. 2. From the relationship of estranged labor to private property it follows further that the emancipation of society from private property, etc., from servitude, is expressed in the political form of the emancipation of the workers, not that their emancipation alone is at stake, but because the emancipation of the workers contains universal human emancipation, and it contains this, because the whole of human servitude is involved in the relation of the worker to production, and all relations of servitude are but modifications and consequences of this relation. 281. Just as we have derived the concept of private property from the concept of estranged, alienated labor by analysis, so we can develop every category of political economy with the help of these two factors, and we shall find again in each category, example trade, competition, capital, money, only a particular and developed expression of these first elements. Before considering this phenomenon, however, let us try to solve two other problems. 1. To define the general nature of private property, as it has arisen as a result of estranged labor, in its relation to truly human and social property. 2. We have accepted the estrangement of labor, its alienation, as a fact, and we have analyzed this fact. How, we now ask, does man come to alienate, to estrange, his labor? How is this estrangement rooted in the nature of human development? We have already gone a long way to the solution of this problem by transforming the question of the origin of private property into the question of the relation of alienated labor to the course of humanity's development. For when one speaks of private property, one thinks of dealing with something external to man. When one speaks of labor, one is directly dealing with man himself. This new formulation of the question already contains its solution. As to 1. The general nature of private property and its relation to truly human property. Alienated labor has resolved itself for us into two components which depend on one another, or which are but different expressions of one and the same relationship. Appropriation appears as estrangement, as alienation, and alienation appears as appropriation, estrangement as truly becoming a citizen. 7. We have considered the one-side alienated labor in relation to the worker himself, i.e., the relation of alienated labor to itself. The product, the necessary outcome of this relationship, as we have seen, is the property relation of the non-worker to the worker and to labor. Private property, as the material, summary expression of alienated labor, embraces both relations: the relation of the worker to labor and to the product of his labor and to the non-worker, and the relation of the non-worker to the worker and to the product of his labor. Having seen that in relation to the worker who appropriates nature by means of his labor, this appropriation appears as estrangement, his own spontaneous activity as activity for another and as activity of another, vitality as a sacrifice of life, production of the object as loss of the object to an alien power, to an alien person. We shall now consider the relation to the worker. 282 Karl Marx. Labor and its object of this person who is alien to labor and the worker. First, it has to be noted that everything which appears in the worker as an activity of alienation, of estrangement, appears in the non-worker as a state of alienation, of estrangement. Secondly, that the worker's real, practical attitude in production and to the product, as a state of mind, appears in the non-worker confronting him as a theoretical attitude. 11xxvii. Thirdly, the non-worker does everything against the worker which the worker does against himself, but he does not do against himself what he does against the worker. Let us look more closely at these three relations. 3xxvii. At this point the first manuscript breaks off unfinished ed. Second manuscript. Antithesis of capital and labor. Landed property and capital. Ixtli forms the interest on his capital. 2. The worker is the subjective manifestation of the fact that capital is man wholly lost to himself, just as capital is the objective manifestation of the fact that labor is man lost to himself. But the worker has the misfortune to be a living capital, and therefore an indigent capital, one which loses its interest, and hence its livelihood, every moment it is not working. The value of the worker as capital rises according to demand and supply, and physically to his existence, his life, was and is looked upon as a supply of a commodity like any other. The worker produces capital, capital produces him, hence he produces himself, and man as worker, as a commodity, is the product of this entire cycle. To the man who is nothing more than a worker, and to him as a worker, his human qualities only exist insofar as they exist for capital alien to him. Because man and capital are alien, foreign to each other, however, and thus stand in an indifferent, external, and accidental relationship to each other, it is inevitable that this foreignness should also appear as something real. As soon, therefore, as it occurs to capital, whether from necessity or caprice, no longer to be for the worker, he himself is no longer for himself, he has no work, hence no wages, and since he has no existence as a human being but only as a worker, he can go and bury himself, starve to death, etc. The worker exists as a worker only when he exists for himself as capital, and he exists as capital only when some capital exists for him. The existence of A. With these words page XL of the second manuscript begins, the preceding pages have not been preserved ed. 284 Karl Marx. Capital is his existence, his life, as it determines the tenor of his life in a manner indifferent to him. Political economy, therefore, does not recognize the unemployed worker, the working man, insofar as he happens to be outside this labor relationship. The rascal, swindler, beggar, the unemployed, the starving, wretched and criminal working man, these are figures who do not exist for political economy but only for other eyes, those of the doctor, the judge, the gravedigger, and bum bailiff, etc. Such figures are specters outside its domain. For it, therefore, the worker's needs are but the one need to maintain him whilst he is working and insofar as may be necessary to prevent the race of laborers from dying out. The wages of labor have thus exactly the same significance as the maintenance and servicing of any other productive instrument, or as the consumption of capital in general, required for its reproduction with interest, like the oil which is applied to wheels to keep them turning. Wages, therefore, belong to capitals and the capitalist's necessary costs, and must not exceed the bounds of this necessity. It was therefore quite logical for the English factory owners, before the Amendment Bill of 1834, to deduct from the wages of the worker the public charity which he was receiving out of the poor rate and to consider this to be an integral part of wages. Production does not simply produce man as a commodity, the human commodity, man in the role of commodity, it produces him in keeping with this role as a mentally and physically dehumanist being. Immorality, deformity and dulling of the workers and the capitalists, its product is the self-conscious and self-acting commodity, the human commodity. Great advance of Ricardo, Mill, etc., on Smith and Say, to declare the existence of the human being, the greater or lesser human productivity of the commodity to be indifferent and even harmful. Not how many workers are maintained by a given capital, but rather how much interest it brings in, the sum total of the annual savings, is said to be the true purpose of production. It was likewise a great and consistent advance of modern XLI English political economy, that, whilst elevating labor to the position of its sole principle, it should at the same time expound with complete clarity the inverse relation between wages and interest on capital, and the fact that the capitalist could normally only gain by pressing down. See this volume, pages 194-95 ed. 285. Wages, and vice versa. Not the defrauding of the consumer, but the capitalist and the worker taking advantage of each other, is shown to be the normal relationship. The relations of private property contain latent within them the relation of private property as labor, the relation of private property as capital, and the mutual relation of these two to one another. There is the production of human activity as labor, that is, as an activity quite alien to itself, to man and to nature, and therefore to consciousness and the expression of life, the abstract existence of man as a mere workman who may therefore daily fall from his filled void into the absolute void, into his social, and therefore actual, non-existence. On the other hand, there is the production of the object of human activity as capital, in which all the natural and social characteristic of the object is extinguished, in which private property has lost its natural and social quality, and therefore every political and social illusion, and is not associated with any apparently human relations, in which the self-same capital remains the same in the most diverse natural and social manifestations, totally indifferent to its real content. This contradiction, driven to the limit, is of necessity the limit, the culmination, and the downfall of the whole private property relationship. It is therefore another great achievement of modern English political economy to have declared rent of land to be the difference in the interest yielded by the worst and the best land under cultivation, to have exposed the landowner's romantic illusions, his alleged social importance, and the identity of his interest with the interest of society, a view still maintained by Adam Smith after the physiocrats, and to have anticipated and prepared the movement of the real world which will transform the landowner into an ordinary, prosaic capitalist, and thus simplify and sharpen the contradiction between capital and labor and hasten its resolution. Land as land, and rent as rent, have lost their distinction of rank and become insignificant capital and interest, or rather, capital and interest that signify only money. The distinction between capital and land, between profit and rent, and between both and wages and industry and agriculture, and immovable and movable private property, this distinction is not rooted in the nature of things, but is a historical distinction, a fixed historical moment in the formation and development of the contradiction between capital and labor. In industry, etc., as opposed to immovable landed property, is only expressed the way in which industry came into being, and the contradiction to agriculture. The manuscript is damaged here. Ed. 286 Karl Marx. In which industry developed. This distinction only continues to exist as a special sort of work, as an essential, important, and life-embracing distinction, so long as industry, town life, develops operand against landed property, aristocratic feudal life, and itself continues to bear the feudal character of its opposite in the form of monopoly, craft, guild, corporation, etc., within which labor still has a seemingly social significance, still the significance of the real community, and has not yet reached the stage of indifference to its content, of complete being for self, 78, i.e., of abstraction from all other being, and hence has not yet become liberated capital. Exliene but liberated industry, industry constituted for itself as such, and liberated capital, are the necessary development of labor. The power of industry over its opposite is at once revealed in the emergence of agriculture as a real industry, while previously it left most of the work to the soil and to the slave of the soil, through whom the land cultivated itself. With the transformation of the slave into a free worker, i.e., into a hireling, the landlord himself is transformed into a captain of industry, into a capitalist, a transformation which takes place at first through the intermediacy of the tenant farmer. The tenant farmer, however, is the landowner's representative, the landowner's revealed secret. It is only through him that the landowner has his economic existence. His existence as a private proprietor for the rent of his land only exists due to the competition between the farmers. Thus, in the person of the tenant farmer, the landlord has already become in essence a common capitalist. And this must come to pass, too, in actual fact. The capitalist engaged in agriculture, the tenant must become a landlord, or vice versa. The tenant's industrial hucksterism is the landowner's industrial hucksterism, for the being of the former postulates the being of the latter. But mindful of their contrasting origin, of their line of descent, the landowner knows the capitalist as his insolent, liberated, enriched slave of yesterday, and sees himself as a capitalist who is threatened by him. The capitalist knows the landowner as the idle, cruel, egotistical master of yesterday. He knows that he injures him as a capitalist, but that it is to industry that he owes all his present social significance, his possessions, and his pleasures. He sees in him a contradiction to free industry and to free capital, to capital independent of every natural limitation. This contradiction is extremely bitter, and each side tells the truth about the other. One need only read the attacks of immovable on movable property and vice versa to obtain a clear picture of their respective worthlessness. The landowner lays stress on the noble lineage of his property, on 287. Feudal souvenirs or reminiscences, the poetry of recollection, on his romantic disposition, on his political importance, etc. And when he talks economics, it is only agriculture that he holds to be productive. At the same time he depicts his adversary as a sly, hawking, carping, deceitful, greedy, mercenary, rebellious, heartless and spiritless person who is estranged from the community and freely trades it away, who breeds, nourishes and cherishes competition, and with it pauperism, crime, and the dissolution of all social bonds, an extorting, pimping, servile, smooth, flattering, fleecing, dried up rogue without honor, principles, poetry, substance, or anything else. Amongst others see the physiocrat Burgess, whom Camille Desmoulins flays in his journal, Revolutions de France et de Brabant 19, see Von Vinck, Lancisol, Haller, Leo, Cosgerton * and also Sismondi. Movable property, for its part, points to the miracles of industry and progress. It is the child of modern times, whose legitimate, native-born son it is. It pities its adversary as a simpleton, unenlightened about his own nature, and in this it is completely right, who wants to replace moral capital and free labor by brute, immoral violence and serfdom. It depicts him as a Don Quixote, who under the guise of bluntness, respectability, the general interest, and stability, conceals incapacity for progress, greedy self-indulgence, selfishness, sectional interest, and evil intent. It declares him an artful monopolist, it pours cold water on his reminiscences, his poetry, and his romanticism by a historical and sarcastic enumeration of the baseness, cruelty, degradation, prostitution, infamy, anarchy and rebellion, of which romantic castles were the workshops. JXLIII it claims to have obtained political freedom for everybody, to have loosed the chains which fettered civil society, to have linked together different worlds, to have created trade promoting friendship between the peoples, to have created pure morality and a pleasant culture, to have given the people civilized needs in place of their crude wants, and the means of satisfying them. Meanwhile, *C on the other hand the garrulous, old Hegelian theologian von *, who tells, after Herr Leo, with tears in his eyes how a slave had refused, when serfdom was abolished, to cease being the property of the gentry. See also the patriotic visions of Justice Moser, which distinguish themselves by the fact that they never for a moment, abandon the respectable, petty bourgeois home-baked, ordinary, narrow horizon of the Philistine, and which nevertheless remain pure fancy. This contradiction has given them such an appeal to the German heart. Note by Marx. A few words cannot be deciphered here. 288 Karl Marx. It claims, the landowner, this idle, parasitic grain profiteer, raises the price of the people's basic necessities and so forces the capitalist to raise wages without being able to increase productivity, 3 thus impeding the growth of the nation's annual income, the accumulation of capital, and therefore the possibility of providing work for the people and wealth for the country, eventually cancelling it, thus producing a general decline whilst he parasitically exploits every advantage of modern civilization without doing the least thing for it, and without even abating in the slightest his feudal prejudices. Finally, let him for whom the cultivation of the land and the land itself exist only as a source of money, which comes to him as a present, let him just take a look at his tenant farmer and say whether he himself is not a downright, fantastic, sly scoundrel who in his heart and in actual fact has for a long time belonged to free industry and to lovely trade, however much he may protest and prattle about historical memories and ethical or political goals. Everything which he can really advance to justify himself is true only of the cultivator of the land, the capitalist and the laborers, of whom the landowner is rather the enemy. Thus he gives evidence against himself. Movable property claims that without capital landed property is dead, worthless matter, that its civilized victory has discovered and made human labor the source of wealth in place of the dead thing. See Paul Louis Courier, Saint Simon, Ganel, Ricardo, Mill, McCulloch and Destutt de Tracy and Michel Chevalier. The real course of development, to be inserted at this point, results in the necessary victory of the capitalist over the landowner, that is to say, of developed over undeveloped, immature private property. Just as in general, movement must triumph over immobility, open, self-conscious baseness over hidden, unconscious baseness, cupidity over self-indulgence, the avowedly restless, adroit self-interest of enlightenment over the parochial, worldly wise, respectable, idle, and fantastic self. Interest of superstition, and money over the other forms of private property. Those states which sense something of the danger attaching to fully developed free industry, to fully developed pure morality and to fully developed philanthropic trade, try, but in vain, to hold in check the capitalization of landed property. Landed property in its distinction from capital is private property. Capital still afflicted with local and political prejudices, it is capital which has not yet extricated itself from its entanglement with the world and found the form proper to itself. Capital not. Productivity has been used here to render Produtionskraft ed. 289. Yet fully developed. It must achieve its abstract, that is, its pure, expression in the course of its cosmogony. The character of private property is expressed by labor, capital, and the relations between these two. The movement through which these constituents have to pass is, first, unmediated or mediated unity of the two. Capital and labor are at first still united. Then, though separated and estranged, they reciprocally develop and promote each other as positive conditions. Second, the two in opposition, mutually excluding each other. The worker knows the capitalist as his own non-existence, and vice versa, each tries to rob the other of his existence. Third, opposition of each to itself. Capital equals stored up labor equals labor. As such it splits into capital itself and its interest, and this latter again into interest and profit. The capitalist is completely sacrificed. He falls into the working class, whilst the worker, but only exceptionally, becomes a capitalist. Labor as a moment of capital its costs. Thus the wages of labor a sacrifice of capital. Splitting of labor into labor itself and the wages of labor. The worker himself a capital, a commodity. Clash of mutual contradictions. Slyin. Third manuscript. Private property and labor. Political economy as a product of the movement of private property. IUI XXXVIA. The subjective essence of private property as activity for itself, 82 as subject, as person is labor. It is therefore evident that only the political economy which acknowledged labor as its principle Adam Smith and which therefore no longer looked upon private property as a mere condition external to man, that it is this political economy which has to be regarded on the one hand as a product of the real energy and the real movement of private property. It is a movement of private property become independent for itself in consciousness, the modern industry as self as a product of modern industry. And on the other hand, as a force which has quickened and glorified the energy and development of modern industry and made it a power in the realm of consciousness. To this enlightened political economy, which has discovered within private property the subjective essence of wealth, the adherents of the monetary and mercantile system, who look upon private property only as an objective substance confronting men, seem therefore to be fetishists, Catholics. Engels was therefore right to call Adam Smith the Luther of political economy. Just as Luther recognized religion faith as the substance of the external world and in consequence stood opposed to Catholic paganism, just as he superseded external religiosity by making religiosity the inner substance of man, just as he negated the priests outside the layman because he transplanted the priest into laymen's hearts, just so with wealth as something outside man and independent of him, and therefore as something to be maintained and asserted only in an external fashion, is done away with, that is, this external, mindless objectivity of wealth is done away with private property being incorporated in man himself and with man himself being recognized as its essence. But as a result man is brought within the orbit of private property, just as with Luther he is brought within the orbit of religion. Under the semblance of recognizing man, the political economy whose principle is labor rather carries to its logical conclusion the denial of man, since man himself no longer stands in an external relation of tension to the external substance of private property, but has himself become this tense essence of private property. What was previously being external to oneself, man's actual externalization has merely become the act of externalizing, the process of alienating. This political economy begins by seeming to acknowledge man, his independence, spontaneity, etc., then, locating private property in man's own being, it can no longer be conditioned by the local, national, or other characteristics of private property as of something existing outside itself. This political economy, consequently, displays a cosmopolitan, universal energy which overthrows every restriction and bond so as to establish itself instead as the sole politics, the sole universality, the sole limit and sole bond. Hence it must throw aside this hypocrisy in the course of its further development and come out in its complete cynicism. And this it does untroubled by all the apparent contradictions in which it becomes involved as a result of this theory by developing the idea of labor much more one-sidedly, and therefore more sharply and more consistently, as the sole essence of wealth, by proving the implications of this theory to be anti-human in character, in contrast to the other, original approach. Finally, by dealing the death blow to rent that last, individual, natural mode of private property and source of wealth existing independently of the movement of labor, that expression of feudal property, an expression which has already become wholly economic in character and therefore incapable of resisting political economy. The Ricardo School. There is not merely a relative growth in the cynicism of political economy from Smith through Say to Ricardo, Mill, etc., inasmuch as the implications of industry appear more developed and more contradictory in the eyes of the last named, these later economists also advance in a positive sense constantly and consciously further than their predecessors in their estrangement from man. They do so, however, only because their science develops more consistently and truthfully. Because they make private property in its 292 Karl Marx active form the subject, thus simultaneously turning man into the essence and at the same time turning man as non-essentiality into the essence. The contradiction of reality corresponds completely to the contradictory being which they accept as their principle. Far from refuting it, the ruptured ideal world of industry confirms their self-ruptured principle. Their principle is, after all, the principle of this rupture. The physiocratic doctrine of Dr. Quesnay forms the transition from the mercantile system to Adam Smith. Physiocracy represents directly the decomposition of feudal property in economic terms, but it therefore just as directly represents its economic metamorphosis and restoration, save that now its language is no longer feudal but economic. All wealth is resolved into land and cultivation, agriculture. Land is not yet capital, it is still a special mode of its existence, the validity of which is supposed to lie in, and to derive from, its natural peculiarity. Yet land is a general natural element, whilst the mercantile system admits the existence of wealth only in the form of precious metal. Thus the object of wealth, its matter, has straightway obtained the highest degree of universality within the bounds of nature, insofar as even as nature, it is immediate objective wealth. And land only exists for man through labor, through agriculture. Thus the subjective essence of wealth has already been transferred to labor. But at the same time agriculture is the only productive labor. Hence, labor is not yet grasped in its generality and abstraction, it is still bound to a particular natural element as its matter, and it is therefore only recognized in a particular mode of existence determined by nature. It is therefore still only a specific, particular alienation of man, just as its product is likewise conceived nearly as a specific form of wealth due more to nature than to labor itself. The land is here still recognized as a phenomenon of nature independent of man, not yet as capital, i.e., as an aspect of labor itself. Labor appears, rather, as an aspect of the land. But since the fetishism of the old external wealth, of wealth existing only as an object, has been reduced to a very simple natural element, and since its essence, even if only partially and in a particular form, has been recognized within its subjective existence, the necessary step forward has been made in revealing the general nature of wealth and hence in the raising up of labor in its total absoluteness, i.e., its abstraction, as the principle. It is argued against physiocracy that agriculture, from the economic point of view, that is to say, from the only valid point of view, does not differ from any other industry, and that the essence of wealth, therefore, is not a specific form of labor bound. 293. to a particular element, a particular expression of labor, but labor in general. Physiocracy denies particular, external, merely objective wealth by declaring labor to be the essence of wealth. But for physiocracy, labor is at first only the subjective essence of landed property. It takes its departure from the type of property which historically appears as the dominant and acknowledged type. It turns only landed property into alienated man. It annuls its feudal character by declaring industry, agriculture, as its essence. But it disavows the world of industry and acknowledges the feudal system by declaring agriculture to be the only industry. It is clear that if the subjective essence of industry is now grasped, of industry in opposition to landed property, i.e., of industry constituting itself as industry, this essence includes within itself its opposite. For just as industry incorporates annulled landed property, the subjective essence of industry at the same time incorporates the subjective essence of landed property. Just as landed property is the first form of private property, with industry at first confronting it historically merely as a special kind of property, or, rather, as landed property's liberated slaves, so this process repeats itself in the scientific analysis of the subjective essence of private property, labor. Labor appears at first only as agricultural labor, but then asserts itself as labor in general. 3. All wealth has become industrial wealth, the wealth of labor, and industry is accomplished labor, just as the factory system is the perfected essence of industry, that is of labor, and just as industrial capital is the accomplished objective form of private property. We can now see how it is only at this point that private property can complete its dominion over man and become, in its most general form, a world historical power. Private property and communism. Rep. 36. The antithesis between lack of property and property, so long as it is not comprehended as the antithesis of labor and capital, still remains an indifferent antithesis, not. This refers to the missing part of the second manuscript ed. 294 Karl Marx. Grasped in its active connection, in its internal relation, not yet grasped as a contradiction. It can find expression in this first form even without the advanced development of private property, as in ancient Rome, Turkey, etc. It does not yet appear as having been established by private property itself. But labor, the subjective essence of private property as exclusion of property, and capital, objective labor as exclusion of labor, constitute private property as its developed state of contradiction, hence a dynamic relationship driving towards resolution. Read the same page. The transcendence of self-estrangement follows the same course as self-estrangement. Private property is first considered only in its objective aspect, but nevertheless with labor as its essence. Its form of existence is therefore capital, which is to be annulled as such, proudhon. Or a particular form of labor, labor leveled down, fragmented, and therefore unfree, is conceived as the source of private property's perniciousness and of its existence in estrangement from men. For instance, Fourier, who, like the physiocrats, also conceives agricultural labor to be at least the exemplary type, whereas Saint Simon declares in contrast that industrial labor as such is the essence, and accordingly aspires to the exclusive rule of the industrialists and the improvement of the workers' condition. Finally, communism is the positive expression of annulled private property at first as universal private property. By embracing this relation as a whole, communism is, 1. In its first form only a generalization and consummation of this relation. As such it appears in a twofold form. On the one hand, the dominion of material property bulks so large that it wants to destroy everything which is not capable of being possessed by all as private property. It wants to disregard talent, etc., in an arbitrary manner. For it the sole purpose of life and existence is direct, physical possession. The category of the worker is not done away with, but extended to all men. The relationship of private property persists as the relationship of the community to the world of things. Finally, this movement of opposing universal private property to private property finds expression in the brutish form of opposing to marriage, certainly a form of exclusive private property, the community of women, in which a woman becomes a piece of communal and common property. It may be said that this idea of the community of women gives away the secret of this as yet completely crude and thoughtless communism. 83 Just as 295. Woman passes from marriage to general prostitution *, so the entire world of wealth, that is, of man's objective substance, passes from the relationship of exclusive marriage with the owner of private property to a state of universal prostitution with the community. This type of communism, since it negates the personality of man in every sphere, is but the logical expression of private property, which is this negation. General envy constituting itself as a power is the disguise in which greed re-establishes itself and satisfies itself, only in another way. The thought of every piece of private property as such is at least turned against wealthier private property in the form of envy and the urge to reduce things to a common level, so that this envy and urge even constitute the essence of competition. Crude communism * is only the culmination of this envy and of this leveling down proceeding from the preconceived minimum. It has a definite, limited, standard. How little this annulment of private property is really an appropriation is in fact proved by the abstract negation of the entire world of culture and civilization, the regression to the unnatural LVT simplicity of the poor and crude man who has few needs and who has not only failed to go beyond private property, but has not yet even reached it. The community is only a community of labor, and equality of wages paid out by communal capital by the community as the universal capitalist. Both sides of the relationship are raised to an imagined universality, labor as the category in which every person is placed, and capital as the acknowledged universality and power of the community. In the approach to woman as the spoil and handmaid of communal lust is expressed the infinite degradation in which man exists for himself, for the secret of this approach has its unambiguous, decisive, plain, and undisguised expression in the relation of man to woman and in the manner in which the direct and natural species relationship is conceived. The direct, natural, and necessary relation of person to person is the relation of man to woman. In this natural species relationship, man's relation to nature is immediately his relation to man, just as his relation to man is immediately his relation to nature, his own natural destination. In * prostitution is only a specific expression of the general prostitution of the laborer, and since it is a relationship in which falls not the prostitute alone, but also the one who prostitutes, and the latter's abomination is still greater, the capitalist, etc., also comes under this head. Note by Marx. The manuscript has communist.ed. 296 Karl Marx. This relationship, therefore, is sensuously manifested, reduced to an observable fact, the extent to which the human essence has become nature to man, or to which nature to him has become the human essence of man. From this relationship one can therefore judge man's whole level of development. From the character of this relationship follows how much man as a species being, as man, has come to be himself and to comprehend himself. The relation of man to woman is the most natural relation of human being to human being. It therefore reveals the extent to which man's natural behavior has become human, or the extent to which the human essence in him has become a natural essence, the extent to which his human nature has come to be natural to him. This relationship also reveals the extent to which man's need has become a human need, the extent to which, therefore, the other person as a person has become for him a need, the extent to which he in his individual existence is at the same time a social being. The first positive annulment of private property, crude communism, is thus merely a manifestation of the vileness of private property, which wants to set itself up as the positive community system. 2. Communism, a, still political in nature, democratic or despotic, pound, with the abolition of the state, yet still incomplete, and being still affected by private property, i.e., by the estrangement of man. In both forms communism already is aware of being reintegration or return of man to himself, the transcendence of human self-estrangement, but since it has not yet grasped the positive essence of private property, and just as little the human nature of need, it remains captive to it and infected by it. It has, indeed, grasped its concept, but not its essence. 3. communism as the positive transcendence of private property human self-estrangement, and therefore as the real appropriation of the human essence by and for man, communism therefore as the complete return of man to himself as a social, i.e., human, being, a return accomplished consciously and embracing the entire wealth of previous development. This communism, as fully developed naturalism equals humanism, and as fully developed humanism equals naturalism, it is the genuine resolution of the conflict between man and nature, and between man and man the true resolution of the strife between existence and essence, between objectification and self-confirmation, between freedom and necessity, between the individual and the species. Communism. 297. Is the riddle of history solved, and it knows itself to be the solution. IIVL the entire movement of history, just as its communism's actual act of genesis the birth act of its empirical existence is, therefore, also for its thinking consciousness the comprehended and known process of its becoming. Whereas the still immature communism seeks an historical proof for itself, a proof in the realm of what already exists among disconnected historical phenomena opposed to private property, tearing single phases from the historical process and focusing attention on them as proofs of its historical pedigree, a hobby horse ridden hard especially by Cabet, Villegardel, etc. By so doing it simply makes clear that by far the greater part of this process contradicts its own claim, and that, if it has ever existed, precisely its being in the past refutes its pretension to reality. It is easy to see that the entire revolutionary movement necessarily finds both its empirical and its theoretical basis in the movement of private property, more precisely, in that of the economy. This material, immediately perceptible private property is the material perceptible expression of estranged human life. Its movement, production and consumption is the perceptible revelation of the movement of all production until now, i.e., the realization or the reality of man. Religion, family, state, law, morality, science, art, etc., are only particular modes of production, and fall under its general law. The positive transcendence of private property, as the appropriation of human life, is therefore the positive transcendence of all estrangement, that is to say, the return of man from religion, family, state, etc., to his human, i.e., social, existence. Religious estrangement as such occurs only in the realm of consciousness, of man's inner life, but economic estrangement is that of real life. Its transcendence therefore embraces both aspects. It is evident that the initial stage of the movement amongst the various peoples depends on whether the true recognized life of the people manifests itself more in consciousness or in the external world, is more ideal or real. Communism begins from the outset, with atheism, but atheism is at first far from being communism. Indeed, that atheism is still mostly an abstraction. The philanthropy of atheism is therefore at first only philosophical, abstract philanthropy, and that of communism is at once real and directly bent on action. We have seen how on the assumption of positively annulled private property man produces man himself and the other man. I-1482. 298 Karl Marx. How the object, being the direct manifestation of his individuality, is simultaneously his own existence for the other man, the existence of the other man, and that existence for him. Likewise, however, both the material of labor and man as the subject, are the point of departure as well as the result of the movement, and precisely in this fact, that they must constitute the point of departure, lies the historical necessity of private property. Thus the social character is the general character of the whole movement. Just as society itself produces man as man, so is society produced by him. Activity and enjoyment, both in their content and in their mode of existence, are social activity and social enjoyment. The human aspect of nature exists only for social man, for only then does nature exist for him as a bond with man, as his existence for the other and the other's existence for him, and as the life element of human reality. Only then does nature exist as the foundation of his own human existence. Only here has what is to him his natural existence become his human existence, and nature become man for him. Thus society is the complete unity of man with nature, the true resurrection of nature, the accomplished naturalism of man and the accomplished humanism of nature. A social activity and social enjoyment exist by no means only in the form of some directly communal activity and directly communal enjoyment, although communal activity and communal enjoyment, i.e., activity and enjoyment which are manifested and affirmed in actual direct association with other men, will occur wherever such a direct expression of sociability stems from the true character of the activity's content and is appropriate to the nature of the enjoyment. But also when I am active scientifically, etc., an activity which I can seldom perform in direct community with others, then my activity is social, because I perform it as a man. Not only is the material of my activity given to me as a social product, as is even the language in which the thinker is active, my own existence is social activity, and therefore that which I make of myself, I make of myself for society and with the consciousness of myself as a social being. My general consciousness is only the theoretical shape of that of which the living shape is the real community, the social fabric, although at the present day general consciousness is an abstraction from real life and as such confronts it with hostility. The activity of this word is crossed out in the manuscript ed. 299. My general consciousness, as an activity, is therefore also my theoretical existence as a social being. Above all, we must avoid postulating society again as an abstraction vis-a-vis the individual. The individual is the social being. His manifestations of life, even if they may not appear in the direct form of communal manifestations of life carried out in association with others, are therefore an expression and confirmation of social life. Man's individual and species life are not different, however much, and this is inevitable. The mode of existence of the individual is a more particular or more general mode of the life of the species, or the life of the species is a more particular or more general individual life. In his consciousness of species, man confirms his real social life and simply repeats his real existence in thought, just as conversely the being of the species confirms itself in species consciousness and exists for itself in its generality as a thinking being. Man, much as he may therefore be a particular individual, and it is precisely his particularity which makes him an individual, and a real individual social being, is just as much the totality, the ideal totality, the subjective existence of imagined and experienced society for itself, just as he exists also in the real world both as awareness and real enjoyment of social existence, and as a totality of human manifestation of life. Thinking and being are thus certainly distinct, but at the same time they are in unity with each other. Death seems to be a harsh victory of the species over the particular individual and to contradict their unity. But the particular individual is only a particular species being, and as such mortal. For, just as private property is only the perceptible expression of the fact that man becomes objective for himself and at the same time becomes to himself a strange and inhuman object, just as it expresses the fact that the manifestation of his life is the alienation of his life, that his realization is his loss of reality, is an alien reality, so, the positive transcendence of private property, i.e., the perceptible appropriation for and by man of the human essence and of human life, of objective man, of human achievements, should not be conceived merely in the sense of immediate, one-sided enjoyment, merely in the sense of possessing, of having. Man appropriates his comprehensive essence in a comprehensive manner, that is to say, as a whole man. Each of his human relations to the world, seeing, hearing, smelling, tasting, feeling, thinking. In the manuscript, 5. ed. 11 300 Karl Marx. Observing, experiencing, wanting, acting, loving, in short, all the organs of his individual being, like those organs which are directly social in their form, HVII, are in their objective orientation, or in their orientation to the object, the appropriation of the object, the appropriation of human reality. Their orientation to the object is the manifestation of the human reality *. It is human activity and human suffering, for suffering, humanly considered, is a kind of self-enjoyment of man. Private property has made us so stupid and one-sided that an object is only ours when we have it, when it exists for us as capital, or when it is directly possessed, eaten, drunk, worn, inhabited, etc. In short, when it is used by us. Although private property itself again conceives all these direct realizations of possession only as means of life, and the life which they serve as means is the life of private property, labor and conversion into capital. In the place of all physical and mental senses there has therefore come the sheer estrangement of all these senses, the sense of having. The human being had to be reduced to this absolute poverty in order that he might yield his inner wealth to the outer world. On the category of having, see Hess * in the Bogen. The abolition of private property is therefore the complete emancipation of all human senses and qualities, but it is this emancipation precisely because these senses and attributes have become, subjectively and objectively, human. The eye has become a human eye, just as its object has become a social, human object, an object made by man for man. The senses have therefore become directly in their practice theoreticians. They relate themselves to the thing for the sake of the thing, but the thing itself is an objective human relation to itself and to man, and vice versa. Need or enjoyment has consequently lost its egotistical nature, and nature has eyed its mere utility by use becoming human use. In the same way, the senses and enjoyment of other men have become my own appropriation. Besides these direct organs, therefore, social organs develop in the form of society, thus, for this reason it is just as highly varied as the determinations of human essence and activities. Note by Marx. In practice I can relate myself to a thing humanly only if the thing relates itself humanly to the human being. Note by Marx. A Moses Hess, Philosophie der Tat. Ed. 301. Instance, activity in direct association with others, etc., has become an organ for expressing my own life, and a mode of appropriating human life. It is obvious that the human eye enjoys things in a way different from the crude, non-human eye, the human ear different from the crude ear, etc. We have seen that man does not lose himself in his object only when the object becomes for him a human object or objective man. This is possible only when the object becomes for him a social object, he himself for himself a social being, just as society becomes a being for him in this object. On the one hand, therefore, it is only when the objective world becomes everywhere for man in society the world of man's essential powers, human reality, and for that reason the reality of his own essential powers, that all objects become for him the objectification of himself, become objects which confirm and realize his individuality, become his objects, that is, man himself becomes the object. The manner in which they become his depends on the nature of the objects and on the nature of the essential power corresponding to it, for it is precisely the determinate nature of this relationship which shapes the particular, real mode of affirmation. To the eye an object comes to be other than it is to the ear, and the object of the eye is another object than the object of the ear. The specific character of each essential power is precisely its specific essence, and therefore also the specific mode of its objectification, of its objectively actual, living being. Thus man is affirmed in the objective world not only in the act of thinking, but with all his senses. On the other hand, let us look at this in its subjective aspect. Just as only music awakens in man the sense of music, and just as the most beautiful music has no sense for the unmusical ear is no object for it, because my object can only be the confirmation of one of my essential powers, it can therefore only exist for me insofar as my essential power exists for itself as a subjective capacity, because the meaning of an object for me goes only so far as my sense goes, has only a meaning for a sense corresponding to that object. For this reason the senses of the social man differ from those of the non-social man. Only through the objectively unfolded richness of man's essential being is the richness of subjective human sensibility, a musical ear, an eye for beauty of form, in short, senses capable of human gratification, senses affirming themselves as essential powers of man, either cultivated or brought into being. For not only the five senses but also the 302 Karl Marx. So-called mental senses, the practical senses, will, love, etc., in a word, human sense, the human nature of the senses, comes to be by virtue of its object, by virtue of humanist nature. The forming of the five senses is a labor of the entire history of the world down to the present. The sense caught up in crude practical need has only a restricted sense. For the starving man, it is not the human form of food that exists, but only its abstract existence as food. It could just as well be there in its crudest form, and it would be impossible to say wherein this feeding activity differs from that of animals. The ear-burdened, poverty-stricken man has no sense for the finest play. The dealer in minerals sees only the commercial value but not the beauty and the specific character of the mineral. He has no mineralogical sense. Thus, the objectification of the human essence, both in its theoretical and practical aspects, is required to make man's sense human, as well as to create the human sense corresponding to the entire wealth of human and natural substance. Just as through the movement of private property, of its wealth as well as its poverty of its material and spiritual wealth and poverty, the budding society finds at hand all the material for this development, so established society produces man in this entire richness of his being, produces the rich man profoundly endowed with all the senses as its enduring reality. We see how subjectivity and objectivity, spirituality and materiality, activity and suffering, lose their antithetical character, and thus their existence as such antitheses only within the framework of society. We see how the resolution of the theoretical antitheses is only possible in a practical way, by virtue of the practical energy of man. Their resolution is therefore by no means merely a problem of understanding, but a real problem of life, which philosophy could not solve precisely because it conceived this problem as merely a theoretical one. We see how the history of industry and the established objective existence of industry are the open book of man's essential powers, the perceptibly existing human psychology. Hitherto this was not conceived in its connection with man's essential being, but only in an external relation of utility, because, moving in the realm of estrangement, people could only think of man's general mode of being, religion or history, in its abstract general character as politics, art, literature, etc. Thurixi as the reality of man's essential powers and man's species activity. We have before us the objectified essential powers of man in the form of sensuous, alien, useful objects, in the form of estrangement, displayed in ordinary material industry. 303. Which can be conceived either as a part of that general movement, or that movement can be conceived as a particular part of industry, since all human activity hitherto has been labor, that is, industry activity estranged from itself. A psychology for which this book, the part of history existing in the most perceptible and accessible form, remains a closed book, cannot become a genuine, comprehensive, and real science. What indeed are we to think of a science which airily abstracts from this large part of human labor and which fails to feel its own incompleteness, while such a wealth of human endeavor, unfolded before it, means nothing more to it than, perhaps, what can be expressed in one word: need, vulgar need? The natural sciences have developed an enormous activity and have accumulated an ever-growing mass of material. Philosophy, however, has remained just as alien to them as they remain to philosophy. Their momentary unity was only a chimerical illusion. The will was there, but the power was lacking. Historiography itself pays regard to natural science only occasionally, as a factor of enlightenment, utility, and of some special great discoveries. But natural science has invaded and transformed human life all the more practically through the medium of industry, and has prepared human emancipation, although its immediate effect had to be the furthering of the dehumanization of man. Industry is the actual, historical relationship of nature, and therefore of natural science, to man. If, therefore, industry is conceived as the exoteric revelation of man's essential powers, we also gain an understanding of the human essence of nature, or the natural essence of man. In consequence, natural science will lose its abstractly material, or rather, its idealistic tendency, and will become the basis of human science, as it has already become, albeit in an estranged form, the basis of actual human life, and to assume one basis for life and a different basis for science is as a matter of course a lie. The nature which develops in human history, the genesis of human society, is man's real nature, hence nature as it develops through industry, even though in an estranged form, is true anthropological nature. Sense perception, see Feuerbach, must be the basis of all science. Only when it proceeds from sense perception in the twofold form of sensuous consciousness and sensuous need, that is, only when science proceeds from nature, is it true science. All history is the history of preparing and developing man to become the object of sensuous consciousness, and turning the requirements of man as man into his needs. History itself is a real part of natural. 304 Karl Marx. History of nature developing into man. Natural science will in time incorporate into itself the science of man, just as the science of man will incorporate into itself natural science. There will be one science. 2x Man is the immediate object of natural science, for immediate, sensuous nature for man is, immediately, human sensuousness. The expressions are identical, presented immediately in the form of the other man sensuously present for him. Indeed, his own sense perception first exists as human sensuousness for himself through the other man. But nature is the immediate object of the science of man, the first object of man. Man is nature, sensuousness, and the particular human sensuous essential powers can only find their self-understanding in the science of the natural world in general, just as they can find their objective realization only in natural objects. The element of thought itself, the element of thought's living expression, language, is of a sensuous nature. The social reality of nature, and human natural science, or the natural science of man, are identical terms. It will be seen how in place of the wealth and poverty of political economy come the rich human being and the rich human need. The rich human being is simultaneously the human being in need of a totality of human manifestations of life, the man in whom his own realization exists as an inner necessity, as need. Not only wealth, but likewise the poverty of man under the assumption of socialism 85 receives in equal measure a human and therefore social significance. Poverty is the passive bond which causes the human being to experience the need of the greatest wealth, the other human being. The dominion of the objective being in me, the sensuous outburst of my life activity, is passion, which thus becomes here the activity of my being. 5. A being only considers himself independent when he stands on his own feet, and he only stands on his own feet when he owes his existence to himself. A man who lives by the grace of another regards himself as a dependent being. But I live completely by the grace of another if I owe him not only the maintenance of my life, but if he has, moreover, created my life, if he is the source of my life. When it is not of my own creation, my life has necessarily a source of this kind outside of it. The creation is therefore an idea very difficult to dislodge from popular consciousness. The fact that nature and man exist on their own account is incomprehensible to it, because it contradicts everything tangible in practical life. The creation of the earth has received a mighty blow from geognosy, i.e., from the science which presents the formation of the 305. Earth, the development of the earth, as a process, as a self-generation. Gene ratio equivoca is the only practical refutation of the theory of creation. 86 Now it is certainly easy to say to the single individual what Aristotle has already said: you have been begotten by your father and your mother, therefore in you the mating of two human beings, a species act of human beings, has produced the human being. You see, therefore, that even physically man owes his existence to man. Therefore you must not only keep sight of the one aspect, the infinite progression, which leads you further to inquire, who begot my father? Who his grandfather? Etc. You must also hold on to the circular movement sensuously perceptible in that progress by which man repeats himself in procreation, man thus always remaining the subject. You will reply, however, I grant you this circular movement, now grant me the progress which drives me ever further until I ask, who begot the first man, and nature as a whole? I can only answer you, your question is itself a product of abstraction. Ask yourself how you arrived at that question. Ask yourself whether your question is not posed from a standpoint to which I cannot reply, because it is wrongly put. Ask yourself whether that progress as such exists for a reasonable mind. When you ask about the creation of nature and man, you are abstracting, in so doing, from man and nature. You postulate them as non-existent, and yet you want me to prove them to you as existing. Now I say to you, give up your abstraction and you will also give up your question. Or if you want to hold on to your abstraction, then be consistent, and if you think of man and nature as non-existent, 11 then think of yourself as non-existent, for you too are surely nature and man. Don't think, don't ask me, for as soon as you think and ask, your abstraction from the existence of nature and man has no meaning. Or are you such an egotist that you conceive everything as nothing, and yet want yourself to exist? You can reply, I do not want to postulate the nothingness of nature, etc. I ask you about its genesis, just as I ask the anatomist about the formation of bones, etc. But since for the socialist man the entire so-called history of the world is nothing but the creation of man through human labor, nothing but the emergence of nature for man, so he has the visible, irrefutable proof of his birth through himself, of his genesis. Since the real existence of man and nature has become evident in practice, through sense experience, because man has thus become evident for man as the being of nature, and nature for man as the being of man, the question about an alien being, about a being above nature and 306 Karl Marx. Man, a question which implies the admission of the unreality of nature and of man, has become impossible in practice. Atheism, as the denial of this unreality, has no longer any meaning, for atheism is a negation of God, and postulates the existence of man through this negation, but socialism as socialism no longer stands in any need of such a mediation. It proceeds from the theoretically and practically sensuous consciousness of man and of nature as the essence. Socialism is man's positive self-consciousness, no longer mediated through the abolition of religion, just as real life is man's positive reality, no longer mediated through the abolition of private property, through communism. Communism is the position as the negation of the negation, and is hence the actual phase necessary for the next stage of historical development in the process of human emancipation and rehabilitation. Communism is the necessary form and the dynamic principle of the immediate future, but communism as such is not the goal of human development, the form of human society. 87 Exiath. Human requirements and division of labor under the rule of private property XIVJ 88, 7, we have seen what significance, given socialism, the wealth of human needs acquires, and what significance, therefore, both a new mode of production and a new object of production obtain, a new manifestation of the forces of human nature and a new enrichment of human nature. Under private property their significance is reversed, every person speculates on creating a new need in another, so as to drive him to fresh sacrifice, to place him in a new dependence and to seduce him into a new mode of enjoyment and therefore economic ruin. Each tries to establish over the other an alien power, so as thereby to find satisfaction of his own selfish need. The increase in the quantity of objects is therefore accompanied by an extension of the realm of the alien powers to which man is subjected, and every new product represents a new potentiality of mutual swindling and mutual plundering. Man becomes ever poorer as man, his need for money becomes ever greater if he wants to master the hostile power. The power of his money declines in inverse proportion to the increase in the volume of production, that is, his neediness grows as the power of money increases. 307. The need for money is therefore the true need produced by the economic system, and it is the only need which the latter produces. The quantity of money becomes to an ever greater degree its sole effective quality. Just as it reduces everything to its abstract form, so it reduces itself in the course of its own movement to quantitative being. Excess and intemperance come to be its true norm. Subjectively, This appears partly in the fact that the extension of products and needs becomes a contriving and ever-calculating subservience to inhuman, sophisticated, unnatural, and imaginary appetites. Private property does not know how to change crude need into human need. Its idealism is fantasy, caprice, and whim, and no eunuch flatters his despot more basely or uses more despicable means to stimulate his dulled capacity for pleasure in order to sneak a favor for himself than does the industrial eunuch the producer in order to sneak for himself a few pieces of silver, in order to charm the golden birds out of the pockets of his dearly beloved neighbors in Christ. He puts himself at the service of the other's most depraved fancies, plays the pimp between him and his need, excites in him morbid appetites, lies in wait for each of his weaknesses all so that he can then demand the cash for the service of love. Every product is a bait with which to seduce away the other's very being, his money. Every real and possible need is a weakness which will lead the fly to the glue-pot. General exploitation of communal human nature, just as every imperfection in man, is a bond with heaven, an avenue giving the priest access to his heart. Every need is an opportunity to approach one's neighbor under the guise of the utmost amiability and to say to him, "Dear friend, I give you what you need, but you know the conditio sine qua non, you know the ink in which you have to sign yourself over to me, in providing for your pleasure, I fleece you." This estrangement manifests itself in part in that the sophistication of needs and of the means of their satisfaction on the one side produces a bestial barbarization, a complete, crude, abstract simplicity of need, on the other, or rather in that it merely reproduces itself in its opposite. Even the need for fresh air ceases to be a need for the worker. Man returns to a cave dwelling, which is now, however, contaminated with the pestilential breath of civilization, and which he continues to occupy only precariously, it being for him an alien habitation which can be withdrawn from him any day, a place from which, if he does exceed not pay, he can be thrown out any day. For this mortuary he has to pay. A dwelling in the light, which Prometheus in Aeschylus designated as one of the greatest boons, by means of which he made the savage into a human. 308 Karl Marx. Being, 3 ceases to exist for the worker. Light, air, etc. The simplest animal cleanliness ceases to be a need for man. Filth, this stagnation and putrefaction of man, the sewage of civilization, speaking quite literally, comes to be the element of life for him. Utter, unnatural deprivation, putrefied nature, comes to be his life element. None of his senses exist any longer, and each has ceased to function not only in its human fashion, but in an inhuman fashion, so that it does not exist even in an animal fashion. The crudest methods, and instruments, of human labor are coming back. The treadmill of the Roman slaves, for instance, is the means of production, the means of existence, of many English workers. It is not only that man has no human needs, even his animal needs cease to exist. The Irishman no longer knows any need now but the need to eat, and indeed only the need to eat potatoes, and scabby potatoes at that, the worst kind of potatoes. But in each of their industrial towns England and France have already a little Ireland. The savage and the animal have at least the need to hunt, to roam, etc., the need of companionship. The simplification of the machine, of labor is used to make a worker out of the human being still in the making, the completely immature human being, the child, whilst the worker has become a neglected child. The machine accommodates itself to the weakness of the human being in order to make the weak human being into a machine. How the multiplication of needs and of the means of their satisfaction breeds the absence of needs and of means is demonstrated by the political economist, and by the capitalist. In general, it is always empirical businessmen we are talking about when we refer to political economists, who represent their scientific creed and form of existence, as follows: 1. By reducing the worker's need to the barest and most miserable level of physical subsistence, and by reducing his activity to the most abstract mechanical movement. Thus he says, man has no other need either of activity or of enjoyment. For he declares that this life, too, is human life and existence. 2. By counting the most meager form of life, existence, as the standard, indeed, as the general standard general because it is applicable to the mass of men. He turns the worker into an insensible being lacking all needs, just as he changes his activity into a pure abstraction from all activity. To him, therefore, every luxury of the worker seems to be reprehensible, and everything that goes beyond the most abstract need, be it in the realm of passive enjoyment, or a Aeschylus, Prometheus bound ed. 309. Manifestation of activity seems to him a luxury. Political economy, this science of wealth, is therefore simultaneously the science of renunciation, of want, of saving, and it actually reaches the point where it spares man the need of either fresh air or physical exercise. This science of marvelous industry is simultaneously the science of asceticism, and its true ideal is the ascetic but extortionate miser and the ascetic but productive slave. Its moral ideal is the worker who takes part of his wages to the savings bank, and it has even found ready-made a servile art which embodies this pet idea. It has been presented, bathed in sentimentality, on the stage. Thus political economy, despite its worldly and voluptuous appearance, is a true moral science, the most moral of all the sciences. Self-renunciation, the renunciation of life and of all human needs, is its principal thesis. The less you eat, drink and buy books, the less you go to the theater, the dance hall, the public house, the less you think, love, theorize, sing, paint, fence, etc., the more you save, the greater becomes your treasure, which neither moths nor rust will devour your capital. The less you are, the less you express your own life, the more you have, i.e., the greater is your alienated life, the greater is the store of your estranged being. Everything 16, which the political economist takes from you in life and in humanity, he replaces for you in money and in wealth, and all the things which you cannot do, your money can do. It can eat and drink, go to the dance hall and the theater, it can travel, it can appropriate art, learning, the treasures of the past, political power, all this it can appropriate for you, it can buy all this, it is true endowment. Yet being all this, it wants to do nothing but create itself, by itself, for everything else is after all its servant, and when I have the master I have the servant and do not need his servant. All passions and all activity must therefore be submerged in avarice. The worker may only have enough for him to want to live, and may only want to live in order to have that. It is true that a controversy now arises in the field of political economy. The one side, Lauderdale, Malthus, etc., recommends luxury and execrates thrift. The other, say, Ricardo, etc., recommends thrift and execrates luxury. But the former admits that it wants luxury in order to produce labor, i.e., absolute thrift, and the latter admits that it recommends thrift in order to produce wealth, i.e., luxury. The Lauderdale-Malthus school has the romantic notion that avarice alone ought not to determine the consumption of the rich, and it contradicts its own laws in advancing extravagance as a direct means of enrichment. Against it, therefore, the other side very earnestly and circumstantially proves. 310 Karl Marx. That I do not increase but reduce my possessions by being extravagant. The Say Ricardo school is hypocritical in not admitting that it is precisely whim and caprice which determine production. It forgets the refined needs, it forgets that there would be no production without consumption, it forgets that as a result of competition production can only become more extensive and luxurious. It forgets that, according to its views, a thing's value is determined by use, and that use is determined by fashion. It wishes to see only useful things produced, but it forgets that production of too many useful things produces too large a useless population. Both sides forget that extravagance and thrift, luxury and privation, wealth and poverty are equal. And you must not only stint the gratification of your immediate senses, as by stinting yourself of food, etc., you must also spare yourself all sharing of general interests, all sympathy, all trust, etc., if you want to be economical, if you do not want to be ruined by illusions. You must make everything that is yours saleable, i.e., useful. If I ask the political economist, Do I obey economic laws if I extract money by offering my body for sale, by surrendering it to another's lust? The factory workers in France call the prostitution of their wives and daughters the nth working hour, which is literally correct. Or am I not acting in keeping with political economy if I sell my friend to the Moroccans? And the direct sale of men in the form of a trade in conscripts, etc., takes place in all civilized countries. Then the political economist replies to me, you do not transgress my laws, but see what cousin ethics and cousin religion have to say about it. My political economic ethics and religion have nothing to reproach you with, but whom am I now to believe, political economy or ethics? The ethics of political economy is acquisition, work, thrift, sobriety, but political economy promises to satisfy my needs. The political economy of ethics is the opulence of a good conscience, of virtue, etc., but how can I live virtuously if I do not live? And how can I have a good conscience if I do not know anything? It stems from the very nature of estrangement that each sphere applies to me a different and opposite yardstick, ethics one and political economy another, for each is a specific estrangement of man, and 218 focuses attention on a particular field of estranged essential activity, and each stands in an estranged relation to the other. Thus M. Michel Chevalier reproaches Ricardo with having ignored ethics. 3. But cf. Michel Chevalier, De Intérêts Matériels en France ed. 311. Ricardo is allowing political economy to speak its own language, and if it does not speak ethically, this is not Ricardo's fault. M. Chevalier takes no account of political economy insofar as he moralizes, but he really and necessarily ignores ethics insofar as he practices political economy. The relationship of political economy to ethics, if it is other than an arbitrary, contingent, and therefore unfounded and unscientific relationship, if it is not being posited for the sake of appearance but is meant to be essential, can only be the relationship of the laws of political economy to ethics. If there is no such connection, or if the contrary is rather the case, can Ricardo help it? Moreover, the opposition between political economy and ethics is only an apparent opposition and just as much no opposition as it is an opposition. All that happens is that political economy expresses moral laws in its own way. Frugality as the principle of political economy is most brilliantly shown in its theory of population. There are too many people. Even the existence of men is a pure luxury, and if the worker is ethical, he will be sparing in procreation. Mill suggests public acclaim for those who prove themselves continent in their sexual relations, and public rebuke for those who sin against such barrenness of marriage. 3. Is this not ethics, the teaching of asceticism? The production of people appears as public destitution. The meaning which production has in relation to the rich is seen revealed in the meaning which it has for the poor. Looking upwards, the manifestation is always refined, veiled, ambiguous outward appearance; downwards, it is rough, straightforward, frank, the real thing. The worker's crude need is a far greater source of gain than the refined need of the rich. The cellar dwellings in London bring more to those who let them than do the palaces, that is to say, with reference to the landlord they constitute greater wealth, and thus, to speak the language of political economy, greater social wealth. Industry speculates on the refinement of needs; it speculates however just as much on their crudeness, but on their artificially produced crudeness, whose true enjoyment, therefore, is self-stupefaction, this illusory satisfaction of need, the civilization contained within the crude barbarism of need. The English gin. A. James Mill, Elements of Political Economy, London, 1821, p. 44, Marx quotes from the French edition, Element d'Économie Politique. Trad. Parjt Parasat, Paris, 1823. p. 59, ed. 312 Karl Marx. Shops are therefore the symbolical representations of private property. Their luxury reveals the true relation of industrial luxury and wealth to man. They are therefore rightly the only Sunday pleasures of the people which the English police treats at least mildly. 1889 We have already seen how the political economist establishes the unity of labor and capital in a variety of ways. 1. Capital is accumulated labor. 2. The purpose of capital within production, partly, reproduction of capital with profit, partly, capital as raw material, material of labor, and partly, as an automatically working instrument, the machine is capital directly equated with labor, is productive labor. 3. The worker is a capital. 4. Wages belong to costs of capital. 5. In relation to the worker, labor is the reproduction of his life capital. 6. In relation to the capitalist, labor is an aspect of his capital's activity. Finally, 7. The political economist postulates the original unity of capital and labor as the unity of the capitalist and the worker. This is the original state of paradise. The way in which these two aspects, ixx as two persons, confront each other is for the political economist an accidental event, and hence only to be explained by reference to external factors. See Mill 3, the nations which are still dazzled by the sensuous glitter of precious metals, and are therefore still fetish worshippers of metal money, are not yet fully developed money nations. Contrast of France and England. The extent to which the solution of theoretical riddles is the task of practice and effected through practice, the extent to which true practice is the condition of a real and positive theory, is shown, for example, in fetishism. The sensuous consciousness of the fetish worshipper is different from that of the Greek, because his sensuous existence is different. The abstract enmity between sense and spirit is necessary so long as the human feeling for nature, the human sense of nature, and therefore also the natural sense of man, are not yet produced by man's own labor. Equality is nothing but a translation of the German ich equals ich be 90 into the French, i.e., political, form. Equality as the basis of communism is its political justification, and it is the same as when the German justifies it by conceiving man as universal self-consciousness. Naturally, the transcendence of the estrangement always proceeds from that form of the estrangement which is the dominant power, in Germany, self-consciousness, in France, equality, because it is politics, in England, real, material, practical need taking only itself as its standard. It is from this standpoint that Proudhon is to be criticized and appreciated. If we characterize communism itself because of its character as negation of the negation, as the appropriation of the human essence through the intermediary of the negation of private property as being not yet the true, self-originating position but rather a position originating from private property, in old German fashion in the way of Hegel's phenomenology, finished as a conquered moment and, one might be satisfied by it, in his consciousness, of the human being only by real, transcendence of his thought now as before, since with him be therefore the real estrangement of the life of man remains, and remains all the more one is conscious of it as such, hence the negation of this estrangement can be accomplished solely by bringing about communism. In order to abolish the idea of private property, the idea of communism is quite sufficient. It takes actual communist action to abolish actual private property. History will lead to it, and this movement, which in theory we already know to be a self-transcending movement, will constitute in actual fact a very rough and protracted process. But we must regard it as a real advance to have at the outset gained a consciousness of the limited character as well as of the goal of this historical movement and a consciousness which reaches out beyond it. When communist artisans associate with one another, theory, propaganda, etc., is their first end. But at the same time, as a result of this association, they acquire a new need, the need for society, and what appears as a means becomes an end. In this practical process the most splendid results are to be observed whenever French socialist workers are seen together. Such things as smoking, drinking, eating, etc., are no longer means of contact or means that bring them together. Association, society, and conversation, which again has association as its end, are enough for them. The brotherhood of man is no mere phrase with them, but a fact of life, and the nobility of man shines upon us from their work-hardened bodies. A part of this section of the manuscript is torn off ed. Or maybe the German pronoun ihm can be either ed. See in the manuscript, ouvriers ed. 314 Karl Marx. Exe, when political economy claims that demand and supply always balance each other, it immediately forgets that according to its own claim, theory of population, the supply of people always exceeds the demand, and that, therefore, in the essential result of the whole production process, the existence of man, the disparity between demand and supply gets its most striking expression. The extent to which money, which appears as a means, constitutes true power and the soul, and the extent to which in general the means which turns me into a being, which gives me possession of the alien objective being, is an end in itself, can be clearly seen from the fact that landed property, wherever land is the source of life, and horse and sword, wherever these are the true means of life, are also acknowledged as the true political powers in life. In the Middle Ages a social estate is emancipated as soon as it is allowed to carry the sword. Amongst nomadic peoples it is the horse which makes me a free man and a participant in the life of the community. We have said above that man is regressing to the cave dwelling, etc., but he is regressing to it in an estranged, malignant form. The savage in his cave, a natural element which freely offers itself for his use and protection, feels himself no more a stranger, or rather feels as much at home as a fish in water. But the cellar dwelling of the poor man is a hostile element, a dwelling which remains an alien power and only gives itself up to him insofar as he gives up to it his own blood and sweat, a dwelling which he cannot regard as his own hearth, where he might at last exclaim, "Here I am at home," but where instead he finds himself in someone else's house, in the house of a stranger who always watches him and throws him out if he does not pay his rent. He is also aware of the contrast in quality between his dwelling and a human dwelling that stands in the other world, in the heaven of wealth. Estrangement is manifested not only in the fact that my means of life belong to someone else, that which I desire is the inaccessible possession of another, but also in the fact that everything is itself something different from itself, that my activity is something else, and that, finally, and this applies also to the capitalist, all is under the sway of inhuman power. There is a form of inactive, extravagant wealth given over wholly to pleasure, the enjoyer of which on the one hand behaves. The manuscript is damaged here ed. 315. As a mere ephemeral individual frantically spending himself to no purpose, and also regards the slave labor of others, human sweat and blood, as the prey of his cupidity. He therefore knows man himself, and hence also his own self, as a sacrificed and futile being. With such wealth contempt of man makes its appearance, partly as arrogance and as squandering of what can give sustenance to 100 human lives, and partly as the infamous illusion that his own unbridled extravagance and ceaseless, unproductive consumption is the condition of the other's labor and therefore of his subsistence. He regards the realization of the essential powers of man only as the realization of his own excesses, his whims and capricious, bizarre notions. This wealth which, on the other hand, again knows wealth as a mere means, as something that is good for nothing but to be annihilated, and which is therefore at once slave and master, at once magnanimous and base, capricious, presumptuous, conceited, refined, cultured and witty. This wealth has not yet experienced wealth as an utterly alien power over itself, it sees in it, rather, only its own power, and not la wealth but enjoyment is its final aim. This, bxe and the glittering illusion about the nature of wealth, blinded by sensuous appearances, is confronted by the working, sober, prosaic, economical industrialist who is quite enlightened about the nature of wealth, and who, while providing a wider sphere for the other's self-indulgence and paying fulsome flatteries to him in his products, for his products are just so many base compliments to the appetites of the spendthrift, knows how to appropriate for himself in the only useful way the other's waning power. If, therefore, industrial wealth appears at first to be the result of extravagant, fantastic wealth, yet its motion, the motion inherent in it, ousts the latter also in an active way. For the fall in the rate of interest is a necessary consequence and result of industrial development. The extravagant rentiers means therefore dwindle day by day in inverse proportion to the increasing possibilities and pitfalls of pleasure. Consequently, he must either consume his capital, thus ruining himself, or must become an industrial capitalist. On the other hand, there is a direct, constant rise in the rent of land as a result of the course of industrial development. Nevertheless, as we have already seen, there must come a time when landed property, like every other. The manuscript is damaged here, ed. A part of this page of the manuscript is ripped off, about 3 lines are missing, ed. 316 Karl Marx. Kind of property, is bound to fall within the category of profitably self-reproducing capital 3, and this in fact results from the same industrial development. Thus the squandering landowner, too, must either consume his capital, and thus be ruined, or himself become the farmer of his own estate, an agricultural industrialist. The diminution in the interest on money, which Proudhon regards as the annulling of capital and as a tendency to socialize capital, is therefore in fact rather only a symptom of the total victory of working capital over squandering wealth, i.e., the transformation of all private property into industrial capital. It is a total victory of private property over all those of its qualities which are still in appearance human, and the complete subjection of the owner of private property to the essence of private property labor. To be sure, the industrial capitalist also takes his pleasures. He does not by any means return to the unnatural simplicity of need, but his pleasure is only a side issue recreation, something subordinated to production. At the same time it is a calculated and, therefore, itself an economical pleasure. For he debits it to his capital's expense account, and what is squandered on his pleasure must therefore amount to no more than will be replaced with profit through the reproduction of capital. Pleasure is therefore subsumed under capital, and the pleasure-taking individual under the capital-accumulating individual, whilst formerly the contrary was the case. The decrease in the interest rate is therefore a symptom of the annulment of capital only inasmuch as it is a symptom of the growing domination of capital, of the estrangement which is growing and therefore hastening to its annulment. This is indeed the only way in which that which exists affirms its opposite. The quarrel between the political economists about luxury and thrift is, therefore, only the quarrel between that political economy which has achieved clarity about the nature of wealth, and that political economy which is still afflicted with romantic, anti-industrial memories. Neither side, however, knows how to reduce the subject of the controversy to its simple terms, and neither therefore can make short work of the other. 11th 91. Moreover, rent of land qua rent of land has been overthrown, since, contrary to the argument of the physiocrats which maintains that the landowner is the only true producer, modern political economy has proved that the landowner as such is rather the only completely unproductive rentier. According to this theory, agriculture is the business of the capitalist, who invests his capital in it provided he can expect the usual profit. The claim of the physiocrats that landed property, as the sole productive property, should alone pay state taxes and therefore should alone approve them and participate in the affairs of state is transformed into the opposite position, that the tax on the rent of land is the only tax on unproductive income, and is therefore the only tax not detrimental to national production. It goes without saying that from this point of view also the political privilege of landowners no longer follows from their position as principal taxpayers. Everything which Proudhon conceives as a movement of labor against capital is only the movement of labor in the determination of capital, of industrial capital, against capital not consumed as capital, i.e., not consumed industrially. And this movement is proceeding along its triumphant roadthe road to the victory of industrial capital. It is clear, therefore, that only when labor is grasped as the essence of private property, can the economic process as such be analyzed in its real concreteness. Society, as it appears to the political economist, is civil society 92, in which every individual is a totality of needs and only 1130 exists for the other person, as the other exists for him, insofar as each becomes a means for the other. The political economist reduces everything, just as does politics in its rights of man, to man, i.e., to the individual whom he strips of all determinateness so as to class him as capitalist or worker. The division of labor is the economic expression of the social character of labor within the estrangement. Or, since labor is only an expression of human activity within alienation, of the manifestation of life as the alienation of life, the division of labor, too, is therefore nothing else but the estranged, alienated positing of human activity as a real activity of the species or as activity of man as a species being. As for the essence of the division of labor, and of course the division of labor had to be conceived as a major driving force in the production of wealth as soon as labor was recognized as the essence of private property, i.e., as for the estranged and alienated form of human activity as an activity of the species, the political economists are very vague and self-contradictory about it. Adam Smith, this division of labor, is not originally the effect of any human wisdom. It is the necessary, slow and gradual consequence of the 318 Karl Marx propensity to truck, barter, and exchange one thing for another. This propensity to trade is probably a necessary consequence of the use of reason and of speech. It is common to all men, and to be found in no other race of animals. The animal, when it is grown up, is entirely independent. Man has almost constant occasion for the help of others, and it is in vain for him to expect it from their benevolence only. He will be more likely to prevail if he can appeal to their personal interest, and show them that it is for their own advantage to do for him what he requires of them. We address ourselves, not to their humanity but to their self-love, and never talk to them of our own necessities but of their advantages. As it is by treaty, by barter, and by purchase that we obtain from one another the greater part of those mutual good offices which we stand in need of, so it is this same, rucking disposition which originally gives occasion to the division of labor. In a tribe of hunters or shepherds a particular person makes bows and arrows, for example, with more readiness and dexterity than any other. He frequently exchanges them for cattle or for venison with his companions, and he finds at last that he can in this manner get more cattle and venison than if he himself went to the field to catch them. From a regard to his own interest, therefore, the making of bows, etc., grows to be his chief business. The difference of natural talents in different men, is not, so much the cause as the effect of the division of labor. Without the disposition to truck, and exchange, every man must have procured to himself every necessary and conveniency of life. All must have had the same work to do, and there could have been no such difference of employment as could alone give occasion to any great difference of talents. As it is this disposition which forms that difference of talents, among men, so it is the same disposition which renders that difference useful. Many tribes of animals, of the same species derive from nature a much more remarkable distinction of genius, than what, antecedent to custom and education, appears to take place among men. By nature a philosopher is not in talent and in intelligence half so different from a street porter, as a mastiff is from a greyhound, or a greyhound from a spaniel, or this last from a shepherd's dog. Those different tribes of animals, however, though all of the same species, are of scarce any use to one another. The mastiff cannot add to the advantages of his strength 11xxxvii by making use of the swiftness of the greyhound, etc. The effects of these different talents or grades of intelligence, for want of the power or disposition to barter and exchange, cannot be brought into a common stock, and do not in the least contribute to the better accommodation and conveniency of the species. Each animal is still obliged to support and defend itself, separately and independently, and derives no sort of advantage from that variety of talents with which nature has distinguished its fellows. Among men, on the contrary, the most dissimilar geniuses are of use to one another, the different produces of their respective talents, by the general disposition to truck, barter, and exchange, being brought, as it were, into a common stock, where every man may purchase whatever part of the produce of other men's industry he has occasion for. As it is the power of exchanging that gives occasion to the division of labor, so the extent of this division must always be limited by the extent of that power, or, in other words, by the extent of the market. When the market is very small, no person can have any encouragement to dedicate himself entirely to one employment, for want of the power to exchange all that surplus part of the produce of his own labor, which is over and above his own consumption, for such parts of the produce of other men's labor as he has occasion for. 319. In an advanced state of society every man thus lives by exchanging and becomes in some measure a merchant, and the society itself grows to be what is properly a commercial society. See Destutt de Tracy Elements d'Idéologie, Paris, 1826, pages 68 and 78. Society is a series of reciprocal exchanges, commerce contains the whole essence of society. The accumulation of capitals mounts with the division of labor, and vice versa. So much for Adam Smith. 3. If every family produced all that it consumed, society could keep going although no exchange of any sort took place. Without being fundamental, exchange is indispensable in our advanced state of society. The division of labor is a skillful deployment of man's powers, it increases society's production, its power and its pleasures, but it curtails, reduces the ability of every person taken individually. Production cannot take place without exchange. Thus J.B. say. B. The powers inherent in man are his intelligence and his physical capacity for work. Those which arise from the condition of society consist of the capacity to divide up labor and to distribute different jobs amongst different people, and the power to exchange mutual services and the products which constitute these means. The motive which impels a man to give his services to another is self-interest. He requires a reward for the services rendered. The right of exclusive private property is indispensable to the establishment of exchange amongst men. Exchange and division of labor reciprocally condition each other. Thus Skarbek. C. Mill presents developed exchange trade as a consequence of the division of labor. The agency of man can be traced to very simple elements. He can, in fact, do nothing more than produce motion. He can move things towards one another, and he can separate them from one another. XXXVII. The properties of matter perform all the rest. In the employment of labor and machinery, it is often found that the effects can be increased by skillful distribution, by separating all those operations which have any tendency to impede one another, and by bringing together all those operations which can be made in any way to aid one another. As men in general cannot perform many different operations with the same quickness and dexterity with which they can by practice learn to perform a few, it is always an advantage to limit as much as possible the number of operations imposed upon each. For dividing labor, and distributing the powers of men and machinery, to the greatest advantage, it is in most cases necessary to operate upon a large scale, in other words, to produce the commodities in greater masses. It is this advantage which gives existence to the great manufactories, a few of which, placed in the most convenient situations, frequently supply not one country, but many countries, with as much as they desire of the commodity produced. Thus Mill. The whole of modern political economy agrees, however, that division of labor and wealth of production, division of labor and accumulation of capital, mutually determine each other, just as it agrees that only private property which is at liberty to follow its own course can produce the most useful and comprehensive division of labor. Adam Smith's argument can be summarized as follows: division of labor bestows on labor infinite productive capacity. It stems from the propensity to exchange and barter, a specifically human propensity which is probably not accidental, but is conditioned by the use of reason and speech. The motive of those who engage in exchange is not humanity but egoism. The diversity of human talents is more the effect than the cause of the division of labor, i.e., of exchange. Besides, it is only the latter which makes such diversity useful. The particular attributes of the different breeds within a species of animal are by nature much more marked than the degrees of difference in human aptitude and activity. But because animals are unable to engage in exchange, no individual animal benefits from the difference in the attributes of animals of the same species but of different breeds. Animals are unable to combine the different attributes of their species, and are unable to contribute anything to the common advantage and comfort of the species. It is otherwise with men, amongst whom the most dissimilar talents and forms of activity are of use to one another, because they can bring their different products together into a common stock, from which each can purchase. As the division of labor springs from the propensity to exchange, so it grows and is limited by the extent of exchange by the extent of the market. In advanced conditions, every man is a merchant, and society is a commercial society. Say regards exchange as accidental and not fundamental. Society could exist without it? It becomes indispensable in the advanced state of society. Yet production cannot take place without it. Division of labor is a convenient, useful means, a skillful deployment of human powers for social wealth, but it reduces the ability of each person taken individually. The last remark is a step forward on the part of Say. Skarbek distinguishes the individual powers inherent in man intelligence and the physical capacity for work from the James Mill, Elements of Political Economy, pages 5 to 6 and 8 to 9, Parasat, pages 7. 11 to 12, ed. 321. Powers derived from society, exchange and division of labor, which mutually condition one another. But the necessary premise of exchange is private property. Skarbek here expresses in an objective form what Smith, Say, Ricardo, etc., say when they designate egoism and self-interest as the basis of exchange, and buying and selling as the essential and adequate form of exchange. Mill presents trade as the consequence of the division of labor. With him human activity is reduced to mechanical motion. Division of labor and use of machinery promote wealth of production. Each person must be entrusted with as small a sphere of operations as possible. Division of labor and use of machinery, in their turn, imply large-scale production of wealth, and hence of products. This is the reason for large manufactories. 1138. The examination of division of labor and exchange is of extreme interest, because these are perceptibly alienated expressions of human activity and essential power as a species activity and species power. To assert that division of labor and exchange rest on private property is nothing but asserting that labor is the essence of private property, an assertion which the political economist cannot prove and which we wish to prove for him. Precisely in the fact that division of labor and exchange are aspects of private property lies the twofold proof, on the one hand that human life required private property for its realization, and on the other hand that it now requires the supersession of private property. Division of labor and exchange are the two phenomena which lead the political economist to boast of the social character of his science, while in the same breath he gives unconscious expression to the contradiction in his science, the motivation of society by unsocial, particular interests. The factors we have to consider are, firstly, the propensity to exchange, the basis of which is found in egoism, is regarded as the cause or reciprocal effect of the division of labor. Say regards exchange as not fundamental to the nature of society. Wealth production is explained by division of labor and exchange. The impoverishment of individual activity, and its loss of character as a result of the division of labor, are admitted. Exchange and division of labor are acknowledged as the sources of the great diversity of human talents, a diversity which in its turn becomes useful as a result of exchange. Skarbek divides man's essential powers of production or productive powers into two parts: 1. Those which are individual and inherent in him, his intelligence and his special disposition, or capacity, for work, and 322 Karl Marx. 2. Those derived from society and not from the actual individual, division of labor and exchange. Furthermore, the division of labor is limited by the market. Human labor is simple mechanical motion, the main work is done by the material properties of the objects. The fewest possible operations must be apportioned to any one individual. Splitting up of labor and concentration of capital, the insignificance of individual production and the production of wealth in large quantities. Meaning of free private property within the division of labor. /The power of money. Xli 93. If man's feelings, passions, etc., are not merely anthropological phenomena in the narrower 15 sense, but truly ontological 94 affirmations of being, of nature, and if they are only really affirmed because their object exists for them as a sensual object, then it is clear that, 1. They have by no means merely one mode of affirmation, but rather that the distinct character of their existence, of their life, is constituted by the distinct mode of their affirmation. In what manner the object exists for them, is the characteristic mode of their gratification. 2. Wherever the sensuous affirmation is the direct annulment of the object in its independent form, as in eating, drinking, working up of the object, etc., this is the affirmation of the object. 3. Insofar as man, and hence also his feeling, etc., is human, the affirmation of the object by another is likewise his own gratification. 4. Only through developed industry, i.e., through the medium of private property, does the ontological essence of human passion come into being, in its totality as well as in its humanity. The science of man is therefore itself a product of man's own practical activity. 5. The meaning of private property apart from its estrangement is the existence of essential objects for man, both as objects of enjoyment and as objects of activity. That part of the third manuscript which serves as a supplement to p. 36 of the second manuscript breaks off at this point on the left side of p. 38. The right-hand side of p. 38 is empty. Then follows the introduction, pages 36 XL, and the passage on money, pages XL ed. This word cannot be clearly deciphered in the manuscript ed. 323. By possessing the property of buying everything, by possessing the property of appropriating all objects, money is thus the object of eminent possession. The universality of its property is the omnipotence of its being. It is therefore regarded as omnipotent. Money is the procurer between man's need and the object, between his life and his means of life. But that which mediates my life for me, also mediates the existence of other people for me. For me it is the other person. What, man? Confound it, hands and feet and head and backside, all are yours. And what we take while life is sweet, is that to be declared not ours? 6 stallions, say, I can afford, is not their strength my property? I tear along, a sporting lord, as if their legs belonged to me. Goethe, Faust, Mephistopheles, 3 Shakespeare in Timon of Athens. Gold. Yellow, glittering, precious gold. No, gods, I am no idle votarist. Thus much of this will make black white, foul fair, wrong right, base noble, old young, coward valiant. Why, this will lug your priests and servants from your sides, pluck stout men's pillows from below their heads. This yellow slave will knit and break religions, bless the accursed, make the whore leprosy adored, place thieves and give them title, knee and approbation with senators on the bench. This is it that makes the wappened widow wed again, she, whom the spittle house and ulcerous sores would cast the gorge at, this embalms and spices to the April day again. Come, damned earth, thou common whore of mankind, that put st odds among the rout of nations. And also later. O thou sweet king-killer, and dear divorce twixt natural son and sire. Thou bright defiler of Hymen's purest bed. Thou valiant Mars. Thou ever young, fresh, loved and delicate wooer, whose blush doth thaw the consecrated snow that lies on Dion's lap. Thou visible god / that solder st dos impossibilities. And makest them kiss. That speak st with every tongue, xlii to every purpose. O thou touch of hearts! Think, thy slave man rebels, and by thy virtue set them into confounding odds, that beasts may have the world in empire. 2. Shakespeare excellently depicts the real nature of money. To understand him, let us begin, first of all, by expounding the passage from Goethe. That which is for me through the medium of money, that for which I can pay, i.e., which money can buy, that am I myself, the possessor of the money. The extent of the power of money is the extent of my power. Money's properties are the possessor's properties and essential powers. Thus, What I am and am capable of is by no means determined by my individuality. I am ugly, but I can buy for myself the most beautiful women. Therefore I am not ugly, for the effect of ugliness, its deterrent power, is nullified by money. I, according to my individual characteristics, am lame, but money furnishes me with 24 feet. Therefore I am not lame. I am bad, dishonest, unscrupulous, stupid, but money is honored, and hence its possessor. Money is the supreme good, therefore its possessor is good. Money, besides, saves me the trouble of being dishonest, I am therefore presumed honest. I am brainless, but money is the real brain of all things, and how then should its possessor be brainless? Besides, he can buy clever people for himself, and is he who has power over the clever not more clever than the clever? Do not I, who thanks to money am capable of all that the human heart longs for, possess all human capacities? Does not my money, therefore, transform all my incapacities into their contrary? If money is the bond binding me to human life, binding society to me, connecting me with nature and man, is not money the bond of all bonds? Can it not dissolve and bind all ties? Is it not, therefore, also the universal agent of separation? It is the coin that really separates as well as the real binding agent, the chemical power of society. Shakespeare stresses especially two properties of money. 1. It is the visible divinity, the transformation of all human and natural properties into their contraries, the universal confounding and distorting of things. Impossibilities are soldered together by it. 2. It is the common whore, the common procurer of people and nations. A Shakespeare, Timon of Athens, Act 4, Scene 3. Marx quotes the Schlegel Tyche. Translation. Ed. In the manuscript, is ed. In the manuscript one word cannot be deciphered. Ed. 325. The distorting and confounding of all human and natural qualities, the fraternization of impossibilities. The divine power of money lies in its character as men's estranged, alienating, and self-disposing species nature. Money is the alienated ability of mankind. That which I am unable to do as a man, and of which therefore all my individual essential powers are incapable, I am able to do by means of money. Money thus turns each of these powers into something which in itself it is not, turns it, that is, into its contrary. If I long for a particular dish or want to take the mail coach because I am not strong enough to go by foot, money fetches me the dish and the mail coach, that is, it converts my wishes from something in the realm of imagination, translates them from their meditated, imagined, or desired existence into their sensuous, actual existence, from imagination to life, from imagined being into real being. In effecting this mediation, money is the truly creative power. No doubt the demand also exists for him who has no money, but his demand is a mere thing of the imagination without effect or existence for me, for a third party, for the others, slying, and which therefore remains even for me unreal and objectless. The difference between effective demand based on money and ineffective demand based on my need, my passion, my wish, etc., is the difference between being and thinking, between the idea which merely exists within me and the idea which exists as a real object outside of me. If I have no money for travel, I have no need, that is, no real and realizable need to travel. If I have the vocation for study but no money for it, I have no vocation for study, that is, no effective, no true vocation. On the other hand, if I have really no vocation for study but have the will and the money for it, I have an effective vocation for it. Money as the external, universal medium and faculty, not springing from man as man or from human society as society, for turning an image into reality and reality into a mere image, transforms the real essential powers of man and nature into what are merely abstract notions and therefore imperfections and tormenting chimeras, just as it transforms real imperfections and chimeras essential powers which are really impotent, which exist only in the imagination of the individual, into real essential powers and faculties. In the light of this characteristic alone, Money is thus the general distorting of individualities which turns them into their opposite and confers contradictory attributes upon their attributes. Money, then, appears as this distorting power both against the individual and against the bonds of society, etc., which claim to be 326 Karl Marx. Entities in themselves. It transforms fidelity into infidelity, love into hate, hate into love, virtue into vice, vice into virtue, servant into master, master into servant, idiocy into intelligence, and intelligence into idiocy. Since money, as the existing and active concept of value, confounds and confuses all things, it is the general confounding and confusing of all things, the world upside down, the confounding and confusing of all natural and human qualities. He who can buy bravery is brave, though he be a coward. As money is not exchanged for any one specific quality, for any one specific thing, or for any particular human essential power, but for the entire objective world of man and nature, from the standpoint of its possessor it therefore serves to exchange every quality for every other, even contradictory, quality and object. It is the fraternization of impossibilities. It makes contradictions embrace. Assume man to be man and his relationship to the world to be a human one, then you can exchange love only for love, trust for trust, etc. If you want to enjoy art, you must be an artistically cultivated person. If you want to exercise influence over other people, you must be a person with a stimulating and encouraging effect on other people. Every one of your relations to man and to nature must be a specific expression, corresponding to the object of your will, of your real individual life. If you love without evoking love in return, that is, if your loving as loving does not produce reciprocal love, if through a living expression of yourself as a loving person you do not make yourself a beloved one, then your love is impotent, a misfortune. Slyin. Critique of the Hegelian dialectic and philosophy as a whole. 1111, 6. This is perhaps the place at which, by way of explanation and justification, we might offer some considerations in regard to the Hegelian dialectic generally and especially its exposition in the Phenomenology and Logic *, and also, lastly, the relation to it of the modern critical movement. 95. So powerful was modern German criticism's preoccupation with the past, so completely was its development entangled with the George Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel, Phenomenologie des Geistes und Wissenschafter. Logic ed. Economio and Philosophic Manuscripts of 1844-327. Subject matter: that there prevailed a completely uncritical attitude to the method of criticizing, together with a complete lack of awareness about the apparently formal, but really vital question, how do we now stand as regards the Hegelian dialectic? This lack of awareness about the relationship of modern criticism to the Hegelian philosophy as a whole and especially to the Hegelian dialectic has been so great that critics like Strauss and Bruno Bauer still remain within the confines of the Hegelian logic, the former completely so and the latter at least implicitly so in his Synoptiker 1, where, in opposition to Strauss, he replaces the substance of abstract nature by the self-consciousness of abstract man, and even in Das Entdeckte Christentum. Thus in Das Entdeckte Christentum, for example, you get, as though in positing the world, self-consciousness does not posit that which is different from itself, and in what it is creating it does not create itself, since it in turn annuls the difference between what it has created and itself, since it itself has being only in creating 13 and in the movement as though its purpose were not this movement, etc. Or again, they, the French materialists, have not yet been able to see that it is only as the movement of self-consciousness that the movement of the universe has actually come to be for itself, and achieved unity with itself. pp. 113, 114-15. Such expressions do not even show any verbal divergence from the Hegelian approach, but on the contrary repeat it word for word. 1112. How little consciousness there was in relation to the Hegelian dialectic during the act of criticism, Bauer, the Synoptiker, and how little this consciousness came into being even after the act of material criticism, is proved by Bauer when, in his Die Geutsachte Freiheit, he dismisses the brash question put by Herr Grupp, what about logic now? By referring him to future critics. 90. But even now that Feuerbach, both in his Thesen in the Anekdotak and, in detail, in the Philosophie der Zukunft, has in principle overthrown the old dialectic and philosophy, now that school of criticism, on the other hand, which was incapable of accomplishing this, has all the same seen it accomplished and has proclaimed itself pure, resolute, absolute criticism that has come into the clear with itself, now that this criticism, in its spiritual, a Bruno Bauer, Kritik der Evangelischen Geschichte Synoptiker ed. In the manuscript, in Movement.ed see Ludwig Feuerbach, Vorläufig Thesen zur Reformation der Philosophie in Anekdote zur Neuesten Philosophie und Publicistik ed. 328. Karl Marx. Pride has reduced the whole process of history to the relation between the rest of the world and itself, the rest of the world, in contrast to itself, falling under the category of the masses, and dissolved all dogmatic antitheses into the single dogmatic antithesis of its own cleverness and the stupidity of the world, the antithesis of the critical Christ and mankind, the rabble, now that daily and hourly it has demonstrated its own excellence against the dullness of the masses, now, finally, that it has proclaimed the critical last judgment in the shape of an announcement that the day is approaching when the whole of decadent humanity will assemble before it and be sorted by it into groups, each particular mob receiving its testimonium paupertatis asterisk, now that it has made known in print its superiority to human feelings as well as its superiority to the world, over which it sits enthroned in sublime solitude, only letting fall from time to time from its sarcastic lips the ringing laughter of the Olympian gods. Even now, after all these delightful antics of idealism, i.e., of young Hegelianism, expiring in the guise of criticism, even now it has not expressed the suspicion that the time was ripe for a critical settling of accounts with the mother of young Hegelianism, the Hegelian dialectic, and even had nothing to say about its critical attitude towards the Feuerbachian dialectic. This shows a completely uncritical attitude to itself. Feuerbach is the only one who has a serious, critical attitude to the Hegelian dialectic and who has made genuine discoveries in this field. He is in fact the true conqueror of the old philosophy. The extent of his achievement, and the unpretentious simplicity with which he, Feuerbach, gives it to the world, stand in striking contrast to the opposite attitude of the others. Feuerbach's great achievement is, 1. The proof that philosophy is nothing else but religion rendered into thought and expounded by thought, i.e., another form and manner of existence of the estrangement of the essence of man, hence equally to be condemned. 2. The establishment of true materialism and of real science, by making the social relationship of man to man the basic principle of the theory. 3. His opposing to the negation of the negation, which claims to be the absolute positive. The self-supporting positive, positively based on itself. A certificate of poverty ed. This refers to the Allgemeine Literaturzeitung ed. 329. Feuerbach explains the Hegelian dialectic, and thereby justifies starting out from the positive facts which we know by the senses, as follows. Hegel sets out from the estrangement of substance, in logic, from the infinite, the abstractly universal, from the absolute and fixed abstraction, which means, put in a popular way, that he sets out from religion and theology. Secondly, he annuls the infinite, and posits the actual, sensuous, real, finite, particular, philosophy, annulment of religion and theology. Thirdly, he again annuls the positive and restores the abstraction, the infinite restoration of religion and theology. Feuerbach thus conceives the negation of the negation on /31 as a contradiction of philosophy with itself as the philosophy which affirms theology, the transcendent, etc., after having denied it, and which it therefore affirms in opposition to itself. The positive position or self-affirmation and self-confirmation contained in the negation of the negation is taken to be a position which is not yet sure of itself, which is therefore burdened with its opposite, which is doubtful of itself and therefore in need of proof, and which, therefore, is not a position demonstrating itself by its existence, not an acknowledged 13 position, hence it is directly and immediately confronted by the position of sense certainty based on itself *, but because Hegel has conceived the negation of the negation, from the point of view of the positive relation inherent in it, as the true and only positive, and from the point of view of the negative relation inherent in it as the only true act and spontaneous activity of all being, he has only FQU_ND the abstract, logical, speculative expression for the movement of history, which is not yet the real history of man as a given subject, but only the act of creation, the history of the origin of man. We shall explain both the abstract form of this process and the difference between this process as it is in Hegel in contrast to modern criticism, in contrast to the same process in Feuerbach's Wesen des Christentums, or rather the critical form of this in Hegel's still uncritical process. Let us take a look at the Hegelian system. One must begin with Hegel's phenomenology, the true point of origin and the secret of the Hegelian philosophy. Feuerbach also defines the negation of the negation, the definite concept, as thinking surpassing itself in thinking and as thinking wanting to be directly awareness, nature, reality. Note by Marx. 12 330 Karl Marx. Phenomenology. A. Self-consciousness. I consciousness, A. Certainty at the level of sense experience, or the this and meaning, SS, perception, or the thing with its properties, and deception. 7. Force and understanding, appearance, and the supersensible world. 2. Self-consciousness. The truth of certainty of self, A. Independence and dependence of self-consciousness, lordship and bondage, B. Freedom of self-consciousness. Stoicism, scepticism, the unhappy consciousness. 3. Reason. Reason's certainty and reason's truth, A. Observation as a process of reason. Observation of nature and of self-consciousness, B. Realization of rational self-consciousness through its own activity. Pleasure and necessity. The law of the heart and the insanity of self-conceit. Virtue and the course of the world, C. The individuality which is real in and for itself. The spiritual animal kingdom and the deception or the real fact. Reason as lawgiver. Reason which tests laws. B. Mind. I true mind, ethics. 2. Mind in self-estrangement, culture. 3. Mind certain of itself, morality. C. Religion. Natural religion, religion of art, revealed religion. D. Absolute knowledge. Hegel's Encyclopédie, 3. Beginning as it does with logic, with pure speculative thought, and ending with absolute knowledge with the self-conscious, self-comprehending philosophic, or absolute, i.e., superhuman, abstract mind is in its entirety nothing but the display, the self-objectification, of the essence of the philosophic mind, and the philosophic mind is nothing but the estranged mind of the world thinking within its self-estrangement, i.e., comprehending itself abstractly. Logic mind's coin of the realm, the speculative or mental value of man and nature its essence which has grown totally indifferent to all real determinateness, and hence unreal is alienated thinking, and therefore thinking which abstracts from nature and from real man, abstract thinking. Then, the externality of this abstract thinking, nature, as it is for this abstract thinking. Nature is external to it itself loss, and it apprehends nature also in an external fashion, as abstract thought, but as alienated abstract thinking. Finally, mind, this thinking. A Georg Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel, Enzyklopädie der Philosophischen Wissenschaften. Im Grundriss ed. 331. Returning home to its own point of origin, the thinking which as the anthropological, phenomenological, psychological, ethical, artistic, and religious mind is not valid for itself, until ultimately it finds itself, and affirms itself, as absolute knowledge and hence absolute, i.e., abstract, mind, thus receiving its conscious embodiment in the mode of existence corresponding to it. For its real mode of existence is abstraction. There is a double error in Hegel. The first emerges most clearly in the Phenomenology, the birthplace of the Hegelian philosophy. When, For instance, wealth, state power, etc., are understood by Hegel as entities estranged from the human being. This only happens in their form as thoughts. They are thought entities, and therefore merely an estrangement of pure, i.e., abstract, philosophical thinking. The whole process therefore ends with absolute knowledge. It is precisely abstract thought from which these objects are estranged and which they confront with their presumption of reality. The philosopher who is himself an abstract form of estranged man takes himself as the criterion of the estranged world. The whole history of the alienation process and the whole process of the retraction of the alienation is therefore nothing but the history of the production of abstract, i.e., absolute, 1798 thought of logical, speculative thought. The estrangement, which therefore forms the real interest of this alienation and of the transcendence of this alienation, is the opposition of in itself and for itself, of consciousness and self-consciousness, of object and subject, that is to say, it is the opposition between abstract thinking and sensuous reality or real sensuousness within thought itself. All other oppositions and movements of these oppositions are but the semblance, the cloak, the exoteric shape of these oppositions which alone matter, and which constitute the meaning of these other, profane oppositions. It is not the fact that the human being objectifies himself inhumanly, in opposition to himself, but the fact that he objectifies himself in distinction from and in opposition to abstract thinking, that constitutes the posited essence of the estrangement and the thing to be superseded. 18. The appropriation of man's essential powers, which have become objects indeed, alien objects, is thus in the first place only an appropriation occurring in consciousness, in pure thought, i.e., in abstraction. It is the appropriation of these objects as thoughts and as movements of thought. Consequently, despite its thoroughly negative and critical appearance and despite the genuine criticism contained in it, which often anticipates far later. 12 * 332 Karl Marx. Development, there is already latent in the phenomenology as a germ, a potentiality, a secret, the uncritical positivism and the equally uncritical idealism of Hegel's later works, that philosophic dissolution and restoration of the existing empirical world. In the second place, the vindication of the objective world for man, for example, the realization that sensuous consciousness is not an abstractly sensuous consciousness but a humanly sensuous consciousness, that religion, wealth, etc., are but the estranged world of human objectification, of man's essential powers put to work, and that they are therefore but the path to the true human world. This appropriation or the insight into this process appears in Hegel therefore in this form, that sense, religion, state power, etc., are spiritual entities, for only mind is the true essence of man, and the true form of mind is thinking mind, the logical, speculative mind. The human character of nature and of the nature created by history, man's products, appears in the form that they are products of abstract mind and as such, therefore, phases of mind thought entities. The phenomenology is, therefore, a hidden, mystifying and still uncertain criticism, but inasmuch as it depicts man's estrangement, even though man appears only as mind, there lie concealed in it all the elements of criticism, already prepared and elaborated in a manner often rising far above the Hegelian standpoint. The unhappy consciousness, the honest consciousness, the struggle of the noble and base consciousness, etc., etc. These separate sections contain, but still in an estranged form, the critical elements of whole spheres such as religion, the state, civil life, etc. Just as entities, objects, appear as thought entities, so the subject is always consciousness or self-consciousness, or rather the object appears only as abstract consciousness, man only as self-consciousness. The distinct forms of estrangement which make their appearance are, therefore, only various forms of consciousness and self-consciousness. Just as in itself abstract consciousness, the form in which the object is conceived, is merely a moment of distinction of self-consciousness, what appears as the result of the movement is the identity of self-consciousness with consciousness, absolute knowledge, the movement of abstract thought no longer directed outwards but proceeding now only within its own self, that is to say, the dialectic of pure thought is the result. 1811 exegeting the outstanding achievement of Hegel's phenomenology/nd of its final outcome, the dialectic of negativity as the moving and generating principle, is thus first that Hegel conceives the self-creation of man as a process, conceives objectify. 333. Cation as loss of the object, as alienation, and as transcendence of this alienation, that he thus grasps the essence of labor and comprehends objective mantrue, because real man as the outcome of man's own labor. The real, active orientation of man to himself as a species being, or his manifestation as a real species being, i.e., as a human being, is only possible if he really brings out all his species powers, something which in turn is only possible through the cooperative action of all of mankind, only as the result of history, and treats these powers as objects, and this, to begin with, is again only possible in the form of estrangement. We shall now demonstrate in detail Hegel's one-sidedness and limitations as they are displayed in the final chapter of the Phenomenology, Absolute Knowledge, a chapter which contains the condensed spirit of the phenomenology, the relationship of the phenomenology to speculative dialectic, and also Hegel's consciousness concerning both and their relationship to one another. Let us provisionally say just this much in advance: Hegel's standpoint is that of modern political economy. 100 He grasps labor as the essence of man's essence which stands the test. He sees only the positive, not the negative side of labor. Labor is man's coming to be for himself within alienation, or as alienated man. The only labor which Hegel knows and recognizes is abstractly mental labor. Therefore, that which constitutes the essence of philosophy, the alienation of man who knows himself, or alienated science thinking itself, Hegel grasps as its essence, and in contradistinction to previous philosophy he is therefore able to combine its separate aspects, and to present his philosophy as the philosophy. What the other philosophers did, that they grasped separate phases of nature and of human life as phases of self-consciousness, namely, of abstract self-consciousness, is known to Hegel as the doings of philosophy. Hence his science is absolute. Let us now turn to our subject. Absolute knowledge. The last chapter of the Phenomenology. The main point is that the object of consciousness is nothing else but self-consciousness, or that the object is only objectified self-consciousness as object. Positing of man equals self-consciousness. The issue, therefore, is to surmount the object of consciousness. Objectivity as such is regarded as an estranged human relationship which does not correspond to the essence of man, to self-consciousness. The reappropriation of the objective essence of man, produced within the orbit of estrangement as something alien. 334 Karl Marx. Therefore denotes not only the annulment of estrangement, but of objectivity as well. Man, that is to say, is regarded as a non-objective, spiritual being. The movement of surmounting the object of consciousness is now described by Hegel in the following way: the object reveals itself not merely as returning into the self. This is, according to Hegel, the one-sided way of apprehending this movement, the grasping of only one side. Man is equated with self. The self, however, is only the abstractly conceived man created by abstraction. Man is selfish. His eye, his ear, etc., are selfish. In him every one of his essential powers has the quality of selfhood. But it is quite false to say on that account self-consciousness has eyes, ears, essential powers. Self-consciousness is rather a quality of human nature, of the human eye, etc. It is not human nature that is a quality of XXIV self-consciousness. The self-abstracted entity, fixed for itself, is man as abstract egoism raised in its pure abstraction to the level of thought. We shall return to this point later. For Hegel, the human being man equals self-consciousness. All estrangement of the human being is therefore nothing but estrangement of self-consciousness. The estrangement of self-consciousness is not regarded as an expression reflected in the realm of knowledge and thought of the real estrangement of the human being. Instead, The actual estrangement that which appears real is according to its innermost, hidden nature, which is only brought to light by philosophy, nothing but the manifestation of the estrangement of the real human essence, of self-consciousness. The science which comprehends this is therefore called phenomenology. All reappropriation of the estranged objective essence appears, therefore, as incorporation into self-consciousness. The man who takes hold of his essential being is merely the self-consciousness which takes hold of objective essences. Return of the object into the self is therefore the reappropriation of the object. Expressed in all its aspects, the surmounting of the object of consciousness means, 1. That the object as such presents itself to consciousness as something vanishing. 2. That it is the alienation of self-consciousness which posits thinghood. 101. 3. That this alienation has not merely a negative but a positive significance. 4. That it has this meaning not merely for us or intrinsically, but for self-consciousness itself. 335. 5. For self-consciousness, the negative of the object, or its annulling of itself, has positive significance, or it knows this futility of the object because of the fact that it alienates itself, for in this alienation it posits itself as object, or, for the sake of the indivisible unity of being for self, posits the object as itself. 6. On the other hand, this contains likewise the other moment, that self-consciousness has also just as much superseded this alienation and objectivity and resumed them into itself, being thus at home in its other being as such. 7. This is the movement of consciousness, and this is therefore the totality of its moments. 8. Consciousness must similarly be related to the object in the totality of its determinations and have comprehended it in terms of each of them. This totality of its determinations makes the object intrinsically a spiritual being, and it becomes so in truth for consciousness through the apprehending of each one of the determinations as self, or through what was called above the spiritual attitude to them. 102 as to, 1. That the object as such presents itself to consciousness as something vanishing. This is the above-mentioned return of the object into the self. As to, 2. The alienation of self-consciousness posits thinghood. Because man equals self-consciousness, his alienated, objective essence, or thinghood, equals alienated self-consciousness, and thinghood is thus posited through this alienation. Thinghood being that which is an object for man and an object for him is really only that which is to him an essential object, therefore his objective essence. And since it is not real man, nor therefore nature man being human nature who as such is made the subject, but only the abstraction of man, self-consciousness, so thinghood cannot be anything but alienated self-consciousness. It is only to be expected that a living, natural being equipped and endowed with objective, i.e., material, essential powers should of his essence have real natural objects, and that his self-alienation should lead to the positing of a real, objective world, but within the framework of externality, and, therefore, an overwhelming world not belonging to his own essential being. There is nothing incomprehensible or mysterious in this. It would be mysterious, rather, if it were otherwise. But it is equally clear that a self-consciousness by its alienation can posit only thinghood, i.e., only an abstract thing, a thing of abstraction and not a real thing. It is 11xxvi 103 clear, further, that thinghood is therefore utterly without any independence, any essentiality vis-a-vis self-consciousness, that on the contrary it is a mere creature, something posited by. 336 Karl Marx. Self-consciousness. And what is posited, instead of confirming itself, is but confirmation of the act of positing, which for a moment fixes its energy as the product, and gives it the semblance but only for a moment of an independent, real substance. Whenever real, corporeal man with his feet firmly on the solid ground, man exhaling and inhaling all the forces of nature, posits his real, objective essential powers as alien objects by his externalization, it is not the act of positing which is the subject in this process, it is the subjectivity of objective essential powers, whose action, therefore, must also be something objective. An objective being acts objectively, and he would not act objectively if the objective did not reside in the very nature of his being. He only creates or posits objects, because he is posited by objects, because at bottom he is nature. In the act of positing, therefore, this objective being does not fall from his state of pure activity into a creating of the object. On the contrary, his objective product only confirms his objective activity, his activity as the activity of an objective, natural being. Here we see how consistent naturalism or humanism is distinct from both idealism and materialism, and constitutes at the same time the unifying truth of both. We see also how only naturalism is capable of comprehending the action of world history. Man is directly a natural being. As a natural being and as a living natural being, he is on the one hand endowed with natural powers, vital powers. He is an active natural being. These forces exist in him as tendencies and abilities, as instincts. On the other hand, as a natural, corporeal, sensuous, objective being, he is a suffering, conditioned and limited creature, like animals and plants. That is to say, the objects of his instincts exist outside him, as objects independent of him, yet these objects are objects that he needs, essential objects, indispensable to the manifestation and confirmation of his essential powers. To say that man is a corporeal, living, real, sensuous, objective being full of natural vigor is to say that he has real, sensuous objects as the object of his being or of his life, or that he can only express his life in real, sensuous objects. To be objective, natural and sensuous, and at the same time to have object, nature and sense outside oneself, or oneself to be object, nature and sense for a third party, is one and the same thing. Hunger is a natural need, it therefore needs a nature outside itself, an object outside itself, in order to satisfy itself, to be stilled. Hunger is an acknowledged need of my body for an object existing outside it, indispensable to its integration and to the expression of its essential being. The sun is the object of the plant, an indispensable object to it, confirming its life just as the 337 plant is an object of the sun, being an expression of the life-awakening power of the sun's objective essential power. A being which does not have its nature outside itself is not a natural being, and plays no part in the system of nature. A being which has no object outside itself is not an objective being. A being which is not itself an object for some third being has no being for its object, i.e., it is not objectively related. Its being is not objective. 2xxvii, a non-objective being is a non-being. Suppose a being which is neither an object itself, nor has an object. Such a being, in the first place, would be the unique being. There would exist no being outside it, it would exist solitary and alone. For as soon as there are objects outside me, as soon as I am not alone, I am another reality than the object outside me. For this third object I am thus a different reality than itself, that is, I am its object. Thus, to suppose a being which is not the object of another being is to presuppose that no objective being exists. As soon as I have an object, this object has me for an object. But a non-objective being is an unreal, non-sensuous thing, a product of mere thought, i.e., of mere imagination, an abstraction. To be sensuous, that is, to be really existing, means to be an object of sense, to be a sensuous object, and thus to have sensuous objects outside oneself, objects of one's sensuousness. To be sensuous is to suffer. Man as an objective, sensuous being is therefore a suffering being, and because he feels that he suffers, a passionate being. Passion is the essential power of man, energetically bent on its object. But man is not merely a natural being, he is a human natural being. That is to say, he is a being for himself. Therefore he is a species being, and has to confirm and manifest himself as such both in his being and in his knowing. Therefore, human objects are not natural objects as they immediately present themselves, and neither is human sense as it immediately is, as it is objectively human sensibility, human objectivity. Neither nature objectively nor nature subjectively is directly given in a form adequate to the human being, and as everything natural has to come into being, man too has his act of origin history, which, however, is for him a known history, and hence as an act of origin it is a conscious self-transcending act of origin. History is the true natural history of man, on which more later. Thirdly, because this positing of thinghood is itself only an illusion, an act contradicting the nature of pure activity, it has to be cancelled again and thinghood denied. Re 3, 4, 5, and 6. 3. This externalization of consciousness has not 338 Karl Marx. Merely a negative but a positive significance, and 4. It has this meaning not merely for us or intrinsically, but for consciousness itself. 5. For consciousness the negative of the object, its annulling of itself, has positive significance, i.e., consciousness knows this null hty of the object because it alienates itself, for in this alienation it knows itself as object, or, for the sake of the indivisible unity of being for itself, the object as itself. 6. On the other hand, there is also this other moment in the process, that consciousness has also just as much superseded this alienation and objectivity and resumed them into itself, being thus at home in its other being as such. As we have already seen, the appropriation of what is estranged and objective, or the annulling of objectivity in the form of estrangement, which has to advance from indifferent strangeness to real, antagonistic estrangement, means likewise or even primarily for Hegel that it is objectivity which is to be annulled, because it is not the determinate character of the object, but rather its objective character that is offensive and constitutes estrangement for self-consciousness. The object is therefore something negative, self-annulling a nullity. This nullity of the object has not only a negative but a positive meaning for consciousness, since this nullity of the object is precisely the self-confirmation of the non-objectivity, of the hxxvii abstraction of itself. For consciousness itself the nullity of the object has a positive meaning because it knows this nullity, the objective being, as its self-alienation, because it knows that it exists only as a result of its own self-alienation. The way in which consciousness is, and in which something is for it, is knowing. Knowing is its sole act. Something therefore comes to be for consciousness insofar as the latter knows this something. Knowing is its sole objective relation. It consciousness then knows the nullity of the object, i.e., knows the non-existence of the distinction between the object and itself, the non-existence of the object for it, because it knows the object as its self-alienation, that is, it knows itself knows knowing as object because the object is only the semblance of an object, a piece of mystification, which in its essence, however, is nothing else but knowing itself, which has confronted itself with itself and hence has confronted itself. With a nullity is something which has no objectivity outside the knowing. Or, knowing knows that in relating itself to an object it is only outside itself, that it only externalizes itself, that it itself only appears to itself as an object, or that that which appears to it as an object is only itself. On the other hand, says Hegel, there is here at the same time this other moment, that consciousness has just as much annulled. 339. And reabsorbed this externalization and objectivity, being thus at home in its other being as such. In this discussion all the illusions of speculation are brought together. First of all, consciousness, self-consciousness, is at home in its other being as such. It is therefore, or if we here abstract from the Hegelian abstraction and put the self-consciousness of man instead of self-consciousness, it is at home in its other being as such. This implies, for one thing, that consciousness, knowing as knowing, thinking as thinking, pretends to be directly the other of itself, to be the world of sense, the real world, life thought surpassing itself in thought, Feuerbach. 104. This aspect is contained herein, inasmuch as consciousness as mere consciousness takes offense not at estranged objectivity, but at objectivity as such. Secondly, this implies that self-conscious man, insofar as he has recognized and superseded the spiritual world, or his world's spiritual, general mode of being, as self-alienation, nevertheless again confirms it in this alienated shape and passes it off as his true mode of being, re-establishes it, and pretends to be at home in his other being as such. Thus, for instance, after superseding religion, after recognizing religion to be a product of self-alienation, he yet finds confirmation of himself in religion as religion. Here is the root of Hegel's false positivism, or of his merely apparent criticism. This is what Feuerbach designated as the positing, negating, and re-establishing of religion or theology, but it has to be expressed in more general terms. Thus reason is at home in unreason as unreason. The man who has recognized that he is leading an alienated life in law, politics, etc., is leading his true human life in this alienated life as such. Self-affirmation, self-confirmation in contradiction with itself, in contradiction with both the knowledge and the essential being of the object, is thus true knowledge and life. There can therefore no longer be any question about an act of accommodation on Hegel's part vis-a-vis religion, the state, etc., since this lie is the lie of his principle. Exixi, if I know religion as alienated human self-consciousness, then what I know in it as religion is not my self-consciousness, but my alienated self-consciousness confirmed in it. I therefore know my self-consciousness that belongs to itself, to its very nature, confirmed not in religion but rather in annihilated and superseded religion. In Hegel, therefore, the negation of the negation is not the confirmation of the true essence, effected precisely through 340 Karl Marx. Negation of the pseudo-essence. With him the negation of the negation is the confirmation of the pseudo-essence, or of the self-estranged essence in its denial, or it is the denial of the pseudo-essence as an objective being dwelling outside man and independent of him, and its transformation into the subject. A peculiar role, therefore, is played by the act of superseding, in which denial and preservation, i.e., affirmation, are bound together. Thus, for example, in Hegel's philosophy of law, civil law superseded equals morality, morality superseded equals the family superseded equals civil society superseded equals the state superseded equals world history. In the actual world, civil law, morality, the family, civil society, the state, etc., remain in existence, only they have become modes of the existence and being of man, which have no validity in isolation, but dissolve and engender one another, etc. They have become moments of motion. In their actual existence this mobile nature of theirs is hidden. It appears and is made manifest only in thought, in philosophy. Hence my true religious existence is my existence in the philosophy of religion, my true political existence is my existence in the philosophy of law, my true natural existence in the philosophy of nature, my true artistic existence in the philosophy of art, my true human existence, my existence in philosophy. Likewise the true existence of religion, the state, nature, art, is the philosophy of religion, of nature, of the state and of art. If, however, the philosophy of religion, etc., is for me the sole true existence of religion, then, too, it is only as a philosopher of religion that I am truly religious, and so I deny real religious sentiment and the really religious man. But at the same time I assert them, in part within my own existence or within the alien existence which I oppose to them, for this is only their philosophic expression, and in part I assert them in their distinct original shape, since for me they represent merely the apparent other being, allegories, forms of their own true existence, i.e., of my philosophical existence, hidden under sensuous disguises. In just the same way, quality superseded equals quantity, quantity superseded equals measure, measure superseded equals essence, essence superseded equals appearance, appearance superseded equals actuality, actuality superseded equals the concept superseded equals objectivity, objectivity superseded equals the absolute idea superseded equals nature, nature superseded equals subjective mind superseded. 341. Equals ethical objective mind, ethical mind superseded equals art, Art superseded equals religion, religion superseded equals absolute knowledge. 105. On the one hand, this act of superseding is a transcending of a conceptual entity, thus, private property as a concept is transcended in the concept of morality. And because thought imagines itself to be directly the other of itself, to be sensuous reality and therefore takes its own action for sensuous, real action, this superseding in thought, which leaves its object in existence in the real world, believes that it has really overcome it. On the other hand, because the object has now become for it a moment of thought, thought takes it in its reality too to be self-confirmation of itself, of self-consciousness, of abstraction. 11xx. From the one point of view, the entity which Hegel supersedes in philosophy is therefore not real religion, the real state, or real nature, but religion itself already as an object of knowledge, i.e., dogmatics, the same with jurisprudence, political science, and natural science. From the one point of view, therefore, he stands in opposition both to the real thing and to immediate, unphilosophic science or the unphilosophic conceptions of this thing. He therefore contradicts their conventional conceptions. On the other hand, the religious, etc., man can find in Hegel his final confirmation. It is now time to formulate the positive aspects of the Hegelian dialectic within the realm of estrangement. A. Supersession as an objective movement of retracting the alienation into self. This is the insight, expressed within the estrangement, concerning the appropriation of the objective essence through the supersession of its estrangement. It is the estranged insight into the real objectification of man, into the real appropriation of his objective essence through the annihilation of the estranged character of the objective world, through the supersession of the objective world in its estranged mode of being. In the same way, atheism, being the supersession of God, is the advent of theoretical humanism, and communism, as the supersession of private property, is the vindication of real human life as man's possession, and thus the advent of practical humanism, or atheism is humanism mediated with itself through the supersession of religion, whilst communism is humanism mediated with itself through the supersession of private property. Only through the supersession of this mediation, which is itself, however, a necessary 3, the conventional conceptions of theology, jurisprudence, political science, natural science, etc. ed. 342. Karl Marx. Premise: does positively self-deriving humanism, positive humanism, come into being? But atheism and communism are no flight, no abstraction, no loss of the objective world created by man, of man's essential powers born to the realm of objectivity. They are not a returning in poverty to unnatural, primitive simplicity. On the contrary, they are but the first real emergence, the actual realization for man of man's essence and of his essence as something real. Thus, by grasping the positive meaning of self-referred negation, although again in a estranged fashion, Hegel grasps man's self-estrangement, the alienation of man's essence, man's loss of objectivity and his loss of realness as self-discovery, manifestation of his nature, objectification and realization. In short, within the sphere of abstraction, Hegel conceives labor as man's act of self-genesis, conceives man's relation to himself as an alien being and the manifestation of himself as an alien being to be the emergence of species consciousness and species life. B. However, apart from, or rather in consequence of, the reversal already described, this act appears in Hegel, first as a merely formal, because abstract, act, because the human being itself is taken to be only an abstract, thinking being, conceived merely as self-consciousness. And, secondly, because the exposition is formal and abstract, the supersession of the alienation becomes a confirmation of the alienation, or for Hegel this movement of self-genesis and self-objectification in the form of self-alienation and self-estrangement is the absolute, and hence final, expression of human life with itself as its aim, at peace with itself, and in unity with its essence. This movement, in its abstract XXXI form as dialectic, is therefore regarded as truly human life, and because it is nevertheless an abstraction and estrangement of human life, it is regarded as a divine process, but as the divine process of man, a process traversed by man's abstract, pure, absolute essence that is distinct from himself. Thirdly, this process must have a bearer, a subject. But the subject only comes into being as a result. This result, the subject knowing itself as absolute self-consciousness, is therefore God, absolute spirit, the self-knowing and self-manifesting idea. Real man and real nature become mere predicate symbols of this hidden, unreal man and of this unreal nature. Subject and predicate are therefore related to each other in absolute reversal, a mystical subject-object or a subjectivity reaching beyond the object, absolute subject as a process, as subject alienating itself and returning from alienation. 343. Into itself, but at the same time retracting this alienation into itself, and the subject as this process, a pure, incessant revolving within itself. First, formal and abstract conception of man's act of self-creation or self-objectification. Hegel, having posited man as equivalent to self-consciousness, the estranged object, the estranged essential reality of man is nothing but consciousness, the thought of estrangement merely estrangement's abstract and therefore empty and unreal expression, negation. The supersession of the alienation is therefore likewise nothing but an abstract, empty supersession of that empty abstraction, the negation of the negation. The rich, living, sensuous, concrete activity of self-objectification is therefore reduced to its mere abstraction, absolute negativity, and abstraction, which is again fixed as such and considered as an independent activity, as sheer activity. Because this so-called negativity is nothing but the abstract, empty form of that real living act, its content can in consequence be merely a formal content produced by abstraction from all content. As a result, therefore, one gets general, abstract forms of abstraction pertaining to every content and on that account indifferent to, and, consequently, valid for, all content, the thought forms or logical categories torn from real mind and from real nature. We shall unfold the logical content of absolute negativity further on. Hegel's positive achievement here, in his speculative logic, is that the definite concepts, the universal fixed thought forms in their independence vis-a-vis nature and mind, are a necessary result of the general estrangement of the human being and therefore also of human thought, and that Hegel has therefore brought these together and presented them as moments of the abstraction process. For example, superseded being is essence, superseded essence is concept, the concept superseded is absolute idea. But what, then, is the absolute idea? It supersedes its own self again, if it does not want to perform once more from the beginning the whole act of abstraction, and to satisfy itself with being a totality of abstractions or the self-comprehending abstraction. But abstraction comprehending itself as abstraction knows itself to be nothing, it must abandon itself, abandon abstraction, and so it arrives at an entity which is its exact opposite at nature. Thus, the entire logic is the demonstration that abstract thought is nothing in itself, that the absolute idea is nothing for itself, that only nature is something. XXXII, the absolute idea, the abstract idea, which considered with regard to its unity with itself is intuiting. Hegel, Encyclopedia. 344, Karl Marx. 3rd edition, p. 222-244, and which, LOCCIT. In its own absolute truth resolves to let the moment of its particularity or of initial characterization and other being, the immediate idea, as its reflection, go forth freely from itself as nature. LOCCIT, this whole idea which behaves in such a strange and bizarre way, and which has given the Hegelians such terrible headaches, is from beginning to end nothing else but abstraction, i.e., the abstract thinker, which, made wise by experience and enlightened concerning its truth, resolves, under various, false and themselves still abstract, conditions to abandon itself and to replace its self-absorption, nothingness, generality, and indeterminateness by its other being, the particular, and the determinate, resolves to let nature, which it held hidden in itself only as an abstraction, as a thought entity, go forth freely from itself. That is to say, this idea resolves to forsake abstraction and to have a look at nature free of abstraction. The abstract idea, which without mediation becomes intuiting, is indeed nothing else but abstract thinking that gives itself up and resolves on intuition. This entire transition from logic to natural philosophy is nothing else but the transition so difficult to effect for the abstract thinker, who therefore describes it in such a far-fetched way from abstracting to intuiting. The mystical feeling which drives the philosopher forward from abstract thinking to intuiting is boredom, the longing for a content. The man estranged from himself is also the thinker estranged from his essence, that is, from the natural and human essence. His thoughts are therefore fixed mental forms dwelling outside nature and man. Hegel has locked up all these fixed mental forms together in his logic, interpreting each of them first as negation, that is, as an alienation of human thought, and then as negation of the negation, that is, as a superseding of this alienation, as a real expression of human thought. But as this still takes place within the confines of the estrangement, this negation of the negation is in part the restoring of these fixed forms in their estrangement, in part a stopping at the last act, the act of self-reference in alienation as the true mode of being of these fixed mental forms, and in part, to the extent that this means that what Hegel does is to put in place of these fixed abstractions the act of abstraction which revolves in its own circle. We must therefore give him the credit for having indicated the source of all these inappropriate concepts which originally appertained to particular philosophers, for having brought them together, and for having created the entire compass of abstraction as the object of criticism, instead of some specific abstraction. Why Hegel separates thought from the subject we shall see later. At this stage it is already clear, however, that when man is not, his characteristic expression cannot be human either, and so neither could thought be grasped as an expression of man as a human and natural subject endowed with eyes, ears, etc., and living in society, in the world, and in nature. Note by Marx. 345. Shin apprehends itself and experiences an infinite weariness with itself. There makes its appearance in Hegel, in the form of the resolution to recognize nature as the essential being and to go over to intuition, the abandonment of abstract thought, the abandonment of thought revolving solely within the orbit of thought sans eyes, sans teeth, sans ears, sans everything. Exiein, but nature too, taken abstractly, for itself nature fixed in isolation from man is nothing for man. It goes without saying that the abstract thinker who has committed himself to intuiting, intuits nature abstractly. Just as nature lay enclosed in the thinker in the form of the absolute idea, in the form of a thought entity in a shape which was obscure and enigmatic even to him, so by letting it emerge from himself he has really let emerge only this abstract nature, only nature as a thought entity, but now with the significance that it is the other being of thought, that it is real, intuited nature, nature distinguished from abstract thought. Or, to talk in human language, the abstract thinker learns in his intuition of nature that the entities which he thought to create from nothing, from pure abstraction, the entities he believed he was producing in the divine dialectic as pure products of the labor of thought, forever shuttling back and forth in itself and never looking outward into reality, are nothing else but abstractions from characteristics of nature. To him, therefore, the whole of nature merely repeats the logical abstractions in a sensuous, external form. He once more resolves nature into these abstractions. Thus, his intuition of nature is only the act of confirming his abstraction from the intuition of nature. 3 is only the conscious repetition by him of the process of creating his abstraction. Thus, for example, time equals negativity referred to itself, OPCIT, BP 238. To the superseded becoming as being there corresponds, in natural form, superseded movement as matter. Light is reflection in itself, the natural form. Body as moon and comet is the natural form of the antithesis, which according to logic is on the one side the positive resting on itself and on the other side the negative resting on itself. The earth is the natural form of the logical ground, as the negative unity of the antithesis, etc. The following passage is crossed out in the manuscript. Let us consider for a moment Hegel's characteristics of nature and the transition from nature to the mind. Nature has resulted as the idea in the form of the other being. Since the idea, ed. Georg Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel, Enzyklopädie der Philosophischen Wissenschaften im Grundriss ed. 346 Karl Marx. Nature as nature, that is to say, insofar as it is still sensuously distinguished from that secret sense hidden within it, nature isolated, distinguished from these abstractions, is nothing, and nothing proving itself to be nothing is devoid of sense, or has only the sense of being an externality which has to be annulled. In the finite teleological position is to be found the correct premise that nature does not contain within itself the absolute purpose. p. 225-245. Its purpose is the confirmation of abstraction. Nature has shown itself to be the idea in the form of other being. Since the idea is in this form the negative of itself or external to itself, nature is not just relatively external vis-a-vis this idea, but externality constitutes the form in which it exists as nature. p. 277-47. Externality here is not to be understood as the world of sense which manifests itself and is accessible to the light, to the man endowed with senses. It is to be taken here in the sense of alienation, of a mistake, a defect, which ought not to be. For what is true is still the idea. Nature is only the form of the idea's other being. And since abstract thought is the essence, that which is external to it is by its essence something merely external. The abstract thinker recognizes at the same time that sensuousness externality in contrast to thought shuttling back and forth within itself is the essence of nature. But he expresses this contrast in such a way as to make this externality of nature, its contrast to thought, its defect, so that inasmuch as it is distinguished from abstraction, nature is something defective. Thus an entity which is defective not merely for me or in my eyes but in itself intrinsically has something outside itself which it lacks. That is, its essence is different from it itself. Nature has therefore to supersede itself for the abstract thinker, for it is already posited by him as a potentially superseded being. For us, mind has nature for its premise, being nature's truth and for that reason its absolute prius. In this truth nature has vanished, and mind has resulted as the idea arrived at being for itself, the object of which, as well as the subject, is the concept. This identity is absolute negativity, for whereas in nature the concept has its perfect external objectivity, this its alienation has been superseded, and in this alienation the concept has become identical with itself. But it is this identity, therefore, only in being a return out of nature. p. 392-381. As the abstract idea, revelation is unmediated transition to, the coming to be of, nature, as the revelation of the mind, which is free, it is the positing of nature as the mind's world, a positing which, being reflection, is at the same time a presupposing of the world as independently existing nature. Revelation in conception is the creation of nature as the mind's being, in which the mind procures the affirmation and the truth of its freedom. The absolute is mind. This is the highest definition of the absolute. p. 393-384. Theory. Letters. October 1843 to August 1844. 1843. 1. To Ludwig Feuerbach. In Bruck.Berg 106. Kreuznach, October 3, 1843. Dear Sir. A few months ago while passing through Bruckberg, Dr. Ruge informed you of our plan to publish Franco-German Jahrbucher and asked at the same time for your collaboration. It has now been already settled that Paris is to be the place for printing and publication and that the first monthly number is to appear by the end of November. Before I leave for Paris in a few days' time, I feel obliged to make a brief epistolary approach to you since I have not had the privilege of making your personal acquaintance. You were one of the first writers who expressed the need for a Franco-German scientific alliance. You will, therefore, assuredly be one of the first to support an enterprise aimed at bringing such an alliance into being. 4 German and French articles are to be published promiscu * in the Jahrbucher. The best Paris writers have agreed to cooperate. Any contribution from you will be most welcome, and there is probably something at your disposal that you have already written. From your preface to the second edition of Das Wesen des Christentums, I am almost led to conclude that you are engaged on a fuller work on Schelling, or that you have something about this windbag in mind. 107. Now that would be a marvelous beginning. Schelling, as you know, is the 38th member of the German Confederation. 108. The entire German police is at his disposal, as I myself once experienced when I was editor of the Rheineszeitung. That is, a censorship order can prevent anything against. Mixed, alternately ed. 350. Karl Marx. The holy Schelling, from getting through. Hence it is almost impossible in Germany to attack Schelling except in books of over 21 sheets, and books of over 21 sheets are not books read by the people. 109. Cap's book is very commendable, but it is too circumstantial and rather inaptly separates judgment from facts. Moreover, our governments have found a means of making such works ineffective. They must not be mentioned. They are ignored, or the few official reviews dismiss them with a few contemptuous words. The great Schelling himself pretends he knows nothing about these attacks, and he succeeded in diverting attention from Cap's book by making a tremendous fiscal to-do about old Paulus soup. CLL degree, that was a diplomatic masterstroke. But just imagine Schelling exposed in Paris, before the French literary world. His vanity will not be able to restrain itself. This will wound the Prussian government to the quick. It will be an attack on Schelling's sovereignty abroad, and a vain monarch sets much greater store by his sovereignty abroad than at home. How cunningly Herr von Schelling enticed the French, first of all the weak, eclectic cousin, then even the gifted Leroux. For Pierre Leroux and his like still regard Schelling as the man who replaced transcendental idealism by rational realism, abstract thought by thought with flesh and blood, specialized philosophy by world philosophy. To the French romantics and mystics he cries, I, the union of philosophy and theology. To the French materialists, I, the union of flesh and idea. To the French sceptics, I, the distro/er of dogmatism. In a word, I. Schelling. Schelling has not only been able to unite philosophy and theology, but philosophy and diplomacy too. He has turned philosophy into a general diplomatic science, into a diplomacy for all occasions. Thus an attack on Schelling is indirectly an attack on our entire policy, and especially on Prussian policy. Schelling's philosophy is Prussian policy sub specie philosophia. You would therefore be doing a great service to our enterprise, but even more to truth, if you were to contribute a characterization of Schelling to the very first issue. You are just the man for this, because you are a Schelling in reverse. The sincere thought we may believe the best of our opponent of the young Schelling, for the realization of which however he did not possess the necessary. A word here is indecipherable, ed. Ch. Cap Friedrich Wilhelm Joseph von Schelling, ed. Cheg Paulus, die Endliche Offenbargeworden positive Philosophie der Offen. Barung ed. v. To Julius Froebel, November 21, 1843 351. Qualities except imagination, he had no energy but vanity, no driving force but opium, no organ but the irritability of a feminine perceptivity. This sincere thought of his youth, which in his case remained a fantastic youthful dream, has become truth, reality, manly seriousness in your case. Schelling is therefore an anticipated caricature of you, and as soon as reality confronts the caricature, the latter must dissolve into thin air. I therefore regard you as the necessary, natural, that is, nominated by their Majesties nature and history opponent of Schelling. Your struggle with him is the struggle of the imagination of philosophy with philosophy itself. I confidently expect a contribution from you in the form you may find most convenient. 111. My address is, Herr Maurer, Rue Vanneau No. 23, Paris, for the attention of Dr. Marx. Although she does not know you, my wife sends greetings. You would not believe how many followers you have among the fair sex. Yours very truly, Dr. Marx. First published in part in, K. Grun, printed according to the original Ludwig Feuerbach in seinem Briefwechsel T-R.U. Or ujrund Nachlass, so insaner Philosophisken Karat he full text is published en Angcharakterentwicklung, bd. I. Leipzig und Lis HFORTHEFLRSTTLME Heidelberg, 1874, in full in, Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels, Collected Works, 2nd Russ. ed. Volume 27, 1962. 2. To Julius Froebel 112. In Zurich. Paris, November 21, 1843 Rue Vanneau, number 31, Phoebe. Saint Germain. Dear friend, your letter has just arrived, but with some very strange symptoms. 1. Everything which you say you enclosed is missing with the exception of Engels' article. 3. This, however, is all in pieces and is therefore useless. It begins with number 5. Of Friedrich Engels, Outlines of a Critique of Political Economy, see this volume. Pages 418 to 43, ed. 352 Karl Marx. 2. The letters for Maurer and myself were wrapped up in the enclosed envelope which is postmarked St. Louis. The few pages of Engels' article were in the same wrapper. 3. Maurer's letter, which, like mine, I found open in the enclosed envelope, is also superscribed in a strange hand. I enclose the page with the writing. Hence there are only two possibilities. Either the French government opened and seized your letters and your packet. In which case return the enclosed addresses. We will then not only initiate proceedings against the French post office but, at the same time, publicize this fact in all the opposition papers. In any event it would be better if you addressed all packets to a French bookshop. However, we do not believe that the French government has perpetrated the kind of infamy which so far only the Austrian government has permitted itself. There thus remains the second possibility, that your Bluntschli and associates have played this police spy trick. If this is so, then, 1. You must bring proceedings against the Swiss and, 2. Maurer as a French citizen will protest to the ministry. As far as the business itself is concerned, it is now necessary, a. to ask Schuler not to issue the aforesaid document for the time being, as this must be the principal ornament of our first number. 2. Send the whole of the contents to Louis Blank's address, number 2 or 3, Rue Taitbout. T. Ruga is not yet here. I cannot very well begin with the printing until he has arrived. I have had to reject the articles so far sent to me by the local people, Hess, Weil, etc., after many protracted discussions. But Ruga is probably coming at the end of this month, and if at that time we also have the document you promised, we can begin with the printing. I have written to Feuerbach, Bcap, and Hagen. Feuerbach has already replied. 113. Holland seems to me to be the most suitable place providing that your police spies have not already been in direct touch with the government. If your Swiss people have perpetrated the infamy I will not only attack them in the Reform, the National, the Démocratie Pacifique, the Siècle, Courrier, La Presse, Chevalier, Commerce, and the Review Independent, but in the Times as well, and, if you wish, in a pamphlet written in French. Of the Deutsche Französische Jahrbucher ed. See previous letter ed. To Julius Froebel, November 21, 1843 353. These pseudo-republicans will have to learn that they are not dealing with young cowhands, or tailors' apprentices. As to the office I will try to acquire one along with the new lodging into which I intend moving. This will be convenient from the business and financial viewpoint. Please excuse this scraggy letter. I can't write for indignation. Yours, Marx. In any case, whether the Paris doctrinaires or the Swiss peasant lads were responsible for the trick, we will get Arago and Lamartine to make an intervention in the chamber. If these gentlemen want to make a scandal, ut scandalum fiat. 3. Reply quickly, for the matter is pressing. Since Maurer is a French citizen, the plot on the part of the Zurichers would be a violation of international law, with which the cowhands shall not get away. First published in German and Russian, printed according to the original in the journal Voprosi Istory IKPSS No. 4, published in English for the first 1958 time. Scandal they shall have ed. 1844. 3. To Ludwig Feuerbach 114. In Bruckberg, Paris, August 11, 1844, Rue Vanneau 38. Dear Sir, since I just have the opportunity, I take the liberty of sending you an article of mine in which some elements of my critical philosophy of law too are outlined. I had already finished it once but have since revised it in order to make it more generally comprehensible. I don't attribute any exceptional value to this essay, but I am glad to have an opportunity of assuring you of the great respect and, if I may use the word, love, which I feel for you. Your Philosophie der Zukunft, and your Wesen des Glaubens, in spite of their small size, are certainly of greater weight than the whole of contemporary German literature put together. In these writings you have provided, I don't know whether intentionally, a philosophical basis for socialism, and the communists have immediately understood them in this way. The unity of man with man, which is based on the real differences between men, the concept of the human species brought down from the heaven of abstraction to the real earth. What is this but the concept of society? 2 translations of your Wesen des Christentums, one in English and one in French, are in preparation and almost ready for printing. The first will be published in Manchester, Engels has been supervising it, and the second in Paris 115, the Frenchman Dr. Gourier and the German communist Uhrbeck have translated it with the help of a French literary expert. At present, the French will immediately pounce on the book. 4. Contribution to the Critique of Hegel's Philosophy of Law. Introduction, see this volume, pages 175 to 87, ed. This paragraph is in square brackets in the original ed. To Ludwig Feuerbach, August 11, 1844, 355. Both parties, priests and Voltairians and materialists, are looking about for help from outside. It is a remarkable phenomenon that, in contrast to the 18th century, religiosity has now passed to the middle and upper classes, while on the other hand irreligiosity, but an irreligiosity of men regarding themselves as men, has descended to the French proletariat. You would have to attend one of the meetings of the French workers to appreciate the pure freshness, the nobility which burst forth from these toil-worn men. The English proletarian is also advancing with giant strides, but he lacks the cultural background of the French. But I must not forget to emphasize the theoretical merits of the German artisans in Switzerland, London, and Paris. The German artisan is still, however, too much of an artisan. But in any case, it is among these barbarians of our civilized society that history is preparing the practical element for the emancipation of mankind. For me, the difference between the French character and our German character was never demonstrated so sharply and convincingly as in a Fourierist work which begins with the following sentences. It is in his passions that man reveals himself completely. Have you ever met a person who thought in order to think, who remembered in order to remember, who imagined in order to imagine, who wished in order to wish? Has this ever happened to you? No, obviously not. The main driving force of nature as of society is, therefore, the magical, the passionate, the non-reflecting attraction, and everything which exists, man, plant, animal or planet, has received an amount of power corresponding to its mission in the system of the universe. From this there follows, the attractive powers are proportional to the destinies. Do not all these sentences give the impression that the Frenchman has deliberately set his passion against the pure activity of German thought? One does not think in order to think, etc. L'homme est tout entier dans ses passions. Avez-vous jamais rencontré un homme qui pensait pour penser, qui s'y ressouvient pour s'y ressouvenir, qui imaginait pour imaginer? Qui voulait pour vouloir cela vous est-il jamais arrive à vous-même? Non, évidemment non. French passages occurring in this letter are translated in the text and the French original given in footnotes. The quotations are taken from Exposition de la science sociale, constituée par Fourier, by E. de Pompey, Paris, 1840, pages 13 and 29 ed. Tout être homme, plante, animal ou globe rico ensemble de forces en rapport avec sa mission dans l'ordre universel. Ed. Les attractions sont proportionnelles auxiliary destinies. Ed. 356 Karl Marx. In his critical Berlin Literaturzeitung, 3 Bruno Bauer, my friend of many years standing but now rather estranged, has provided fresh proof of how difficult it is for Germans to extricate themselves from the contrary one-sidedness. I don't know if you have read the journal. It contains much covert polemic against you. The character of the Literaturzeitung can be reduced to the following: criticism is transformed into a transcendental being. These Berliners do not regard themselves as men who criticize, but as CRIICs who, incidentally, have the misfortune of being men. They therefore acknowledge only one real need, the need of theoretical criticism. People like Proudhon are therefore accused of having made some practical need their point of departure. This criticism therefore lapses into a sad and supercilious intellectually sigh. Consciousness or self-consciousness is regarded as the only human quality. Love, for example, is rejected, because the loved one is only an object. Down with the object. This criticism thus regards itself as the only active element in history. It is confronted by the whole of humanity as a mass, an inert mass, which has value only as the antithesis of intellect. It is therefore regarded as the greatest crime if the critic displays feeling or passion. He must be an iron ice cold Pak. B. Thus Bauer says literally. The critic should participate neither in the sufferings nor in the joys of society, he should know neither friendship and love, nor hate and envy, he should be enthroned in a solitude, where only the laughter of the Olympian gods over the topsy-turviness of the world resounds occasionally from his lips. The tone of Bauer's Literaturzeitung is therefore one of dispassionate contempt, and he makes it all the easier for himself by flinging the results of your work and of our time as a whole at other people's heads. He only exposes contradictions and, satisfied with this occupation, he departs with a contemptuous H.M. He declares that criticism does not give anything, it is far too spiritual for that. Indeed, he plainly expresses the hope. The time is not distant when the whole of degenerate mankind will rally against criticism, and criticism means Bauer and company. They will then sort out this mass into different groups and distribute the testimonium paupertatis to all of them. It seems that Bauer has fought against Christ out of rivalry. I am going to publish a small booklet attacking this aberration of criticism. It would be of the greatest value to me if you would let me know in Allgemeine Literaturzeitung ed. B. Sage ed. See Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels, The Holy Family. See this edition, Volume 4 ed. To Ludwig Feuerbach, August 11, 1844 357. Advance your opinion, and in general some speedy sign of life from you would make me happy. The German artisans in Paris, i.e., the communists amongst them, several hundreds, have been having lectures twice a week throughout the summer on your Wesen de Chrysanthemums from their secret leaders, 3, and have been remarkably responsive. The short extract from the letter of a German lady which appeared in the Feuilleton of Vorwärts. Number 64, B, without the knowledge of the writer, is taken from a letter of my wife, who is now visiting her mother in Trier. With best wishes for your well-being. Yours, Karl Marx. First published in the journal Probleme, printed according to the original de Friedens und de Socialismus, translated from the German, and number 2, 1958 French. Of the League of the Just ed. B.C. This volume, p. 580 ed. C. Caroline von Westphalen ed. From the preparatory materials. From the Memoirs de Levasseur, de la Sarthe. Paris, 1829, etc. In 4 volumes. Volume 1 117. EXCERPTS. So what we today assume to have been the frenzy of a few excited maniacs, was the general feeling of a whole people, and in a way its manner of life. p. 21. Later one saw different opinions dividing the nation, but it was not like ACE in 1788, all those in France who were not making a living out of abuses were united in a unanimous wish to destroy a rule of the sword, all those who were not devourers of the national wealth wished to see its management entrusted to the representatives of the people, all those who were not members of the privileged castes wished to see the law applied equally to all and to make all citizens liable to the same burdens. p. 27. The Constitution was revised, after the king's flight, in a less popular way than it had been originally drawn up. The changes made were not very important, but they sufficed to make the Assembly lose all its popularity and the Constitution its most desirable sanction, that of the nation. p. 32. The session of the Legislative Assembly was nothing but a barely concealed war of the popular power against the royal authority. A war in which each of the two contenders used the Constitution in turn either as a sword or as a shield. An implacable war in which the Constitution, ceaselessly invoked by both sides, was for both sides only an empty word in which nobody believed. For the rest, this impotent assembly, wrapped by the Constitution in swaddling clothes, was unable to do anything useful. Consequently the numerous events which happened during its lifetime did not originate from this body. Constitutionally speaking, or according to the limits of their legal powers, the court and the assembly could do nothing, and they did nothing. These two great colossi regarded one another in silence and demanded of secret conspiracies what they could not expect from the law. pp. 37, 38. Neither the one nor the other party was honest. Hence the crisis in which France had been left by the Constituent Assembly could only be solved in one of two ways, the toppling of the throne or the return to the old regime. Thus for each of the two parties it was a question of their very existence. p. 38. This great epoch of 1791 to 1792 which decided France's destiny was not marked by outstanding parliamentary struggles. It was between the people and the rulers that the battle continued to be waged. June 20, Pétion's triumph on July 14, and the movements which marked the entry of the volunteers from Marseilles into Paris, these events led to important results 118 without the Assembly playing the least part in them. 13 Who? 362 Karl Marx. The deputies acted as conspirators and not as deputies. Even the declaration of war, the major event of this period, was decided by the Jacobins. 119 p. 39. Lafayette. 120 p. 40. August 10. NLP 41. The insurrection, which had replaced all existing authorities on August 10, continued. It was an active force and it crushed the enemies of liberty. p. 43. The only force which existed in France during the interregnum which began on August 10 was the popular élan, insurrection, anarchy. The only means of salvation still remaining was, therefore, to make use of the resources offered by anarchy and to direct against our enemies the brutal force which it aroused. pp. 43, 44. The decrees which it, the Legislative Assembly, issued had not the slightest authority. The ministry, product of an impotent assembly, was not itself a real power. The government therefore passed into the hands of those who knew how to separate themselves from it, that is, to the popular societies and the municipalities. But these improvised centers of government, products of anarchy itself and having no basis in law or in the Constitution, were simply the leaders of the people, powerful as long as they restricted themselves to directing the line of march of the people and giving effect to its wishes. They would not have been able to enforce obedience had they come into conflict with the people and wished to impose on it the rule of law. pp. 44, 45. It is the Gironde which has separated itself from us. It is Buzot who left the place he had occupied in the Constituent Assembly. It is Vergniaud who abandoned the seat he had recently occupied in the Legislative Assembly, i.e., on the left. p. 49. We were far from seeking divisions. Pétion was nominated President of the Convention almost unanimously. The other members of the committee were chosen from amongst the most influential deputies of the previous assembly 3p49. The new deputies, belonging to the mountain, knew nothing of the internal split. p50. Thus when we met, the new deputies, who formed the great majority in the mountain, did not even know that there were two camps and that the Republicans were not all inspired by the same sentiments and the same aspirations. p51. The center was made up of all those who have the constant habit of declaring themselves in favor of the winning side and who, before they show their colors, look for ways of not compromising themselves and without incurring any risk await further developments. This kind of deputy, who first concealed himself in the center, later became an ardent Montagnard and then an even more ardent reactionary. There were also, men of talent, Berry, Cis, Delors, Boissy d'Anglas. p52. The only party which came to the convention with a complete system and a previously worked out plan took their place on the seats on the right. The Girondists. p52. By swarming onto the seats opposite ours, they declared war on us, before they even knew us. p53. The main speakers for the Girondists were lawyers from the Bordeaux bar. The Girondists were all-powerful in the Legislative Assembly where they had controlled the majority. They also dominated the Jacobin Club, that is, public opinion. At the time of the insurrection of August 10 they believed they had France in their, i.e., the Legislative Assembly ed. From the Memoirs de Levasseur 363. Hans, when the National Convention was convoqué they concluded therefore that no majority independent of them could come about. But the 42-day interregnum changed the position. The energy which the Legislative Assembly, that is, the Girondists, had displayed in the struggle with the Crown vanished after August 10. Feeble and irresolute as soon as the helm of the state was indisputably in their hands. In their speeches, declamations, they divorced themselves from public opinion without being able to prevent disorder, merely depriving themselves of the means available to them for controlling the torrent. The Jacobin Club then became the thermometer of public opinion. It very rarely happened that the majority of Frenchmen opposed its decisions. For a long time the word of the Girondists had been law in the Jacobin Club. Even before the end of the Constituent Assembly they expelled the Lameths and drove the Constitutionals into the unpopular precincts of the Feuillants. 124 After August 10 they were superseded and went into opposition to the Jacobins. The Provisional Council of Ministers, entrusted with executive power by the Gironde on August 10, was powerless since the party on which it depended had made itself unpopular. Executive power was in fact exercised by the communes, especially by the Commune of Paris, composed of men of vigor and beloved of the people. The elections in the capital took place under the influence of the Commune whose leading members were elected. pp 53, 54. Hence the hostile attitude of the Girondists. On their arrival in Paris all the deputies who were known to have energy and patriotism were admitted to the Jacobin Club in which the Commune had great influence. These deputies sat on the left-hand side, which was sufficient to make the men of the Gironde take their seats on the right. The Jacobins, having spurned their authority, had become their enemies, and also those deputies who sat on the side of the Commune and the deputies of Paris. p. 55. Thus at the beginning of the session, the convention was not divided into parties. But there arose in its midst an ambitious clique which wished to impose its opinions on the assembly and prepared to fight to avenge the wounds which its self-conceit had suffered and to satisfy its particular resentments. p. 55. Danton, pages 56, 57. Robespierre, Marat, pages 57, 58. 125 The majority of the party of the Gironde were by no means traitors but some were concealed in its ranks. No, it did not desire the ruin of the Republic, but its theories led in that direction. p. 59. The Girondists were the aggressors, the Montagnards were at first on the defensive, Ibid. On September 21, 1792, the session of the convention begins. The President is Pétion. Danton, pages 60, 61, 62. The first two decrees passed by the Assembly had been proposed by Danton. 1. No constitution without the approval of the people. b. 2. Safety of persons and property to be protected by the nation. Unanimous adoption of Grégoire's motion. 3. Abolition of the monarchy. The Girondists begin the struggle. p. 63. On September 24, Kers Aint, speaking of the dangers facing the convention in the capital, proposes to surround it, the convention, with a force drawn from the departments. p. 63. The Girondists are against the Commune, which has been. This refers to a speech of Danton, see this volume, p. 368, ed. This sentence is in German in the manuscripts ed. 364. Karl Marx. Effacing them since August 10, as well as against Danton, who dominated the Executive Council. p. 64. Before the convocation of the convention, the members of the deputation of Paris had nearly all been part of the Commune of August 10. p. 63. Hence the wrath of the Girondists against that redoubtable Commune, and particularly against the deputation of Paris. pp. 63, 64. Thus one sees, the Girondists wanted to avenge themselves for their defeat and insignificance during the interregnum beginning on August 10. Joseph Égalité, Duke of Orleans, and Jean-Paul Marat. pp. 64, 65. Such a man, Marat, would never have exercised the least influence if the Girondists had not increased his importance by attacking in his person the very principle of energy, and provided him with the opportunity at least to display the calmness, the consistency, sang-froid, and contempt for insults characteristic of real conviction and devotion. p. 65. September 24. Concealed attack on the Commune and on a number of Pan's deputies for seeking to organize a dictatorship. September 25. Barbaroux and Rebecca accuse Robespierre. B. Danton pleads for harmony. pp. 66, 67. The Girondists continue with their denunciations. Vergniaud against Marat. p. 67. Marat, pages 68, 69. 126. The dissensions continue every day, the differences between the ministers Roland and Danton, the offences ascribed to the Commune of Paris, Marat's posters, were the pretexts for these useless struggles. p. 69. Victory seemed almost always to go to the Girondists. p. 70. The majority are as yet not firmly organized and vacillate undecidedly. Thus for a long time a large number of firm Republicans voted with the right. They included Philippos, Cambon, Cambycheries, etc. p. 70. See September 29. Roland, elected deputy of the Somme department, announces to the convention his intention of resigning his position as Minister of the Interior. Buzot demands that the minister be invited to remain at his post. All the Girondists support him. Philippos proposes to ask Danton to support this invitation. Danton is against this. The only possible way in which Roland can be retained in his post is to pronounce his election invalid. Struggle, Roland's letter, etc. pp. 70, 71c. Decree dissolving the Commune of Paris. pp. 73, 74, 75. The mutual accusations were repeated each day with renewed fury. The right always began the attack, basing itself on facts that occurred prior to the meeting of the convention, constantly exploiting the kind of repugnance which Marat aroused in the assembly as a whole in order to incriminate the entire mountain. p. 78, cf. 79. Inter-party strife, in the course of which the elected representatives of the people wasted precious time and consumed energies which they ought to have directed entirely against the enemies of France. p. 79. Cf. this volume, pages 368-69 ed. Cf. this volume, p. 369 ed. Cf. this volume, p. 369 ed. Cf. this volume, p. 369 ed. From the Memoirs de Levasseur 365. October 29. Roland's, Levet's accusation against Robespierre. P80 SQQ. He, Levet, and Barbaroux were, quite undoubtedly, the only men of action in their party. P81. The long-winded and garrulous eloquence of the latter, Robespierre. P82. 127 The committees of the convention and the convention itself dealt with all the branches of administration and performed through decrees numerous and frequent acts of executive authority. On the other hand, the municipalities had also taken over a large section of the administration. Civil power, military power, even judicial power, nothing was properly organized. As soon as, for any reason whatsoever, a gathering of citizens was called upon to deal with a matter of public concern, it would at the same time interfere in matters quite unconnected with the task it had been given. If there existed an infinity of powers in practice, a single collective entity, the convention, legally united in itself all the authority of the social body, and it frequently used it acted as the legislative authority through its decrees, as the administration through its committees, and besides it exercised judicial power through the manner in which it extended the right of indictment. P85. As a transitional state between the monarchy which had been destroyed and the republic which was being organized, as a weapon of war against the aristocracy, the emigration and foreign invaders, this concentration of all powers was a happy symptom and, I would say, even indispensable. P86. It is they, the Girondists, who demanded bills of indictment against their colleagues, it is they who in handing over Marat to the Revolutionary Tribunal violated the immunity of the elected representatives of the people. P87. A December 16. Buzot's motion for the expulsion of the Duke of Orleans and his sons, Buzot was supported by Levet and Langouinus. 128 Roland's intrigues. pp 88, 89. B. In spite of their prejudices against us, Levet, Roland, Quaudet, Petillon, Jensenet were true and sincere republicans. P. 90. About the Girondists, pages 90, 91. 129 The dissensions which hampered the deliberations of the National Convention soon manifested themselves in the Executive Council. When Servan was compelled to relinquish the Ministry of War on account of ill health, the Convention, on Roland's suggestion, unhesitatingly appointed Citizen Pichet, then working in the Ministry of the Interior, to take his place. The new minister did not share the aversions and the views of his patron. P. 91. During these interminable quarrels, the committees of the Convention were not as inactive as the Convention itself. The Committee of National Defense, under the influence of Camotte, assisted our armies and paved the way for our victories. The Committee of Accounts, for which Cambon was the regular reporter, created resources with the aid of the paper money, which under the name of assignats was so greatly and so frequently devalued, and by the sale of national property. pp 92, 93. By the end of January 1793, the Montagnards had abandoned the defensive which they had maintained perhaps too long and gone over in their turn to the attack on the Gironde. P. 100. A cf. This volume, p. 373 ed. BCF this volume, p. 370-371 ed. 366 Karl Marx. After the death of Michel de l'Epauletter Saint-Fargeau, the Girondists ceased to have an assured majority. P. 101. Danton, p. 143 SQQ. The struggle between the Montagnards and the Girondists. An interregnum begins on August 10, 1792. Impotence of the Legislative Assembly, impotence of the ministry to which it had given rise. Government passes over to the public meetings and municipalities, improvised centers of government, products of anarchy. They were bound to be the expression of the popular movement, for their power was only the power of popular opinion, pages 44, 45. From now on division amongst those with influence. One party wishes to re-establish the order disrupted by August 10 and to ensure the implementation of the existing laws. The principal members of the Ministry and of the Legislative Assembly are the leaders of this party. The other party sees in anarchy the only mobile action, in the enthusiasm which it produces the substitute for a ready-made organization, the only power of resistance externally and internally. These men are the masters of the Commune of Paris and of nearly all other municipalities in France. They possess one voice, Danton, in the ministry, pages 45, 46. The Girondists, the first party, do not oppose any effective means to the popular movement. Their theories are limited in practice to speeches and declamations, which make their unpopularity almost universal without having the slightest effect on developments. During this period, the Commune of Paris drives the citizens towards the frontiers. The alarm guns, thundering away hour after hour, proclaim the public danger. All citizens enroll in the sections in order to march against the enemy. During this period occur the September days. LSO had they been quelled, all public life would have been extinguished, pages 46, 47. The provinces detest the September murders, but they are grateful to the men who are maintaining the insurrectionary fever in order to fill the army camps with citizen soldiers. The Girondists are despised, lacking the courage to drive the citizens against the foreign troops. They do not even know how to organize an energetic resistance to the crimes which they denounce and which they use as a means of recrimination against their vigorous enemy. A cf. This volume, p. 373-74 ed. Driving Force ed. From the Memoirs de Levaster 367. The elections took place during this stormy period. When the convention opened, Paris was still in the grip of the insurrectionary movement and the Commune was all-powerful. The Girondists were the first to separate themselves from the Montagnards. The almost unanimous election of Pétion as president of the convention shows how little the newly arrived men of the Mountain were looking for divisions. The other members of the committee were likewise elected from amongst the most influential members of the previous assembly. Almost all the newly arrived deputies knew nothing of the inner dissensions. Robespierre and Pétion, Danton, and Guadet equally enjoyed their respect. The only party which came to the assembly with a complete system and a previously worked-out plan, the Girondists, took their place on the right-hand side. By leaving their former seats, on the left, and rushing en masse to the right-hand side, they declared war on the newly arrived Republicans who surged onto the left as the traditional side of patriotism. The Girondists had controlled the majority in the Assembly Legislative as well as in the Jacobin Club. They thought they had France in their hands at the time of August 10. In summoning the National Convention they never suspected for a moment that a majority independent of them could arise. But the 42-day interregnum altered the state of affairs and the character of the elections. The Legislative Assembly, that is, the Girondists, had displayed some energy in the struggle against the court. They showed themselves to be weak and irresolute as soon as they obtained undisputed control of the state. They did not know how to restrain the current unleashed by August 10, they were inept enough to oppose it with declamations. They isolated themselves from public opinion without being able to prevent any disorder whatsoever. They only deprived themselves of the means they had to direct events. The Jacobin Club was the thermometer of public opinion at that time. The word of the Gironde had been law there for a long time. Even before the dissolution of the Constituent Assembly they had dethroned the Lameths and driven the Constitutionals into the unpopular precincts of the Feuillants. After August 10, they allowed themselves in their turn to be superseded. They lost their popularity. Nearly all of them left a society whose merits they had loudly proclaimed as long as it applauded their views but which they regarded as nothing more than a den of rebels as soon as it thought differently than they did. The Gironde had, moreover, on August 10 vested executive power in a provisional council of ministers. Without any support in the nation, this council was powerless as soon as the party to which it belonged became unpopular. The executive power was in fact exercised by the communes, and especially by the Commune of Paris, composed of vigorous men of the people. The elections in the capital took place under the influence of the Commune. Its leading members were elected to the convention. I.e., the Legislative Assembly ed. 368 Karl Marx. Hence the hostile attitude of the Girondists from the very first moments of the convention. All new deputies who were known to have energy or patriotism, were admitted on their arrival to the Jacobin Club, in which the Commune had great influence. These deputies took their seats on the left side. This sufficed to drive the Girondists to the right. The Jacobins had become their enemies, they called their new opponents Jacobins. Originally only enemies of the Commune and of the Deputation of Paris, they extended their hatred to include all who sat on the side used by the Jacobins and who were ardent Republicans. Thus at the beginning of the session, the convention was not divided, a solid mass of Republicans united by a common feeling, in other respects however differing on many points. But an ambitious clique arose in its midst, which wished to impose its opinions on the Assembly and prepared to fight to avenge the wounds which its self-conceit had suffered and to satisfy its private resentments. The majority of the Girondists were not traitors, but there were traitors in their ranks. The ruin of the Republic was not their aim but the consequence of their theories. The few royalists in the convention therefore joined forces with them. They were the attackers. The Mountain was on the defensive for a long time. The Girondists were unable to sacrifice their egotism for the public cause, pages 47 to 59. On September 21, 1792, opening of the convention. Pétion President. Danton resigns his post as Minister of Justice. A conciliatory speech. No constitution could exist unless it was accepted by a majority of the primary meetings. A declaration regarding security of property ought to be decreed. Both Danton's proposals became decrees, the first decrees promulgated by the convention. In his speech Danton declared that the popular agitation was temporarily necessary. Now, however, the constituted power of the convention should replace it, excesses should be abandoned. Unanimous abolition of the monarchy on Grégoire's motion. The first session of the convention shows the desire of the Mountain for general reconciliation in the interests of order and of freedom. The Girondists immediately demonstrate their urge to take revenge. On September 24, Kersaint, speaking of the dangers in the capital, proposes to surround it the convention with force recruited from the departments. This is the first declaration of war by the Girondists, who are full of anger against the Deputation of Paris because the Girondists who had been members of the Legislative Assembly were annihilated as a result of the activities of the Commune and because of Danton's domination in the Executive Council. Jean-Paul Marat and Joseph Égalité in particular gave the Girondists the opportunity of making spiteful charges against the. From the Memoirs de Arlevescent 369. Mountain, charges of bloodthirstiness and anarchy on the one side and of ambition and royalism on the other. September 24. Indirect accusations that the Commune of Paris is striving for a dictatorship. September 25. Rebecque and Barbaroux name Robespierre as the candidate of the dictatorship. Danton again preaches concord and defends the Commune. An extra legal power had been necessary under the weak leadership of the Assembly Legislative, now there should be a return to order. Girondists do not pay attention to Danton's admonitions, they keep returning to the past in order to seek continual grounds for recrimination. Vergniaud and Boileau attack Marat. Marat's courageous reply. The Assembly turns to the business of the day. But the hostilities already initiated are continued. While the Assembly waited for a decisive act and a split between Roland and Danton, the alleged outrages by the Commune of Paris and Marat's posters served as pretexts for these useless conflicts. Victory seemed almost always to favor the side of the Girondists. The majority was not yet organized during these first conflicts, swaying uncertainly this way and that. For a considerable time many firm Republicans, e.g., Philippos, Cambon, Cambycheries, voted with the right. September 29, Roland, elected deputy of the Somme department, informs the Assembly that he would relinquish his position as Minister of the Interior. Those on the right express their regrets. Buzot proposes to request Roland to remain at his post, Philippos would like Danton to support this request. Danton opposes. An invitation is below the dignity of the convention. The only way to keep Roland at his post is to declare his election null and void. The Girondists insist on an invitation. Valais declares that Roland's name is holy to him. Levet, Barbaroux overwhelm him with praise. This time the men of the centre, Berry, Lacroix, Turreau, who often provided the right with a majority without actually belonging to them, are against Buzot's proposal. September 30, Roland writes a letter to the convention in which he states that he wants to remain minister. He praises himself a great deal in this letter, lectures his opponents, accuses Danton indirectly. All these reproaches against Danton and the Commune refer to facts which occurred prior to the meeting of the convention, evidence of the hatred of a vanquished party for the victors. Each day the right persecutes the Commune, which is defended by the deputies of Paris. Finally this revolutionary authority is ordered to dissolve. It is requested to give an account of itself. New source of strife emerges. The Comite de Surveillance of the Commune gives notice to the convention of the seizure of important papers. This is evidently a misprint. It refers to Thuriot ed. 370 Karl Marx, which will throw light on the treacheries of the court, in which several deputies will find themselves compromised. It asks that it should not be compelled to part with these documents and to be allowed to continue to function until a favorable moment for their use. The Girondists regard this as an open wish on the part of the Commune to perpetuate its functions. The Montagnards see in their opponents people interested in stifling the truth. The discussion confirms each party in its prejudices. The documents are finally handed over to a commission of 25 representatives, which comprises no members either of the Commune and the Deputation of Paris, or of the constituent and legislative assemblies. Nothing emerges either against the Commune or against the Gironde. Even the report of Joseph Delaunay, a Girondist deputy, comes out, in the main, in favor of the Commune. The mutual accusations are repeated daily with renewed fury, the right always initiating the attack, basing themselves on facts which occurred before the convocation of the convention. Freedom of opinion is always misconstrued when a representative of the left wishes to speak. Robespierre was driven from the rostrum by uproar and insults. Marat was only able to make his reply by dint of perseverance. Up to now the right has always had a majority. The Mountain votes with it whenever questions of principle, establishment of order, implementation of laws, etc., are involved. In his reports to the convention, Roland constantly repeats that the crimes of the interregnum still have to be punished, and introduces indirect accusations against Robespierre and Danton, and also against the Deputation of Paris. Roland is furious because Danton's supremacy in the council has crushed him. On October 29 Roland makes a report to the convention in which Robespierre is again accused. While on the rostrum seeking to defend himself, Robespierre is interrupted by the clamour of the Girondists and by constant interjections by President Guadet. Levet's attack on Robespierre. November 5. A Robespierre's reply. Return to the order of the day demanded on all sides. Even Vergniaud, Guadet, and Pétion support this. Only Salles, Barbaroux, Lanjuinez, Larivière stand by Levet. The return to the agenda is adopted almost unanimously. Barbaroux still demands the floor in order to support the accusations, and then goes down to the bar and wants to speak as plaintiff and even as the accused. This unseemly scene is prolonged and, as usual, ends without the assembly having made any decisions whatsoever, pages 60 to 83. December 16. Thuriot brings about the proclamation of the unity and indivisibility of the Republic. Buzot proposes a motion for the expulsion of the Duke of Orleans and his sons and is supported by Levet and Lanjuinez. In this way the Girondists make the first attempt to decimate the National Assembly. Incidentally, the Girondists are on friendly terms with Orleans creatures Dumouriez, Sillery, Byron, Valence. The ministers showed open bias in favor of the Girondists. When Levet accused Robespierre, the convention ordered the printing of both the indictment and the defense. Roland had Levet's speech distributed in large quantities with the words, Imprime par ordre de la Convention, 3 and restricted the distribution of Robespierre's speech to members of the convention. Thus the impression was to be produced among the public that a kind of censure had been pronounced on Robespierre. A similar knavish trick was repeated over the decree concerning the banishment of the Bourbons. Before the reading of the minutes, which signified its adoption, i.e., before the final wording had been approved by majority decision as was the rule, its printing was speeded up and its dispatch to the 84 departments carefully arranged by Roland, while the postponement of any decision regarding the fate of Philippe Égalité was not given the same publicity. Thus one could believe that the supporters of Orleans brought about the repeal of a decree which concerned him by a surprise move on the next morning. The dissensions which interfered with the deliberations of the National Convention soon crept into the Executive Council itself. Servan retiring on account of ill health, the convention on Roland's recommendation appointed Fach, then working in the Ministry of the Interior. Pache wanted to be independent, in addition he associated with the Jacobins. Pache was a good patriot but a bad minister of war. By accusing him of treason, the Girondists caused a redoubling of the recriminations which for a long time had been levelled against Roland. A Senats, Law concerning the practice of worship, CFP 93, Decree concerning food, compare Levesseur's speech, p. 94 SQQ. 131. Shortly after the decree on means of subsistence, discussions in connection with the trial of Louis XVI. This occasioned further acrimony. End of January 1793. Baseless animosities, just as at the beginning of the convention. But a big change has taken place in the temper of the assembly. The mountain has now gone over from the defensive to the offensive. The war of the parties is at fever heat. There is a feeling that from now on it is impossible to advance towards any organization of the Republic without the complete destruction of one of the two parties. The assassination of Michel de l'Épaulet Saint-Fargeau led to an argument and an open breach between the two extremes. The Marche, tired of the capricious intrigues and the conceit of the Girondists, frequently allies itself with the mountain against them. Roland's resignation accepted. January 28, Buzot denounces the Comité d'Assurance Générale 11, in a printed by order of the Convention ed. Committee of Public Safety ed. 372 Karl Marx. Which apart from the Girondists there are several Montagnards Tallien, Chabot, Bazire, on account of the arrest of a journalist and demands its dissolution. The Girondists were in the habit of sacrificing any institution rather than allow it to flourish in the hands of their opponents, pages 84 to 103. March 8. Great agitation because of the military setbacks in Belgium under Dumouriez. Commissioners are sent to all the sections of Paris to call the citizens to arms, and also to the departments. March 9. The commissioners present their reports. Guarantees are demanded against internal conspiracies. Decree for the establishment of an extraordinary criminal court, from whose findings there is no appeal, for the hearing of all cases involving traitors, conspirators, and counter-revolutionaries. Great excitement in the capital. The printing presses belonging to Gorsas are smashed up, he is forced to flee. The people were so worked up that it required a decree of the convention to get the bakers to return to the bakeries and the post office clerks to the telegraph office. March 10. Debates about the organization of the Revolutionary Tribunal. Great excitement in Paris. Evening session of the convention at 9 o'clock. The seats on the right almost empty. After midnight the combined crowds in the Champs-Élysées assume a rebellious character. They go to the Jacobin and Cordelier clubs, they preach insurrection against the convention. These proposals are rejected by the Montagnards. 132 March 11. Decree relating to the Revolutionary Tribunal. March 12. Marat speaks against the assaults made on the 10th. March 13. Complaints and attacks by the Girondists in connection with March 10. The rebellious movements of March 10 in Paris were nurtured by all the parties, because all of them took part in the agitation, and agitation stirred up in order to drive the people to the frontiers. The scenes on March 10 were a necessary consequence of this impassioned state. The Mountain, sitting alone in the chamber, had quieted the threatening disorders in a few hours. Pichet and Santerre were praised for their ardor. Marat and Dubocrains pacified both the Jacobin and the Cordelier clubs and persuaded them to abandon their sinister plans. Marat first of all denounced the March 10 disorders. He initiated a decree of indictment against Fournier l'Américain, one of their instigators. La Source, an impassioned Girondist, addressed eulogies to him during the March 12 session. Finally, a member of the right who had insulted Marat during the same sitting, was censured, and it was unanimously decided to enter this in the official record despite the revolting partisanship against the Ami du Peuple which people were in the habit of displaying, pages 122-23. When it was first established, the Comité de Sûreté Générale was composed overwhelmingly of Girondists. From the Memoirs de Arlevet sur 373. A few days after March 10, the Girondists wanted to shift responsibility for it onto the Mountain. Stormy sessions became the customary state of affairs in the convention. Tumultuous scenes. The galleries often participated in these scandalous interruptions. Then the Girondists screamed that they were no longer safe in Paris. They called the departmental forces to their aid. The Mountain, from their side, accused their opponents of preaching civil war. Sometimes whole days and nights passed in these wretched debates. p. 127. Nevertheless, the immunity of deputies was still respected on all sides until now. The right was the first to depart from this rule. On Guadet's motion, Marat was committed for trial. The Legislation Committee prepared a bill of indictment in which his condemnation was anticipated. Marat was unanimously acquitted by the Revolutionary Tribunal, and led back to the convention by the people in triumph, pages 127-29. This event had important results. Party conflicts of the deputies assumed the form of legal proceedings. The persecution of Marat was the immediate prelude to May 31. 133 March 18. Defeat of Dumouriez near Neerwinden. His letters to the Executive Council contain insults against the convention. Danton's opinion regarding Dumouriez, p. 133. 134. The Girondists applaud his insolent letters. March 29. A letter from Dumouriez evokes the greatest indignation. Decree ordering Dumouriez to appear before the bar of the House, etc. The treason of Dumouriez. April 3. La Source dares to denounce Danton as an accomplice of Dumouriez. CFP 137. Danton declares war on the Girondists. Danton's speech makes great impression. Danton had tried to bring about a reconciliation between the two sides of the assembly. Although he was sitting on the summit of the Mountain, he was, to some extent, the leader of the march. He had often criticized the passion of the Montagnards, fought against Robespierre's suspicions, maintained that instead of fighting the Girondists one should compel them to support the Mountain in order jointly to save the common cause. Even a few days before La Source's attack, Danton had had a conference with the chief leaders of the right at which agreement was reached to work together in harmony and to concentrate on the struggle against the foreigners and the aristocrats. The whole of the Mountain loved Danton, but the majority thought that he misjudged the situation if he hoped to establish an alliance between the Mountain and the Gironde. p. 143. The discussions assumed a much more serious character toward the end of April and the beginning of May. No more parliamentary bickering but a life and death struggle. Each side began to seek help from outside in order to win. But, the Mountain, in spite of this internal discord, paid serious attention to matters concerning France, while the Gironde only thought about the destruction of its opponents and abandoned completely the direction of the state. During these 2 months the question of the maximum was dealt with. The right fought this measure by means of slanders. It made accusations about violation of the right to own property and threats to the life of property owners. These declamations. 374 Karl Marx. were aimed at turning the middle classes against the mountain. The maximum was adopted p. 147, 150. The Girondists always had the majority when party wrangling was involved, as, for example, when such questions as the impeachment of Marat, the March disorders, the petitions of the sections, the Commission of the 12, were being discussed. The mountain had the majority when big questions of general interest were involved, such as the maximum, means for revolutionary recruitment, the extraordinary tribunal, forced loans, etc. An incident occurred during the discussion of the maximum. Ducos was on the rostrum criticizing the proposed measure, counterposing the sans-culottes to the middle classes, when a violent uproar broke out in one of the public galleries. Guadet demands the transfer of the convention to Versailles. Acclamation on the right. Levasseur demands that the rules should be observed and the galleries cleared. Resistance by the right. Philippos, Danton, Lacroix vainly call on the Assembly to remember its dignity and its urgent obligations. In vain they demand that matters of the greatest importance should not be interrupted on account of an insignificant incident. The Girondists had to give vent to their rage. Animated discussion, attacks on the Paris authorities, threats that the provinces would take vengeance. Thus the tocsin of civil war was sounded at the very moment when it was a question of interests which had roused the people. The intention was to incite the two classes of the people against one another. The mountain went with the party of the popular masses, where the sinewy arms and strong devotion are to be found pages 152 to 53. Disorders in the Vendée had developed into a real civil war. New enrollments and renewed expenditure of funds became necessary. Danton, Desmoulins, Philippos, Couthon tried to find means to make this possible. The only possible means of meeting the urgent expenditure was the mobilization of the national wealth, an empreinte force asterisk, CFP 161 SQQ, which was derived from superfluous wealth in the hands of citizens. The Girondists, who denounced the measures of the mountain, did not even propose an alternative plan. They did nothing at all. Written at the end of 1843 and the beginning of 1844, first published in part in K. Marx and F. Engels, Works, Vol. Ill, Russ. ed. 1930, in full in, Marx/Engels, Gesamtausgabe, ABT 1, BD 3, 1932. A Forced Loan ed. Printed according to the manuscript. Translated from the French and German. Published in English for the first time. Summary of Friedrich Engels' article Outlines of a Critique of Political Economy published in Deutsche Französische Jahrbucher 136. Private property. Its immediate consequence, trade, like every activity, is a direct source of gain for the trader. The next category to which trade gives rise is value. Abstract real value and exchange value. For say utility is the determining feature of real value, for Ricardo and Mill *, the cost of production. For the Englishman, competition as against the cost of production represents utility, for say, it is the cost of production. Value is the ratio of the production costs to utility. Its immediate application, the decision whether to produce at all, whether utility outweighs the cost of production. The practical application of the concept of value is limited to the decision about production. The distinction between real value and exchange value is based on the fact that the equivalent given in trade is no equivalent. Price, the relationship between cost of production and competition. Only that which can be monopolized has price. Ricardo's definition of rent of land is incorrect because it presupposes that a fall in demand instantly reacts on rent and at once puts out of cultivation a corresponding quantity of the worst cultivated land. This is incorrect. This definition leaves out competition, that of Adam Smith leaves out fertility. Rent is the relationship between productivity of the soil and competition. The value of land is to be measured by the productiveness of equal areas using equal amounts of labor. The separation of capital from labor. The separation of capital and profit. the division of profit into profit and interest. Profit, the weight that capital puts in the scales when the costs of. Engels writes McCulloch, see this volume, p. 424, ed. B. Engels stipulates, provided private property is abolished, see this volume, pp. 429-30, ed. 376 Karl Marx. Production are determined, remains inherent in capital, and the latter reverts to labura. The separation of labor and wages. The significance of wages. The significance of labor in determining the production costs. The split between land and the human being. Human labor divided into labor and capital. Written in the first half of 1844, printed according to the MANU, first published in Marx/Engels, Script Gesamtausgabe, ABTL, BD3, 1932, published in English for the first time. Engels discusses the role of profit after the abolition of private property, see this volume, p. 431, ed. Engels has, human activity, see this volume, p. 432, ed. Friedrich Engels. Works. May 1843 to June 1844. 3 Ely Star. 3 ILT3. Sil. 39. IL9 et 83 VCC 6 MN 3 IOMFTLGLITLDA. 1. 20 equals. And JDSA Inc. 4, IE TLI, RTI star. 30__. S Bike Felino copyright TLB Fee Tonfo. 3D, Whiter IFD, CR Sikpubu FANER, .AID IR. Ieno Tog J Vurid. Tent. 3 Chi 1843. Talag BT, Iterarif JCA Omtoidril in 3A. Unbes Slendert Fur. Billion, but J Kant Luna Unfgrif J Bibliotal Jate on 3 pound Cod Jadrin Burs Fofengal JE. Letters from London 37. Schweizerischer Republikaner No. 39, May 16, 1843. The Democratic Party in England is making rapid progress. While Whiggism and Toryism, the moneyed aristocracy and the landed aristocracy are engaged in a boring verbal battle over trifles in the national talk shop, as the Tory Thomas Carlyle calls it, or in the House which claims to represent the parishes of England, as the Chartist Fergus O'Connor says, while the established church exerts all its influence on the bigoted inclinations of the nation in order to maintain its decaying edifice a little longer, while the Anti-Corn Law League 138 squanders hundreds of thousands in the irrational hope to see in return millions flowing into the pockets of the cotton manufacturing lords. During this time, despised and derided socialism marches forward calmly and confidently and gradually compels the attention of public opinion. During this time, too, a new party of countless numbers has taken shape in a few years under the banner of the People's Charter 139 and has carried out such vigorous agitation that compared with it O'Connell and the League are bunglers and blunderers. It is well known that in England parties coincide with social ranks and classes, that the Tories are identical with the aristocracy and the bigoted, strictly orthodox section of the Church of England, that the Whigs consist of manufacturers, merchants, and dissenters, of the upper middle class as a whole, that the lower middle class constitute the so-called radicals, and that, finally, Chartism has its strength in the working men, the proletarians. Socialism does not form a closed political party, but on the whole it derives its supporters from the lower middle class and the proletarians. Thus, in England, the remarkable fact is seen that the lower the 380 Friedrich Engels position of a class in society, the more uneducated it is in the usual sense of the word, the more closely is it connected with progress, and the greater is its future. In general, this is a feature of every revolutionary epoch, as was seen in particular in the religious revolution of which the outcome was Christianity. Blessed are the poor, 3 The wisdom of this world is foolishness, b etc. But this portent of a great revolution has probably never been so clearly expressed and so sharply delineated as now in England. In Germany, the movement proceeds from the class which is not only educated but even learned. In England, for 300 years the educated and all the learned people have been deaf and blind to the signs of the times. Well known throughout the world is the pitiful routine of the English universities, compared with which our German colleges are like gold, but on the continent people cannot even imagine the kind of works produced by the foremost English theologians and even by some of the foremost English natural scientists, and what miserable reactionary publications form the bulk of the weekly list of new books. England is the homeland of political economy, but what about the level of scholarship among professors and practical politicians? Adam Smith's free trade has been pushed to the insane conclusions of the Malthusian theory of population and has produced nothing but a new, more civilized form of the old monopoly system, a form which finds its representatives among the present-day Tories, and which successfully combated the Malthusian nonsense, but in the end arrived once more at Malthus conclusions. Everywhere there is inconsistency and hypocrisy, while the striking economic tracts of the socialists and partly also of the Chartists are thrown aside with contempt and find readers only among the lower classes. Strauss Das Leben Jesu was translated into English. Not a single respectable book publisher wanted to print it, finally it appeared in separate parts, 3d per part, and that was done by the publishing house of a minor but energetic antiquarian. 140 The same thing occurred with translations of Rousseau, Voltaire, Holbach, etc. Byron and Shelley are read almost exclusively by the lower classes. No respectable person could have the works of the latter on his desk without his coming into the most terrible disrepute. It remains true, blessed are the poor, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven and, however long it may take, the kingdom of this earth as well. A Matthew 5:3 ed. B 1 Corinthians 1:20 ed. Letters from London 381. Parliament now has before it Sir James Graham's Bill on the education of children working in factories, in accordance with which their hours of work are to be restricted, compulsory education introduced, and the High Church entrusted with supervision of the schools. 141 This bill has, of course, given rise to general commotion and has provided the parties with a fresh opportunity for testing their strength. The Whigs want to have the bill rejected completely because it ousts the dissenters from the education of the young and, by restricting the working hours of children, causes difficulties for the manufacturers. Among the Chartists and Socialists, on the other hand, there is considerable agreement with the general humane tendency of the bill, except for the provisions relating to the High Church. Lancashire, the main factory centre, is also, of course, the main centre of agitation in regard to the bill. Here, the Tories are quite powerless in the towns, moreover, their meetings in this connection were not held in public. The congregations of the dissenters first of all met in order to put forward a petition against the bill, and then arranged for town meetings in alliance with the liberal manufacturers. A town meeting of this kind is summoned by the highest urban official, is completely public, and every inhabitant has the right to speak at it. Here, therefore, if the meeting hall is sufficiently large, only the strongest and most energetic party can be victorious. And at all the town meetings so far convened, the Chartists and Socialists have won. The first such meeting was in Stockport, where the resolutions put forward by the Whigs received only one vote, while the entire meeting voted for those of the Chartists, so that the mayor of Stockport, a Whig, as chairman of the meeting had to sign a Chartist petition and send it to a Chartist MP. Duncombe, for presentation to Parliament. The second meeting was in Salford, a sort of suburb of Manchester, with a population of about 100,000, I attended it. The Whigs had taken every precaution to ensure victory for themselves. The Borough Reeve III took the chair and talked a great deal about impartiality, but when a Chartist asked whether a discussion would be allowed, he was given the reply, yes, when the meeting is over. It was intended to have the first resolution smuggled through, but the Chartists were on the alert and prevented this. When one of the Chartists climbed onto the platform, a clergyman dissenter came forward and tried to throw him off. However, everything went well until, finally, a petition on Whig lines was proposed. Then a Chartist. Engels uses the English term ed. 382 Friedrich Engels spoke and proposed an amendment. Thereupon the chairman and his whole retinue of Whigs rose and left the hall. But the meeting continued, and the Chartist petition was put to the vote, but police officers, who had already intervened several times on the side of the Whigs, put out the lights just at the right moment and forced the meeting to disperse. Nevertheless, the Whigs caused all their resolutions to be published, as carried, in the next issue of the local newspaper, and the Borough Review was dishonest enough to sign his name on behalf of and on the instructions of the meeting. So much for Whig fairness. The third meeting took place 2 days later in Manchester, and here the Radical parties likewise achieved a most brilliant victory. Although the time was so chosen that the majority of the factory workers could not be present, there was nevertheless a considerable majority of Chartists and Socialists in the hall. The Whigs confined themselves solely to the points which they had in common with the Chartists. A Socialist and a Chartist spoke from the platform and bore witness that the Whigs on this occasion had behaved like good Chartists. The Socialist told them frankly that he had come with the intention of creating opposition if there was the slightest occasion for it, but everything had gone according to his wishes. So it has turned out, therefore, that Lancashire, and particularly Manchester, the stronghold of Whiggism, the centre of the Anti-Corn Law League, is able to show a brilliant majority in favour of radical democracy, and thereby the power of the Liberals is completely held in check. 2. Schweizerische Republikaner No. 41, May 23, 1843. The Augsburg Allgemeine Zeitung has a Liberal correspondent, in London, who writes favourably about the manoeuvres of the Whigs in horribly long and boring articles. The Anti-Corn Law League is now the power in the land, declares this oracle, and thereby utters the greatest lie ever told by a partisan correspondent. 142. The League the power in the land. Where is this power? In the ministry? In it are Peel, Graham, and Gladstone, the bitterest enemies of the League. In Parliament? But there every one of its proposals is rejected by a majority rarely equalled in the annals of the English Parliament. Where then is this power? In the public, in the nation? This question can only be answered in the affirmative by such an. Engels gives this term in English ed. Letters from London 383. Empty-headed, frivolous correspondent, for whom Drury Lane is the public and a drummed-up meeting is public opinion. If this sagacious correspondent is so blind as to be incapable of seeing in broad daylight this is the legacy of the Whigs, then I will tell him how matters stand with the power of the League. It has been driven out of the ministry and Parliament by the Tories, and out of public opinion by the Chartists. Feargus O'Connor has triumphantly rooted it in all the towns of England, everywhere he has challenged it to a public debate, and the League has never picked up the gauge. The League cannot call a single public meeting without being most ignominiously trounced by the Chartists. Or does the Augsburg correspondent really not know that the pompous January meetings in Manchester and the meetings now being held in the Drury Lane Theatre in London, where the Liberal gentlemen tell one another lies and try to deceive themselves about their inner instability, does he really not know these are whited sepulchres? Who are admitted to these meetings? Only members of the League or persons to whom the League gives tickets. Hence no hostile party can have a chance of successful opposition there, and therefore no one applies for tickets. No matter what cunning it resorted to, it could not manage to smuggle in even 100 of its supporters. The League has been organizing such meetings, which are afterwards called public, for some years past, and at them it congratulates itself on its progress. It is very becoming that at these public ticket meetings, the League rails against the spectre of Chartism, especially since it knows that at truly public meetings O'Connor, Duncombe, Cooper, etc., are giving a straightforward reply to those attacks. Up to now the Chartists have shattered every public meeting of the League by a brilliant majority, but the League has never been able to disrupt a Chartist meeting. Hence the League's hatred of the Chartists, hence the clamour about the disorder caused by the Chartists at a meeting, that is to say, the rebellion of the majority against the minority, which from the platform tries to make use of the majority for its own ends. Where then is the power of the League? In its imagination and in its purse. The League is wealthy. By the abolition of the Corn Laws it hopes to conjure up a trade boom and therefore throws a sprat to catch a mackerel. Its subscriptions bring in considerable sums of money which cover the expenditure on all the pompous meetings and the rest of the appearance and tawdry finery. But behind this glittering exterior there is nothing real. The National Charter Association 3 The Chartists Organization 143 has. Engels gives this name in English ed. 384 Friedrich Engels. A greater number of members, and it will soon be seen that it can also collect more money, although it consists only of poor workers, while the League has all the rich manufacturers and merchants in its ranks. And the reason is that the Chartist Association gets its money even if only in pennies from nearly every one of its members, whereas although considerable sums of money are contributed to the League, they come only from certain individuals. The Chartists can easily collect 1,000,000 pennies 144 weekly. It is very questionable whether the League could sustain this. The League opened a subscription list for £50,000 and received about £70,000. Fergus O'Connor is about to open a subscription list of £125,000 for one project 145 and soon afterwards perhaps another for an equal amount. He will certainly get it, and what does the League then intend to do with its huge funds? Why the Chartists are in opposition to the League will be dealt with on another occasion. 146 For the present only one further remark, viz., that the efforts and work of the League have one good side. This is the movement which is being aroused by the anti-corn law agitation in a hitherto entirely stable class of society, the agricultural population. Up to now the latter has taken no interest in public affairs, dependent on the landowners who can put an end to the lease agreement any year. The farmers, phlegmatic and ignorant, have sent only Tories to Parliament year after year, 251 out of the 658 members of the House of Commons, and up to now this has been the strong basis of the reactionary party. If an individual farmer wanted to come out against this traditional vote, he found no support among his fellow farmers and the landlord could easily give him notice. Now, however, a considerable alertness among this class of the population is evident. There already exist liberal farmers, and among them there are people who realize that in very many cases the interests of the landlord and those of the tenant are directly opposed. 3 years ago, particularly in England herself, no one could have said this to a tenant without being laughed at or even beaten up. Among this class the work of the League will bear fruit, but quite certainly the fruit will be different from what the League expects, for while it is probable that the mass of the tenants will gradually go over to the Whigs, it is still more probable that the mass of the agricultural laborers will be impelled to take the side of the Chartists. One without the other is impossible, and thus here, too, the League will obtain only feeble compensation for the decisive and total withdrawal from it of the working class which the League has suffered during the past 5 years in the towns and factory districts owing to Chartism. The kingdom of the just milieu has had its day. Letters from London 385. And the power in the land has become divided into two extremes. In view of these undeniable facts, however, I ask the correspondent of the Augsburg Allgemeine Zeitung, where is the power of the League? Il. Schweizerische Republikaner No. 46, June 9, 1843. The English socialists are far more principled and practical than the French, which is especially due to the fact that they are engaged in an open struggle against the various churches and do not want to have anything to do with religion. In the larger towns they usually maintain a hall where every Sunday they listen to speeches which are often polemical against Christianity and atheistic, but often also deal with some aspect of the workers' life, of their lecturers, preachers. Watts in Manchester seems at any rate to be an outstanding man, who has written some very talented pamphlets on the existence of God and on political economy. The lecturers have a very good manner of arguing. They always start out from experience and from verifiable or obvious facts, and at the same time the exposition is carried out in such a systematic way that it is very difficult to fight them on the ground they have chosen. If anyone tries to carry the argument into a different sphere they laugh in his face. If, for example, I say, For man, the existence of God does not depend on facts for its proof. They retort, what a ridiculous proposition you put forward. If God does not manifest himself through facts, why should we want to trouble ourselves about him? From your proposition it follows directly that it is a matter of indifference to people whether God exists or does not exist. And since we have thousands of other things to care about, we leave to you the good God above the clouds, where perhaps he exists, or perhaps does not exist. What we do not know through facts does not concern us at all. We keep to the basis of real facts, where there can be no question of such fantastic things as God and religious theories. So the rest of their communist propositions are supported by proof based on facts, in accepting which they are indeed careful. The stubbornness of these people is indescribable, and how the clergy are going to win them over heaven alone knows. In Manchester, for instance, the communist community has 8,000 members openly registered at. This word is in English in the original ed. 386 Friedrich Engels. The hall and paying their subscriptions to it. The assertion that half of the working classes of Manchester share their views on property is no exaggeration, because when what says from the platform, for the communists the platform is what the pulpit is for the Christians today. I am going to one or other meeting, you can count on it that the motion put by the lecturer will have a majority. But among the socialists, too, there are theoreticians or, as the communists call them, complete atheists, while the former are called practical atheists. Of these theoreticians the most famous is Charles Southwell in Bristol, who published a polemical journal The Oracle of Reason and was punished for that by a year's imprisonment and a fine of about £100. Of course, the fine was quickly covered by subscriptions, for every Englishman subscribes to his newspaper, helps his leaders to pay fines, pays for his chapel or hall, attends his meetings. But Charles Southwell is already in prison again. In fact, the hall in Bristol had to be sold because there are not so many socialists in Bristol and among them few are rich, whereas such a hall is a fairly expensive thing. It was bought by a Christian denomination and converted into a chapel. When this new chapel was consecrated, the socialists and Chartists crowded into it to see and hear the ceremony. But when the clergymen began to praise God that all the wicked doings had been ended, and that where formerly God had been defamed, praises would now be sung to the Almighty, they regarded this as an attack, and since according to English notions every attack demands resistance, they raised a shout of Southwell, Southwell. Let Southwell speak in opposition. Southwell therefore got up and began to make a speech. Now, however, clergymen of the Christian denomination put themselves at the head of the columns of their parishioners and hurled themselves on Southwell. Other members of the denomination called in the police, because Southwell was said to have disturbed a Christian religious service. The clergyman laid hold of him, struck him, as often happens in such cases, and handed him over to a policeman. Southwell himself ordered his supporters not to offer physical resistance. When he was led away, some 6,000 people followed him crying hurrah and cheering him. The founder of the socialist movement, Owen, writes in his numerous booklets like a German philosopher, i.e., very badly, but at times he has his lucid moments and then his obscure writings become readable. Moreover, his views are comprehensive. According to Owen, marriage, religion, and property are the sole causes. Letters from London 387. Of all the calamity that has existed since the world began, 147 all his writings teem with outbursts of rage against the theologians, lawyers, and doctors, all of whom he lumps together. The law courts are the seat of a class of people which is still completely theological and therefore prejudiced. The laws also are imbued with theology and must therefore be abolished together with the jury. While the Church of England lived in luxury, the socialists did an incredible amount to educate the working classes in England. At first one cannot get over one's surprise on hearing in the Hall of Science the most ordinary workers speaking with a clear understanding on political, religious, and social affairs, but when one comes across the remarkable popular pamphlets and hears the lecturers of the socialists, for example what's in Manchester, one ceases to be surprised. The workers now have good, cheap editions of translations of the French philosophical works of the last century, chiefly Rousseau's Contrat social, the Système de la Nature 148 and various works by Voltaire, and in addition the exposition of communist principles in penny and two-penny pamphlets and in the journals. The workers also have in their hands cheap editions of the writings of Thomas Paine and Shelley. Furthermore, there are also the Sunday lectures, which are very diligently attended. Thus during my stay in Manchester I saw the Communist Hall, which holds about 3,000 people, crowded every Sunday, and I heard their speeches which have a direct effect, which are made from the special viewpoint of the people, and in which witty remarks against the clergy occur. It happens frequently that Christianity is directly attacked and Christians are called our enemies. In their form, these meetings partly resemble church gatherings. In the gallery a choir accompanied by an orchestra sings social hymns. These consist of semi-religious or wholly religious melodies with communist words, during which the audience stands. Then, quite nonchalantly, without removing his hat, a lecturer comes onto the platform, on which there is a table and chairs. After raising his hat by way of greeting those present, he takes off his overcoat and then sits down and delivers his address, which usually gives much occasion for laughter, for in these speeches the English intellect expresses itself in superabundant humor. In one corner of the hall is a stall where books and pamphlets are sold, and in another a booth with oranges and refreshments, where everyone can obtain what he needs or to. This term is given in English in the original ed. 388 Friedrich Engels, which he can withdraw if the speech bores him. From time to time tea parties are arranged on Sunday evenings at which people of both sexes, of all ages and classes, sit together and partake of the usual supper of tea and sandwiches. On working days dances and concerts are often held in the hall, where people have a very jolly time. The hall also has a cafe. How does it happen that all this kind of thing is tolerated? Firstly, under the Whig ministry the Communists secured the passage of an Act of Parliament and in general achieved such a strong position at that time that now, as being a corporation, it is no longer possible to take any steps against them. Secondly, the authorities would very much like to attack prominent individuals, but they know that this would only redound to the advantage of the socialists by drawing public attention to them, which is what the socialists want. If they were to become martyrs for their cause, and how many of them would be ready for that at any time, it would give rise to agitation. But agitation is a means of making their cause still more widely known, whereas at present a large part of the nation takes no notice of them, regarding them as a sect like any other. The Whigs knew very well that repressive measures have a stronger effect in favor of a cause than agitation for the cause itself, and hence they gave the Communists an opportunity to exist and take form, but every form is a bond. The Tories, on the other hand, take some action against them when the atheistic publications seem too outrageous, but every time it is to the advantage of the Communists. In December 1840, Southwell and others were punished for blasphemy. Immediately 3 new periodicals appeared. One was The Atheist, another The Atheist and Republican, and the third, published by the lecturer Watts, The Blasphemer. A few issues of The Blasphemer caused a great sensation, and the authorities tried in vain to discover how this trend could be suppressed. They left it alone, and lo and behold, all 3 papers ceased to exist. Thirdly, the socialists, like all the other parties, save themselves by circumventing the law and resorting to verbal quibbles, which is the regular practice here. Thus everything here displays life and cohesion, a solid basis and action. Thus everything here is assuming a definite external shape, whereas we imagine that we know something if we have swallowed the dull, miserable contents of Stein's book, 3, or that we. A Lorenz von Stein, Der Sozialismus und die Kommunismus der heutigen Frank. Reichs ed. Letters from London 389. Are of some importance if somewhere or other we utter an opinion perfumed with attar of roses. In the socialists, English energy is very clearly evident, but what astonished me more was the good-natured character of these people. I almost called them lads, which, however, is so far removed from weakness that they laugh at the mere Republicans, because a republic would be just as hypocritical, just as theological, just as unjust in its laws, as a monarchy, but for the reform of society they are ready to sacrifice their worldly goods and life itself together with their wives and children. 4. Schweizerische Republikaner No. 51, June 27, 1843. One hears nothing now but talk about O'Connell and the Irish Repeal. 3. Abolition of the Union of Ireland and England. 149 O'Connell, the cunning old lawyer, who during the Whig government sat calmly in the House of Commons and helped to pass liberal measures in order to be rejected by the House of Lords, O'Connell has suddenly left London and absented himself from the parliamentary debates and is now raising again his old question of repeal. No one was thinking about it anymore, and then old Dan turns up in Dublin and is again raking up the stale obsolete lumber. It is not surprising that the old yeast is now producing remarkable air bubbles. The cunning old fox is going from town to town, always accompanied by a bodyguard such as no king ever had. 200,000 people always surround him. How much could have been done if a sensible man possessed O'Connell's popularity, or if O'Connell had a little more understanding and a little less egoism and vanity? 200,000 men, and what men? People who have nothing to lose, 2/3 of whom are clothed in rags, genuine proletarians and sans-culottes and, moreover, Irishmen, wild, headstrong, fanatical Gaels. One who has never seen Irishmen cannot know them. Give me 200,000 Irishmen and I will overthrow the entire British monarchy. The Irishman is a carefree, cheerful, potato-eating child of nature. From his native heath, where he grew up, under a broken-down roof, on weak tea and meager food, he is suddenly thrown into our civilization. Hunger drives. A here and later Engels uses the English word repeal. Ed. in the original Old Dan, i.e., Daniel O'Connell ed. 390 Friedrich Engels. Hymn to England. In the mechanical, egoistic, ice-cold hurly-burly of the English factory towns, his passions are aroused. What does this raw young fellow whose youth was spent playing on moors and begging at the roadside know of thrift? He squanders what he earns, then he starves until the next payday or until he again finds work. He is accustomed to going hungry. Then he goes back, seeks out the members of his family on the road where they had scattered in order to beg, from time to time assembling again around the teapot, which the mother carries with her. But in England the Irishman saw a great deal. He attended public meetings and workers' associations, he knows what repeal is and what Sir Robert Peel stands for, he quite certainly has often had fights with the police and could tell you a great deal about the heartlessness and disgraceful behavior of the peelers too, the police. He has also heard a lot about Daniel O'Connell. Now he once more returns to his old cottage with its bit of land for potatoes. The potatoes are ready for harvesting, he digs them up, and now he has something to live on during the winter. But here the principal tenant 150 appears, demanding the rent. Good God, where's the money to come from? The principal tenant is responsible to the landowner for the rent, and therefore has his property attached. The Irishman offers resistance and is thrown into jail. Finally, he is set free again, and soon afterwards the principal tenant or someone else who took part in the attachment of the property is found dead in a ditch. That is a story from the life of the Irish proletarians which is of daily occurrence. The half-savage upbringing and later the completely civilized environment bring the Irishman into contradiction with himself, into a state of permanent irritation, of continually smoldering fury, which makes him capable of anything. In addition he bears the burden of 5 centuries of oppression with all its consequences. Is it surprising that, like any other half-savage, he strikes out blindly and furiously on every opportunity, that his eyes burn with a perpetual thirst for revenge, a destructive fury, for which it is altogether a matter of indifference what it is directed against, so long as it can strike out and destroy? But that is not all. The violent national hatred of the Gaels against the Saxons, the Orthodox Catholic fanaticism fostered by the clergy against Protestant episcopal arrogance, with these elements anything can be accomplished. And all these elements are in O'Connell's hands. And what a multitude of people are at his disposal. This word is in English in the original ed. Letters from London 391. The day before yesterday in Cork 150,000 men, yesterday in Nenagh 200,000, today in Kilkenny 400,000, and so it goes on. A triumphal procession lasting a fortnight, a triumphal procession such as no Roman emperor ever had. And if O'Connell really had the welfare of the people in view, if he were really concerned to abolish poverty, if his miserable, petty just milieu aims were not behind all the clamour and the agitation for repeal, I should truly like to know what Sir Robert Peel could refuse him if he demanded it while at the head of such a force as he now has. But what does he achieve with all his power and his millions of valiant and desperate Irishmen? He is unable to accomplish even the wretched repeal of the Union, of course solely because he is not serious about it, because he is misusing the impoverished, oppressed Irish people in order to embarrass the Tory ministers and to put back into office his just milieu friends. Sir Robert Peel, too, knows this well enough, and hence 25,000 soldiers are quite enough to keep all Ireland in check. If O'Connell were really the man of the people, if he had sufficient courage and were not himself afraid of the people, i.e., if he were not a double-faced Whig, but an upright, consistent Democrat, then the last English soldier would have left Ireland long since. There would no longer be any idle Protestant priest in purely Catholic districts, or any old Norman baron in his castle. But there is the rub. If the people were to be set free even for a moment, then Daniel O'Connell and his moneyed aristocrats would soon be just as much left high and dry as he wants to leave the Tories high and dry. That is the reason for Daniel's close association with the Catholic clergy, that is why he warns his Irishmen against dangerous socialism, that is why he rejects the support offered by the Chartists. 151 Although for appearance's sake he now and again talks about democracy just as Louis Philippe in his day talked about republican institutions, and that is why he will never succeed in achieving anything but the political education of the Irish people, which in the long run is to no one more dangerous than to himself. Written in May-June 1843, printed according to the journal first published in Schweizerischer. The full text is published in N. Republikaner NOS 39, 41, 46, and 51, English for the first time May 16 and 23 and June 9 and 27. 1843. The New Moral World. N. Progress of Social Reform. On the Continent 152. The New Moral World No. 19, November 4, 1843. It has always been in some degree surprising to me, ever since I met with English socialists, to find that most of them are very little acquainted with the social movement going on in different parts of the continent. And yet there are more than 500,000 of communists in France, not taking into account the Fourierists, and other less radical social reformers. There are communist associations in every part of Switzerland, sending forth missionaries to Italy, Germany, and even Hungary, and German philosophy, after a long and troublesome circuit, has at last settled upon communism. Thus, the three great and civilized countries of Europe, England, France, and Germany, have all come to the conclusion that a thorough revolution of social arrangements, based on community of property, has now become an urgent and unavoidable necessity. This result is the more striking, as it was arrived at by each of the above nations independently of the others, a fact, than which there can be no stronger proof, that communism is not the consequence of the particular position of the English, or any other nation, but that it is a necessary conclusion, which cannot be avoided to be drawn from the premises given in the general facts of modern civilization. It must, therefore, appear desirable, that the three nations should understand each other, should know how far they agree, and how far they disagree, because there must be disagreement also, owing to the different origin of the doctrine of community in each of the three countries. The English came to the conclusion practically, by the rapid increase of misery, demoralization, and pauperism in their own country, the French politically, by first. Progress of Social Reform on the Continent 393. Asking for political liberty and equality, and, finding this insufficient, joining social liberty and social equality to their political claims, the Germans became communists philosophically, by reasoning upon first principles. This being the origin of socialism in the three countries, there must exist differences upon minor points, but I think I shall be able to show that these differences are very insignificant, and quite consistent with the best feeling on the part of the social reformers of each country towards those of the other. The thing wanted is, that they should know each other. This being obtained, I am certain, they all will have the best wishes for the success of their foreign brother communists. France. France is, since the Revolution, the exclusively political country of Europe. No improvement, no doctrine can obtain national importance in France, unless embodied in some political shape. It seems to be the part the French nation have to perform in the present stage of the history of mankind, to go through all the forms of political development, and to arrive, from a merely political beginning, at the point where all nations, all different paths, must meet at communism. The development of the public mind in France shows this clearly, and shows at the same time, what the future history of the English Chartists must be. The French Revolution was the rise of democracy in Europe. Democracy is, as I take all forms of government to be, a contradiction in itself, an untruth, nothing but hypocrisy, theology, as we Germans call it, at the bottom. Political liberty is sham liberty, the worst possible slavery, the appearance of liberty, and therefore the reality of servitude. Political equality is the same, therefore democracy, as well as every other form of government, must ultimately break to pieces. Hypocrisy cannot subsist, the contradiction hidden in it must come out. We must have either a regular slavery, that is, an undisguised despotism, or real liberty, and real equality, that is, communism. Both these consequences were brought out in the French Revolution. Napoleon established the first, and Babeuf the second. I think I may be short upon the subject of Babeufism, as the history of his conspiracy, written by Buonarroti, III, has been translated into the English language. 153 The communist plot did not succeed, because a ph. Buonarroti, conspiration pour l'égalité de Babeuf, suivi du procès Auquel. L. Donnelly, et de pieces justificatives, etc. ed. IL 482. 394 Friedrich Engels. The then communism itself was of a very rough and superficial kind, and because, on the other hand, the public mind was not yet far enough advanced. The next French social reformer was Count de Saint-Simon. He succeeded in getting up a sect, and even some establishments, none of which succeeded. The general spirit of the Saint-Simonian doctrines is very much like that of the Ham-Common Socialists, in England 154, although, in the detail of the arrangements and ideas, there is a great difference. The singularities and eccentricities of the Saint-Simonians very soon became the victims of French wit and satire, and everything once made ridiculous is inevitably lost in France. But, besides this, there were other causes for the failure of the Saint-Simonian establishments. All the doctrines of this party were enveloped in the clouds of an unintelligible mysticism, which, perhaps, in the beginning, attract the attention of the people, but, at last, must leave their expectations disappointed. Their economical principles, too, were not unexceptionable. The share of each of the members of their communities in the distribution of produce was to be regulated, firstly, by the amount of work he had done, and, secondly, the amount of talent he displayed. A German Republican, Bruni, justly replied to this principle, that talent, instead of being rewarded, ought rather to be considered as a natural preference, and, therefore, a deduction ought to be made from the share of the talented, in order to restore equality. Saint-Simonism, after having excited, like a brilliant meteor, the attention of the thinking, disappeared from the social horizon. Nobody now thinks of it, or speaks of it, its time is past. Nearly at the same time with Saint-Simon, another man directed the activity of his mighty intellect to the social state of mankind, Fourier. Although Fourier's writings do not display those bright sparks of genius which W.E. find in Saint Simon's and some of his disciples, although his style is hard, and shows, to a considerable extent, the toil with which the author is always laboring to bring out his ideas, and to speak out things for which no words are provided in the French language, nevertheless, we read his works with greater pleasure, and find more real value in them, than in those of the preceding school. There is mysticism, too, and as extravagant as any, but this you may cut off and throw it aside, and there will remain something not to be found among the Saint Simonian scientific research, cool, unbiased, systematic thought, in short, social philosophy, whilst Saint Simonism can only be called social poetry. It was Fourier, who, for the first time, established the great axiom of social philosophy, that every progress of social reform on the continent 395 individual having an inclination or predilection for some particular kind of work, the sum of all these inclinations of all individuals must be, upon the whole, an adequate power for providing for the wants of all. From this principle, it follows, that if every individual is left to his own inclination, to do and to leave what he pleases, the wants of all will be provided for, without the forcible means used by the present system of society. This assertion looks bold, and yet, after Fourier's mode of establishing it, is quite unassailable, almost self-evident, the egg of Columbus. Fourier proves, that every one is born with an inclination for some kind of work, that absolute idleness is nonsense, a thing which never existed, and cannot exist, that the essence of the human mind is to be active itself, and to bring the body into activity, and that, therefore, there is no necessity for making the people active by force, as in the now existing state of society, but only to give their natural activity the right direction. He goes on proving the identity of labor and enjoyment, and shows the irrationality of the present social system, which separates them, making labor a toil, and placing enjoyment above the reach of the majority of the laborers. He shows further, how, under rational arrangements, labor may be made, what it is intended to be, an enjoyment, leaving every one to follow his own inclinations. I cannot, of course, follow Fourier through the whole of his theory of free labor, and I think this will be sufficient to show the English socialists that Fourierism is a subject well worthy of their attention. 155. Another of the merits of Fourier is to have shown the advantages, nay, the necessity of association. It will be sufficient only to mention this subject, as I know the English to be fully aware of its importance. There is one inconsistency, however, in Fourierism, and a very important one too, and that is, his non-abolition of private property. In his phalansteres or associative establishments, there are rich and poor, capitalists and working men. The property of all members is placed into a joint stock, the establishment carries on commerce, agricultural and manufacturing industry, and the proceeds are divided among the members, one part as wages of labor, another as reward for skill and talent, and a third as profits of capital. Thus, after all the beautiful theories of association and free labor, after a good deal of indignant declamation against commerce, selfishness, and competition, we have in practice the old competitive system upon an improved plan, a poor law Bastille on more liberal principles. Certainly, here we cannot stop, and the French, too, have not stopped here. 396. Friedrich Engels. The progress of Fourierism in France was slow, but regular. There are not a great many Fourierists, but they count among their numbers a considerable portion of the intellect now active in France. Victor Considerant is one of their cleverest writers. They have a newspaper, too, the Phalange, published formerly 3 times a week, now daily. 166. As the Fourierists are now represented in England also by Mr. Doherty, I think I may have said enough concerning them, and now pass to the most important and most radical party in France, the Communists. I said before, that everything claiming national importance in France must be of a political nature, or it will not succeed. Saint-Simon and Fourier did not touch politics at all, and their schemes, therefore, became not the common property of the nation, but only subjects of private discussion. We have seen how Babeuf's communism arose out of the democracy of the First Revolution. The Second Revolution, of 1830, gave rise to another and more powerful communism. The Great Week of 1830 was accomplished by the union of the middle and working classes, the liberals and the republicans. After the work was done, the working classes were dismissed, and the fruits of the revolution were taken possession of by the middle classes only. The working men got up several insurrections, for the abolition of political monopoly, and the establishment of a republic, 157, but were always defeated, the middle class having not only the army on their side, but forming themselves the National Guard besides. During this time, 1834 or 1835, a new doctrine sprang up among the Republican working men. They saw that even after having succeeded in their democratic plans, they would continue to be the dupes of their more gifted and better educated leaders, and that their social condition, the cause of their political discontent, would not be bettered by any political change whatsoever. They referred to the history of the Great Revolution, and eagerly seized upon Babeuf's communism. This is all that can, with safety, be asserted concerning the origin of modern communism in France. The subject was first discussed in the dark lanes and crowded alleys of the Parisian suburb, Saint-Antoine, and soon after in the secret assemblies of conspirators. Those who know more about its origin are very careful to keep their knowledge to themselves, in order to avoid the strong arm of the law. However, communism spread rapidly over Paris, Lyons, Toulouse, and the other large that is, from July 27 to August 20, the peak of the July Revolution ed. Progress of social reform on the continent 397. Manufacturing towns of the realm, various secret associations followed each other, among which the Travailleurs Égalitaires, or equalitarian working men, and the Humanitarians, 158 were the most considerable. The Equalitarians were rather a rough set, like the Babeauvists of the Great Revolution. They purposed making the world a working man's community, putting down every refinement of civilization, science, the fine arts, etc., as useless, dangerous, and aristocratic luxuries, a prejudice necessarily arising from their total ignorance of history and political economy. The Humanitarians were known particularly for their attacks on marriage, family, and other similar institutions. Both these, as well as 2 or 3 other parties, were very short-lived, and the great bulk of the French working classes adopted, very soon, the tenets propounded by M. Cabet, Père Cabet, Father C., as he is called, and which are known on the continent under the name of Icarian communism. This sketch of the history of communism in France shows, in some measure, what the difference of French and English communism must be. The origin of social reform, in France, is a political one. It is found, that democracy cannot give real equality, and therefore the community scheme is called to its aid. The bulk of the French communists are, therefore, republicans. Besides, they want a community state of society, under a republican form of government. Now, I do not think that the English socialists would have serious objections to this, because, though they are more favorable to an elective monarchy, I know them to be too enlightened to force their kind of government upon a people totally opposed to it. It is evident, that to try this would involve this people in far greater disorders and difficulties than would arise from their own democratic mode of government, even supposing this to be bad. But there are other objections that could be made to the French communists. They intend overthrowing the present government of their country by force, and have shown this by their continual policy of secret associations. This is true. Even the Icarians, though they declare in their publications that they abhor physical revolutions and secret societies, even they are associated in this manner, and would gladly seize upon any opportunity to establish a republic by force. 159. This will be objected to, I dare say, and rightly, because, at any rate, secret associations are always contrary to common prudence, inasmuch as they make the parties liable to unnecessary legal persecutions. I am not inclined to defend such a line of policy, but it has to be explained, to be accounted for, and 398 Friedrich Engels. It is fully done so by the difference of the French and English national character and government. The English constitution has now been, for about 150 years, uninterruptedly, the law of the land. Every change has been made by legal means, by constitutional forms, therefore the English must have a strong respect for their laws. But, in France, during the last 50 years, one forced alteration has followed the other. All constitutions, from radical democracy to open despotism, all kinds of laws were, after a short existence, thrown away and replaced by others. How can the people then respect their laws? And the result of all these convulsions, as now established in the French constitution and laws, is the oppression of the poor by the rich, an oppression kept up by force. How can it be expected that the oppressed should love their public institutions, that they should not resort to the old tricks of 1792? They know that, if they are anything, they are it by meeting force by force, and having, at present, no other means. Why should they hesitate a moment to apply this? It will be said further, why do not the French communists establish communities, as the English have done? My reply is, because they dare not. If they did, the first experiment would be put down by soldiers. And if they were suffered to do so, it would be of no use to them. I always understood the Harmony establishment to be only an experiment, to show the possibility of Mr. Owen's plans, 160 if put into practice, to force public opinion to a more favorable idea of the socialist schemes for relieving public distress. Well, if that be the case, such an experiment would be of no avail in France. Show the French, not that your plans are practical, because that would leave them cool and indifferent. Show them that your communities will not place mankind under an iron-bound despotism, as Mr. Bairstow the Chartist said, in his late discussion with Mr. Watts. 161 Show them that real liberty and real equality will be only possible under community arrangements. Show them that justice demands such arrangements, and then you will have them all on your side. But to return to the social doctrines of the Icarian communists. Their holy book is the Voyage en Icarie, Travels in Icaria, of Father Cabet, who, by the by, was formerly Attorney General, and member of the Chamber of Deputies. The general arrangements for their communities are very little different to those of Mr. Owen. They have embodied in their plans everything rational they found in Saint-Simon and Fourier, and, therefore, are very much superior to the old French communists. As to marriage, they perfectly agree with the English. Everything possible is done. Progress of social reform on the continent 399. To secure the liberty of the individual. Punishments are to be abolished, and to be replaced by education of the young, and rational mental treatment of the old. It is, however, curious, that whilst the English socialists are generally opposed to Christianity, and have to suffer all the religious prejudices of a really Christian people, the French communists, being a part of a nation celebrated for its infidelity, are themselves Christians. One of their favorite axioms is, that Christianity is communism, le Christianisme c'est le communisme. This they try to prove by the Bible, the state of community in which the first Christians are said to have lived, etc. But all this shows only, that these good people are not the best Christians, although they style themselves so, because if they were, they would know the Bible better, and find that, if some few passages of the Bible may be favorable to communism, the general spirit of its doctrines is, nevertheless, totally opposed to it, as well as to every rational measure. The rise of communism has been hailed by most of the eminent minds in France, Pierre Leroux, the metaphysician, George Sand, the courageous defender of the rights of her sex, Abbé de Lamennais, author of The Words of a Believer, one and a great many others, are, more or less, inclined towards the communist doctrines. The most important writer, however, in this line is Proudhon, a young man, who published 2 or 3 years ago his work, What is Property? Qu'est ce la propriété, where he gave the answer, La propriété c'est le vol, property is robbery. This is the most philosophical work, on the part of the communists, in the French language, and, if I wish to see any French book translated into the English language, it is this. The right of private property, the consequences of this institution, competition, immorality, misery, are here developed with the power of intellect, and real scientific research, which I never since found united in a single volume. Besides this, he gives very important remarks on government, and having proved that every kind of government is alike objectionable, no matter whether it be democracy, aristocracy, or monarchy, that all govern by force, and that, in the best of all possible cases, the force of the majority oppresses the weakness of the minority, he comes, at last, to the conclusion, nous voulons l'anarchie. What we want is anarchy, the rule of nobody, the responsibility of everyone to nobody but himself. Afr de la Monnaie, Paroles d'un Croyant, 1833 ed. 400 Friedrich Engels. Upon this subject I shall have to speak more, when I come to the German Communists. I have now only to add, that the French Icarian Communists are estimated at about 500,000 in number, women and children not taken into account. A pretty respectable phalanx, isn't it? They have a monthly paper, The Populaire, edited by Father Cabet, and, besides this, P. Leroux publishes a periodical, The Independent Review*, in which the tenets of communism are philosophically advocated. Manchester, October 23, 1843. 2. Germany and Switzerland. The New Moral World No. 21, November 18, 1843. Germany had her social reformers as early as the Reformation. Soon after Luther had begun to proclaim church reform and to agitate the people against spiritual authority, the peasantry of southern and middle Germany rose in a general insurrection against their temporal lords. Luther always stated his object to be, to return to original Christianity in doctrine and practice. The peasantry took exactly the same standing, and demanded, therefore, not only the ecclesiastical, but also the social practice of primitive Christianity. They conceived a state of violency and servitude, such as they lived under, to be inconsistent with the doctrines of the Bible. They were oppressed by a set of haughty barons and earls, robbed and treated like their cattle every day. They had no law to protect them, and if they had, they found nobody to enforce it. Such a state contrasted very much with the communities of early Christians and the doctrines of Christ, as laid down in the Bible. Therefore they arose and began a war against their lords, which could only be a war of extermination. Thomas Munzer, a preacher, whom they placed at their head, issued a proclamation, 162 full, of course, of the religious and superstitious nonsense of the age, but containing also among others, principles like these, that according to the Bible, no Christian is entitled to hold any property whatever exclusively for himself, that community of property is the only proper state for a society of Christians, that it is not allowed to any good Christian to have any authority or command over other Christians, nor to hold any office of government or hereditary power, but on the contrary, that, as all men. La Revue Independent ed. Progress of Social Reform on the Continent 401. Are equal before God, so they ought to be on earth also. These doctrines were nothing but conclusions drawn from the Bible and from Luther's own writings, but the Reformer was not prepared to go as far as the people did. Notwithstanding the courage he displayed against the spiritual authorities, he had not freed himself from the political and social prejudices of his age. He believed as firmly in the right divine of princes and landlords to trample upon the people, as he did in the Bible. Besides this, he wanted the protection of the aristocracy and the Protestant princes, and thus he wrote a tract against the rioters, disclaiming not only every connection with them, but also exhorting the aristocracy to put them down with the utmost severity, as rebels against the laws of God. Kill them like dogs, he exclaimed. The whole tract is written with such an animosity, nay, fury and fanaticism against the people, that it will ever form a blot upon Luther's character. It shows that, if he began his career as a man of the people, he was now entirely in the service of their oppressors. The insurrection, after a most bloody civil war, was suppressed, and the peasants reduced to their former servitude. If we accept some solitary instances, of which no notice was taken by the public, there has been no party of social reformers in Germany, since the Peasants' War, up to a very recent date. The public mind during the last 50 years was too much occupied with questions of either a merely political or merely metaphysical nature, questions, which had to be answered, before the social question could be discussed with the necessary calmness and knowledge. Men, who would have been decidedly opposed to a system of community, if such had been proposed to them, were nevertheless paving the way for its introduction. It was among the working class of Germany that social reform has been of late made again a topic of discussion. Germany having comparatively little manufacturing industry, the mass of the working classes is made up by handicraftsmen, who previous to their establishing themselves as little masters, travel for some years over Germany, Switzerland, and very often over France also. A great number of German workmen is thus continually going to and from Paris, and must of course there become acquainted with the political and social movements of the French working classes. One of these men, William Weitling, a native of Magdeburg in. This is a reference to Luther's Wider die Mordisk und Rübischen Rottender. Poren ed. 402 Friedrich Engels. Prussia, and a simple journeyman tailor, resolved to establish communities in his own country. This man, who is to be considered as the founder of German communism, after a few years' stay in Paris, went to Switzerland, and, whilst he was working in some tailor's shop in Geneva, preached his new gospel to his fellow workmen. He formed communist associations in all the towns and cities on the Swiss side of the Lake of Geneva, most of the Germans who worked there becoming favorable to his views. Having thus prepared the public mind, he issued a periodical, The Young Generation, for a more extensive agitation of the country. This paper, although written for working men only, and by a working man, has from its beginning been superior to most of the French communist publications, even to Father Cabet's Populaire. It shows that its editor must have worked very hard to obtain that knowledge of history and politics which a public writer cannot do without, and which a neglected education had left him deprived of. It shows, at the same time, that Weitling was always struggling to unite his various ideas and thoughts on society into a complete system of communism. The Young Generation was first published in 1841, in the following year, Weitling published a work, Guarantees of Harmony and Liberty, in which he gave a review of the old social system and the outlines of a new one. I shall, perhaps, sometime give a few extracts from this book. Having thus established the nucleus of a communist party in Geneva and its neighborhood, he went to Zurich, where, as in other towns of northern Switzerland, some of his friends had already commenced to operate upon the minds of the working men. He now began to organize his party in these towns. Under the name of singing clubs, associations were formed for the discussion of social reorganization. At the same time Weitling advertised his intention to publish a book, The Gospel of the Poor Sinners. 16 but here the police interfered with his proceedings. In June last, Weitling was taken into custody, his papers and his book were seized, before it left the press. The executive of the Republic appointed a committee to investigate the matter, and to report to the Grand Council, the representatives of the people. This report has been printed a few months since. It appears from it, that Die Junge Generation ed. B. Wilhelm Weitling, Garantiender Harmonie und Freiheit etc. J.C. Bluntsku die Kommunisten in der Schweiz nach den bei Weitling. Vorgefunden Papieren ed. Progress of Social Reform on the Continent 403. A great many communist associations existed in every part of Switzerland, consisting mostly of German working men, that Weitling was considered as the leader of the party, and received from time to time reports of progress, that he was in correspondence with similar associations of Germans in Paris and London, and that all these societies, being composed of men who very often changed their residence, were so many seminaries of these dangerous and utopian doctrines, sending out their elder members to Germany, Hungary, and Italy, and imbuing with their spirit every workman who came within their reach. The report was drawn up by Dr. Bluntschli, a man of aristocratic and fanatically Christian opinions, and the whole of it therefore is written more like a party denunciation, than like a calm, official report. Communism is denounced as a doctrine dangerous in the extreme, subversive of all existing order, and destroying all the sacred bonds of society. The pious doctor, besides, is at a loss for words sufficiently strong to express his feelings as to the frivolous blasphemy with which these infamous and ignorant people try to justify their wicked and revolutionary doctrines, by passages from the Holy Scriptures. Weitling and his party are, in this respect, just like the Icarians in France, and contend that Christianity is communism. The result of Weitling's trial did very little to satisfy the anticipations of the Zurich government. Although Weitling and his friends were sometimes very incautious in their expressions, yet the charge of high treason and conspiracy against him could not be maintained. The criminal court sentenced him to 6 months' imprisonment, and eternal banishment from Switzerland. The members of the Zurich associations were expelled the canton. The report was communicated to the governments of the other cantons and to the foreign embassies, but the communists in other parts of Switzerland were very little interfered with. The prosecution came too late, and was too little assisted by the other cantons. It did nothing at all for the destruction of communism, and was even favorable to it, by the great interest it produced in all countries of the German tongue. Communism was almost unknown in Germany, but became by this an object of general attention. Besides this party there exists another in Germany, which advocates communism. The former, being thoroughly a popular party, will no doubt very soon unite all the working classes of Germany. That party which I now refer to is a philosophical one. 404 Friedrich Engels. Unconnected in its origin with either French or English communists, and arising from that philosophy which, since the last 50 years, Germany has been so proud of. The political revolution of France was accompanied by a philosophical revolution in Germany. Kant began it by overthrowing the old system of Leibnizian metaphysics, which at the end of last century was introduced in all universities of the continent. Fichte and Schelling commenced rebuilding, and Hegel completed the new system. There has never been, ever since man began to think, a system of philosophy as comprehensive as that of Hegel. Logic, metaphysics, natural philosophy, the philosophy of mind, the philosophy of law, of religion, of history, all are united in one system, reduced to one fundamental principle. The system appeared quite unassailable from without, and so it has been overthrown from within only, by those who were Hegelians themselves. I cannot, of course, give here a complete development either of the system or of its history, and therefore must restrain myself to the following remarks. The progress of German philosophy from Kant to Hegel was so consistent, so logical, so necessary, if I may say so, that no other systems besides those I have named could subsist. There are 2 or 3 of them, but they found no attention. They were so neglected, that nobody would even do them the honor to overthrow them. Hegel, notwithstanding his enormous learning and his deep thought, was so much occupied with abstract questions, that he neglected to free himself from the prejudices of his age, an age of restoration for old systems of government and religion. But his disciples had very different views on these subjects. Hegel died in 1831, and as early as 1835 appeared Strauss' Life of Jesus, the first work showing some progress beyond the limits of orthodox Hegelianism. Others followed, and in 1837 the Christians rose against what they called the new Hegelians, denouncing them as atheists, and calling for the interference of the state. The state, however, did not interfere, and the controversy went on. At that time, the new or young Hegelians were so little conscious of the consequences of their own reasoning, that they all denied the charge of atheism, and called themselves Christians and Protestants, although they denied the existence of a God who was not man, and declared the history of the Gospels to be a pure mythology. It was not until last year, in a pamphlet, 3 by the writer of these lines, that the charge of atheism was allowed to be just. But the development went. Friedrich Engels, Schelling and Revelation, see this edition, Volume 2, ed. Progress of Social Reform on the Continent 405. On. The young Hegelians of 1842 were declared atheists and republicans. The periodical of the party, the German Annals, 3 was more radical and open than ever before. A political paper was established, and very soon the whole of the German liberal press was entirely in our hands. We had friends in almost every considerable town of Germany. We provided all the liberal papers with the necessary matter, and by this means made them our organs. We inundated the country with pamphlets, and soon governed public opinion upon every question. A temporary relaxation of the censorship of the press added a great deal to the energy of this movement, quite novel to a considerable part of the German public. Papers, published under the authorization of a government censor, contain things which, even in France, would have been punished as high treason, and other things which could not have been pronounced in England, without a trial for blasphemy being the consequence of it. The movement was so sudden, so rapid, so energetically pursued, that the government as well as the public were dragged along with it for some time. But this violent character of the agitation proved that it was not founded upon a strong party among the public, and that its power was produced by the surprise and consternation only of its opponents. The governments, recovering their senses, put a stop to it by a most despotic oppression of the liberty of speech. Pamphlets, newspapers, periodicals, scientific works were suppressed by dozens, and the agitated state of the country soon subsided. It is a matter of course that such a tyrannical interference will not check the progress of public opinion, nor quench the principles defended by the agitators. The entire persecution has been of no use whatever to the ruling powers, because, if they had not put down the movement, it would have been checked by the apathy of the public at large, a public as little prepared for radical changes as that of every other country, and, if even this had not been the case, the Republican agitation would have been abandoned by the agitators themselves, who now, by developing farther and farther the consequences of their philosophy, became communists. The princes and rulers of Germany, at the very moment when they believed to have put down forever republicanism, saw the rise of communism from the ashes of political agitation, and this new doctrine appears to them even more dangerous and formidable than that in whose apparent destruction they rejoiced. A deutsche Jahrbucher für Wissenschaft und Kunst ed. Rheinische Zeitung für Politik, Handel und Gewerbe ed. 406 Friedrich Engels. As early as autumn, 1842, some of the party contended for the insufficiency of political change, and declared their opinion to be, that a social revolution based upon common property, was the only state of mankind agreeing with their abstract principles. But even the leaders of the party, such as Dr. Bruno Bauer, Dr. Feuerbach, and Dr. Ruge, were not then prepared for this decided step. The political paper of the party, the Rheinische Gazette, 3 published some papers advocating communism, but without the wished-for effect. Communism, however, was such a necessary consequence of new Hegelian philosophy, that no opposition could keep it down, and, in the course of this present year, the originators of it had the satisfaction of seeing one Republican after the other join their ranks. Besides Dr. Hess, one of the editors of the now suppressed Rheinische Gazette, and who was, in fact, the first communist of the party, there are now a great many others, as Dr. Ruge, editor of the German Annals, the scientific periodical of the young Hegelians, which has been suppressed by resolution of the German Diet 164, Dr. Marx, another of the editors of the Rheinische Gazette, George Herwegh, the poet whose letter to the King of Prussia was translated, last winter, by most of the English papers. 165 and others, and we hope that the remainder of the Republican Party will, by and by, come over too. Thus, philosophical communism may be considered forever established in Germany, notwithstanding the efforts of the governments to keep it down. They have annihilated the press in their dominions, but to no effect. The Progress parties profit by the free press of Switzerland and France, and their publications are as extensively circulated in Germany, as if they were printed in that country itself. All persecutions and prohibitions have proved ineffectual, and will ever do so. The Germans are a philosophical nation, and will not, cannot abandon communism, as soon as it is founded upon sound philosophical principles, chiefly if it is derived as an unavoidable conclusion from their own philosophy. And this is the part we have to perform now. Our party has to prove that either all the philosophical efforts of the German nation, from Kant to Hegel, have been useless, worse than useless, or, that they must end in communism, that the Germans must either reject their great philosophers, whose names they hold up as the glory of their nation, or that they must adopt communism. And this will be proved. This dilemma the Germans will be forced into, and there can scarcely be any doubt as to which side of the question the people will adopt. Arenaskzeitung ed. Progress of Social Reform on the Continent 407. There is a greater chance in Germany for the establishment of a communist party among the educated classes of society, than anywhere else. The Germans are a very disinterested nation. If in Germany principle comes into collision with interest, principle will almost always silence the claims of interest. The same love of abstract principle, the same disregard of reality and self-interest, which have brought the Germans to a state of political nonentity, these very same qualities guarantee the success of philosophical communism in that country. It will appear very singular to Englishmen, that a party which aims at the destruction of private property is chiefly made up by those who have property, and yet this is the case in Germany. We can recruit our ranks from those classes only which have enjoyed a pretty good education, that is, from the universities and from the commercial class, and in either we have not hitherto met with any considerable difficulty. As to the particular doctrines of our party, we agree much more with the English socialists than with any other party. Their system, like ours, is founded upon philosophical principle. They struggle, as we do, against religious prejudices, whilst the French reject philosophy and perpetuate religion by dragging it over with themselves into the projected new state of society. The French communists could assist us in the first stages only of our development, and we soon found that we knew more than our teachers, but we shall have to learn a great deal yet from the English socialists. Although our fundamental principles give us a broader base, inasmuch as we received them from a system of philosophy embracing every part of human knowledge, yet in everything bearing upon practice, upon the facts of the present state of society, we find that the English socialists are a long way before us, and have left very little to be done. I may say, besides, that I have met with English socialists with whom I agree upon almost every question. I cannot now give an exposition of this communist system without adding too much to the length of this paper, but I intend to do so sometime soon, if the editor of the New Moral World * will allow me the space for it. 166. I therefore conclude by stating that, notwithstanding the persecutions of the German governments, I understand that, in Berlin, Mr. Edgar Bauer is being prosecuted for a communist publication 167, and in Stuttgart another gentleman has. A.G.A. Fleming ed. 408 Friedrich Engels. Been committed for the novel crime of communist correspondence. Notwithstanding this, I say, every necessary step is taken to bring about a successful agitation for social reform, to establish a new periodical, and to secure the circulation of all publications advocating communism. Written on October 23 and at the begin printed according to the Newsning of November 1843, paper first published in the New Moral World, 3rd series, NOS 19 and 21, November 4 and 18, 1843, signed, F. Engels. Progress of Communism in Germany. Persecution of the Communists in Switzerland 168. Frankfurt, November 26. The associations of the working classes for the purpose of introducing practically the ideas of socialism, or rather communism, by means of revolutionary reform, become daily more frequent and more dangerous. The governments are daily issuing decrees against the wandering customs of artisans and apprentices. They especially prohibited their visiting Switzerland, which is considered as the home of these revolutionary ideas. Several apostles of socialism have been arrested. 3. The Basel Gazette of the 29th states the Supreme Tribunal of Zurich has passed judgment on the appeal of M. Weitling, who was found guilty in the first instance of disaffection, and sentenced to several months' imprisonment and 5 years' banishment, first, for having excited the people to revolt, and, secondly, for having entered into secret associations 169 notwithstanding the laws of the country concerning refugees. He was acquitted of the charges brought against him of bringing religion into contempt. First published in the Northern Star No. Printed according to the News 317, December 9, 1843, and in the new paper The Northern Star Moral World, December 16, 1843. In the New Moral World the following paragraph was added: several apostles of socialism have been arrested, but a better means than those of compulsion has been thought of. It consists in the organization of a great association for the purpose of bestowing sound instruction to the working classes by propagating useful lectures among them. A reading company, Lesevieren, has been established here in Frankfurt, and several hundreds of the working classes are already enrolled in it. See this volume, p. 403 ed. The Times on German Communism. To the editor of the New Moral World. Sir, seeing the paper from the Times on the Communists in Germany, republished in the New Moral World, 170, I thought it better not to let it pass without some commentatory remarks, which you perhaps will find worth inserting. The Times hitherto enjoyed on the continent the reputation of a well-informed newspaper, but a few more articles like that on German communism must very soon destroy that opinion. Everyone who has the slightest knowledge of the social movements in France and Germany, must at once perceive that the author of the paper alluded to speaks of a subject of which he is thoroughly ignorant. He knows not even so much about it as would enable him to expose the weaker parts of the party he attacks. If he wanted to decry Weitling, he could have found in his writings passages much more fitted for his purpose than those he translates. If he only would have given himself the trouble to read the report of the Zurich Committee, which he professes to have read, but evidently has not, he would have found plenty of matter for slander, lots of garbled passages collected expressly for the purpose. It is very curious, after all, that the communists themselves must furnish their opponents with arms for the combat, but, standing upon the broad base of philosophical argument, they can afford to do so. The correspondent of the Times begins by describing the Communist Party as very weak in France, and doubts whether the insurrection of 1839, in Paris, 171 was got up by them, or, which he, J.C. Bluntschli die Kommunisten in der Schweiz nach den bei Weitling Vorgefunden Papieren, see also this volume, pages 402-03, ed. The Times on German Communism 411. Thinks very likely, by the powerful Republican Party. My well-informed informer of the English public, do you consider a party very weak which numbers about 500,000 of adult males? Do you know that the powerful Republican Party in France is, and has been these last 9 years, in a state of utter dissolution and increasing decay? Do you know that the national newspaper, the organ of this powerful party, has a more limited circulation than any other Paris paper? Must I, a foreigner, remind you of the Republican subscription for the Irish Repeal Fund, got up by the National last summer, and amounting to less than £100, although the Republicans affected considerable sympathy for the Irish Repealers? 172. Do you not know that the mass of the Republican Party, the working classes, have seceded from their richer partisans long since, and not joined, no, established the Communist Party, long before Cabet commenced to advocate communism? Do you not know that all the power of the French Republicans consists in the reliance they have in the Communists, who wish to see a republic established before they begin putting communism into practice. It seems you are ignorant of all these things, and yet you ought to know them, in order to form a correct opinion of continental socialism. As to the insurrection of 1839, I do not consider such things creditable to any party, but I have it from parties actively engaged in this emeute, that it was plotted and executed by the Communists. 173 The well-informed correspondent goes on to state that Fourier's and Cabet's doctrines seemed more to occupy the minds of some literary and scientific characters, than to gain general favor with the people. Of Fourier this is true, as I had occasion to show in a former number of this paper 3, but Cabet, the author of almost nothing but small pamphlets, Cabet, who is always called Father Cabet, a name not likely to be given by literary and scientific characters, Cabet, whose greatest fault is superficiality and want of regard for the just claims of scientific research, Cabet, the editor of a paper calculated for the information of those who are able to read only, that this man's doctrines should occupy the mind of a professor of the Paris Jan University, like Michelet or Quinet, whose boast is a deepness deeper than mysticism. It is too ludicrous. See this volume, pages 394-96 ed. Ble Populaire de 1841 ed. 412 Friedrich Engels. The correspondent then speaks of the celebrated German nocturnal meeting at Hambach and Steinhausley, 174, and expresses his opinion that this bore rather a political than a social revolutionary character. I hardly know where to begin in exposing the blunders of this sentence. Firstly, nocturnal meetings are quite unknown on the continent. We have no torchlight Chartists or nocturnal Rebeccaite assemblages. 175 The Hambach meeting was held in open day, under the eyes of the authorities. Secondly, Hambach is a place in Bavaria, and Steinhausley in Switzerland, some 100 miles from Hambach, yet our correspondent speaks of the Hambach and Steinhausley meeting. Thirdly, these two meetings were separated by a considerable extent, not only of space, but of time also. The Steinhausley meeting took place several years after the other. Fourthly, these meetings not only seemed, but in reality did bear a merely political character. They were held before the Communists appeared in the field. The sources from which our correspondent got his invaluable information were the report of the Zurich Commission, the published and unpublished communist writings discovered at the arrest of Weitling, and personal inquiry. Now it is evident, from the ignorance of our correspondent, that he never read the report. It is evident that published communist-ical writings could not be discovered at the arrest of anybody, as the very fact of their publication destroys every possibility of a discovery. The Attorney General of Zurich certainly would not boast of the discovery of books which every bookseller could have furnished him with. As to the unpublished writings, for the suppression of which the prosecution was commenced, the Zurich senators would have been inconsistent indeed, had they, as our correspondent appears to believe, afterwards published them themselves. They did no such thing. In fact, in all the report of our correspondent, there is nothing produced, which he could have procured from this source and from that of personal inquiry, if it be not the two novel facts, that the German Communists got their doctrine chiefly from Cabet and Fourier, whom they attack, as our correspondent could have read in the same book from which he so extensively quotes, Weitling's Guarantees, 3p 228, and that they consider as their four evangelists, Cabet, Proudhon, Weitling, and Constant. Benjamin Constant, the friend of Madame de Stael, died long ago, and never thought of anything connected with a Wilhelm Weitling, Garantien der Harmonie und die Freiheit ed. The Times on German Communism 413. Social reform. Evidently our correspondent means Considerant, the Fourierist, editor of the Phalange, now the Démocratie Pacifique, who is not at all connected with the Communists. The Communist doctrine is at present more negative than positive. And immediately after this assertion is given, our correspondent cuts its throat by laying down, in 12 paragraphs, an outline of Weitling's proposed arrangements for a new social state, which arrangements are altogether positive, and do not even mention the destruction of the present social system? These extracts, however, are given in a very confused manner, showing that our correspondent did in several cases fail to hit upon the vital point of the question, and gave in its stead some rather insignificant details. Thus he omits to state the chief point in which Weitling is superior to Cabet, namely, the abolition of all government by force and by majority, and the establishment in its stead of a mere administration, organizing the different branches of labor, and distributing its produce. He omits the proposal to nominate all officers of this administration, and in every particular branch, not by a majority of the community at large, but by those only who have a knowledge of the particular kind of work the future officer has to perform, and, one of the most important features of the plan, that the nominators are to select the fittest person, by means of some kind of prize essays, without knowing the author of any of these essays, the names to be sealed up, and that paper only to be opened which contains the name of the successful competitor, obviating by this all personal motives which could bias the minds of the electors. As to the remainder of the extracts from Weitling, I leave it to the readers of this periodical to judge, whether they contain such contemptible stuff as our correspondent thinks them to be, or whether they do not advocate in most, if not in all cases, the same principles and proposals, for the propagation of which this paper was established. At any rate, if the Times should wish to comment again on German communism, it would do well to provide another correspondent. I am, sir, yours truly, F. Engels. Written on January 13, 1844, printed according to the news first published in the New Moral World, PAPER 3rd Series, number 30, January 20, 1844. French Communism. To the editor of the New Moral World. Manchester, January 28, 1844. Dear Sir, in my letter to you in the New Moral World of the 13th instant I committed an error. I considered the correspondent of the Times wrong in naming A.M. Constant as a communista, but since I wrote, I have received some French communist publications, in which an Abbé Constant is named as a partisan of the community system. At the same time, Mr. Goodwin Barmby had the kindness to give me some further information about the Abbé Constant, who, he says, has been imprisoned for his principles, and is the author of several communist works. His creed is thus expressed in his own words: I am a Christian and I take Christianity to be community only. Requesting you, therefore, to correct the above error in your next number, I am, dear Sir, yours respectfully, F. Engels. Written on January 28, 1844, printed according to the news first published in the New Moral World, 3rd Series, number 32, February 3, 1844. See this volume, pages 412-13 ed. Continental Movements. The well-known novel of Eugene Sue, The Mysteries of Paris, has made a deep impression upon the public mind, especially in Germany. The forcible manner in which this book depicts the misery and demoralization falling to the share of the lower orders in great cities, could not fail to direct public attention to the state of the poor in general. The Germans begin to discover, as the Allgemeine Zeitung, the Times of Germany, says, that the style of novel writing has undergone a complete revolution during these last 10 years, that instead of kings and princes, who formerly were the heroes of similar tales, it is now the poor, the despised class, whose fates and fortunes, joys and sufferings, are made the topic of romance. They are finding out at last that this new class of novel writers, such as G. Sand, E. Sue, and Boz, is indeed a sign of the times. The good Germans always thought that misery and destitution existed in Paris and Lyons, London and Manchester only, and that Germany was entirely free from such excrescences of over-civilization and of excessive manufacturing industry. Now, however, they begin to see that they also may muster a considerable amount of social disease. The Berlin papers confess that the Voigtland of that town is not inferior in this respect to St. Giles 76 or any other abode of the pariahs of civilization. They confess that, although trades unions and strikes have hitherto been unknown in Germany, yet help is much needed, in order to avoid the occurrence of similar things among their own countrymen. Dr. Mund, a lecturer at the Berlin University, has commenced a course of public lectures on the different systems of social reorganization, and although he is not a Charles Dickens ed. 416 Friedrich Engels, the man to form a correct and impartial judgment upon such things, yet these lectures must do a great deal of good. It may easily be conceived, how favorable this moment is for the commencement of a more extensive social agitation in Germany, and what will be the effect of a new periodical advocating a thorough social reform. Such a periodical has been established in Paris under the title of German and French Annals. Its editors, Dr. Ruge and Dr. Marx, as well as its other contributors, belong to the learned communists of Germany, and are supported by the most distinguished socialist authors of France. The periodical, which is to be published in monthly numbers, and to contain French as well as German articles, could not, indeed, commence at a more favorable moment, and its success may be considered as certain, even before the first number is issued. 177 FE written late in January 1844, printed according to the news first published in the New Paper Moral World, 3rd Series, No. 32, February 3, 1844. A Deutsch-Französische Jahrbucher ed. The Press and the German Despots. Our readers are aware of the rapid progress in Germany of Republican and Communist principles, which progress has of late excited unusual terror amongst the crowned brigands and their advisers of that great confederation of nations. 3 additional measures of repression are, therefore, being called into operation to check the growth of these dangerous doctrines. Particularly in Prussia. It appears that in the year 1834, a secret conference of plenipotentiaries was held at Vienna, when a protocol was agreed to, but which has only recently been published, imposing most absolute restrictions upon the press, and proclaiming and enforcing the right divine of princes over all legislative and other popular bodies whatsoever. As a specimen of the Holy Alliance principle of this atrocious protocol, we may state that the 18th article provides that princes who are menaced on the part of their states by any infringement of the orders laid down by the decree of the Diet of 1832, are to dissolve these states, and to obtain military aid in support from the rest of the Confederation. We may add, as a proof of how the fairness and freedom of the press is understood in Prussia, that strict orders have been given to the censors at Cologne, Munster, and other Catholic towns, not to permit the republication of any parts of the Irish trials now in progress. 179 One German journal wished to send a reporter or correspondent to Dublin, but there was no hope of being allowed to publish even his letter. No matter, liberty shall yet be triumphant, despite their dungeons and bayonets. Written at the end of January and the printed according to the news beginning of February 1844, paper first published in the Northern Star number 325, February 3, 1844. i.e., the German Confederation ed. Outlines of a Critique of Political Economy 180. Political economy came into being as a natural result of the expansion of trade, and with its appearance elementary, unscientific huckstering was replaced by a developed system of licensed fraud, an entire science of enrichment. This political economy or science of enrichment, born of the merchants' mutual envy and greed, bears on its brow the mark of the most detestable selfishness. People still lived in the naive belief that gold and silver were wealth, and therefore considered nothing more urgent than the prohibition everywhere of the export of the precious metals. The nations faced each other like misers, each clasping to himself with both arms his precious money bag, eyeing his neighbors with envy and distrust. Every conceivable means was employed to lure from the nations with whom one had commerce as much ready cash as possible, and to retain snugly within the customs boundary all which had happily been gathered in. If this principle had been rigorously carried through, trade would have been killed. People therefore began to go beyond this first stage. They came to appreciate that capital locked up in a chest was dead capital, while capital in circulation increased continuously. They then became more sociable, sent off their ducats as call birds to bring others back with them, and realized that there is no harm in paying it too much for his commodity so long as it can be disposed of to be at a higher price. On this basis the mercantile system was built. The avaricious character of trade was to some extent already beginning to be hidden. The nations drew slightly nearer to one another, concluded trade and friendship agreements, did business with one. Outlines of a Critique of Political Economy 419. Another and, for the sake of larger profits, treated one another with all possible love and kindness. But in fact there was still the old avarice and selfishness, and from time to time this erupted in wars, which in that day were all based on trade jealousy. In these wars it also became evident that trade, like robbery, is based on the law of the strong hand. No scruples whatever were felt about exacting by cunning or violence such treaties as were held to be the most advantageous. The cardinal point in the whole mercantile system is the theory of the balance of trade. For as it still subscribed to the dictum that gold and silver constitute wealth, only such transactions as would finally bring ready cash into the country were considered profitable. To ascertain this, exports were compared with imports. When more had been exported than imported, it was believed that the difference had come into the country in ready cash, and that the country was richer by that difference. The art of the economists, therefore, consisted in ensuring that at the end of each year exports should show a favorable balance over imports, and for the sake of this ridiculous illusion thousands of men have been slaughtered. Trade, too, has had its crusades and inquisitions. The 18th century, the century of revolution, also revolutionized economics. But just as all the revolutions of this century were one-sided and bogged down in antitheses, just as abstract materialism was set in opposition to abstract spiritualism, the republic to monarchy, the social contract to divine right, likewise the economic revolution did not get beyond antithesis. The premises remained everywhere in force. Materialism did not attack the Christian contempt for and humiliation of man, and merely posited nature instead of the Christian God as the absolute confronting man. In politics no one dreamt of examining the premises of the state as such. It did not occur to economics to question the validity of private property. Therefore, the new economics was only half an advance. It was obliged to betray and to disavow its own premises, to have recourse to sophistry and hypocrisy so as to cover up the contradictions in which it became entangled, so as to reach the conclusions to which it was driven not by its premises but by the humane spirit of the century. Thus economics took on a philanthropic character. It withdrew its favor from the producers and bestowed it on the consumers. It affected a solemn abhorrence of the bloody terror of the mercantile system, and proclaimed trade to be a bond of friendship and union among nations as among individuals. All was pure splendor and magnificence, yet the premises reasserted themselves soon enough. 420 Friedrich Engels. And in contrast to this sham philanthropy produced the Malthusian population theory, the crudest, most barbarous theory that ever existed, a system of despair which struck down all those beautiful phrases about philanthropy and world citizenship. The premises begot and reared the factory system and modern slavery, which yields nothing in inhumanity and cruelty to ancient slavery. Modern economics, the system of free trade based on Adam Smith's Wealth of Nations, reveals itself to be that same hypocrisy, inconsistency, and immorality which now confront free humanity in every sphere. But was Smith's system, then, not an advance? Of course it was, and a necessary advance at that. It was necessary to overthrow the mercantile system with its monopolies and hindrances to trade, so that the true consequences of private property could come to light. It was necessary for all these petty, local, and national considerations to recede into the background, so that the struggle of our time could become a universal human struggle. It was necessary for the theory of private property to leave the purely empirical path of merely objective inquiry and to acquire a more scientific character which would also make it responsible for the consequences, and thus transfer the matter to a universally human sphere. It was necessary to carry the immorality contained in the old economics to its highest pitch, by attempting to deny it, and by the hypocrisy introduced, a necessary result of that attempt. All this lay in the nature of the case. We gladly concede that it is only the justification and accomplishment of free trade that has enabled us to go beyond the economics of private property, but we must at the same time have the right to expose the utter theoretical and practical nullity of this free trade. The nearer to our time the economists whom we have to judge, the more severe must our judgment become. For while Smith and Malthus found only scattered fragments, the modern economists had the whole system complete before them. The consequences had all been drawn, the contradictions came clearly enough to light, yet they did not come to examining the premises, and still accepted the responsibility for the whole system. The nearer the economists come to the present time, the further they depart from honesty. With every advance of time, sophistry necessarily increases, so as to prevent economics from lagging behind the times. This is why Ricardo, for instance, is more guilty than Adam Smith, and McCulloch and Mill more guilty than Ricardo. Even the mercantile system cannot be correctly judged by modern economics, since the latter is itself one-sided and as yet burdened with that very system's premises. Only that view which Outlines of a Critique of Political Economy 421 rises above the opposition of the two systems, which criticizes the premises common to both and proceeds from a purely human, universal basis, can assign to both their proper position. It will become evident that the protagonists of free trade are more inveterate monopolists than the old mercantilists themselves. It will become evident that the sham humanity of the modern economists hides a barbarism of which their predecessors knew nothing, that the older economists' conceptual confusion is simple and consistent compared with the double-tongued logic of their attackers, and that neither of the two factions can reproach the other with anything which would not recoil upon themselves. This is why modern liberal economics cannot comprehend the restoration of the mercantile system by list, whilst for us the matter is quite simple. The inconsistency and ambiguity of liberal economics must of necessity dissolve again into its basic components. Just as theology must either regress to blind faith or progress towards free philosophy, free trade must produce the restoration of monopolies on the one hand and the abolition of private property on the other. The only positive advance which liberal economics has made is the elaboration of the laws of private property. These are contained in it, at any rate, although not yet fully elaborated and clearly expressed. It follows that on all points where it is a question of deciding which is the shortest road to wealth, i.e., in all strictly economic controversies, the protagonists of free trade have right on their side. That is, needless to say, in controversies with the monopolists, not with the opponents of private property, for the English socialists have long since proved both practically and theoretically that the latter are in a position to settle economic questions more correctly even from an economic point of view. In the Critique of Political Economy, therefore, we shall examine the basic categories, uncover the contradiction introduced by the free trade system, and bring out the consequences of both sides of the contradiction. The term national wealth has only arisen as a result of the liberal economists' passion for generalization. As long as private property exists, this term has no meaning. The national wealth of the English is very great, and yet they are the poorest people under the sun. One must either discard this term completely, or accept such premises as give it meaning. Similarly with the terms 422 Friedrich Engels. National economy and political or public economy. In the present circumstances that science ought to be called private economy, for its public connections exist only for the sake of private property. The immediate consequence of private property is trade, exchange of reciprocal requirements, buying and selling. This trade, like every activity, must under the dominion of private property become a direct source of gain for the trader, i.e., each must seek to sell as dear as possible and buy as cheap as possible. In every purchase and sale, therefore, two men with diametrically opposed interests confront each other. The confrontation is decidedly antagonistic, for each knows the intentions of the other, knows that they are opposed to his own. Therefore, the first consequence is mutual mistrust, on the one hand, and the justification of this mistrust the application of immoral means to attain an immoral end on the other. Thus, the first maxim in trade is secretiveness, the concealment of everything which might reduce the value of the article in question. The result is that in trade it is permitted to take the utmost advantage of the ignorance, the trust, of the opposing party, and likewise to impute qualities to one's commodity which it does not possess. In a word, trade is legalized fraud. Any merchant who wants to give truth its due can bear me witness that actual practice conforms with this theory. The mercantile system still had a certain artless Catholic candor and did not in the least conceal the immoral nature of trade. We have seen how it openly paraded its mean avarice. The mutually hostile attitude of the nations in the 18th century, loathsome envy and trade jealousy, were the logical consequences of trade as such. Public opinion had not yet become humanized. Why, therefore, conceal things which resulted from the inhuman, hostile nature of trade itself? But when the economic Luther * Adam Smith criticized past economics, things had changed considerably. The century had been humanized, reason had asserted itself, morality began to claim its eternal right. The extorted trade treaties, the commercial wars, the strict isolation of the nations, offended too greatly against advanced consciousness. Protestant hypocrisy took the place of Catholic candor. Smith proved that humanity, too, was a cf. Karl Marx, Economic and Philosophic Manuscripts of 1844, p. 290 of this volume ed. Outlines of a Critique of Political Economy 423. Rooted in the nature of commerce, that commerce must become among nations, as among individuals, a bond of union and friendship instead of being the most fertile source of discord and animosity, cf. Wealth of Nations, BK 4, ch 3, 2, that after all it lay in the nature of things for trade, taken overall, to be advantageous to all parties concerned. Smith was right to eulogize trade as humane. There is nothing absolutely immoral in the world. Trade, too, has an aspect wherein it pays homage to morality and humanity. But what homage? The law of the strong hand, the open highway robbery of the Middle Ages, became humanized when it passed over into trade, and trade became humanized when its first stage, characterized by the prohibition of the export of money, passed over into the mercantile system. Then the mercantile system itself was humanized. Naturally, it is in the interest of the trader to be on good terms with the one from whom he buys cheap as well as with the other to whom he sells dear. A nation therefore acts very imprudently if it fosters feelings of animosity in its suppliers and customers. The more friendly, the more advantageous. Such is the humanity of trade. And this hypocritical way of misusing morality for immoral purposes is the pride of the free trade system. Have we not overthrown the barbarism of the monopolies? Exclaim the hypocrites. Have we not carried civilization to distant parts of the world? Have we not brought about the fraternization of the peoples, and reduced the number of wars? Yes, all this you have done, but how you have destroyed the small monopolies so that the one great basic monopoly, property, may function the more freely and unrestrictedly. You have civilized the ends of the earth to win new terrain for the deployment of your vile avarice. You have brought about the fraternization of the peoples, but the fraternity is the fraternity of thieves. You have reduced the number of wars to earn all the bigger profits in peace, to intensify to the utmost the enmity between individuals, the ignominious war of competition. When have you done anything out of pure humanity, from consciousness of the futility of the opposition between the general and the individual interest? When have you been moral without being interested, without harboring at the back of your mind immoral, egoistical motives? By dissolving nationalities, the liberal economic system had done its best to universalize enmity, to transform mankind into a horde of ravenous beasts, for what else are competitors, who devour one another just because each has identical interests with all the others. After this preparatory work there remained but one step. 424 Friedrich Engels. To take before the goal was reached, the dissolution of the family. To accomplish this, economy's own beautiful invention, the factory system, came to its aid. The last vestige of common interests, the community of goods in the possession of the family, has been undermined by the factory system and at least here in England is already in the process of dissolution. It is a common practice for children, as soon as they are capable of work, i.e., as soon as they reach the age of 9, to spend their wages themselves, to look upon their parental home as a mere boarding house, and hand over to their parents a fixed amount for food and lodging. How can it be otherwise? What else can result from the separation of interests, such as forms the basis of the free trade system? Once a principle is set in motion, it works by its own impetus through all its consequences, whether the economists like it or not. But the economist does not know himself what cause he serves. He does not know that with all his egoistical reasoning he nevertheless forms but a link in the chain of mankind's universal progress. He does not know that by his dissolution of all sectional interests he merely paves the way for the great transformation to which the century is moving, the reconciliation of mankind with nature and with itself. The next category established by trade is value. There is no dispute between the old and the modern economists over this category, just as there is none over all the others, since the monopolists in their obsessive mania for getting rich had no time left to concern themselves with categories. All controversies over such points stem from the modern economists. The economist who lives by antitheses has also of course a double value, abstract or real value and exchange value. There was a protracted quarrel over the nature of real value between the English, who define the costs of production as the expression of real value, and the Frenchmen say, who claim to measure this value by the utility of an object. The quarrel hung in doubt from the beginning of the century, then became dormant without a decision having been reached. The economists cannot decide anything. The English McCulloch and Ricardo in particular thus assert that the abstract value of a thing is determined by the costs of production. Nota bene, the abstract value, not the exchange value. Outlines of a Critique of Political Economy 425. The exchangeable value, 3 value in exchange that, they say, is something quite different. Why are the costs of production the measure of value? Because, listen to this, because no one in ordinary conditions and leaving aside the circumstance of competition would sell an object for less than it costs him to produce it. Would sell? What have we to do with selling here, where it is not a question of value in exchange? So we find trade again, which we are specifically supposed to leave aside. And what trade? A trade in which the cardinal factor, the circumstance of competition, is not to be taken into account. First, an abstract value, now also an abstract trade, a trade without competition, i.e., a man without a body, a thought without a brain to produce thoughts. And does the economist never stop to think that as soon as competition is left out of account there is no guarantee at all that the producer will sell his commodity just at the cost of production? What confusion! Furthermore, let us concede for a moment that everything is as the economist says. Supposing someone were to make with tremendous exertion and at enormous cost something utterly useless, something which no one desires, is that also worth its production costs? Certainly not, says the economist, who will want to buy it? So we suddenly have not only say's much decried utility but alongside it with buying the circumstance of competition. It can't be done. The economist cannot for one moment hold on to his abstraction. Not only what he painfully seeks to remove competition but also what he attacks utility crops up at every moment. Abstract value and its determination by the costs of production are, after all, only abstractions, non-entities. But let us suppose once more for a moment that the economist is correct. How then will he determine the costs of production without taking account of competition? When examining the costs of production we shall see that this category too is based on competition, and here once more it becomes evident how little the economist is able to substantiate his claims. If we turn to say, we find the same abstraction. The utility of an object is something purely subjective, something which cannot be decided absolutely, and certainly something which cannot be decided at least as long as one still roams about in antitheses. According to this theory, the necessities of life ought to possess more value than luxury articles. The only possible way to arrive at a more or less objective, apparently general decision on the greater. English term quoted by Engels ed. 426 Friedrich Engels. Or lesser utility of an object is, under the dominion of private property, by competition, and yet it is precisely that circumstance which is to be left aside. But if competition is admitted, production costs come in as well, for no one will sell for less than what he has himself invested in production. Thus, here, too, the one side of the opposition passes over involuntarily into the other. Let us try to introduce clarity into this confusion. The value of an object includes both factors, which the contending parties arbitrarily separate and, as we have seen, unsuccessfully. Value is the relation of production costs to utility. The first application of value is the decision as to whether a thing ought to be produced at all, i.e., as to whether utility counterbalances production costs. Only then can one talk of the application of value to exchange. The production costs of two objects being equal, the deciding factor determining their comparative value will be utility. This basis is the only just basis of exchange. But if one proceeds from this basis, who is to decide the utility of the object? The mere opinion of the parties concerned? Then in any event one will be cheated. Or are we to assume a determination grounded in the inherent utility of the object independent of the parties concerned, and not apparent to them? If so, the exchange can only be effected by coercion, and each party considers itself cheated. The contradiction between the real inherent utility of the thing and the determination of that utility, between the determination of utility and the freedom of those who exchange, cannot be superseded without superseding private property, and once this is superseded, there can no longer be any question of exchange as it exists at present. The practical application of the concept of value will then be increasingly confined to the decision about production, and that is its proper sphere. But how do matters stand at present? We have seen that the concept of value is violently torn asunder, and that each of the separate sides is declared to be the whole. Production costs, distorted from the outset by competition, are supposed to be value itself. So is mere subjective utility, since no other kind of utility can exist at present. To help these lame definitions onto their feet, it is in both cases necessary to have recourse to competition, and the best of it is that with the English competition represents utility, in contrast to the costs of production, whilst inversely with say it introduces the costs of production in contrast to utility. But what kind of utility, what kind of production costs, does it introduce? Its utility depends on chance, on fashion, on the whim. Outlines of a Critique of Political Economy 427. Of the rich, its production costs fluctuate with the fortuitous relationship of demand and supply. The difference between real value and exchange value is based on a fact, namely, that the value of a thing differs from the so-called equivalent given for it in trade, i.e., that this equivalent is not an equivalent. This so-called equivalent is the price of the thing, and if the economist were honest, he would employ this term for value in exchange. But he has still to keep up some sort of pretense that price is somehow bound up with value, lest the immorality of trade become too obvious. It is, however, quite correct, and a fundamental law of private property, that price is determined by the reciprocal action of production costs and competition. This purely empirical law was the first to be discovered by the economist, and from this law he then abstracted his real value, i.e., the price at the time when competition is in a state of equilibrium, when demand and supply cover each other. Then, of course, what remains over are the costs of production, and it is these which the economist proceeds to call real value, whereas it is merely a definite aspect of price. Thus everything in economics stands on its head. Value, the primary factor, the source of price, is made dependent on price, its own product. As is well known, this inversion is the essence of abstraction, on which see Feuerbach. According to the economists, the production costs of a commodity consist of three elements: the rent for the piece of land required to produce the raw material, the capital with its profit, and the wages for the labor required for production and manufacture. but it becomes immediately evident that capital and labor are identical, since the economists themselves confess that capital is stored up labor. We are therefore left with only two sides: the natural, objective side, land, and the human, subjective side, labor, which includes capital and, besides capital, a third factor which the economist does not think about, I mean the mental element of invention, of thought, alongside the physical element of sheer labor. What has the economist to do with inventiveness? Have not all inventions fallen into his lap without any effort on his part? Has one of them cost him anything? Why then should he bother about them in the calculation of production costs? Land, capital, and labor are for him the conditions of wealth, and he requires nothing else. Science is no concern of his. 15 428 Friedrich Engels. What does it matter to him that he has received its gifts through Berthollet, Davy, Liebig, Watt, Cartwright, etc., gifts which have benefited him and his production immeasurably? He does not know how to calculate such things. The advances of science go beyond his figures. But in a rational order which has gone beyond the division of interests as it is found with the economist, the mental element certainly belongs among the elements of production and will find its place, too, in economics among the costs of production. And here it is certainly gratifying to know that the promotion of science also brings its material reward, to know that a single achievement of science like James Watt's steam engine has brought in more for the world in the first 50 years of its existence than the world has spent on the promotion of science since the beginning of time. We have, then, two elements of production in operation: nature and man, with man again active physically and mentally, and can now return to the economist and his production costs. What cannot be monopolized has no value, says the economist, a proposition which we shall examine more closely later on. If we say has no price, then the proposition is valid for the order which rests on private property. If land could be had as easily as air, no one would pay rent. Since this is not the case, but since, rather, the extent of a piece of land to be appropriated is limited in any particular case, one pays rent for the appropriated, i.e., the monopolized land, or one pays down a purchase price for it. After this enlightenment about the origin of the value of land, it is, however, very strange to have to hear from the economist that the rent of land is the difference between the yield from the land for which rent is paid and from the worst land worth cultivating at all. As is well known, this is the definition of rent fully developed for the first time by Ricardo. This definition is indeed correct in practice if one presupposes that a fall in demand reacts instantaneously on rent, and at once puts a corresponding amount of the worst cultivated land out of cultivation. This, however, is not the case, and the definition is therefore inadequate. Moreover, it does not cover the causation of rent, and is therefore even for that reason untenable. In opposition to this definition, Colonel T.P. Thompson, the champion of the Anti-Corn Law League, 181 revived Adam Smith's definition, and substantiated it. According to him, rent is the relation between the competition of those striving for the use of the land and the limited quantity of available land. Outlines of a Critique of Political Economy 429. Here at least is a return to the origin of rent, but this explanation does not take into account the varying fertility of the soil, just as the previous explanation leaves out competition. Once more, therefore, we have two one-sided and hence only partial definitions of a single object. As in the case of the concept of value, we shall again have to combine these two definitions so as to find the correct definition which follows from the development of the thing itself and thus embraces all practice. Rent is the relation between the productivity of the land, the natural side, which in turn consists of natural fertility and human cultivation labor applied to effect improvement, and the human side, competition. The economists may shake their heads over this definition, they will discover to their horror that it embraces everything relevant to this matter. The landowner has nothing with which to reproach the merchant. He practices robbery in monopolizing the land. He practices robbery in exploiting for his own benefit the increase in population which increases competition and thus the value of his estate, in turning into a source of personal advantage that which has not been his own doing, that which is his by sheer accident. He practices robbery in leasing his land, when he eventually seizes for himself the improvements effected by his tenant. This is the secret of the ever-increasing wealth of the big landowners. The axioms which qualify as robbery the landowner's method of deriving an income, namely, that each has a right to the product of his labor, or that no one shall reap where he has not sown, are not advanced by us. The first excludes the duty of feeding children, the second deprives each generation of the right to live, since each generation starts with what it inherits from the preceding generation. These axioms are, rather, consequences of private property. One should either put into effect the consequences or abandon private property as a premise. Indeed, the original act of appropriation itself is justified by the assertion of the still earlier existence of common property rights. Thus, wherever we turn, private property leads us into contradictions. To make land an object of huckstering, the land which is our one and all, the first condition of our existence, was the last step towards making oneself an object of huckstering. It was and is to this very day an immorality surpassed only by the immorality of self-alienation. And the original appropriation, the monopolization of the land by a few, the exclusion of the rest from that which 430 Friedrich Engels is the condition of their life, yields nothing in immorality to the subsequent huckstering of the land. If here again we abandon private property, rent is reduced to its truth, to the rational notion which essentially lies at its root. The value of the land divorced from it as rent then reverts to the land itself. This value, to be measured by the productivity of equal areas of land subjected to equal applications of labor, is indeed taken into account as part of the production costs when determining the value of products, and like rent, it is the relation of productivity to competition, but to true competition, such as will be developed when its time comes. We have seen that capital and labor are initially identical. We see further from the explanations of the economist himself that, in the process of production, capital, the result of labor, is immediately transformed again into the substratum, into the material of labor, and that therefore the momentarily postulated separation of capital from labor is immediately superseded by the unity of both. And yet the economist separates capital from labor, and yet clings to the division without giving any other recognition to their unity than by his definition of capital as stored up labor. The split between capital and labor resulting from private property is nothing but the inner dichotomy of labor corresponding to this divided condition and arising out of it. And after this separation is accomplished, capital is divided once more into the original capital and profit, the increment of capital, which it receives in the process of production, although in practice profit is immediately lumped together with capital and set into motion with it. Indeed, even profit is in its turn split into interest and profit proper. In the case of interest, the absurdity of these splits is carried to the extreme. The immorality of lending at interest, of receiving without working, merely for making a loan, though already implied in private property, is only too obvious, and has long ago been recognized for what it is by unprejudiced popular consciousness, which in such matters is usually right. All these subtle splits and divisions stem from the original separation of capital from labor, and from the culmination of this separation, the division of mankind into capitalists and workers, a division which daily becomes ever more acute, and which, as we shall see, is bound to deepen. This separation, however, like the separation already considered of land from capital and labor, is Outlines of a Critique of Political Economy 431. In the final analysis, an impossible separation. What share land, capital, and labor each have in any particular product cannot be determined. The three magnitudes are incommensurable. The land produces the raw material, but not without capital and labor. Capital presupposes land and labor. And labor presupposes at least land, and usually also capital. The functions of these three elements are completely different, and are not to be measured by a fourth common standard. Therefore, when it comes to dividing the proceeds among the three elements under existing conditions, there is no inherent standard, it is an entirely alien and with regard to them fortuitous standard that decides competition, the cunning right of the stronger. Rent implies competition, profit on capital is solely determined by competition, and the position with regard to wages we shall see presently. If we abandon private property, then all these unnatural divisions disappear. The difference between interest and profit disappears. Capital is nothing without labor, without movement. The significance of profit is reduced to the weight which capital carries in the determination of the costs of production, and profit thus remains inherent in capital, in the same way as capital itself reverts to its original unity with labor. Labor the main factor in production, the source of wealth, free human activity comes off badly with the economist. Just as capital has already been separated from labor, so labor is now in turn split for a second time. The product of labor confronts labor as wages, is separated from it, and is in its turn as usual determined by competition, there being, as we have seen, no firm standard determining labor's share in production. If we do away with private property, this unnatural separation also disappears. Labor becomes its own reward, and the true significance of the wages of labor, hitherto alienated, comes to light, namely, the significance of labor for the determination of the production costs of a thing. We have seen that in the end everything comes down to competition, so long as private property exists. It is the economist's principal category, his most beloved daughter, whom he ceaselessly caresses, and look out for the Medusa's head which she will show you. 432 Friedrich Engels. The immediate consequence of private property was the split of production into two opposing sides, the natural and the human sides, the soil which without fertilization by man is dead and sterile, and human activity, the first condition of which is that very soil. Furthermore, we have seen how human activity in its turn was dissolved into labor and capital, and how these two sides antagonistically confronted each other. Thus we already had the struggle of the three elements against one another, instead of their mutual support. Now we have to add that private property brings in its wake the fragmentation of each of these elements. One piece of land stands confronted by another, one capital by another, one laborer by another. In other words, because private property isolates everyone in his own crude solitariness, and because, nevertheless, everyone has the same interest as his neighbor, one landowner stands antagonistically confronted by another, one capitalist by another, one worker by another. In this discord of identical interests resulting precisely from this identity is consummated the immorality of mankind's condition hitherto, and this consummation is competition. The opposite of competition is monopoly. Monopoly was the war cry of the mercantilists, competition the battle cry of the liberal economists. It is easy to see that this antithesis is again a quite hollow antithesis. Every competitor cannot but desire to have the monopoly, be he worker, capitalist, or landowner. Each smaller group of competitors cannot but desire to have the monopoly for itself against all others. Competition is based on self-interest, and self-interest in turn breeds monopoly. In short, competition passes over into monopoly. On the other hand, monopoly cannot stem the tide of competition. Indeed, it itself breeds competition, just as a prohibition of imports, for instance, or high tariffs positively breed the competition of smuggling. The contradiction of competition is exactly the same as that of private property. It is in the interest of each to possess everything, but in the interest of the whole that each possess an equal amount. Thus, the general and the individual interest are diametrically opposed to each other. The contradiction of competition is that each cannot but desire the monopoly, whilst the whole as such is bound to lose by monopoly and must therefore remove it. Moreover, competition already presupposes monopoly, namely, the monopoly of property, and here the hypocrisy of the liberals comes once more to light, and so long as the monopoly of property exists, for so long the Outlines of a Critique of Political Economy 433. Possession of monopoly is equally justified, for monopoly, once it exists, is also property. What a pitiful half measure, therefore, to attack the small monopolies, and to leave untouched the basic monopoly. And if we add to this the economist's proposition mentioned above, that nothing has value which cannot be monopolized, that nothing, therefore, which does not permit of such monopolization can enter this arena of competition, then our assertion that competition presupposes monopoly is completely justified. The law of competition is that demand and supply always strive to complement each other, and therefore never do so. The two sides are torn apart again and transformed into flat opposition. Supply always follows close on demand without ever quite covering it. It is either too big or too small, never corresponding to demand, because in this unconscious condition of mankind no one knows how big supply or demand is. If demand is greater than supply, the price rises and, as a result, supply is to a certain degree stimulated. As soon as it comes onto the market, prices fall, and if it becomes greater than demand, then the fall in prices is so significant that demand is once again stimulated. So it goes on unendingly, a permanently unhealthy state of affairs, a constant alternation of overstimulation and flagging which precludes all advance, a state of perpetual fluctuation without ever reaching its goal. This law, with its constant adjustment, in which whatever is lost here is gained there, is regarded as something excellent by the economist. It is his chief glory. He cannot see enough of it, and considers it in all its possible and impossible applications. Yet it is obvious that this law is purely a law of nature and not a law of the mind. It is a law which produces revolution. The economist comes along with his lovely theory of demand and supply, proves to you that one can never produce too much, and practice replies with trade crises, which reappear as regularly as the comets, and of which we have now on the average one every 5 to 7 years. For the last 80 years these trade crises have arrived just as regularly as the great plagues did in the past, and they have brought in their train more misery and more immorality than the latter. Compare Wade, History of the Middle and Working Classes, London, 1835, p. 211. Of course, these commercial upheavals confirm the law, confirm it exhaustively, but in a manner different from that which the economist would have us believe to be the case. What are we to think of a 434 Friedrich Engels law which can only assert itself through periodic upheavals? It is certainly a natural law based on the unconsciousness of the participants. If the producers as such knew how much the consumers required, if they were to organize production, if they were to share it out amongst themselves, then the fluctuations of competition and its tendency to crisis would be impossible. Carry on production consciously as human beings, not as dispersed atoms without consciousness of your species, and you have overcome all these artificial and untenable antitheses. But as long as you continue to produce in the present unconscious, thoughtless manner, at the mercy of chance, for just so long trade crises will remain, and each successive crisis is bound to become more universal and therefore worse than the preceding one, is bound to impoverish a larger body of small capitalists, and to augment in increasing proportion the numbers of the class who live by labor alone, thus considerably enlarging the mass of labor to be employed, the major problem of our economists, and finally causing a social revolution such as has never been dreamt of in the philosophy of the economists. The perpetual fluctuation of prices such as is created by the condition of competition completely deprives trade of its last vestige of morality. It is no longer a question of value. The same system which appears to attach such importance to value, which confers on the abstraction of value in money form the honor of having an existence of its own, this very system destroys by means of competition the inherent value of all things, and daily and hourly changes the value relationship of all things to one another. Where is there any possibility remaining in this whirlpool of an exchange based on a moral foundation? In this continuous up and down, everyone must seek to hit upon the most favorable moment for purchase and sale. Everyone must become a speculator, that is to say, must reap where he has not sown, must enrich himself at the expense of others, must calculate on the misfortune of others, or let chance win for him. The speculator always counts on disasters, particularly on bad harvests. He utilizes everything, for instance, the New York fire in its time 182, and immorality's culminating point is the speculation on the stock exchange, where history, and with it mankind, is demoted to a means of gratifying the avarice of the calculating or gambling speculator. And let not the honest respectable merchant rise above the gambling on the stock exchange with a Pharisaic eye. A cf. Shakespeare, Hamlet, Act I, Scene 5, lines 166-67 ed. Outlines of a Critique of Political Economy 435. Thank thee, O Lord, etc. He is as bad as the speculators in stocks and shares. He speculates just as much as they do. He has to, competition compels him to. And his trading activity therefore implies the same immorality as theirs. The truth of the relation of competition is the relation of consumption to productivity. In a world worthy of mankind there will be no other competition than this. The community will have to calculate what it can produce with the means at its disposal, and in accordance with the relationship of this productive power to the mass of consumers it will determine how far it has to raise or lower production, how far it has to give way to, or curtail, luxury. But so that they may be able to pass a correct judgment on this relationship and on the increase in productive power to be expected from a rational state of affairs within the community, I invite my readers to consult the writings of the English socialists, and partly also those of Fourier. Subjective competition, the contest of capital against capital, of labor against labor, etc. will under these conditions be reduced to the spirit of emulation grounded in human nature, a concept tolerably set forth so far only by Fourier, which after the transcendence of opposing interests will be confined to its proper and rational sphere. The struggle of capital against capital, of labor against labor, of land against land, drives production to a fever pitch at which production turns all natural and rational relations upside down. No capital can stand the competition of another if it is not brought to the highest pitch of activity. No piece of land can be profitably cultivated if it does not continuously increase its productivity. No worker can hold his own against his competitors if he does not devote all his energy to labor. No one at all who enters into the struggle of competition can weather it without the utmost exertion of his energy, without renouncing every truly human purpose. The consequence of this overexertion on the one side is, inevitably, slackening on the other. When the fluctuation of competition is small, when demand and supply, consumption and production, are almost equal, a stage must be reached in the development of production where there is so much superfluous productive power that the great mass of the nation has nothing to live on, that the people starve from sheer abundance. For some considerable time England has found herself in this crazy position, in this living absurdity. When production is subject to greater fluctuations, as at 436 Friedrich Engels is bound to be in consequence of such a situation, then the alternation of boom and crisis, overproduction and slump, sets in. The economist has never been able to find an explanation for this mad situation. In order to explain it, he invented the population theory, which is just as senseless, indeed even more senseless than the contradiction of coexisting wealth and poverty. The economist could not afford to see the truth, he could not afford to admit that this contradiction is a simple consequence of competition, for in that case his entire system would have fallen to bits. For us the matter is easy to explain. The productive power at mankind's disposal is immeasurable. The productivity of the soil can be increased ad infinitum by the application of capital, labor, and science. According to the most able economists and statisticians, C.F. Allison's Principles of Population, Volume I, Chs 1 and 2, overpopulated Great Britain can be brought within 10 years to produce a corn yield sufficient for a population 6 times its present size. Capital increases daily, labor power grows with population, and day by day science increasingly makes the forces of nature subject to man. This immeasurable productive capacity, handled consciously and in the interest of all, would soon reduce to a minimum the labor falling to the share of mankind. Left to competition, it does the same, but within a context of antitheses. One part of the land is cultivated in the best possible manner, whilst another part in Great Britain and Ireland 30 million acres of good land lies barren. One part of capital circulates with colossal speed, another lies dead in the chest. One part of the workers works 14 or 16 hours a day, whilst another part stands idle and inactive, and starves. Or the partition leaves this realm of simultaneity: today trade is good, demand is very considerable, everyone works, capital is turned over with miraculous speed, farming flourishes, the workers work themselves sick. Tomorrow stagnation sets in. The cultivation of the land is not worth the effort, entire stretches of land remain untilled, the flow of capital suddenly freezes, the workers have no employment, and the whole country labors under surplus wealth and surplus population. The economist cannot afford to accept this exposition of the subject as correct, otherwise, as has been said, he would have to give up his whole system of competition. He would have to recognize the hollowness of his antithesis of production and consumption, of surplus population and surplus wealth. To bring fact and theory into conformity with each other, since this fact simply could not be denied, the population theory was invented. Outlines of a Critique of Political Economy 437. Malthus, the originator of this doctrine, maintains that population is always pressing on the means of subsistence, that as soon as production increases, population increases in the same proportion, and that the inherent tendency of the population to multiply in excess of the available means of subsistence is the root of all misery and all vice. For, when there are too many people, they have to be disposed of in one way or another, either they must be killed by violence or they must starve. But when this has happened, there is once more a gap which other multipliers of the population immediately start to fill up once more, and so the old misery begins all over again. What is more, this is the case in all circumstances, not only in civilized, but also in primitive conditions. In New Holland, 3 with a population density of 1 per square mile, the savages suffer just as much from overpopulation as England. In short, if we want to be consistent, we must admit that the earth was already overpopulated when only one man existed. The implications of this line of thought are that since it is precisely the poor who are the surplus, nothing should be done for them except to make their dying of starvation as easy as possible, and to convince them that it cannot be helped and that there is no other salvation for their whole class than keeping propagation down to the absolute minimum. Or if this proves impossible, then it is after all better to establish a state institution for the painless killing of the children of the poor, such as Marcus 18s has suggested, whereby each working class family would be allowed to have 2.5 children, any excess being painlessly killed. Charity is to be considered a crime, since it supports the augmentation of the surplus population. Indeed, it will be very advantageous to declare poverty a crime and to turn poor houses into prisons, as has already happened in England as a result of the new liberal poor law. 184. Admittedly, it is true that this theory ill conforms with the Bible's doctrine of the perfection of God and of His creation, but it is a poor refutation to enlist the Bible against facts. Am I to go on any longer elaborating this vile, infamous theory, this hideous blasphemy against nature and mankind? Am I to pursue its consequences any further? Here at last we have the immorality of the economist brought to its highest pitch. What are all the wars and horrors of the monopoly system compared with this theory? And it is just this theory which is the keystone of the liberal system of free trade, whose fall entails the downfall of the entire edifice. For if here competition is proved to be the cause of the old name for Australia ed. 438 Friedrich Engels. Misery, poverty, and crime, who then will still dare to speak up for it? In his above-mentioned work, Allison has shaken the Malthusian theory by bringing in the productive power of the land, and by opposing to the Malthusian principle the fact that each adult can produce more than he himself needs, a fact without which mankind could not multiply, indeed could not even exist. If it were not so, how could those still growing up live? But Allison does not go to the root of the matter, and therefore in the end reaches the same conclusion as Malthus. True enough, he proves that Malthus' principle is incorrect, but cannot gainsay the facts which have impelled Malthus to his principle. If Malthus had not considered the matter so one-sidedly, he could not have failed to see that surplus population or labor power is invariably tied up with surplus wealth, surplus capital, and surplus landed property. The population is only too large where the productive power as a whole is too large. The condition of every overpopulated country, particularly England, since the time when Malthus wrote, makes this abundantly clear. These were the facts which Malthus ought to have considered in their totality, and whose consideration was bound to have led to the correct conclusion. Instead, he selected one fact, gave no consideration to the others, and therefore arrived at his crazy conclusion. The second error he committed was to confuse means of subsistence with means of employment. That population is always pressing on the means of employment, that the number of people produced depends on the number of people who can be employed, in short, that the production of labor power has been regulated so far by the law of competition and is therefore also exposed to periodic crises and fluctuations. This is a fact whose establishment constitutes Malthus' merit. But the means of employment are not the means of subsistence. Only in their end result are the means of employment increased by the increase in machine power and capital. The means of subsistence increase as soon as productive power increases even slightly. Here a new contradiction in economics comes to light. The economist's demand is not the real demand, his consumption is an artificial consumption. For the economist, only that person really demands, only that person is a real consumer, who has an equivalent to offer for what he receives. But if it is a fact that every adult produces more than he himself can consume, that children are like trees which give superabundant returns on the outlays invested in them, and these certainly are facts, are they not? Then it must be assumed that each worker ought to be able to produce far. Outlines of a Critique of Political Economy 439. More than he needs, and that the community, therefore, ought to be very glad to provide him with everything he needs. One must consider a large family to be a very welcome gift for the community. But the economist, with his crude outlook, knows no other equivalent than that which is paid to him in tangible ready cash. He is so firmly set in his antitheses that the most striking facts are of as little concern to him as the most scientific principles. We destroy the contradiction simply by transcending it. With the fusion of the interests now opposed to each other, there disappears the contradiction between excess population here and excess wealth there disappears the miraculous fact, more miraculous than all the miracles of all the religions put together, that a nation has to starve from sheer wealth and plenty, and there disappears the crazy assertion that the earth lacks the power to feed men. This assertion is the pinnacle of Christian economics, and that our economics is essentially Christian I could have proved from every proposition, from every category, and shall in fact do so in due course. 185 The Malthusian theory is but the economic expression of the religious dogma of the contradiction of spirit and nature and the resulting corruption of both. As regards religion, and together with religion, this contradiction was resolved long ago, and I hope that in the sphere of economics I have likewise demonstrated the utter emptiness of this contradiction. Moreover, I shall not accept as competent any defense of the Malthusian theory which does not explain to me on the basis of its own principles how a people can starve from sheer plenty and bring this into harmony with reason and fact. At the same time, the Malthusian theory has certainly been a necessary point of transition which has taken us an immense step further. Thanks to this theory, as to economics as a whole, our attention has been drawn to the productive power of the earth and of mankind, and after overcoming this economic despair we have been made forever secure against the fear of overpopulation. We derive from it the most powerful economic arguments for a social transformation. For even if Malthus were completely right, this transformation would have to be undertaken straight away, for only this transformation, only the education of the masses which it provides, makes possible that moral restraint of the propagative instinct which Malthus himself presents as the most effective and easiest remedy for overpopulation. Through this theory we have come to know the deepest degradation of mankind, their dependence on the conditions of competition. It has shown us how in the last instance private property has turned man. 440 Friedrich Engels. Into a commodity whose production and destruction also depend solely on demand, how the system of competition has thus slaughtered, and daily continues to slaughter millions of men. All this we have seen, and all this drives us to the abolition of this degradation of mankind through the abolition of private property, competition, and the opposing interests. Yet, so as to deprive the universal fear of overpopulation of any possible basis, let us once more return to the relationship of productive power to population. Malthus establishes a formula on which he bases his entire system. Population is said to increase in a geometrical progression 1 plus 2 plus 4 plus 8 plus 1 6 plus 32, etc., the productive power of the land in an arithmetical progression 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5 plus 6. The difference is obvious, is terrifying, but is it correct? Where has it been proved that the productivity of the land increases in an arithmetical progression? The extent of land is limited. All right. The labor power to be employed on this land surface increases with population. Even if we assume that the increase in yield due to increase in labor does not always rise in proportion to the labor, there still remains a third element which, admittedly, never means anything to the economist science whose progress is as unlimited and at least as rapid as that of population. What progress does the agriculture of this century owe to chemistry alone, indeed, to two men alone, Sir Humphrey Davy and Justus Liebig? But science increases at least as much as population. The latter increases in proportion to the size of the previous generation, science advances in proportion to the knowledge bequeathed to it by the previous generation, and thus under the most ordinary conditions also in a geometrical progression. And what is impossible to science? But it is absurd to talk of overpopulation so long as there is enough waste land in the valley of the Mississippi for the whole population of Europe to be transplanted there, so long as no more than 1/3 of the earth can be considered cultivated, and so long as the production of this third itself can be raised sixfold and more by the application of improvements already known. Thus, competition sets capital against capital, labor against labor, landed property against landed property, and likewise each of these elements against the other two. In the struggle the stronger wins, and in order to predict the outcome of the struggle. A. Allison, LOCCIT, p. 548 ed. Outlines of a Critique of Political Economy 441. We shall have to investigate the strength of the contestants. First of all, labor is weaker than either landed property or capital, for the worker must work to live, whilst the landowner can live on his rent, and the capitalist on his interest, or, if the need arises, on his capital or on capitalized property in land. The result is that only the very barest necessities, the mere means of subsistence, fall to the lot of labor, whilst the largest part of the products is shared between capital and landed property. Moreover, the stronger worker drives the weaker out of the market, just as larger capital drives out smaller capital, and larger landed property drives out smaller landed property. Practice confirms this conclusion. The advantages which the larger manufacturer and merchant enjoy over the smaller, and the big landowner over the owner of a single acre, are well known. The result is that already under ordinary conditions, in accordance with the law of the stronger, large capital and large landed property swallow small capital and small landed property, i.e., centralization of property. In crises of trade and agriculture, this centralization proceeds much more rapidly. In general, large property increases much more rapidly than small property, since a much smaller portion is deducted from its proceeds as property expenses. This law of the centralization of private property is as imminent in private property as all the others. The middle classes must increasingly disappear until the world is divided into millionaires and paupers, into large landowners and poor farm laborers. All the laws, all the dividing of landed property, all the possible splitting up of capital, are of no avail. This result must and will come, unless it is anticipated by a total transformation of social conditions, a fusion of opposed interests, an abolition of private property. Free competition, the key word of our present-day economists, is an impossibility. Monopoly at least intended to protect the consumer against fraud, even if it could not in fact do so. The abolition of monopoly, however, opens the door wide to fraud. You say that competition carries with it the remedy for fraud, since no one will buy bad articles. But that means that everyone has to be an expert in every article, which is impossible. Hence the necessity for monopoly, which many articles in fact reveal. Pharmacies, etc., must have a monopoly. And the most important article, money, requires a monopoly most of all. Whenever the circulating medium has ceased to be a state monopoly, it has invariably produced a trade crisis, and the English economists, Dr. Wade among them, do concede in this case the necessity for monopoly. But monopoly is no protection against counterfeit.